Chapter 1. The Place Where Dreams Begin. Baozi Mountain. Sun Weiqiang beheld the diminutive figure of Sun Wukong alongside the vibrant and youthful Bulma. And at that moment, his heart surged with an extraordinary fervor. His blood raced with excitement. A sentiment known as nostalgia surged within him, a tidal wave of emotion. Sun Wukong and Bulma were characters from the anime Dragon Ball, which he had adored in his previous life. To witness them in the flesh ignited a jubilant elation within every fiber of his being. Having traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, he had seized an opportunity to escape from the wondrous orphanage where he resided. His first destination was Baozi Mountain, driven not only by the desire to meet the legendary Sun Wukong, but also to latch onto this formidable ally and ascend to the pinnacle of his life. Though he was oblivious to Wukong's current age or whether he was indeed present at Baozi Mountain, Sun Weiqiang pressed on. Little did he expect that upon his arrival, not only would he fulfill his wish, but he would also unexpectedly encounter Bulma, a delightful surprise. With all his might, Sun Weiqiang raced forward, braving the chill though it was not particularly cold. The scene unfolding before him was eerily familiar. A toppled vehicle, a blue fish sprawled on the ground, the innocent and adorable little Wukong, and the vibrant Bulma, resplendent in a pink dress with her hair tied in a ponytail. Was this not the very day when Sun Wukong and Bulma first met on Baozi Mountain? I have arrived at the perfect moment. Sun Weiqiang silently cheered within. I wonder if Wukong has already lifted Bulma's skirt with his Rui Bang? If memory serves me right, Bulma is adorned in a pair of white triangular panties embellished with pink flowers. As Sun Weiqiang approached Wukong and Bulma, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, he could not simply say how delighted he was to meet them? That would be rather peculiar. Bulma, be careful of Wukong. He may soon make a move on you. That, too, felt rather odd. Who speaks such things upon first meeting? Are we acquainted? Fortunately, after navigating a few awkward moments, Sun Weiqiang successfully integrated himself into this originally duo, now a trio. On their way to Wukong's home. By the way, I haven't asked for your names yet, Bulma inquired. I am Wukong, Sun Wukong. And you? Wukong replied, dragging the fish's tail as he turned to face them. I am Weiqiang, Sun Weiqiang. He mimicked Wukong's introduction. You share the same surname as me. Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder as if he had discovered a new world. Indeed, Sun Weiqiang nodded, secretly marveling at how adorable little Wukong truly was. The term adorable often feels misplaced when applied to boys, yet it fit little Wukong perfectly. Bulma, bashfully said in Bulma. What a strange name. Wukong chuckled heartily. Bulma frowned. How rude. That's why I didn't want to say it. While Sun Weiqiang found no humor in Bulma's name, he couldn't help but smile at Wukong's laughter. Wukong turned back, playfully repeating, Bulma, haha. Bulma protested, stop it. I don't even like this name. Please don't laugh. In exasperation, she crossed her arms, unaware that Wukong had taken to calling her Bulma. Before long, they arrived outside a small dwelling. Hey, wait for me, Wukong exclaimed, setting down the fish and pushing open the door, just in time to see Grandpa flicker to life. Grandpa, he murmured. Bulma followed closely behind. What's wrong? Wukong stood frozen. Grandpa is speaking. Isn't your grandpa deceased? Bulma questioned, puzzled, until she caught sight of it. It's a Dragon Ball, she exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Sun Weiqiang trailed on Wukong's right, recalling the unfolding events vividly. Though he didn't remember every detail of the Dragon Ball storyline, the scene before him mirrored his memories almost precisely. He noted the distinction was the difference. Step aside. Bulma gleefully pushed Wukong aside, rushing forward to grasp the Dragon Ball resting on the table. Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, well, in this scenario, Bulma can shove Wukong, and he will forget. Hey, don't touch my grandpa, Wukong exclaimed, rushing forward, placing his hand protectively near Bulma's backside. Grandpa, is this it? Bulma raised the Dragon Ball, gazing at Wukong. Yes, this is the only relic my grandpa left for me. Wukong snatched it back from Bulma, insisting, even if you're a girl, you can't touch it. Look, Grandpa is glowing. It seems like he wants to tell me something. This is the first time it has happened, Wukong said innocently, his naivety endearing. Really? Sun Weiqiang leaned closer, scratching his buzz cut, feigning curiosity. He occasionally felt the need to assert his presence now that he had joined the original trio. He couldn't merely stand by and observate would lack substance. Indeed, Grandpa never glowed before, Wukong affirmed. I can't help it'll tell you both, Bulma declared, opening a small pouch at her waist and producing 2 Dragon Balls. Look at these. It's Grandpa. Do you mean you have 2 grandpas? Wukong stared in disbelief. Bulma has 2 grandpas? Sun Weiqiang feigned astonishment, reveling in the act. He acknowledged that he was playing the fool a bit, but to blend in with the group, a little foolishness was acceptable. Surely, he wouldn't proclaim, "I know, those are the Dragon Balls," and gathering all 7 grants a wish. As far as he was aware, such knowledge was not widely known, especially for a child like him. Chapter 2. High Energy from Behind. This isn't Grandpa, it's a Dragon Ball, Bulma clarified. Dragon Ball? Wukong peered down at the Dragon Ball he held. Sun Weiqiang observed the so-called Dragon Balls in their hands. His brows furrowed in confusion. Yes, your Dragon Ball resonated with these two, which is why they're glowing, Bulma elaborated. Let's see your Dragon Ball, she urged as she placed her 2 Dragon Balls on the table and looked at Wukong. Little Wukong obediently set his Dragon Ball down as well. The 3 Dragon Balls gathered together, radiating a brilliant light. Wow, how beautiful! Sun Weiqiang gasped, his eyes widening in awe. They're all glowing, Wukong exclaimed, genuinely innocent. Bulma lifted one of the Dragon Balls and recounted its origin. I discovered this ball in my home storage and found it intriguing, so I investigated, only to realize it's a remarkably magical orb. What's so magical about it? Wukong asked, reclaiming his Dragon Ball. Sun Weiqiang followed suit, picking up the final Dragon Ball, feigning examination, noting its cool texture. He grasped it in his hand, feeling its firmness. The sensation was satisfactory. If it were softer, it would undoubtedly feel even better. For reasons unknown, Sun Weiqiang suddenly conjured inappropriate thoughts, and his gaze inadvertently drifted to Bulma's curvaceous figure. Bulma proceeded to explain the Dragon Ball's miraculous attributes to the duo. That's amazing, Wukong exclaimed, astonished. How marvelous! Sun Weiqiang echoed in agreement. So if one collects all 7 Dragon Balls, any wish can be granted, Wukong mused, impressed. Bulma continued, I heard that someone once obtained a Dragon Ball and became a king, but that was a long, long time ago. Really? Becoming a king? Is that even possible? Sun Weiqiang responded in shock. His presence was now one. Indeed. However, the 7 Dragon Balls have since scattered across the world, Bulma added, addressing Sun Weiqiang as she elaborated. So, is that why you're out searching? The knave little Wukong inquired, unreserved in his curiosity, unlike the other son, who concealed his true feelings. Exactly. Bulma held up a Dragon Ball with 5 stars, continuing, this 5-star ball took me 10 days of hard work to find in the Northern Valley. Grandpa has a 4-star ball. Wukong's eyes sparkled with joy as he held the Dragon Ball. It's a 4-star ball, Bulma reiterated, then stood up, fists clenched, declaring, I've decided on my wish. While I would love an endless supply of strawberries, ultimately, finding the perfect partner is the most important. Bulma clasped her hands together, articulating her wish. Turning her back, she glanced at Wukong, smiling. I've shared my intentions with you. Will you lend me your 4-star ball? Absolutely not. This is my grandpa's relic. Wukong protectively clutched his Dragon Ball, refusing to lend it to Bulma. Come on, what a stingy person. You won't use it anyway. Just let me borrow it. Bulma insisted once more. Nyam nyam nyam. Wukong stuck out his tongue, resolutely refusing to lend it. At this moment, Sun Weiqiang chose to observe quietly, enjoying the unfolding drama. It must be said that the experience of being immersed in the world of Dragon Ball is incomparable to merely watching it. The latter offers a far superior experience. Sun Weiqiang mused delightfully. Watching Wukong stick out his tongue, Bulma suddenly had a realization. Hands on her hips, I see now. In the next moment, she donned a mischievous expression, insinuating, so you're quite mature for your age. Seeing this, Sun Weiqiang admitted he had once again overlooked the cue. He was quite eager to ask, Bulma, oh Bulma, how did you discern that Goku is quite mature for his age? How could I not see it? Goku blinked, not comprehending what Nama meant. Then, in front of Sun Weiqiang, Bulma, without a hint of modesty, turned towards Goku, swayed her hips, and lifted the hem of her pink dress, revealing her little undergarments. Chapter 3. Setting off. In search of the Dragon Balls. Wow, how thrilling. Sun Weiqiang's gaze fell upon the area coveted by men, internally exclaiming, well, Bulma is pulling off such a stunt here. I wonder if similar events ever transpired in the original Dragon Ball world? Surely they must have. Currently, he felt that the presence of Goku and Bulma in the Dragon Ball world had not yet influenced him, nor brought about any corresponding changes. Had he forgotten this little scene? Sun Weiqiang pondered, his eyes curiously glancing at Bulma, showing no signs of embarrassment. What a joke. He was merely a child. Although he was already 12, he appeared to be of a similar age to Goku, not much taller. How about it? I can let you touch it? Bulma tempted Goku. To her surprise, Goku replied, I don't want to touch someone else's dirty bottom. This remark made Bulma lower her skirt and angrily retort, How rude. My bottom is very clean. Ha ha ha. Sun Weiqiang burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Stop laughing. My bottom is really clean. Bulma shot a glare at Sun Weiqiang. Sun Weiqiang thought, I'm not laughing at the cleanliness of your bottom. Besides, is that area really clean? Who told you that? Then Bulma invited the two, by the way. Why don't you both join me in searching for the Dragon Balls? Accompany you in seeking the Dragon Balls? Goku looked up at Bulma. Bulma encouraged a real man should be out training. Can training outside make me strong like Grandpa? Goku innocently expressed his thoughts. Of course. You probably only know the mountain you live on. Surely, you've never seen the ocean, right? Out there, you can encounter bustling cities where many people reside, and even see dinosaurs and monsters. Bulma continued to entice him, and Sun Weiqiang observed her painting a grand vision, an expansive and enticing dream filled with infinite possibilities. Goku listened to Bulma's words, his face full of longing. It sounds like so much fun. I think I'll go and see. Exactly. That's the spirit of a real man. Bulma snapped her fingers, affirming that Goku was indeed a true man. Little Goku is really easy to persuade. He's going to be tricked out so easily, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Goku said, but I can't give you this Dragon Ball. I want to keep it with me. That's fine. You just need to lend it to me at the last moment. Bulma waved her hands cheerfully and then turned to Sun Weiqiang, saying, Weiqiang, how about you? Would you like to join us in exploring the vast world and embark on a wonderful journey of life? Of course. I'm a real man too. Sun Weiqiang raised his right fist, affirming his decision. Bulma secretly rejoiced. I'm almost there. With these two children along, they make perfect little bodyguards. Once my wish is fulfilled, what happens next will be of no concern to me. She invited Sun Weiqiang as she valued his strength. Earlier, her vehicle had been overturned by Goku, but it was Sun Weiqiang who had righted it with sheer force. Sun Weiqiang's petite body possessed extraordinary strength, a fact well known to him. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball world, this body originally had astonishing martial arts talent. Undefeated in several martial arts classes at the Peculiar Orphanage, and had participated in multiple youth martial arts competitions, winning every single championship. He had garnered the attention of several renowned martial artists, who believed that with diligent training, he could achieve a commendable result in the upcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament. However, after Sun Weiqiang's arrival, he discovered that his body had undergone some unknown transformation. His martial arts talent had surpassed that of the past. He could master any martial arts technique after just one viewing. Of course, even so, Sun Weiqiang still believed he could not compare to Goku, who was in a league of his own. The battle prowess of the Scions was incredibly formidable. This was precisely why he sought to latch onto Goku's coattails. Then let us commence our joyful adventure now, Bulma declared, and the trio set off immediately. Upon exiting the house, Goku curiously inquired how they would find the other Dragon Balls. Bulma produced her Dragon Ball radar and explained the situation to both of them. Soon after, Bulma took her seat on a white motorcycle that had emerged from a universal capsule. Goku attempted to leap onto the vehicle, but was preempted by Sun Weiqiang. Little Goku, step back. Let me take the lead. It's my turn to take advantage of Bulma. He sat on the bike, wrapping his little arms around Bulma's slender waist. Not to mention, it feels quite soft. Vegeta, having one more doesn't make a difference, nor does having one less. Sun Weiqiang's mind wandered, conjuring thoughts of the future Prince Vegeta. Goku also hopped onto the motorcycle, embracing Sun Weiqiang. Hold on tight, we're off. Whoosh. Bulma pressed the throttle, and the white motorcycle sped away. Wow, Goku exclaimed loudly. How fast? Sun Weiqiang echoed, feeling that his reaction was rather normal. After all, he was now a child of the same age as Goku. How amazing. This monster is faster than me. Goku exclaimed excitedly, his uniquely styled hair billowing behind him. With the wind roaring in their ears, Sun Weiqiang held tightly to Bulma's waist, pressed close, excitedly saying, faster than me too. Bulma half turned her head and suddenly warned, Hey, I warn you, don't touch anything you shouldn't. Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, I won't touch anything, just holding on. Then he mused, had he not joined, Bulma's warning would have been directed at Goku. Little Goku, no need to thank me after all. We both share the surname Sun. Let me bear this unsuitable warning for your innocent self. Bulma drove the motorcycle farther away from Goku's home until at one point she took to the skies. The white motorcycle, racing along the ground, sort of like a bird parallel to the earth, eventually ascending into the air. Wow, Bulma exclaimed. Ah, Goku shouted. Ah, Sun Weiqiang also yelled, fully immersing himself in the moment. Bang, the motorcycle landed smoothly. Whew, Bulma exhaled heavily. That scared me to death. Goku remarked, We just flew into the sky. That was amazing. Sun Weiqiang added, indeed. That gave me quite a fright. Whether he was truly frightened, only he knew. Bulma was putting on an act, outwardly stating, it's nothing. Yet, in her heart, she thought, I never anticipated that the slope would be so steep. Subsequently, Bulma lowered the side stand of her motorcycle, parked it securely, dismounted. And with a hand over her mouth, she chuckled and said, I apologize, please wait a moment, I shall return shortly. Sun Weiqiang recalled with remarkable clarity what Bulma was about to do next. However, Sun Wukong sat in the vehicle, oblivious, and asked, What's the matter? Where are you going? Bulma, feeling irate, pressed her legs together and clenched her fists at her sides, exclaiming, You are truly dense. When a lady expresses such sentiments, it signifies she needs to use the restroom. With that, Bulma hurried away, suddenly beset by urgency. Who could withstand such a call? What? It's just a need to relieve myself. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. You mustn't follow me. Bulma admonished before darting behind a large rock nearby to attend to her pressing necessity. Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang leaped from the vehicle. The former gazed at the latter and remarked, Isn't it convenient to relieve oneself right here? What a peculiar girl she is. Sun Weiqiang felt a faint smile tugging at his lips. Although he held a profound impression of this segment of the Dragon Ball storyline, experiencing it firsthand evoked an entirely different sensation. At that moment, a cry for help pierced through the air. Help. Sun Weiqiang was aware of what was transpiring. Yet he refrained from informing Bulma in advance. If he had spoken up, how could he justify his foreknowledge of such circumstances? Bulma would likely perceive him as having ulterior motives, harboring ill intentions. Nevertheless, the issue was not significant. Little Goku could resolve it single-handedly. Chapter 4. There were years worth remembering. Sun Wukong inquired, Weiqiang, what has transpired? I have no idea. Wukong, let us hasten over to investigate, replied Sun Weiqiang. Thus, the two swiftly made their way forward. No. Hey, have you been bitten by a snake? I am coming to your rescue, shouted Sun Wukong as he dashed ahead. I too. Sun Weiqiang followed closely behind. Subsequently, they arrived behind a large rock where Bulma intended to relieve herself and beheld Bulma ensnared by a colossal dinosaur with wings and a single horn. Ah, Bulma trembled in terror. Who are you two miscreants? The dinosaur inquired. I am Sun Wukong. Are you a friend of hers? Sun Wukong asked foolishly as he looked up. Foolish little Wukong, is this truly your understanding of friendship? Sun Weiqiang shot a glance at Sun Wukong, a thought igniting in his mind. Indeed, the dinosaur responded, wrapping Bulma with its tail and then producing a rope from seemingly nowhere. I have something to discuss with her. You two shall await our return here. Oh, Wukong. Bulma is struggling to no avail. Can't you see? Sun Weiqiang remarked somewhat exasperatedly. Nevertheless, he understood that this was simply Wukong's nature, innocent, naive, and blissfully unaware. The ensuing developments unfolded as Sun Weiqiang had come to know them in the world of Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong found himself bound to a great tree beside a massive boulder, and intriguingly, he was not alone in his predicament. Much like Sun Wukong, he too had willingly accepted this fate, albeit with some distinctions. We are ensnared, muttered the young Wukong. Indeed, Sun Wei struggled to suppress a laugh. Well then, so be it, two foolish souls, farewell. The colossal dinosaur flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It has been ages since I indulged in human flesh. I shall savor it slowly, the dinosaur chuckled heartily. Bulma, terrified to her core, clung tightly to the dinosaur's leg. Her fear of plummeting from the heavens into a mere puddle of flesh overwhelming her. Hey, how long must I wait? Sun Wukong shouted into the sky. Sun Weiqiang quietly observed from the side. What are you doing? Hurry and save me. Bulma in the sky cried out in desperation. Tears as large as dewdrops streaming down her face. You two idiots. Fool. Fool. What? Why should we go save her? Sun Wukong remarked to Sun Weiqiang. Exactly. If she had spoken up sooner, how would we have known? Sun Weiqiang wholly sided with Sun Wukong. As for Bulma's initial cries for help, he had automatically disregarded them. With a mere flick of his tail, Sun Wukong effortlessly untied the ropes binding him and Sun Weiqiang. His deftness allowed for an instantaneous release, eliminating the need for brute force. Yet, we cannot fly, can we? Sun Wukong glanced up at the sky. Wukong, you take Bulma's motorcycle and soar into the heavens to rescue her. I will provide support from the ground. Sun Weiqiang suggested that. Knowing how little Wukong would save Bulma later, he assigned tasks to both of them to prevent any rash actions that might lead to unforeseen complications during their ascent. Who knows what unexpected events might transpire? Without hesitation, Sun Wukong dashed toward the white motorcycle that Bulma had left parked. One dared to speak, while the other dared to act. Climbing onto the motorcycle, Sun Wukong mimicked Bulma's previous stance, albeit standing and leaning forward to steer. Remembering a turn, he decided to give it a try. It worked. The motorcycle roared to life. With a swift pull on the throttle, the front wheel lifted off the ground, and Sun Wukong sped away. Bulma, just hang on. Don't panic. We're coming to rescue you, Sun Weiqiang shouted as he sprinted along the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, waving at Bulma, who was captured above. Bulma cried even more desperately, don't panic. You come do it. How can I not be anxious? Hurry up, you two idiots. Idiots, she shouted. Damn it. We are here to save you, Sun Weiqiang grumbled inwardly. Before long, Sun Wukong exclaimed, I'm coming. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the enormous dinosaur in the sky, revving the throttle to its fullest. Charge! 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 He shouted as he ascended into the sky. Bulma stretched out her hand, desperately trying to reach the approaching Sun Wukong, who was coming to her rescue. Sun Wukong ascended to the arc-shaped transparent glass canopy of the motorcycle, proclaiming, I have come to rescue you. Yet, despite his leap, he found himself unable to reach it. Wukong. Bulma attempted to grasp Sun Wukong's hand, but she too fell short. Ha ha ha. The great dinosaur turned its head and erupted into laughter, mocking the child's audacity. With another leap, Sun Wukong still fell short. Fool. The great dinosaur mocked. As Sun Wukong's body fell naturally, he drew forth the red Rui Bang from his back and exclaimed, Rui Bang, extend. The small red staff in his grasp gleamed momentarily before elongating. Taste my Rui Bang. With both hands firmly clutching the staff, Sun Wukong let out a powerful roar and forcefully swung it down with great might. The colossal dinosaur, Gaia, was struck on the head, emitting a pitiful cry as it plummeted from the sky. The grip of its claws loosened, releasing Bulma, who was ensnared. Bulma escaped from the dragon's grasp, yet she too began to descend from the heavens. Bulma glanced down at the ground, her face drained of color, flailing her limbs in a panic, crying out, Someone, come save me. With a successful strike, Sun Wukong raised his left hand in triumph, a joyful expression illuminating his face. Hearing Bulma's plea, he hurled the Rui Bang held in his right hand, saying, All right, go. Soon after, Sun Wukong landed gracefully, while in the distance, the enormous dinosaur lay motionless at the base of the cliff. As Sun Wukong gazed downward, he muttered to himself, If I were to fall down there, even I would be unable to save myself. Meanwhile, Sun Weiqiang stood atop a high ground, not far from a precipice where Wukong's Rui Bang secured Bulma against the vertical mountainside. A clamor erupted, reminiscent of rivers flowing into the sea. Ultimately, Bulma found herself in a disheartening predicament. Not far beneath her, little Wukong raised his left hand, joyfully smiling, exclaiming, How wonderful! From above Bulma, Sun Weiqiang peered down and noticed her predicament. In the sunlight, it sparkled, a crystalline sight. With onlookers above and below, Bulma felt utterly humiliated. Stop staring. Hurry and help me up, she shouted at Sun Weiqiang. All right, he replied, rushing to her aid. By the time Bulma was rescued, Sun Wukong had already climbed up from below. Seeking refuge nearby, Bulma discreetly addressed her personal matters, retrieving a universal capsule containing clothes from her small bag, and changed into a new outfit. Once again astride her white motorcycle, Bulma carried both Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong as they ventured forth. What a resilient motorcycle. It hasn't even broken, Sun Weiqiang mused. The white motorcycle faced the setting sun, vrooming away into the distance. As he gazed upon the rosy sky and earth, Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but recall his previous life, where the first episode of the Dragon Ball anime had concluded at this very point. The closing theme played in his mind, long hair cascading naturally, Bulma in white gazing out as rain scenes materialized in Sun Weiqiang's thoughts. The melody seemingly entwined around his ears. In that moment, he softly hummed in a familiar Chinese version, wind, low sound, flipping beautifully. Rain, oh Yishali. Clothes recite. Wadashan na e11 kui. Wu 11g, Dala li Weiqiang. What song are you singing? It sounds quite nice, Bulma, the driver, complimented. It's nice. Little Wukong, hugging Sun Weiqiang on the back seat, chuckled. I don't even know what song it is. I just learned it because it sounded good. Sun Weiqiang offered a casual explanation. His thoughts were not on the two beside him, but rather drifted back to his childhood before his traversal. Reminiscing about those afternoons after school, often visiting his grandparents' home to watch small television shows. His favorite was the Dragon Ball anime, a cherished memory of his blissful childhood. He vividly recalled a day, although the exact date eluded him, when he and his sister joyfully sold discs at a stall by the vegetable market and acquired the first installment of Dragon Ball, a moment of immense joy. The feelings of that day, its wonder and beauty, remain etched in his memory, a testament to the delightful years gone by. Before that moment, he had been unable to fully enjoy the first part of Dragon Ball. To encapsulate it in a simple phrase, there were years worth reminiscing. And to add, with deep affection until white-haired. Chapter 5, Those Matters in the Bathroom? That evening, on a flat expanse, Bulma conjured a house from a universal capsule. Wukong, what are you doing? Come here quickly, she called, realizing only Weiqiang was by her side, while Wukong lingered behind. Bulma, are you truly not a magical creature? Sun Wukong hesitated before rushing to her side, brandishing his Rui Bang in a mock display of seriousness. You fool, do you wish to sleep outside? Bulma retorted before stepping inside. Sun Weiqiang followed inside and waved to Sun Wukong, saying, Wukong, come in swiftly. Sun Wukong exclaimed, Wonderful. Bulma, turn on the lights. As he entered the room, he exhibited an exaggerated sense of astonishment, gazing around in wonder and exclaiming, It's as bright as day in here. He placed the belongings he carried onto a table. Bulma remarked to Wukong, Wukong, do you not know what an electric light is? I never imagined your ignorance could be so profound. Little Wukong indeed displayed such remarkable ignorance, as Sun Weiqiang silently added. Sun Wukong wandered about, exploring the unfamiliar sights that surrounded him. As he approached the television, he was startled by its sudden activation. Beside him, Bulma held the remote control, her expression one of playful triumph. Bulma, what are those little people doing inside? Sun Wukong inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity, fixated on the screen. Bulma switched channels, and the guitar performance transitioned to a moment where a couple was poised to kiss. Sun Weiqiang exhibited no remarkable reaction. It was merely a kiss, after all. Before his time travel, he had no idea how many intimate and indescribable films he had watched featuring couples. Sun Wukong stood in a daze, turning to see Bulma lost in the moment. He noticed the object in her hand, dark and intriguing, and took it with curiosity, muttering to himself, What is this? On the television, a couple was on the verge of a kiss, while Bulma chanted, Go on, just 1 centimeter and 8 millimeters to go. At that critical moment, the channel abruptly changed. A large black monster turned its back and, without hesitation, breathed fire. Bulma was so startled that she fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wukong pointed at her, laughing uncontrollably. Bulma asked, What are you doing? Sun Wukong inquired. Are you hungry? You're drooling. It was only then that Bulma noticed, wiping her mouth, and retorted, Mind your own business. Rising from the floor, she glanced at Sun Wukong and then at Sun Weiqiang, pinching her nose as she exclaimed, You both reek terribly. Let's postpone dinner until after a bath. A bath? What is that? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Heavens, you don't even know what a bath is. Bulma responded incredulously, her expression reflecting disgust. How revolting. Weiqiang, what about you? Surely you know? She questioned Sun Weiqiang. I know. I love to be squeaky clean, Sun Weiqiang proclaimed, patting his little chest confidently. Bulma sighed in relief, grateful that at least one of them was somewhat normal. Moments later, in the bathroom, Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang stood completely undressed. By the edge of the bath, Bulma knelt, beckoning the two boys. Come here. I'll help you bathe. Hurry up. Is this what bathing is? Wukong inquired, waddling towards the tub with his little legs, tilting his head in confusion. Wukong, that's not bathing. It's called a bathtub, a place for bathing, Sun Weiqiang explained, pointing at the tub. Oh, I see. Little Wukong replied, enlightened. You two little rascals. Can't you cover yourselves? Bulma thundered. Is that necessary? Little Wukong replied, holding a towel in front of his face. Exactly. Sun Weiqiang chimed in, using his towel to cover his chest instead. Sun Weiqiang undoubtedly understood precisely where Bulma referred to. Yet he remained uncooperative, brazenly acting in a rogue manner. Why should I not do what little Wukong does? He pondered. Shortly thereafter, Bulma personally bathed the two of them, and only after did she attend to her own cleansing. In the living room, Weiqiang exclaimed, Just now, Bulma bathed us. Now it is our turn to bathe her. Sun Wukong responded affirmatively, Indeed, you are absolutely right. Let us go and give Bulma a splendid bath, especially since she wet her skirt during the day. Oh, I almost forgot. Little Wukong blinked his large, expressive eyes. In an instant, they appeared before Bulma, who was immersed in a foamy bath. Upon catching sight of the two, She froze for a moment, then hastily submerged herself in the tub. A second later, she emerged, her head and shoulders above water, exclaiming loudly, "What are you two little rascals doing here?" With hands on his hips, little Wukong confidently declared, "You just bathed us, and now it is our turn to assist you." "Exactly," Sun Weiqiang chimed in. "No need for that. I can manage on my own." Bulma waved them away, her expression one of disdain. "You two should leave at once. Women can be quite peculiar," little Wukong remarked, pointing to his chest with curiosity. "I never would have imagined that the rear would develop in such a manner." Sun Weiqiang stood to the right of Sun Wukong, gesturing with both hands before him. "It's just a bit small." Upon entering, he and Wukong noticed that although there were many bubbles above, the outlines were distinctly visible. In truth, it was not small. However, Bulma's chest was indeed not as ample as her posterior. After all, whose chest is larger than their backside? Sun Weiqiang certainly understood, yet knowing is one thing, and articulating it is another. Bulma exclaimed, "How foolish! That is not a backside. It is my bosom." Sun Wukong pondered, "The chest?" Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, "I am aware of that. I just chose not to show it." He chuckled. "This is indeed the most adored feature by both babies and men," Bulma remarked with a blush. "However, I am not fond of your backside," little Wukong declared. Hands on hips, shaking his head, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, "Ah, little Wukong, this is where I differ from you. At the very least, I am certain he enjoys watching. As the saying goes, if you don't watch, you lose nothing. If you do watch, you desire to see more. I have already stated, this is not about the posterior." Bulma retorted, "For youngsters like you, it's far too early to be interested in a woman's bosom." Sun Weiqiang, "No, I am already intrigued at this very moment." He pondered internally, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. Little Wukong retorted, "I am not a little ghost." Sun Weiqiang replied, "I should not be considered a mere child, am I? How old are you this year?" Bulma casually remarked, "How old could you possibly be, with such a short stature? Are you even 8 years old, little one?" Sun Weiqiang, "I am 12 years old." Sun Wukong, 14 years old. Bulma, 14, 12. Suddenly, silence enveloped the bathroom. Then, amidst a chaotic array of shower gels, shampoos, and assorted bottles, Bulma seized whatever she could grasp and hurled them at the two. Little Wukong and Sun Weiqiang dashed out of the bathroom in haste. Bulma's furious roar echoed. How infuriating. One 5 years younger, the other 3, both are peeping toms. Perverts. Scoundrels. Absolute scoundrels. Sun Weiqiang wished to convey, "Bulma, you are mistaken. Both of us are 12 years old. If Goku remembers correctly, he believes that after 11, one turns 14. Excluding our ages prior to the time travel, it computes as 38 minus 26 equals 12. Indeed, I am truly 12 years old." During dinner, Bulma, little Goku, and Sun Weiqiang discovered that Goku was unaccustomed to bread and similar foods, prompting them to venture out in search of something more appealing to eat. With Sun Weiqiang accompanying him, in the world of Dragon Ball, little Goku represents the future ally he aspires to befriend, though this ally may be easily approached. Sun Weiqiang yearns to foster a closer connection. After all, Sun Wukong is his favorite character in Dragon Ball, without exception, especially the younger version. Chapter 6. Airplane of Big Bird Fat Chicken. Beneath the moonlight, within the forest, the nimble figures of Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang danced among the branches, gracefully alighting on the forest floor. "Weiqiang, there's nothing here. After searching for so long, I only found a centipede." Little Goku, clutching a large centipede in his left hand, communicated with Sun Weiqiang. "Well then, we shall continue our search," Sun Weiqiang replied, spreading his hands in resignation. Suddenly, a rumble echoed above their heads. As Sun Wukong lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkled with excitement upon spotting a magnificent bird. "We must capture it, Weiqiang," he exclaimed. "Very well." Sun Weiqiang recognized it as an aircraft, yet this did not deter him from indulging little Wukong's enthusiasm. If his memory served him correctly, the aircraft housed 2 subordinates of Pilaf, Ashu, and Shiwu. Soon enough, the initial encounter between little Wukong and them was instigated by this grand avian spectacle. He refrained from disclosing that it was an airplane, for if little Wukong understood that planes were not edible, he would lose interest in pursuing the creature. Consequently, he inadvertently altered the trajectory of the narrative, a shift Sun Weiqiang had not intended. The small aircraft descended gracefully. Emerging from within were the girl Xiaowu and the dog Ashu, who dashed forward with exuberance. Before long, the moonlight broke through the clouds, revealing the surroundings, which were fraught with horror as they halted in their tracks, frozen in place. The ground and trees were littered with corpses of various grotesque shapes. Not far off, a flicker of red light caught their attention. Did you see that? Ashu, clad in ninja attire, asked Xiaowu, gazing upward. Xiaowu replied, it could possibly be a Dragon Ball. Let us investigate. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang trod upon several thick branches, soaring high into the air before descending. Ashu turned towards the two children before him and inquired, what are your intentions? Shiwu retorted, such a cliché appearance. These two are undoubtedly country bumpkins. Confronted by the magnificent bird, little Wukong pointed at the two individuals opposite them, striking a pose as he proclaimed, I discovered this bird first. You are forbidden from taking it from me, for I absolutely adore roasted birds. The most refreshing and unconventional robbery that Sun Weiqiang has ever encountered was undoubtedly this one, despite the fact that the individuals involved were unaware. Wukong was indeed correct. We were the first to discover this bird, should you wish to seize it. You must first reckon with our fists. Sun Weiqiang and little Wukong formed an uninformed duo. He raised his fist in front, spoke boldly, then pursed his lips. His expression one of utmost seriousness, matching little Wukong's intensity and spirit. What were these two youngsters discussing? Axiu was left bewildered. You two little rascals. Hurry home and get some sleep, little Wu casually remarked. Just then, little Wu and Axi sensed something unusual behind them. Upon turning, they gasped in terror. It's a wolf. Little Wukong's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the pack of wolves, his mouth moving. They looked quite delicious. The wolves encircled them. Bang, 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 bang. On their side, little Wukong and Sun Weiqiang unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Not a single wolf could withstand more than 2 or 3 blows before being felled. Weiqiang, you are incredibly strong. Are all the people outside so formidable? Little Wukong managed to inquire amidst the chaos of battle. Not really. There are certainly many stronger than me outside, Sun Weiqiang replied, leaving unsaid that there were even more who were weaker. As for what outside specifically referred to, it could very well mean Earth. So many. Little Wukong's eyes gleamed with longing. He grew exhilarated, intensifying his attacks. A single kick could fracture bones, leaving his foes incapacitated, while a more forceful strike could prove fatal, delivering a swift end. The pack of wolves howled in agony under their relentless assault. Sun Weiqiang expressed to the wolf pack, this is not my concern. I truly did not intend this. Meanwhile, two individuals leisurely engaged in conversation while fending off the wolves. In stark contrast, one person and a dog found themselves in dire straits. Help! Help! Cried Axiu and Xiaowu, pursued relentlessly by the pack, wishing fervently that their parents had endowed them with an extra leg. After an arduous struggle, Axiu and Xiaowu finally managed to escape back into the aircraft they had boarded. The plane roared to life, taking off into the sky. Oh no, my prey! Exclaimed little Wukong, glancing upwards and immediately launching a vigorous pursuit. Wolves leapt onto him, clinging to his form. Little Wukong, unfazed and indifferent, was impervious to their attempts. His body was as resilient as steel, rendering their bites ineffective and only resulting in shattered teeth. In this manner, with wolves clinging to him and wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, Sun Wukong shouted as he ran. Extend, Rui Bang. The staff elongated, one end anchored to the ground while the other soared skyward, lifting both Sun Wukong and the wolves. Yet, as they ascended into the heavens, one by one, the wolves fell away from little Wukong's grasp. With a sudden surge, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, delivering a powerful kick to the fleeing bird. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Inside the aircraft, Ash and Xiaowu were engulfed in terror. What was happening? Struck by Sun Wukong's forceful blow, the plane plummeted headlong towards the ground. Mere seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted as the aircraft crashed, illuminating the sky with a vibrant blaze, while billowing smoke obscured the sun. Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong arrived at the site of the plane crash. Little Wukong tapped with his Rui stick, producing a firm sound, realizing it was not a bird. Ha! Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at, Weiqiang? Little Wukong inquired. I just remembered, it's a plane. Only later did Sun Weiqiang intend to explain to little Wukong. Fat chicken. A glimmer of food-related excitement shone in little Wukong's eyes. Can we eat it? He tapped the plump object again with his Rui stick, finding it remarkably hard. I wonder if we can bite into it? Is it delicious? Wukong. It's a plane, not a fat chicken. Flying as in soaring through the skies, not fat as an overweight, and machine as an apparatus. Not chicken or duck. Sun Weiqiang sighed, hand on his forehead, speechless. Why are you always thinking about food? Although he understood Wukong's nature, he couldn't help feeling a hint of exasperation. Oh, so, can we eat it? No, you cannot. Upon hearing this, little Wukong's mood soured instantly, his head drooping. Wukong, we still have wolves. We've defeated so many. It will be enough to fill us. Sun Weiqiang reminded him. Oh right. Little Wukong's spirits soared. He and Sun Weiqiang departed the crash site, where the unfortunate Xiao Wu and a Shou hung from a tree, looking quite disheveled. Inside, Bulma sat in a chair reading. When suddenly Sun Wukong's voice echoed, "We're back. Why did you take so long?" Bulma put down her book and stood to open the door. With a click, the door swung open, revealing Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang. Look, we caught a centipede and some wolves. You can roast them. Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully, raising the large centipede with his left hand, spinning around, while a dazed wolf, struck and confused, stood nearby. Its large yellow oval eyes were positioned uncomfortably close to Bulma's own, causing her to recoil in fright, nearly dropping her eyes to the ground as she screamed. Bang! The door slammed shut, and she dashed back inside. Ha ha ha! Sun Weiqiang laughed heartily, his mirth echoing through the tranquil night. Chapter 7. That incident in bed. Nighttime, before sleep. The quilt was soft and fluffy, truly delightful to the touch. Little Wukong lay on the cozy quilt, bouncing with joy. I haven't slept with anyone in a long time. Why does it feel so strange? Sun Weiqiang listened, watching the excited little Wukong beside him, pondering silently. Hey, aren't you going to sleep with us? Sun Wukong asked. What are you joking about? Bulma shot a glance at Sun Wukong. I've laid out a blanket for you on the floor. I'm sleeping in my own bed. Can't we sleep together? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. Of course not. You're already 14, and Weiqiang is 12. Bulma asserted. Grandpa's thigh is so soft, It makes a wonderful pillow. Little Wukong said, cradling his head with his hands, reminiscing about his grandfather, Sun Gohan. What? Wukong, you want to use my thigh as a pillow? Bulma shouted. Sun Weiqiang's eyes flitted between the two individuals, contemplating. This suggestion is quite commendable. But I must be included as well. Little Wukong was deeply ensconced in slumber, yet Sun Weiqiang, sprawled on the floor's carpet beside him, found it impossible to close his eyes. Having unexpectedly arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he now occupied a 12-year-old body that was only slightly taller than the stocky, same-aged Wukong. However, the most significant aspect was that today marked the delightful occasion of his first encounter with little Wukong and Bulma at Baozi Mountain. And he had become part of their group. This was undoubtedly the happiest moment since Sun Weiqiang's arrival in the Dragon Ball universe. Sun Weiqiang lay still, his hands clasped behind his head, gazing at the ceiling without blinking. What should he do next? According to his previous thoughts, aside from tightly embracing the future potential of little Wukong and following the trajectory of the Dragon Ball narrative, there seemed to be no need to contemplate any changes. But is it truly sufficient to proceed in this manner? Sun Weiqiang pondered to himself. What else could he do? What could he possibly change? Or rather, what was there that needed changing? And was he even capable of effecting such change? If he were unable to, what consequences would ensue? Sun Weiqiang was at a loss. Pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, he decided to take a step forward and see where it would lead him. After all, this was a rare opportunity in his life. Merely following the storyline of Dragon Ball felt somewhat lacking in essence. As he contemplated, Sun Weiqiang gradually succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Although he slept late, he was the first to awaken at dawn, deliberately so. Sun Weiqiang was acutely aware that this morning, little Goku was up to mischief. Shouldn't they partake in this together? It wouldn't be fair to Prince Vegeta otherwise. At some point, little Goku awoke, and shortly thereafter, he seemed to reminisce about his grandfather's strong legs. Gazing to the side, he noticed the long, gleaming legs of Bulma exposed from under the covers. Goku mused, isn't it odd to compare my grandfather's legs to Bulma's? Standing nearby, Sun Weiqiang silently reflected that Bulma's alluring long legs bore no comparison to the shorter legs of Gohan. A vivid image flashed in his mind. Picturing Bulma and Gohan side by side, it appeared rather comical. However, little Goku's thought process was indeed unique, and Sun Weiqiang could comprehend that. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such activities, so he thought, why not give it a try? Little Goku, proclaiming his intent to rest on her thigh, began to climb onto Bulma's bed. Although he claimed he wanted to rest on her thigh, he positioned himself between her legs, lying down with his head nestled there. Conveniently, Bulma had her legs spread wide, creating an unseemly sight that afforded little Goku his opportunity. Before long, Little Goku sensed something was amiss. He sat up and playfully patted Bulma a couple of times. How curious, he murmured, contemplating his next move. Yet, prior to proceeding, he turned to Sun Weiqiang and said, Weiqiang, you should give it a try. It's soft and quite comfortable, just to my liking. Sun Weiqiang had been itching to participate. He responded to little Goku, really? Indeed. You'll know once you try it. It's truly soft and comfortable, little Goku insisted earnestly. Very well then, Sun Weiqiang nodded in agreement. Little Goku shifted aside, making room for him. Sun Weiqiang nimbly ascended Bulma's bed, lying down much like little Wukong, resting his head against the side. Is it comfortable? Little Wukong inquired. Indeed. Quite comfortable, Sun Weiqiang replied. How could it not be? That place was one of the coveted aspirations of men. Before his journey through time, he had never had the opportunity to engage in such activities while being single since birth. However, little Wukong encouraged him to give it a try. Sun Weiqiang had never considered this scenario. He initially thought he would have to muster the courage to approach little Wukong once he was finished with his tasks. Although, as per his original thoughts, by the time it was his turn to occupy Bulma's bed, her triangular panties would have already been removed by little Wukong. Little Wukong, you are truly wonderful, sharing this moment with me and considering my feelings. My sincere desire to cling to your leg is not in vain. Sun Weiqiang expressed his gratitude towards little Wukong in his heart. What transpired next was etched vividly in Sun Weiqiang's memory. Bulma's white panties, which she wore, were not spared from fate and were swiftly pulled off by little Wukong. Subsequently, little Wukong gazed intently and exclaimed, Wow, it seems I've witnessed something terrifying. Startled from her deep slumber, Bulma sat up abruptly, glancing around in confusion, asking, What happened? Is everything all right? At that moment, little Wukong jumped off the bed, raising his arms in excitement, proclaiming, It's gone. It's gone. The Dragon Balls are gone. Bulma hastily leaped off the bed to investigate. Sun Weiqiang turned his back, covering his mouth with his right hand to suppress a laugh. At the white round table, Bulma opened her small bag and, upon discovering the Dragon Ball was still there, let out a relieved sigh as she poured it out. Holding a Dragon Ball in her hand, Bulma glanced down and muttered, What on earth? It's clearly still here. You startled me. After her self-talk, she shouted towards the bedroom, What are you doing? Goku, aren't you awake yet? Little Goku? Sun Weiqiang, continue to suppress your laughter. Afterward, Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang ventured outside to a vast open space for their respective training. Time flowed naturally. What were they doing? A large sea turtle was unexpectedly lifted from behind, its head stretching back in surprise. Startled, Sun Wukong released his grip, causing the turtle to tumble down as he instinctively recoiled. Nearly jumping in fright, the sea turtle, dripping with cold sweat, began to speak in human language. Upon witnessing this, Sun Weiqiang approached to take a closer look. Inside, Bulma, hearing some peculiar utterances from the outside, stepped out to inquire about the commotion. As she opened the door, a large sea turtle, alongside Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong, stood at the entrance. Excuse me, could I trouble you for a glass of salt water? And if possible, could you add a bit of seaweed? Requested the sea turtle. What a delightful creature. Bulma murmured, recognizing that it was the esteemed sea turtle of Master Roshi, and indulging it seemed entirely reasonable. Sun Weiqiang reflected on this. After enjoying a hearty meal, the sea turtle expressed its gratitude, saying, Thank you for your hospitality. I am quite full now. Subsequently, it began to recount its tale. Chapter 8. A single punch to the face. Are you insane? Following their exchange, the trio and the turtle discussed the idea of returning the lost sea turtle to the ocean, but Bulma disagreed, insisting they must first seek the Dragon Balls. Sun Weiqiang naturally stood by the side of the powerful figure. Thus, Bulma, hands on her hips, issued a stern warning to the two. If you choose to leave my presence now, do not ever dare to show yourselves before me again. Little Wukong glanced at Bulma and then hoisted the great tortoise onto his back, gripping tightly. I apologize, the great tortoise said regretfully. Little Wukong chuckled. No worries at all. He turned to Sun Weiqiang and declared, Let us return Mr. Tortoise to the sea at once. Sun Weiqiang suggested, If you grow weary, I shall take my turn in carrying Mr. Tortoise. To which little Wukong confidently replied, I one tea tire easily, as long as there's food involved. Sun Weiqiang chuckled and began to run alongside little Wukong. What fools! Country bumpkins! You shall never return, Bulma exclaimed, exasperated by their sudden departure. However, she quickly reminded herself. Oh, I almost forgot. Goku took the 4-star ball with him. Just then, a colossal dinosaur appeared not far from Bulma's right. causing the ground to tremble beneath her. In a hurry, Bulma gathered her belongings and sped off in pursuit. "Wait for me. I will join you," she called out as she caught up to them. Little Wukong and Sun Wukong paused. "Did you not say you never wanted to see us again?" Little Wukong asked, puzzled by their swift reunion. "Indeed, you just said that." "Bulma," Sun Wukong chimed in. "You two are absolutely insufferable." With that, Bulma pressed the accelerator and drove ahead. Sun Wukong sprinted forward, exclaiming, "You fear being alone, do you not?" Bulma smirked, her lips curling in derision. "How absurd. My true aim lies in the Dragon Ball you possess." "Is that so? Then why did you not articulate that earlier? You proclaimed that you would never wish to see us again." Sun Wukong discerned the logical inconsistency in her statement. "How irritating. You two little brats are simply exasperating," Bulma retorted with a huff. "My apologies, you must find me rather heavy." "I have indeed gained a bit of weight recently," the large turtle on little Wukong's back apologized. "Worry not. It is of no consequence, a mere trifle." Sun Wukong replied with a smile. "I can walk down on my own," the turtle added. "What a joke," Bulma exclaimed as she rode her white motorcycle beside Sun Wukong, her green hair flowing in the wind. She turned her head to retort, "If we let you, this turtle, walk on its own, we would take an entire month to reach our destination." Indeed, Sun Wukong unusually concurred with Bulma. Little Wukong inquired of Bulma, "How far is it to the seaside from here?" The trio and the turtle came to a halt, and Bulma checked, estimating it to be approximately 2 kilometers away. "Then we shall soon behold the ocean," little Wukong declared. The large turtle chimed in, "I can already scent the aroma of the waves." Sun Weiqiang mused, "In other words, I am on the verge of meeting Master Roshi, the legendary Master Roshi, the foremost martial artist on Earth. If all goes as anticipated, he will soon join forces with Sun Wukong to study under Master Roshi and hone their skills. What an exhilarating prospect." The trio, accompanied by the turtle, continued their journey. However, after traversing a considerable distance, they were halted by an unexpected encounter. "Stop right there," roared a colossal one-eyed tiger, its imposing figure casting a shadow over them. It emitted a triumphant cackle. "You there, little imp. Hand over that sea turtle. I have a particular fondness for sea turtles." Saliva dripped from its maw. Bulma, trembling with fear, stammered, Please, go ahead." Wukong, quickly give it the turtle." With a slight flick of his tongue, Wukong responded, "If you spare us, I shall relinquish the turtle." The massive one-eyed tiger had yet to finish its menacing proclamation when, suddenly, it toppled backward, its enormous form crashing to the ground. A torrent of crimson blood erupting from its gaping jaws, splattering through the air. With a resounding thud, the earth trembled. Sun Wukong, Bulma, and the great sea turtle gazed upward at the descending figure of Sun Weiqiang. He had not intended to alter the course of the Dragon Ball narrative. Yet dealing with such inconsequential minions was of little consequence. Sun Weiqiang landed steadily, his hands tucked into his pockets. "Incredible!" exclaimed Bulma, utterly astonished. "Weiqiang, you are truly remarkable. You knocked down that enormous tiger with a single punch." Little Wukong praised. "It was nothing special. You could do it too, Wukong." Sun Weiqiang replied with a smile. His words rang true. In the original Dragon Ball storyline, little Wukong indeed felled the mighty tiger with a single blow. However, prior to delivering that decisive punch, he had engaged in playful antics with the beast for a while. Sun Weiqiang had no intention of playing with the great turtle. He was no longer a child, having already approached his 30s at the age of 26 before his journey began. "Little brother, you have saved my life." "Thank you." The sea turtle expressed gratefully. It was merely a trifling matter. Sun Weiqiang waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Turtle, are you truly delicious?" Sun Wukong inquired of the large turtle on his back. "I am not at all tasty. In fact, I am dreadful to eat," the turtle replied in a fluster, cold sweat breaking out on its face. "From the looks of you, I concur that you seem quite unappetizing," little Wukong affirmed. The great turtle breathed a sigh of relief. The trio, along with the turtle, continued their journey. Before long, disaster struck. While running along the path, Sun Weiqiang silently lamented his misfortune, having saved the turtle's life. Would the turtle hermit bestow the flying nimbus upon him? According to his knowledge of the original Dragon Ball narrative, it seemed that the turtle hermit had indeed gifted the nimbus to little Wukong after he saved the turtle's life. Thus, it appeared, Sun Weiqiang possesses a certain level of self-awareness. He recognizes that the nimbus cloud is beyond his capabilities. Prior to his journey through time, although he was perpetually single and lacked practical experience, he was well-versed in various matters, both those within his understanding and those that were not. One could say he was somewhat knowledgeable in the realm of romantic pursuits. It goes without saying that he consumed an abundance of films in his youth. By the age of 18, he had already embarked on a path that was difficult to retract. In summary, Sun Wukong acknowledges that he is not a person of pure intentions. If his memory serves him correctly, one must possess a clear mind to ride the Nimbus cloud. This poses a dilemma. Had he considered this earlier, he would have refrained from taking action. Alas, he has dug a pit for himself. What a foolish endeavor. Am I out of my mind? Sun Wukong silently berated himself. 2 minutes later, the trio and the turtle arrived at their destination. Before them lay an endless expanse of the sea, with waves crashing against the shore and a sky painted in shades of blue adorned with fluffy, diverse clouds. Wow, wow, exclaimed little Wukong, his enchanting Castellan eyes sparkling with excitement as he dashed forward, gazing intently at the ocean. How splendid! They had finally arrived. This was the sea. Indeed the sea. The turtle was overwhelmed with emotion. Of course, replied Bulma. It was little Wukong's first encounter with the ocean, as well as Sun Wukong's. The two stood facing the sea, where spring blossomed in all its glory. Before their journey, Sun Wukong, having lived for 26 years, had never ventured beyond his hometown. Despite being a native of Guangdong, a region abundant with coastal areas. As the turtle entered the water, facing Sun Wukong, an unsettling premonition washed over him. I truly appreciate it, little brother. You saved my life. Indeed, that dreadful feeling was confirmed. Sun Wukong's mood suddenly shifted to one of contemplation, gazing towards the sea. As he mused, winter has arrived. It is time to return home. He nearly uttered the words, do not come back. Take care, Mr. Sea Turtle. Sun Wukong bid farewell. Bulma refrained from uttering any words of kindness. It was commendable that she had not spoken ill, given that the lost sea turtle had cost them several hours to escort it to this point. Just before the turtle departed, it inquired, would you mind waiting here for a moment? I wish to present you with a gift. A gift? Sun Wukong murmured. It wouldn't be the Dragon Palace treasure box. Would it? Bulma remarked, hands on her hips. What is meant to arrive will eventually come, Sun Wukong pondered. I shall return shortly. Do not wander off. The sea turtle reiterated. Wait, we have no spare time to await your return, Bulma replied as the turtle swiftly swam away. Chapter 9. The Gift of the Turtle Sage. Thank you for your patience, the sea turtle announced upon returning, carrying another individual upon its back. This newcomer, sporting sunglasses, a turtle shell backpack, and flip-flops, was none other than the turtle sage. Good afternoon, everyone, the turtle sage greeted Sun Wukong and the others. What a stylish old gentleman, Bulma commented, observing him. Grandpa, who are you? Sun Wukong inquired. I am called the turtle sage, the old man replied, dismounting from the turtle and turning to ask, who came to your aid? It was that little brother. The turtle pointed towards Sun Wukong. The turtle sage approached Sun Wukong, expressing gratitude. I owe you my thanks. Young brother, allow me to bestow upon you a wonderful gift. It seems I cannot escape this fate, Sun Wukong thought to himself. A gift? Bulma questioned, puzzled. Sun Wukong gazed curiously at the turtle sage. The turtle sage turned to face the sea, brandishing his summoning staff, and called out loudly, come forth, immortal bird. Immortal bird? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. What is an immortal bird? Sun Wukong asked. Bulma explained, it is a bird that never dies. Sun Wukong continued to inquire. Will such a bird come flying here? Sun Wukong remarked, I have no idea. After a while, Bulma gazed at the empty sky and curiously exclaimed, nothing has appeared. The turtle sage interjected, that immortal bird met its demise last year due to food poisoning. The turtle hermit added, is that so? My apologies, I had forgotten. Bulma, perplexed, questioned, how could the immortal bird possibly die? The turtle sage replied, I named it the immortal bird precisely to hope it would never perish. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped his fingers and declared, all right, let us use this instead. Come forth, Kintown. The turtle sage looked skyward and waved his summoning staff for a second time. Sun Wukong felt a sense of foreboding, recalling how he would leap onto the Kintown only to fall unceremoniously to the ground, resulting in an embarrassing scene. No, he need not land so clumsily. Sun Wukong nurtured an idea. It was decided. He would proceed with it. The flying nimbus? Little Wukong was quite curious. Bulma appeared somewhat perplexed. Is it a funnel for guiding gold? Soon, a gentle breeze accompanied by a whistling sound filled the air, and a tiny golden cloud soared from the distant horizon, materializing before everyone. Master Roshi explained, this is the flying nimbus, a gift for you. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of several pairs of eyes, Sun Wukong, without a moment's hesitation, leaped onto it. As expected, he did not land with a thud, nor did he gracefully settle upon the nimbus. Rather, his entire head was enveloped by the low-flying cloud, and he emerged from within it. Little brother, your mind is not at peace, Master Rashi remarked as he observed Sun Weiqiang. Sun Weiqiang was quite eager to explain to the old man. I never claimed to be pure of heart. The elderly gentleman appeared perplexed. What do you mean? Sun Weiqiang understood the situation, yet he found himself in the dark. Bulma and little Wukong turned their gazes towards Master Rashi. The wise old master explained. Only those with a pure heart can ride the Qin and soar freely through the skies. In essence, only well-behaved children can utilize it. Then why can't Weiqiang? Bulma pointed at Sun Weiqiang, inquiring of Master Rashi. Oh Bulma, you could simply state that I'm not a well-behaved child, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Ahem. Master Rashi deliberately cleared his throat, making it abundantly clear. This child may appear young, but perhaps his thoughts align too closely with mine, rendering him unable to harness the Qin. Little Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. It can be used to fly? I thought it was for eating. Why do you have this cloud, Master Rashi? What is your connection to it? Bulma pressed with 2 consecutive questions. Do not pry too deeply, Master Rashi replied, unwilling to divulge such information casually. Unless, of course, his gaze fell upon a striking young girl clad in a flowing pink dress. Subsequently, adhering to the original Dragon Ball narrative, Master Rashi bestowed the Qin upon Sun Wukong. Most of the journey had seen him carrying the turtle, only switching to Sun Weiqiang when he grew fatigued. After handing over the Qin to Sun Wukong, Master Rashi, with hands clasped behind his back, said, Let me demonstrate for you. Sun Weiqiang yearned to ask why he hadn't demonstrated earlier, but he reconsidered, thinking perhaps Master Rashi hadn't had the chance before Wukong jumped onto the Qin. In a moment, Master Rashi leapt onto the Qin, landing with a thud, much to Sun Weiqiang's anticipation. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Master Rashi exclaimed in pain, clutching his backside as he fell. Ha ha. Bulma erupted into laughter, pointing at the fallen Master Rashi. Are you all right, Master Rashi? The turtle inquired, concerned. Little Wukong stared in bewilderment. Ha 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 ha. Sun Weiqiang joined in the laughter. Old pervert. Aren't you just like me? No, no, no. I have my standards. You do not. He stood upright while Master Rashi had fallen, providing the clearest evidence. What is going on? The turtle was confused, sweat trickling down Master Rashi's brow. How strange, he mused, leaning against the turtle's shell, still unaware of his own shortcomings in this regard. Let me give it a try, little Wukong declared, jumping onto the Qin and landing steadily atop it. I'm riding it, he exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with glee, his face radiating happiness. Yes, riding it, the turtle noted. What on earth is happening? Master Rashi was taken aback. No one is perfect. In Sun Weiqiang's eyes, Master Rashi's inadequacies were rather apparent. Thus, little Wukong soared into the sky on the Qin, riding the winds with delight, while the trio, along with the turtle, looked on in awe. Moments later, Master Rashi turned to Sun Weiqiang and said, Little brother, since you cannot use the Qin, let me gift you something else. What? Another gift? Sun Weiqiang pondered. This part of the original Dragon Ball narrative, though it ultimately resulted in the Qin being given to Sun Wukong, had already been altered by the unforeseen event of Sun Weiqiang striking down the large tiger. Master Rashi waved his summoning staff for the 3rd time, calling out, Come forth. Flying turtle. Oh, so you intend to gift me the whirlwind turtle, Sun Weiqiang realized. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar sound echoed from above as the flying turtle descended. It resembled a black turtle of similar size to the sea turtle, but with limbs retracted into its shell, capable of expelling flames to achieve lift. Able to carry a passenger, albeit with limited capacity that could easily induce dizziness. Chapter 10. Look, look, look. Little Wukong joyfully rode the Qin, taking a delightful tour in the sky before swiftly returning. That is amazing. Thank you, he exclaimed, beaming at Master Rashi. Incredible! You have tamed the Qin so quickly. Master Rashi praised. Little Wukong laughed heartily, once again taking to the skies on the Qin for more playful adventures. Sun Weiqiang had no intention of letting little Wukong carry him to explore the skies. Even if he did, the moment was not ripe for such an endeavor. For the crux of the matter was yet to unfold. Self-proclaimed as a connoisseur of the curious, Sun Weiqiang was quite intrigued and felt compelled not to miss out. Hey, old man, why don't you gift me a nimbus too? Bulma pointed at herself. Here it comes, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, pondering whether the girl had any hope. Do you think she has saved? The turtle sage inquired of the sea turtle. Absolutely not, the sea turtle replied candidly. I distinctly recall gifting you a bucket of salt water. Bulma reminded him. Unfortunately, there's only one Nimbus. I'll offer you something else instead. The turtle sage stroked his beard thoughtfully. He leaned closer to Bulma and whispered his proposition. You're a sage. How can you even utter such a condition? The sea turtle interjected, unable to bear it. And it's not like I'm going to die. Even sages occasionally wish to glimpse a lady's undergarments. The turtle sage justified himself. Now I understand why you're unable to ride the Nimbus, the sea turtle remarked with a hint of disdain, casting a sideways glance. Silence, the turtle sage warned. Meanwhile, Sun Weiqiang had subtly shifted allegiances. Initially standing beside Bulma, he discreetly moved to the turtle sage's side, eager to catch the vital details at the earliest opportunity. Bulma was incensed that the turtle sage had the audacity to request a view of her undergarments, yet for the sake of a gift, she was willing to indulge. Each of the two items the turtle sage had promised was a treasure worth witnessing, and merely showing her undergarments would yield her a reward, far from a loss. Thus, with a flushed face, Bulma declared, all right, but only for viewing. She didn't mind Weiqiang joining in, as he had seen her in similar attire at Wukong's house yesterday. The difference between the triangular undergarments she wore today and the ones from the previous day was negligible. Subsequently, she boldly exclaimed, look, and with a swift motion, she grasped the hems of her skirt on either side and lifted it high, revealing her slender waist and belly. Sun Weiqiang was thoroughly prepared, his expression exceedingly focused. In the brief moment that Bulma lifted her skirt, he observed every detail, missing nothing and remembering it all with clarity. If he were to be handed a pen now, and possessed sufficient artistic skill, Sun Weiqiang believed he could recreate it with remarkable precision. To his surprise, the 17-year-old Bulma had developed so maturely. Sun Weiqiang's thoughts were influenced by the various films he had watched in the years prior to his journey. Among these were videos from unconventional sources, including certain discs. The turtle sage, in a moment of surprise, found himself shocked to the point of nosebleed. All he wished for was a glimpse of undergarments. Yet he was met with disappointment. How embarrassing! Bulma, feeling shy, turned away, covering her flushed face with her hands. Did you see that? The turtle sage remarked. Bending down to address the two turtles on the ground, their eyes wide with astonishment. What an unexpected treasure! I have struck gold. Master! The sea turtle raised its voice, reminding him to mind his words. Meanwhile, the flying turtle chose not to interfere. Master, what gift will you bestow upon me now? Bulma inquired. Her hands clasped in a gesture of hope, smiling at the turtle sage and his companions. Ah, what could I possibly give? The turtle sage pondered, scratching his bald head. He hesitated, concerned that gifting his shorts might provoke her ire. It was at this moment that Bulma noticed a yellow-red bead hanging from the turtle sage's neck. She rushed forward, extending her hands in a gesture of request. Wait, may I see that? Do you wish to see my shorts? The turtle sage asked, tilting his body. Who wants to see that? I am interested in the object around your neck. Bulma corrected him loudly. You mean this? The turtle sage pointed to the bead, removing it from his neck. Isn't it beautiful? I discovered it 100 years ago at the bottom of the sea. Bulma took the pendant from the turtle sage's hands, examining it closely. Weiqiang, take a look. She handed the pendant to Sun Weiqiang. This is a Dragon Ball, the 3-star ball, Sun Weiqiang observed, returning it to Bulma. Goku, come here for a moment. Little Goku, soaring through the sky, responded to Bulma's call and descended. Look at this. It's a Dragon Ball, Bulma exclaimed. What sort of Dragon Ball are you speaking of? The turtle sage inquired. Look, the Dragon Ball has 3 stars on it. It must be the 3-star ball. Little Goku exclaimed in astonishment. The Dragon Radar is showing a signal as well. Bulma produced the Dragon Radar, activating it to reveal 4 Dragon Balls in their current location. It appears to be quite a valuable item, the turtle sage mused to himself. How fortunate. If the Dragon Ball had sunk to the sea, it would have been nearly impossible to retrieve. Thank you. Bulma expressed her gratitude to the turtle sage. I have not yet decided to give this to you. The turtle sage replied. Does it matter? Just let me see. Bulma insisted, her cheeks flushed, as she playfully lifted her pink skirt, repeating the action several times. Can you withstand such boldness, you old lecher? The turtle sage, overwhelmed by Bulma's youthful allure, suffered another nosebleed. Fine, I shall give it to you. Meanwhile, Sun Weiqiang, standing beside the turtle sage, felt a rush of warmth. Although he did not experience a nosebleed like the turtle sage, he too was equally flustered. He had caught sight of the little tent. It was worth noting that he was merely 12 years old. Moreover, this time, Bulma's actions were even more striking. As Bulma raised her skirt higher, her hands positioned at the hem, Sun Weiqiang found himself gazing not only below, but also catching a glimpse of above. Wow. This is exhilarating. How fortunate to witness this without expense. Bulma is so generous. How delightful. Sun Weiqiang's excitement surged. Wonderful. I succeeded. I succeeded. Bulma cheered, dancing with joy. If I had known it would be like this, I would have brought a camera, the turtle sage lamented. As they prepared to depart, Bulma, little Goku, and Sun Weiqiang bid farewell to the turtle sage. Toot toot. Bulma pressed the accelerator, carrying Sun Weiqiang away. Little Goku rode on his Nimbus cloud, trailing closely behind. Goku, you are so happy with your Nimbus cloud, and I am also content despite not being able to ride it, Sun Weiqiang mused, glancing at little Goku. After all, he was nestled closely beside Bulma, his arms wrapped around her delicate waist, feeling the softness of her form. Bulma appeared to be in good spirits as well. Indeed, it was a moment of shared joy for all. Sun Weiqiang was acutely aware that trouble would ensue once Bulma discovered her lack of undergarments. Thus, he felt compelled to prepare in advance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Master Roshi was journeying home atop his turtle. Living a long life indeed has its advantages, allowing one to witness a plethora of remarkable sights. Oh, Master, what a character you are. As for the flying turtle, its whereabouts remain a mystery, lost to the winds of time. Sun Weiqiang accepted the flying turtle gifted by Master Roshi, yet he chose not to take it with him. Before his journey through time, he suffered from motion sickness and feared that riding the flying turtle might lead to a perilous fall from the sky, resulting in an untimely demise. This was indeed amusing. Thus, he decided to leave it with Master Roshi for the time being, to be addressed later. Master Roshi, indifferent to the matter, knew that the flying turtle was merely in his care. Whether it was present or absent posed little concern. Chapter 11. The Revelation. The house, transformed by the universal capsule, was entered by Bulma, while Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong fortuitously remained outside. Shortly thereafter, a shrill scream echoed from within. My underwear. Little Wukong, assuming a crisis had unfolded, promptly leaped off his Nimbus cloud and rushed inside to assess the situation. Sun Weiqiang stood outside the door, cautiously peering inside, fully aware that something was amiss. Bulma, what troubles you? Little Wukong inquired as he approached her side, seeking to uncover the source of her distress. Why is my underwear here? Bulma's eyes brimmed with disbelief as she gazed at the pristine white garment that should have adorned her body. With trembling words, she uttered, could it be that, in the presence of Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang, she began to realize the implications of her actions, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Indeed, she had let her guard down. The truth dawned upon her. She had been without her underwear when she unwittingly exposed herself to the turtle hermit and others. The recollection of the incident from over an hour ago flooded her mind, and she felt utterly exposed. Sun Weiqiang remained ever prepared to depart from this tumultuous place. The reason he did not flee at the onset was merely his desire to witness firsthand how the furious Bulma would deal with little Wukong. Would it unfold as it did in the original Dragon Ball narrative, or would there be slight deviations? This curiosity was precisely why he refrained from informing little Wukong and from preventing him from rushing into the house moments prior. Little Wukong was his favorite character within Dragon Ball, yet this fondness did not preclude Sun Weiqiang from harboring a mischievous intent. Perhaps it was not mischief at all, but rather an acknowledgement of the truth. He simply wished to observe the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, little Wukong, with his hands clasped atop his head, laughed heartily in response to Bulma's earlier inquiry. Don't take it so seriously. Even without that, we can still live, right? What on earth is going on? Bulma demanded. I just wanted to see. Little Wukong candidly replied, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Did you take off my underwear? Bulma, her heart ablaze with indignation, confronted Sun Wukong. What is underwear? Little Wukong innocently inquired. This. Bulma, in a fit of rage, revealed her pristine white panties. Yes, exactly. Little Wukong's expression was one of sincere bewilderment. Then, out of nowhere, Bulma produced a sleek black submachine gun and unleashed a relentless barrage upon little Wukong. Ouch! Ouch! He exclaimed, clutching his head and making a hasty retreat, shouting, Bulma, what sorcery is this? Ouch! 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 I warned you about taking my underwear. Bulma's voice echoed fiercely as she continued her relentless assault. Little Wukong dashed outside with remarkable speed, pursued fervently by Bulma. Sun Weiqiang had already sensed the impending danger and had taken off in advance. Little Wukong could withstand the barrage of the submachine gun, but Sun Weiqiang wondered if he could endure it himself. Although his current strength should allow him to match little Wukong in an arm wrestling contest, In terms of physical resilience, he was likely inferior. In other words, even if he were to be hit a few times by Bulma's submachine gun, he might not perish easily. But injury was almost inevitable. Stop right there. You lecher. That hurts. What kind of sorcery is this? The gunfire erupted continuously. Let us see if you dare to strip me of my underwear next time. I'll hit you. Ah, it hurts. It really hurts. Weiqiang. Bulma is hurting me so much. Wukong, it's fine. You can endure it. Keep it up. I believe in you. The sounds of human voices and gunfire echoed across the sky. Time passed, though how long was uncertain. The scene transformed back into the original universal capsule. And Bulma sternly warned Sun Wukong, Wukong, if you dare to sneakily take off my underwear again, I'll make sure you regret it. Why did you hit me? Little Wukong was still bewildered, rubbing the places on his body that ached. Before their departure, Bulma remarked while observing little Wukong's flying nimbus. Using your nimbus must be incredibly easy, right? Only good children can ride the nimbus, little Wukong replied. Oh, little Wukong, then have you realized that I am not a good child? Sun Weiqiang thought to himself as he gazed at him. What did you say? I am a kind-hearted and pure girl, Bulma emphasized. Yes, yes, Bulma, you are kind-hearted and pure, even if you occasionally draw your gun and shoot. If it were anyone else, they'd have died countless times, Sun Weiqiang silently scoffed. Little Wukong suggested to Bulma, why don't you try riding it? Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma jumped on. However, the outcome was not the same as when Sun Weiqiang emerged unscathed from the nimbus. Nor was it akin to Master Roshi's unfortunate fall. Instead, she landed face down, her limbs sprawled against the ground in a rather unfortunate manner. I knew it. Little Wukong squatted down, offering his assessment. Why is this happening? Is being too beautiful a sin? Bulma expressed her frustration. I have never encountered someone so shameless. Sun Weiqiang remarked, hands in his pockets, tilting his head to glance at Bulma. What did you say? Bulma turned away, glaring at him fiercely. I don't have the habit of repeating myself, Sun Weiqiang declared, arms unfolded and exuding confidence. How infuriating. Bulma glared at Sun Weiqiang and then at little Wukong, muttering. You two brats are truly insufferable. It's so annoying. Before long, the trio departed to search for the fifth Dragon Ball. At a low altitude, little Wukong rode the nimbus ahead, while Bulma drove behind with Sun Weiqiang seated beside her. You're so slow. Little Wukong called back. Be quiet. You are violating traffic rules by speeding. Bulma retorted. Little Wukong, men shouldn't rush. It's better to go slow, Sun Weiqiang mused, feeling a bit whimsical at that moment. Especially upon hearing the two, one complaining about the slow driving and the other countering with a claim of speeding, while he held Bulma's waist. He couldn't help but indulge in a few fleeting thoughts. This led to the fourth appearance of today's little tent. Aside from the two instances when Bulma lifted her skirt, there was also a natural phenomenon in the morning that was a bit premature for someone of 12 years of age. Sun Weiqiang swiftly closed the small distance between himself and Bulma, yet he was a fraction too late. What is it? Weiqiang. What do you intend to use to push against me? Bulma said, turning her head slightly. In an instant, realization dawned upon her. Weiqiang had his arms wrapped around her waist. What could he possibly use? Suddenly pushing me like that? You little rascal, let me out of the car. Sun Weiqiang wished to express that this was truly unintentional. It was beyond his control. What could he do? Subsequently, as the three continued on their journey, the man behind Bulma shifted onto the back of little Wukong. Sun Weiqiang quietly remarked, Indeed, it has already departed. Weiqiang, why didn't Bulma allow you to take a seat? Inquired Shao Wukong with curiosity. Sun Weiqiang, Chapter 12, The Mistake in the Fifth Dragon Ball 3 days later. Sun Weiqiang and his companions arrived at a village. Indeed, it was in this vicinity. Bulma held the Dragon Ball radar, which indicated the location of the fifth Dragon Ball. However, it was eerily quiet. Was there truly no one residing here? Bulma cast her gaze around, perplexed by the village's stillness, devoid of any human presence. What could be the reason for this? It seemed unlikely that a place with inhabitants would appear so desolate. Standing on the ground, Sun Weiqiang expressed his thoughts, fully aware of the situation yet choosing to keep it concealed within his heart. I sense the presence of people, declared Sun Wukong, soaring low on his flying nimbus. Peering around inquisitively. Really? Bulma questioned, her voice tinged with skepticism. Absolutely. Little Wukong affirmed with conviction. The trio delved deeper into the village to uncover the truth. Hello? Is anyone there? Bulma shouted loudly. Strange, isn't it? Little Wukong pondered. Bulma remarked, there is no one here at all, not even a shadow. Indeed. Sun Weiqiang glanced left and right, echoing her sentiment. No. There are several people here. I am certain of it. Little Wukong insisted, suddenly filled with newfound determination. He leapt from the nimbus, approaching a nearby house, and knocked on a large brown door shaped like the letter N. Hey, I know you're inside. The door appeared to be locked, Bulma speculated. Sun Weiqiang stood by, offering no commentary. Look at this. Little Wukong exclaimed as he swung his right fist, striking the door and creating a small hole. He reached through the opening, and with a tug, the door swung open. You are quite reckless, Bulma remarked, shaking her head. Indeed. Sun Weiqiang nodded. The door must not have been locked. Otherwise, how could it have opened with a mere pull? Just as he uttered these words, Little Wukong was the first to step inside. In the next instant, someone leapt out from the right, as if lying in wait. The individual wielded an axe, bringing it down forcefully upon Little Wukong's head. The suddenness of the attack left Little Wukong no time to react, and he took the blow squarely. Ah! He cried out in pain. It hurts. It hurts. It really hurts. Clasping his head with both hands, he swayed unsteadily, his feet jumping in place. A large bump began to form on the top of his head. Ah! Bulma exclaimed in fright. Sun Weiqiang, Little Wukong has not managed to escape this ordeal. The assailant of Little Wukong is a bald elderly man, who stands in shock, muttering to himself. Indeed, it was futile. The axe in his hand, having struck Little Wukong on the head, lay shattered as it slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. What are you doing? How despicable! Little Wukong exclaimed, enraged, brandishing the Rui Bang from his back, assuming a defensive stance. That hurts, do you not realize? I am sorry, Lord Oolong. Whatever food you desire, whatever sum of money, I shall provide. The elderly bald man pleaded, palms pressed together, beseeching, please, spare my daughter. Oolong? Bulma interjected. What do you mean? Who is Oolong? Little Wukong inquired, puzzled. A pig with a peculiar hue, Sun Weiqiang informed Little Wukong in his mind. Before long, a multitude of villagers approached, drawn by the commotion. What is going on? This is not Oolong. Indeed, I thought Oolong had returned. I found it strange that Oolong would arrive so early today. The elderly bald man's daughter, who was of marriageable age, soaked a towel in a basin of cold water, wrung it out, and applied it to the bump on Little Wukong's head, asking, Are you all right? I'm fine, I'm quite robust. Little Wukong replied. Had you struck me, I would have perished long ago, Bulma remarked, turning her face away in dissatisfaction. The elderly bald man, looking uneasy, muttered, I sincerely apologize. Little Wukong has a considerable bump. Had it been me, I would have been severely injured, Sun Weiqiang pondered. Little Wukong tilted his head to glance at the silhouette behind him, which belonged to the elderly bald man's daughter, who was smiling at him. Unexpectedly, at that moment, this boy, as stubborn as iron, suddenly raised his right hand and turned around, delivering 3 slaps to her lower regions. The girl's face flushed crimson, frozen in place, utterly flabbergasted. Little Wukong then asked her, You are a woman, correct? Bulma, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, delivered a punch to the top of Little Wukong's head. Bulma, what are you doing? He inquired, cupping his head. I will not allow you to act so recklessly, Bulma declared, facing Little Wukong, her voice raised. Subsequently, Bulma turned and asked, By the way, who is this Oolong you mentioned earlier? The elderly bald man began to explain. Upon hearing, Bulma opened her bag and produced a Dragon Ball, asking him, Grandfather, do you possess such a sphere? She showed it to him, and the bald elder examined it closely, muttering, This is the first time I have seen such a beautiful object. At that moment, an elderly woman entered through the doorway and said, I have a sphere that is identical to yours. Baozi, you have one? The bald elder asked. The elderly woman rummaged in her pocket and pulled out a yellow-red sphere. Is this it? Bulma, Little Wukong, and Sun Weiqiang stepped forward. That's it. Bulma exclaimed with delight. This is the 6-star ball, Little Wukong added. Sun Weiqiang, now that you have spoken, what more can I say? The elderly lady briefly recounted the origin of the bead in her hand. This was something my grandmother found many years ago. Dear madam, how about this? If you gift us this bead, we shall assist you in vanquishing the monster known as Oolong, Bulma proposed. The majority of the onlookers gazed at Bulma in astonishment, believing they had misheard. The elderly lady responded, That sounds wonderful. Is it truly so? I am delighted by your kind intention, but for a young lady like yourself, defeating Oolong may prove quite challenging. Bulma clarified, It's not me. It is these 2 little ones who will confront Oolong, gesturing towards Weiqiang and Wukong. At that moment, Little Wukong performed a shocking act, slapping the elderly lady's private area 4 times, even more than the previous girl had. Bulma was left utterly stunned on the ground, while Weiqiang, having anticipated this, remained unfazed. He pondered aloud, "Little Wukong, why do you not spare even the old lady?" After assessing the situation, little Wukong pointed at her and laughed. "You are a woman, right?" His actions left the elderly lady quite flustered, muttering, "Little brother." Bulma swiftly retaliated with a punch to Wukong's head, exclaiming, "How outrageous! This is not the time for such antics." Although Bulma was aware that Wukong was not actually touching a woman's thigh, she had no choice but to express it this way. Subsequently, after further discussion, Bulma devised a rescue plan to retrieve the girls abducted by Oolong from the village. Sun Wukong disguised himself as the daughter of a bald old man, adorned with a pink headscarf featuring circular patterns and a deep pink long skirt. "Why must I don such attire?" Little Wukong lamented, expressing his discontent. Soon, the ground began to tremble. Outside the village, a towering monster, several meters tall with 2 horns, approached. Dressed in a pristine white suit and holding a large bouquet of flowers in its left hand. "It's the Wulong. Run, run." The villagers hurriedly sought refuge. Chapter 13. The rescue plan is underway. How infuriating. Why not simply defeat it in one go? Little Wukong muttered to himself outside the bald old man's dwelling. Sun Weiqiang was concealed not far behind him, to the right, using a residential house as a shield. Bulma's rescue plan was for little Wukong to masquerade as the daughter of the bald old man, accompanying Wulong back home. In order to trace the whereabouts of the girls abducted by Wulong in the village, Sun Weiqiang understood that Sun Wukong could effortlessly resolve the matter alone. Albeit not in accordance with Bulma's plan, his presence here was primarily to foster collaboration. Following Sun Wukong to find Oolong's home, they intended to defeat Oolong and rescue the girls. Had Bulma's plan proceeded smoothly, mere seconds elapsed before the formidable monster made its appearance not far behind Sun Wukong. Grinning wickedly, "I have come to welcome you, dear little girl. You are to be the new bride, yet why do you carry only a stick as your dowry?" The monster had noticed the object behind the girl. "Yes, hurry and take me away." Sun Wukong remained motionless, his voice resonating. This fool, how can he act so poorly? Surely, the monster would grow suspicious. Meanwhile, Bulma peered through the hole in the wooden door that Sun Wukong had shattered, observing the situation outside. The monster discerned the unusual tone in the girl's voice, and with a broad grin on its pig-like face, it said, "Do not be angry. Why such fury? I am a considerate and gentle being." Sun Weiqiang remained motionless, pondering as Wulong referred to himself as a person. In his heart, he thought, "No? You are a pig, a little lecherous pig. Why are you trembling?" The great monster gazed at the young girl and inquired, "Oh no, I really need to relieve myself. I can't hold it any longer. I don't know why." At that moment, little Wukong felt an urgent need. "I see, you are frightened by my appearance. Aren't you?" The great monster pointed to himself, understanding the situation. "All right, I shall transform." With a loud cry of "transform," the great monster instantly changed his form. "Is this acceptable, young lady?" The great monster morphed into a middle-aged man resembling a somewhat disheveled Moriarty. "Or do you prefer a younger lad?" Inside the room, Bulma, initially startled by the monster's transformation, now appeared infatuated, her demeanor shifting completely. With stars of admiration sparkling in her eyes, she stepped outside. "Hello, nice to meet you. I am Bulma, 16 years old." She gazed at the middle-aged man with a glimmer of desire, eagerly sharing her name and age. Little Wukong was struck dumb. "What? Bulma is acting like this?" Sun Weiqiang was astonished, struggling to recall the details. "What is your bust size?" the faux Moriarty asked. Bulma, unabashed, pulled her unzipped jacket apart, accentuating her voluptuous figure as she smiled. 85. 85? The faux Moriarty gestured, imagining the pleasure of touching her smooth skin. His mind wandered. But then he thought, "But she is 16, older than me. Well, that's fine." "Wulong, you are so handsome," Bulma exclaimed adoringly, lost in her infatuation. "Should I choose a younger girl or a more mature lady? This is quite a dilemma." Wulong found himself in a quandary. Why not take both? "Yes, that sounds splendid." Wulong made a decision, only to realize the young girl had vanished. Scanning the surroundings, he finally spotted her at a tree, relieving herself. Such a daring little girl. I've only heard of girls discreetly urinating while bathing, yet here she is, boldly doing it in broad daylight. Wulong approached, curious yet contemplative about how she managed this. Upon witnessing it, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "You are not the same girl from yesterday." Having relieved himself, little Wukong turned back, intrigued. "How would you know without slapping your thigh? How dare you design to deceive me?" Wulong became enraged, issuing a command, "Transform." Instantly, he morphed into a large black bull with white horns. "Beware. Angering me has dire consequences. Wulong declared, I am exceptionally strong. Bulma returned to her senses, blushing, murmuring, Oh no, I just saw a handsome man and lost my composure. She stepped back, and with a loud bang, the door closed. Your nature is truly troublesome. The balding elder remarked to Bulma, adding, This is quite unfortunate. Not only has the rescue mission failed, but we have also enraged that monster. Do not worry, my daughter. The elder comforted her, placing a hand upon her shoulder, explaining why she should feel at ease. You understood what that lady meant. She will take your place and marry the monster. Thank you, Bulma. The girl expressed her gratitude. Could you refrain from making decisions without me? Who wants to marry that monster? I refuse. Bulma exclaimed angrily, her voice echoing, Wukong, change the rescue plan. First, eliminate that monster. Wonderful, little Wukong thought. Feeling exhilarated as he quickly discarded his headscarf and skirt, realizing this should have been done from the start. But you cannot kill it. We must leave it alive to discover its lair. Bulma insisted. What about me? How could you forget about my role in altering the rescue plan? Sun Weiqiang listened to their conversation, furrowing his brow. Though he knew he was not needed, as little Wukong could easily defeat Wulong. Being forgotten was a different matter entirely. Moreover, it was not just one person who overlooked him. Both Bulma and Wukong had simultaneously forgotten him. If he did not know them well, he might suspect they had conspired in advance. You wish to defeat me? Wulong scoffed. Do not waste your efforts. Simply deliver that girl from yesterday, and I shall forgive you. Never. Little Wukong flexed his muscles, sticking out his tongue in defiance. Do you look down on me? You shall learn the consequences of underestimating me. Wulong continued to taunt. Fool, bring it on. Little Wukong retorted, unperturbed. Sun Weiqiang stifled a yawn and murmured. Why so much unnecessary chatter? I knocked Wulong down. It shouldn't matter too much, right? After a moment's contemplation, unable to bear the incessant noise, he summoned his strength. And his small frame darted towards the enemy like an arrow released from a bow. What was that? Wulong's words were cut short as he turned his head, his eyes nearly popping out in alarm. Yet, there was no time to evade. With a resounding thud, Sun Weiqiang's fist collided with Wulong's neck, sending him sprawling to the ground. I must alter the rescue plan. I have yet to inform Weiqiang. Inside the room, through a hole in the door, Bulma watched the battlefield and realized that Sun Weiqiang had just knocked Wulong down. Little Wukong stood in astonishment. My monster has been defeated by Weiqiang. Who is this person? Striking with such ferocity? Wulong felt as though his body had been shattered. Had Sun Weiqiang known his thoughts, he would have candidly remarked, Little color pig. I hardly exerted any effort. You truly cannot withstand a beating. This is troublesome. Wulong, unable to rise, cast his gaze towards a large clock suspended in the village. Noting that 5 minutes had nearly elapsed since his transformation upon entering. He would need a minute to revert to his original form before he could transform again. Meanwhile, the villagers had gathered, observing the scene and chattering excitedly. This child is remarkably powerful. He knocked Wulong down in an instant. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. When I learned that these two children were confronting Wulong, I had little hope. I thought it would be a hopeless endeavor, yet here we are. What a prodigious talent. A little girl clapped her hands in delight. Such an impressive young man. Subsequently, Wulong, lying on the ground, transformed back into his true form, a small white pig, before the eyes of the crowd. Chapter 14. The explosive bread mountain and the bull demon king. Who would have thought that this little white pig was Wulong's true identity? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. It's truly unexpected that Wulong, who can transform into those monsters, is just a small pig. We have been toyed with by a mere pig. It seems so innocent. The villagers gathered around, discussing the little white pig sprawled on the ground. You ought to apologize to the villagers. And don't even think about transforming and fleeing. Sun Weiqiang admonished Wulong, placing a reassuring hand on little Wukong's shoulder. This is Sun Wukong. He is even more formidable than I. His cloud can carry him swiftly. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, understand? Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. I understand. Wulong conceded, recognizing that he had no choice but to comply. After a moment, he gathered himself, rising from the ground to apologize to the villagers. I am truly sorry. Looking at you, it's hard to stay angry, remarked an elderly villager. The girls you abducted, are they unharmed? Inquired a woman whose thigh had been patted by little Wukong. They are all well, Wulong replied. Well? Many villagers exchanged skeptical glances. In any case, you shall lead us to rescue those girls. Do you understand? Bulma asserted, a newfound courage emanating from her after capturing Wulong. Little Wukong tilted his head, observing Bulma. A rope was tied around Wulong, with little Wukong pulling on the other end, while Sun Weiqiang, Bulma, and a number of villagers trailed behind as they exited the village. Along the way, little Wukong warned, "If you dare transform into an ant and flee, I shall crush you." How infuriating. He has seen through my ruse, Wulong thought darkly. Thus, Wulong led the group to his home, revealing a magnificent palace before them. "How can you reside in such a grand abode? It hardly suits you," Bulma remarked in disbelief. "I built this with money I stole," Wulong boasted proudly. "How dare you speak so?" retorted little Wukong. When the village elders rushed inside, they were met with a scene that was entirely different from their expectations. The girls were not engaged in labor, but rather enjoying leisure activities. Some were exercising, while others sipped drinks and savored snacks, appearing quite at ease. One girl, spotting her family, suggested, "Do not worry about us. Let us stay here." Another echoed, "Indeed, living here is preferable. We need not toil in the fields." "Wulong, why did you take so long to arrive? Did you bring the ring you promised me?" asked a girl exercising, turning to Wulong as he entered. Wulong, irritated, explained, "This is why I sought a gentle girl. These individuals waste their time frivolously. Please, take them back." With matters resolved amicably, the elderly woman handed the Dragon Ball to Sun Weiqiang and his companions. They departed, setting out to locate the sixth Dragon Ball. However, Wulong was also drawn into their company. On the river, Bulma piloted a speedboat fashioned from a universal capsule, carrying Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Wulong. "Why must we bring Wulong along?" little Wukong inquired, glancing at Wulong seated beside him. "I wish to clarify that as well," Wulong chimed in, expressing his curiosity. Sun Weiqiang sat to the left of little Wukong, remaining silent. "I find Wulong's transformation technique quite impressive. It may prove useful during our journey," Bulma remarked, her green hair dancing in the wind as she smiled. "I absolutely refuse. I detest traveling," Wulong protested vehemently. Despite the cool breeze, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, "It's so hot. I think I'll just sleep in my underwear tonight." Upon hearing this, Wulong quickly changed his tune. "Actually, a trip now and then isn't so bad." "Wulong, I preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor," Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, amused at how easily Bulma could manipulate him. Little Wukong glanced at Wulong and, in a swift motion, playfully slapped Wulong's thigh 6 times. "What are you doing? That's disgusting. Why would you do that?" Wulong fumed. "If it were a pretty girl, it might be acceptable. But why would a guy do that to me?" Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but laugh, keeping his distance from little Wukong. He had always been wary of little Wukong's unpredictable nature, having already informed him of his gender. Who knew if the innocent and charming little Wukong might not try something unexpected at any moment? "Ah, so you're a man," little Wukong exclaimed, pointing at Wulong. "What nonsense. It's obvious," Wulong retorted, nearly beside himself with anger. "I like women. I despise men. You are not allowed to touch me again," he declared loudly, pushing little Wukong away. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Bulma piloted the speedboat along the river, making turns and weaving about. "Is it far? Are we there yet?" little Wukong asked, resting his hands behind his head. "Not even close," Bulma replied. "I estimate we still have about 3 days to go." "Hey, where exactly are you all headed?" Wulong inquired curiously. "The Bread Explosion Mountain should be around here," Bulma said, glancing at the map while steering the boat. "What? The Bread Explosion Mountain? So that's where you're going?" Wulong's large eyes bulged in disbelief. "Do you know about it?" little Wukong asked, intrigued. "Don't you know? The Bread Explosion Mountain is incredibly terrifying. It is home to the Bull Demon King," Wulong exclaimed, his expression one of sheer horror. "The Bull Demon King?" little Wukong questioned, puzzled. "What is so frightening about that?" "Weiqiang and I could defeat him," Bulma said nonchalantly. "You have no idea how terrifying the Bull Demon King is. He is known as the King of Demons." Wulong insisted seriously, mimicking a throat-slashing gesture. "Anyone who approaches the Bread Mountain is killed." Bulma glanced back. "Is that true?" Wulong nodded gravely. "That sounds rather interesting." Little Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of the formidable Bull Demon King. With a cheerful grin, he turned to Sun Weiqiang and declared, "Weiqiang, I will take care of the Bull Demon King." "All right, Wukong, I won't interfere with your monster." Sun Weiqiang nodded in agreement, deciding to play the role of a spectator. After all, considering Wulong and the obstacle from 3 days prior, he had already claimed 2 monsters from Wukong. "I tell you this, I absolutely refuse to go," Wulong continued to shout. In the next moment, he transformed into a red fish and bid them farewell, diving into the water. Chapter 15, Sun Weiqiang's first time? On the river, Bulma halted the speedboat, while little Wukong leaped onto the deck, watching where Wulong had submerged. "There's just no way to deal with him," He sighed. I'll go catch him right now. Wait. Bulma attempted to stop him, but it was too late. Little Wukong swiftly stripped off his clothes and plunged into the water to capture Oolong. With a splash, he moved with remarkable agility. Wukong, if you performed like this in the village, I wouldn't need to compete with you for monsters, Sun Wukong mused. In the river, Oolong thought to himself. I have no desire to accompany them to their doom. What are they thinking? As a red fish, he felt frustrated. Stop. Little Wukong spotted him almost immediately. Oolong quickly realized Wukong was hot on his heels and decided to make a hasty escape, not wanting to think twice about Sun Wukong's claim of Wukong's prowess. Oolong swam away. Little Wukong pursued him, but soon lost track. He surfaced beside the speedboat and sighed. He got away. Honestly, capturing Oolong doesn't have to be so complicated. Bulma chuckled, her voice carrying over to him. She produced a pair of pristine white underwear that Wukong had discarded 3 days ago, attaching it to the end of a fishing line. Look at this. What is that? Little Wukong climbed back onto the speedboat, gazing at Bulma, seemingly forgetting what had transpired 3 days earlier. Freshly removed underwear. Bulma beamed with satisfaction, as if everything was under her control. Sun Wukong bore witness. With the integrity of a pure-hearted connoisseur, he testified that Bulma's claim about freshly removed underwear was indeed true. He saw it with his own eyes. Just moments after Goku plunged into the water, Bulma faced Sun Wukong and commanded, Weiqiang, turn around. No peeking. Why? Sun Wukong was puzzled. What reason did she have for making him turn away? What was she planning? Just turn around. Bulma insisted. But why? He pressed. In the water. Goku probably won't be able to catch Oolong. I have a simple solution, Bulma explained, a faint blush rising to her cheeks by the end. What solution? Sun Wukong feigned innocent curiosity, mimicking Goku's naive demeanor. Yet, deep down, he had an inkling, an elusive truth just beyond his grasp. Even with his knowledge of Dragon Ball lore, his memory was imperfect, leaving gaps in his recollection. Eventually, with visible reluctance, Bulma revealed her simple solution to Sun Wukong. Following her instructions, he turned his back to her. The two stood facing opposite directions as Bulma proceeded, though not without suspicion. After all, this brat had stood by idly 3 days prior when Goku had yanked off her underwear at dawn. He hadn't intervened. Bulma later learned from Goku that Sun Wukong had ulterior motives, an opportunity to glimpse her private moments. Moreover, he and Master Roshi had repeatedly ogled her without warning when she wasn't wearing underwear. And then there was that incident in the car. So, as she slid off her outer shorts, Bulma glanced back to ensure Sun Wukong wasn't sneaking a look. He wasn't, even as she removed her white panties. She kept checking, yet Sun Wukong remained dutifully turned away. Encouraged, Bulma hastened her movements, just as she crouched slightly to peel off the delicate garment. Done yet? Why so slow? Sun Wukong asked, spinning around deliberately. Though he had watched her undress, the rustling of fabric as she shed her shorts had been unmistakable, timing his move with precision. He struck, unexpected, unguarded. The result surpassed his wildest expectations. Bulma's bare, tantalizing form filled his vision. Her crouched posture accentuated the curves of her body, and then Sun Wukong's keen eyes caught an even more breathtaking sight. Who could resist this? And there it was, the unmistakable evidence of male admiration. Oh, Bulma shrieked, hastily yanking her underwear back up. She whirled to face him, fury blazing. You dared to look? No, absolutely not. Sun Wukong shook his head, waving his hands. At most, he had openly observed, hardly peeking. I saw you. How can you deny it? Bulma seethed, fists clenched at her sides, rising onto her toes to scream at him. I was just asking if you were done. You didn't have to turn around. Her chest heaved with indignation. You never said I couldn't. When I told you to turn away, wasn't that obvious? Yes, you told me to turn, and I did. But you never specified for how long. I turned back to ask, what is the problem? What is the problem? There was a huge problem, yet for a moment, Bulma found herself at a loss for words. The matter was left unresolved. After repeated warnings, Bulma proceeded with the plan, still removing her underwear as intended. Sun Wukong did not deliberately observe this time. He was in high spirits. Firstly, he firmly believes that his persistent efforts will undoubtedly contribute to the future renown of Beelzebub. Secondly, while it could be said that he previously benefited from following the small monkey, Sun Wukong, and taking advantage of Bulma, disregarding certain facts, such as his body being uncontrollably passive and Bulma's proactive lifting of her skirt, this time marks his inaugural genuine initiative. To say the least, it was rather exhilarating. The recent image, The posture, the allure, simply exquisite. White, large, round, perky, and beautiful. Had he merely followed the plot of Dragon Ball, such an occurrence would never have transpired, which would indeed have been somewhat lacking in excitement. Sun Weiqiang pondered to himself. Since he had arrived, perhaps he could immerse himself in the well-known aspects of the Dragon Ball narrative and follow its unfolding. Moreover, he ought to pursue a life that is not only more intriguing and splendid but also richly fulfilling. For instance, he could aim to become the mightiest individual on Earth, surpassing the current strongest, Master Roshi, surpassing the future Earth's champion, Krillin. Given that this body he now inhabited possessed exceptional martial arts talent, it must not be squandered. Sun Weiqiang pondered this, unaware that his future would far surpass such trivial thoughts. Returning to the matter at hand, Bulma cast her fishing line, using a fresh pair of panties as bait. The undergarment sank into the water, and before long, she felt a tug. With a swift pull, she reeled an oolong from the depths. Clenched tightly in Oolong's jaws was Bulma's fresh underwear, refusing to let go even as Goku caught him midair. Blub blub. Oolong flailed like a fish, yet his grip on the fragrant garment remained unyielding, as though Bulma's intimate attire were his most treasured possession. What were you even thinking? Goku stared at the transformed, fish-like Oolong in his hands, baffled. Bulma, how did you know Oolong would go for your panties? Sun Weiqiang feigned ignorance, though he understood perfectly. It's simple, stop asking. Bulma had intended to explain, but her lingering fury over the earlier peeping incident flared up. Want to know? Well, I want to tell you. Sun Weiqiang wishes to laugh, believing that if you say ask me less, he would indeed inquire less? How naive. Oh, Bulma, it is simply impossible. I shall demonstrate to you what constitutes a man's resilience. Therefore, Sun Weiqiang has not asked. Ask less? Humph. I shan't ask a single word. Sun Weiqiang primarily focuses on the overarching situation. He fears that Bulma might draw his weapon and indiscriminately fire a few shots at him. To date, he has yet to be struck by any of Bulma's bullets, but it is unlikely that he can withstand the impact of the bullets with his body like little Weiqiang. Sun Weiqiang was uncertain. He only knew that Bulma would undoubtedly succumb to his gunfire. Sun Weiqiang possesses a degree of self-awareness. Although his body exhibits the typical responses of a normal man, he is merely 12 years old. Youth remains youth. The prospect of contending with Bulma, who at 17 has already developed an impressive physique, poses quite a challenge. Chapter 16. Candy and upset stomach beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Bulma, having caught Oolong with a fresh pair of underwear, continued onward with the 3 humans and 1 pig. On board the speeding boat, Goku wielded a fork, threatening Oolong. If you run away again, I shall cook you for dinner. All right, I'll go with you. Oolong relented, though he added, but Bulma's fresh underwear must be given to me. By the way, here, take this. At that moment, Bulma turned around, offering Oolong an object. He accepted it, and with a puzzled expression, he inquired, what is this? A candy ball? As he spoke, he promptly popped the yellow round candy Bulma had given him into his mouth. Indeed, a candy ball, Sun Weiqiang chuckled inwardly, knowing Oolong would soon discover its true nature. Once you achieve something worthwhile, I shall gift you one of my fresh pairs of underwear, Bulma teased, sketching an aromatic little pastry in the air. Really? You must not go back on your word. Oolong crossed his arms defiantly. Bulma, could you share a candy ball with me as well? Goku leaned forward eagerly. Not for you, was Bulma's curt reply. Heh, Goku. I am more popular with the ladies than you, Oolong boasted, wearing a smug expression befitting a pig. Sun Weiqiang remained silent, observing the situation with a perplexed expression. Soon enough, you shall discover whether you truly possess greater appeal to women, he remarked. Before long, the speedboat came to a halt. Oh no, we've run out of fuel, Bulma exclaimed, glancing at the fuel gauge. Fuel? What kind of behind does fuel have? Little Weiqiang inquired, bewildered. You fool. Fuel is a form of energy, Bulma clarified. And what is energy? Little Weiqiang pressed on. Bulma, lacking the time to engage him, turned to Oolong. Is there any way you can transform into fuel? I certainly cannot, Oolong replied, raising his voice. Subsequently, at Bulma's suggestion, Oolong transformed into an oar, allowing Sun Wukong to paddle them towards a nearby shore. Upon reaching land, little Weiqiang disrobed to relieve himself, while Sun Weiqiang, Bulma, and Oolong stood together. Hey, I've already assisted you. Hurry and give me a fresh pair of panties, Oolong insisted, hands on his hips. Your desire for a girl's fresh underwear is utterly naive. Bulma retorted dismissively. How despicable. You promised me. Oolong protested, angered. I only want one. Bulma searched her person but frantically realized she could not locate her items. The capsule box was missing. In the blink of an eye, Bulma rushed to the riverbank, exclaiming, "It must have fallen into the river." Moments later, she returned and, in Sun Wukong's line of sight, performed a familiar gesture. She crouched down and said to Oolong, "I'll give you the underwear." Quickly turn into a fish and retrieve the capsule. Oolong's expression shifted, presenting the dilemma, "The river is so vast. Don't impose such an unreasonable task." "What is wrong with you, Bulma?" Little Wukong asked, bewildered. Bulma dashed back to the riverbank, kneeling on the grass beside little Wukong, her face awash with despair. "If we lose the capsule, not only will the boat be immobile, but we will also have no place to stay or vehicles to travel. We will be stranded." "Then we shall walk," little Wukong replied, leaping onto his Nimbus cloud. "You can rely on your Nimbus, but what about me? We still have hundreds of kilometers to traverse." Bulma rose from the grass, angrily shouting at Sun Wukong. Sun Weiqiang observed Bulma and little Goku while discreetly watching Oolong, who was slyly attempting to sneak away. He refrained from intervening, deeming it unnecessary, for Oolong would obediently return on his own accord. I distinctly remember this segment featuring Sun Wukong. Why not transform the dragon into a vehicle to carry you? It was a rare occasion for the Monkey King to offer such a suggestion while seated on his cloud. How astute you are. I had not even considered this possibility. Bulma pointed at Sun Wukong, her expression shifting from sorrow to joy. Sun Weiqiang, thus, Oolong called out, but received no response. She glanced around, wondering where Oolong had disappeared to. That rascal had run away again, Goku concluded with a sigh. Sun Wukong soared through the lofty skies atop his Nimbus, bellowing, "Oolong, come forth. Come out, Oolong, Oolong." Concealed behind a rock, Oolong retorted, "No way am I venturing to that dreadful bread mountain. I wouldn't even retrieve my fresh undergarments. Come out, Oolong, Oolong." Little Wukong circled the heavens, calling out. Yet upon finding no trace of him, he reported back, "It's futile. I cannot find him at all." With a wicked grin, Bulma declared, "Very well then," and positioned her hands on either side of her mouth, producing an odd sound. Beep beep, beep beep, 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 beep. Within the midst of this, Sun Wukong felt a peculiar sensation. Beep beep, beep beep. Just as Oolong was preparing to flee from behind the rock, he suddenly heard Bulma's call, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Clutching his stomach, sweat broke out on his brow. Immediately, he emitted a pig-like squeal, switching to cover his backside, and hurriedly dashed into the nearby tall grass to relieve himself. "Look, Oolong, you've got an upset stomach, haven't you? The candy you just consumed was crafted by my own hands," Bulma's voice echoed. "That candy is called Beep Beep candy. Once you ingest it, the sound of beep beep will cause you to have an upset stomach." How could this happen? Oolong, in his distressed state, was utterly blindsided by this predicament. "If you do not return promptly, you shall suffer from this ailment for the rest of your life," Bulma proclaimed triumphantly. Little Wukong unsheathed his Rui Jingu Bang, increasing the distance between himself and Bulma, pointing at her with his brows furrowed in suspicion. "You truly are a creature skilled in sorcery. What nonsense are you spouting?" "I am not." Bulma, caught off guard by Sun Wukong, chuckled and clarified, "The Beep Beep candy's effects only last a month, though they are indeed potent." Bulma's revelation swiftly dispelled Wukong's wariness. "Forgive me. I shall never flee again. Please spare me." Oolong returned, abject. "Should you continue to disobey? Beware that I may employ the same tactics against you," Bulma declared, arms crossed, fully in control of the situation. "Very well." Oolong submitted obediently, though he secretly muttered, "How despicable! To use such a vile trick. What a dirty tactic." Approaching Oolong, Sun Wukong remarked, "Fortunately, I did not consume that candy. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits." Oolong, upon hearing this, seethed with rage and roared at Sun Wukong, "Would you like to exchange places with me?" Mimicking Bulma's earlier actions, little Wukong opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Beep beep, beep beep." Oolong, upon hearing this, immediately broke into a sweat again and dashed back into the grass, wailing, "Spare me." "Ha ha ha." Little Wukong laughed heartily. Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but chuckle and joined in with a playful, "Bibi, Bibi." The situation escalated as the dragon increased its release, pleading, "Please spare me. I promise I won't run away again, truly. Please stop the pressure. My chrysanthemum hurts so much." "Ha ha ha ha." Little Wukong was in hysterics, rolling on the grass, flailing his arms in delight. Sun Weiqiang could not help but chuckle for a while, as the little lecherous pig began to chatter away, utterly oblivious to the pain of the chrysanthemum. The sinister laughter of Bulma echoed, "Let's see if you dare to escape again." Chapter 17. In the wilderness, Lu Ping and Pu Yalu took a moment to rest after filling their bellies with food. Yulong, transform into a motorcycle for me, Bulma commanded. Understood, transformation. Yulong replied. Is this a motorcycle? Your understanding is rather outdated. Bulma stepped forward to give a poor review. Stop being so picky and get on the bike. Yulong, now resembling an electric scooter, urged. Well, it's better than walking, Bulma said as she plopped down on it. To her surprise, she flattened Yulong upon sitting. Support yourself. I won't allow you to lie down. Bulma insisted sternly. How heavy? Yulong thought to himself, responding, what can I do? I can only change my appearance. My strength remains the same. After saying that, Yulong transformed back into a small white pig and continued. Moreover, each transformation lasts only 5 minutes, followed by a 1-minute rest. If I could turn into underwear, there would be no problem. Yulong confidently pointed a finger. Your underwear got soaked in the river, and since you have none left, I'm the most qualified to transform into it. Transformation, Yulong declared, morphing into a pair of pink triangle underwear, with a face on the front that cheerfully said, Don't be shy, go ahead and wear me. Bulma was furious. Can you even wear what you transformed into? She slapped Yulong hard, sending him crashing to the ground. I suppose I have no choice but to walk, Yulong lamented as he lay defeated. From a low altitude, Sun Wukong observed Yulong's plight. Yulong is too weak to withstand anything. Even Bulma cannot bear him. What a feeble little pig, Sun Weiqiang offered an objective assessment. Under the scorching sun, the trio and the pig trudged through the wilderness, resting in a secluded area. Not far from them lay a cavern known as the Tempered by 1,000 Blows. At the entrance, Pu Yalu spotted them through binoculars and hurried into the cave to report. Young Master Lu Ping, an opportunity to make money has arisen, Pu Yalu said, settling into a wooden chair by a round table as he recounted his observations. It has been ages since we had any prey pass by, Lu Ping responded with delight. Pu Yalu, let us go meet them. Yes, young Master Lu Ping, Pu Yalu nodded in agreement. Outside the cave, 2 boys and a pig appeared to possess little wealth. With his hair flying in the wind, Lu Ping observed through the binoculars and remarked, but they might have a universal capsule. Pu Yalu reminded him, on the other hand. I am also feeling hungry. Yulong rubbed his belly beneath his clothes. I'll go see if there's anything to eat, Sun Wukong volunteered, adding a curious question. Do you like pork? How could I possibly like it? Yulong jumped up from the ground, glaring at Sun Wukong in anger. Ha ha ha. Wukong, you're killing me with laughter. Sun Weiqiang chuckled heartily. At that moment, a commotion arose from a distance, stirring up clouds of dust. What is that? Yulong inquired. Lu Ping and Pu Yalu are coming. Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Before long, Lu Ping and Pu Yalu stood before Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Yulong. Who are you? Sun Wukong asked. Lu Ping, armed with a knife, stepped down from his motorcycle, gazing at them defiantly. I am Lu Ping, the bandit who rules this wilderness. I am Pu Yalu. Pu Yalu introduced himself as well. Considering that you are just children, I do not wish to bully the weak. If you want to live, hand over your money and your universal capsules, Lu Ping commanded with a wave of his hand. Pu Yalu, are you not the whimpering coward Pu Yalu? Yulong pointed at him. Yulong, Pu Yalu recognized him. Do you know each other? Lu Ping asked. Yes, back in kindergarten in the south. This is the Yulong who often bullied me. Pu Yalu recounted briefly. Younger pigs bullying the weak is an unforgivable act. Pu Yalu, I will avenge you. Lu Ping proclaimed confidently. You're the one bullying the weak. Yulong retorted, hiding behind Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang. Young Master Lu Ping. Yulong is the pig who was expelled from kindergarten for stealing the female teacher's underwear, Pu Yalu revealed. Lu Ping remarked, then he is truly beyond redemption. A pervert. I detest you the most, Pu Yalu declared loudly, sticking his tongue out at Yulong. This despicable fellow brings back unpleasant memories. Yulong clenched his fists, glaring in anger. I think you are just the same as before. Sun Wukong turned his head to say, do not bring up the past. Quickly hand over your valuables and universal capsules. Lu Ping reiterated. Hey, Wukong, did Weiqiang say you were stronger than him? Is that true? Yulong asked. I don't know. I've never fought Weiqiang. But I am quite strong, Sun Wukong answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Yulong felt more assured. He jumped out from behind the 2 sons, pointed at Lu Ping, and declared, we don't have any universal capsules to give you. I warn you, you better run away while you still can. With one hand shaking a finger and the other on his hip, Yulong warned, do you wish to travel to the afterlife? Lu Ping unsheathed his knife, the blinding sunlight reflecting off its blade. Young Master Lu Ping, defeat them. Pu Yalu cheered, bouncing with excitement. Yulong had already dashed away from the battlefield. Sheltered by the rocks, he whispered, Wukong, I'll leave the rest to you. Why must I defeat him? Is he really a bad person? Sun Wukong asked, pointing at Liping. Did you not hear what we were saying? He wants to kill us. Yulong shouted. Why do you want to kill us? Sun Wukong asked directly. This guy is an idiot. Liping was momentarily stumped. Sun Weiqiang, knowing Wukong well, felt he would also be at a loss if he were in the same position. Weiqiang, leave it to me to handle, Sun Wukong said earnestly. All right, Sun Weiqiang replied, placing his hands behind his head and sauntering away. If they continued talking, he feared he might not be able to restrain himself and would end up intervening, just as he had done with Yulong. Is it really okay? Yulong asked anxiously. It will be fine. Even if Wukong falters, there is still Weiqiang. He reassured himself, remembering the time he was struck down by Weiqiang. Yulong felt a wave of comfort wash over him, relaxing his tense body and mind. HM? Yulong heard a faint noise. Turning around. In a somewhat shaded area where the sunlight did not penetrate, he saw Bulma lying on the ground asleep. How infuriating. She can still sleep. Sun Weiqiang also arrived and remarked, Bulma is sleeping so soundly. Just look at her voluptuous chest, rising and falling rhythmically. She is evidently in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, a fierce battle erupted between Sun Wukong and Liping. Chapter 18. Liping vs. Sun Wukong. Prepare yourself. Liping hurled his sword sheath skyward and swiftly stepped forward, delivering a powerful slash. Sun Wukong evaded the strike and leapt behind him. Liping spun around to pursue, launching another attack. Once again, Sun Wukong dodged. And Liping halted his blade just in time to prevent it from striking the diminutive figure of Pu Yilu, who was shielded by Sun Wukong. The sudden fright caused Pu Yilu to faint. Liping, invigorated, resumed his onslaught. Sun Wukong brandished his rui stick, bringing it down with force. Clang. Liping's sword met the descending stick in a clash, creating a distance between the two combatants. The rui stick elongated as Sun Wukong spoke, its rapid extension catching Liping off guard. Although they had created some space, it was merely a few meters apart. Unprepared for the sudden attack, Liping was struck in the abdomen by the extended rui stick. Clang, 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 as his sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Liping was sent flying. Upon landing, boom, his body hit the ground with a resounding thud, kicking up dust. The awakened Pu Yilu expressed concern. Young Master Liping, what formidable strength. That lad is truly remarkable. Yulong was astonished. Did I not mention? Wukong is even stronger than I am. Sun Weiqiang remarked with calmness. In truth, he could not ascertain the balance of power in an actual confrontation with Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong was undeniably his favorite character from the Dragon Ball universe, a cherished remnant of his idyllic childhood before his transmigration. In this world, Sun Wukong was the future ally he longed to embrace. It was no exaggeration to say that Sun Wukong surpassed him. Sun Weiqiang was more than willing to concede. Youngster, where did you acquire that stick? Liping inquired, clutching his abdomen as he faced Sun Wukong. It was left to me by my late grandfather, Sun Wukong replied candidly. What? Liping exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that there was only one person in the world who possessed a stick that could stretch and contract. What is your grandfather's name? He asked. My grandfather's name? His name is Sun Wufan, Sun Wukong recited. Indeed, it is him. I have heard that Sun Wufan is an unparalleled master of martial arts. Unmatched by anyone, Liping acknowledged. So you are the grandson of that Sun Wufan. No wonder you are so powerful. I underestimated you. I have not only heard of him, I have witnessed his prowess several times, Sun Weiqiang mused silently, with his right hand firmly gripping the Rui Jingu Bang, and his left hand resting upon his belly. Sun Wukong mused to himself, I am quite famished. Liping assumed an aggressive stance, his gaze unwavering, as he had not encountered an evenly matched opponent in quite some time. In an instant, he dashed forward, exclaiming, Wolf Fong Windstorm Fist. When Liping approached the bewildered little Wukong, the latter remained rooted in place, dazed. With a resounding thud, Liping delivered a powerful kick that sent Sun Wukong flying, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes delivered with claw-like hands. In that fleeting moment, little Wukong found himself utterly defenseless. Within a brief span, Liping unleashed a flurry of attacks, culminating in a devastating blow that propelled little Wukong into the air, crashing into several stone pillars behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The air erupted with a series of deafening sounds as the natural cover, supported by the stone pillars, shattered, burying little Wukong beneath a cascade of rubble. Leaving his fate uncertain, dust and debris ascended into the heavens while the ground trembled beneath the chaos. Sun Weiqiang gazed quietly, remaining unmoved. He distinctly recalled the moment when little Wukong faced defeat here due to hunger. However, It was of little concern. He need not intervene, for once Bulma awakened, the issue would be resolved. Sun Wukong gazed at the still slumbering Bulma beside him, lost in contemplation. Wulong, paralyzed with fear, exclaimed loudly. As if terrified that Lepin might not hear him, young Master Lepin truly deserves the title of the world's strongest. I am utterly convinced. Lepin turned his gaze towards Wulong. Do not come any closer. Wulong raised his hands in a panic, terrified beyond measure. Transform. Instantly, Wulong morphed into a fly and fled. With Lepin having easily defeated even Wukong, Wulong deemed the comparatively weaker Weiqiang unreliable and decided to make a hasty retreat. Don't let it escape, pursue it, Lepin commanded, pointing at Wulong while addressing Puyalu beside him. Yes, transform into a fly swatter, transform. Puyalu complied, transforming into a fly swatter, swiftly catching up to the airborne Wulong, and accurately swatting it down. That hurts. Wulong cried out in agony as it plummeted, reverting to its original form as a small white pig. How vile! You would go to such lengths. Wulong seethed at Puyalu, who had also returned to his original form, hovering nearby. This is your retribution for the bullying I endured. Puyalu replied smugly. Enough. If you wish to avoid further pain, quickly hand over the money and the universal capsule. Lepin stood before Wulong. I understand. Wulong reluctantly conceded, rising from the ground and searching his pockets. How infuriating. This is my prized possession. Wulong produced a capsule from his hand. This is an M-sized capsule. How extravagant for a little brat to take on a journey. This could fetch a handsome price, Lepin remarked just as a noise emanated from the ruins, and soon after, little Wukong emerged, looking famished. I'm so hungry, he whined, clutching his belly with his short arms. You scoundrel. That last blow was truly severe. Little Wukong stomped towards Lepin. You're still alive, Lepin exclaimed incredulously. Do you wish to taste my wolf fang wind fist again? I've decided to challenge you to a fist fight, little Wukong declared, assuming a fighting stance. The two clashed in an instant, fists colliding in a flurry of strikes. However, little Wukong, who had proposed the contest, displayed a lack of martial ethics. His empty right hand lunged forward with a scissor move aimed directly at Lepin's eyes, hitting its mark. Seizing the opportunity, little Wukong unleashed a powerful slap with his left hand, sending Lepin flying. How infuriating! Lepin shouted as he fell to the ground, covering his eyes. Once again, he sprang into action, executing the wolf fang wind fist. I'm so hungry, I lack the strength to fight. Little Wukong momentarily burst forth with vigor, only to quickly become listless. Cowering behind another stone pillar, Wulong whispered in fear, your actions will only serve to provoke him further. Sun Weiqiang remained quietly observant, anticipating that Bulma would awaken shortly. However, if an unforeseen circumstance arose and she did not regain consciousness, he would take action. As for the subsequent repercussions, those could be addressed later. Sun Weiqiang shifted his gaze to Bulma, noticing her eyelashes fluttering slightly. A smile graced his lips, and he understood that he need not intervene any longer. As Lepin advanced menacingly toward little Wukong, preparing to unleash a fierce attack, a critical moment unfolded. Bulma finally regained her senses, sitting up and rubbing her eyes, exclaiming, it's so noisy. How can anyone sleep with all this racket? Lepin halted his assault, fortuitously facing Bulma. Stuck in a standoff, Lepin's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and he collapsed. Young Master Lepin. Puyalu rushed over. Puyalu, we must retreat for now, Lepin instructed. Understood, Puyalu replied. As they piloted their vehicle away, Lepin's voice echoed, listen well, I will certainly acquire that capsule. What happened to him? Why is he acting this way? Wulong emerged from behind a stone pillar, confusion etched across his face. Bulma, meeting Lepin's gaze, stood up and pointed in a direction, smiling as she asked, hey, who was that person just now? He looked so handsome. Chapter 19, Matters inside and outside the RV. Lepin and Puyalu returned to the Forge of Trials. Damn it. I can't believe we overlooked the presence of a woman. Young Master Lepin, are you truly afraid of women? Lepin pounded his fist on the round table, declaring vehemently. This cannot continue. I become anxious the moment I see a woman. I do not dislike women, but, no, even with a woman present, I must seize that capsule. Inside the RV formed by a universal capsule, Bulma voiced her dissatisfaction. Why didn't you take out the RV capsule sooner? How stingy. Wulong observed Wukong and Weiqiang, remarking, why are you two eating so ravenously? I'm hungry, little Wukong replied, gnawing on a large meat leg. Me too, Weiqiang echoed. Bulma, fiddling with her hair, complained, after walking in all this dust, my hair is almost dried out. Is there a bathroom here? Right over there, Wulong gestured. leading Bulma to the bathroom. It's so small. Bulma scoffed, resigned to using the handheld shower. Still complaining. Thanks to me, at least there's a place to wash. Oolong retorted. Does this room have hot water? Bulma inquired. Of course. Not only hot water, but also soap and shampoo. Oolong answered angrily. What do you take me for? Do you think I can't afford hot water? Later, noticing Bulma with her hands on her hips, Oolong asked, What are you looking for? A peeping hole. Bulma admitted without hesitation. How could there possibly be such a thing? Oolong asserted firmly. Really? You absolutely must not peek. Understand? Bulma turned, placing her left hand on her hip and pointing her right finger at Oolong, her expression stern. Yes, Oolong replied, chuckling, peeking. My ambitions are far greater. That night, Lord Pilaf, we have located them. Xiaowu and Ashu operated machinery nearby, with Xiaowu communicating with Pilaf. Good, commence the operation plan. Failure is not an option, Pilaf commanded. Understood. Xiaowu hung up, saying, Let us go. She and Ashu exited the machine, moving closer to Wukong's RV, soon reaching the side of the vehicle. Ashu retrieved a time bomb, adjusted the settings, tore off the special tape, and crouched beneath the vehicle to install it. A few seconds later, thud, thud, thud. Xiaowu heard footsteps approaching and whispered, Someone's coming. She tapped Ashu on the back, urging, Are you done yet? What are you doing? Ashu turned to face Xiaowu. Look, the bomb is stuck to my hand. Quick, get it off. Xiaowu gasped in alarm. I can't get it off. Ashu struggled to detach the timed bomb from his left hand, but it was firmly adhered. Fine. I'm escaping first, Xiaowu decided, prioritizing her own safety. Wait. Ashu followed her in haste. Meanwhile, Lepin and Puyalu arrived beneath a large tree. It seems to be an RV. So that universal capsule was for an RV, Lepin realized. This will be harder to steal, Puyalu remarked. In any case, Puyalu, according to the plan, you will go inside shortly, find that woman, and lure her out. As long as she isn't present, victory will be ours, Lepin proclaimed confidently. Inside the RV, Oolong, little Wukong, and Sun Weiqiang sat together on the long sofa. I wonder if that thief will come tonight? Oolong pondered. I'm not afraid of him. Now that I'm well fed and rested, I will surely not lose to him, little Wukong declared, resting his hands behind his head. Indeed, I believe a well-fed Wukong can defeat Lepin. Weiqiang nodded in agreement. Do you really want to go to Bread Mountain? It's a terrifying place. What do you intend to do there? Oolong inquired again. There are Dragon Balls there, little Wukong replied. Huh? Dragon Balls? What are those? Oolong asked, intrigued. I have one. Let me show you, little Wukong said, pulling out the Dragon Ball he carried with him for Oolong to see. Is this the Dragon Ball? Oolong scrutinized it with his pig-like eyes. At this moment, Sun Weiqiang was contemplating. Bulma was taking a shower, and her boyfriend, Lepin, was not around. It was an opportune moment for a visual feast. To be candid, Sun Weiqiang also yearned to sneak a glance, fully embracing his motto, if you can see it. Why not look? Once you see it, you'll want to see more. Had he not considered the tantalizing allure of the magnificent peak still unseen, he might have already found a chance to sneak out, climbing through the bathroom window for a covert peek. He had scrutinized Bulma from head to toe, missing only a detailed view of her upper body, and he had seen everything he should and shouldn't have. Alternatively, he could have boldly entered to assist Bulma with her shower, but alas, the bathroom door was locked. What a pity to miss such a splendid opportunity. Inside the steamy bathroom, the showerhead sprayed warm water onto Bulma, who hummed a cheerful tune, thoroughly enjoying her bath. Outside, on the side of the RV, Lepin and Puyalu had just arrived. Lepin faintly heard a woman's voice. If the other two are fast asleep, it would be simpler to lure her out, Puyalu suggested. Let me take a look. As Lepin crouched down and then stood up, he fortuitously caught sight of Bulma, who had just turned around, her front fully exposed to his gaze. In an instant, Lepin was taken aback, startled to the core. He crouched down, dumbfounded, as if he had encountered the most terrifying spectacle on earth, trembling uncontrollably. Young Master Lepin, what is the matter? Puyalu inquired anxiously upon noticing his state. In the bathroom, Bulma, her chin lowered as she washed her foamy hair, felt a strange sensation and raised her head to glance toward the bathroom window. What was that sound just now? Lepin and Puyalu quickly covered their mouths. Moments passed. This is truly a nightmare. I have witnessed the most magnificent sight in the world. Lepin's brows shot up. His eyes widened, and he curled up, fist clenched in shock. What? Young Master Lepin, what did you see? Puyalu asked, curiosity piqued. Just then, another voice emerged from inside the RV. It was the voice of Oolong. Lepin and Puyalu shifted their positions to eavesdrop on the conversation. So, if we gather 7 Dragon Balls and summon the dragon, any wish we make can be granted? Isn't that splendid? Any wish can come true? Yes, that's what Bulma said. How many have you collected so far? 5. So the 6th one is at Frying Bread Mountain. Puyalu, Lepin whispered, gesturing towards the direction. Yes. They approached a large tree nearby. You heard everything they said just now? Indeed. Lepin exclaimed excitedly. They said any wish could be granted. Exactly. All right. I want the dragon to grant me a physique that won't make me shy around women. Lepin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Puyalu collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Inside the RV, Oolong and Goku continued their chatter. Honestly, I'm not very interested in the Dragon Balls. Why not? Because I'm only interested in women. Other things are inconsequential. Then just ask the dragon to send you a woman. Oh right. How could I forget that approach? Oolong chuckled at Goku's reminder, secretly thinking, I could have the dragon deliver the cutest girl in the world. No, her freshest underwear. Why do you like girls so much? Goku asked, perplexed. You Navi child, Oolong scoffed. Women are not what you think. Goku wished to elaborate, but just then, Bulma emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, playfully tapping Goku on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? It's not a secret that they aren't, Goku replied, rubbing his head where Bulma had struck him. Nearby, Sun Wukong stifled a laugh, affirming, indeed. It has long ceased to be a secret. You, I, the flying turtle, the old master, Lepin, we have all seen it. I wonder if there were others before us, non-humans, who have also looked? Chapter 20. Matters inside and outside the RV. How about it? Having just finished your shower, would you like a glass of iced fruit juice? Oolong asked as he retrieved something from the fridge. Aside from being lecherous, you're actually quite nice. Bulma complimented. That remark about being lecherous should be omitted, Oolong retorted, handing Bulma a glass of iced fruit juice. Thank you. Bulma accepted it and began to drink. Heh. Oolong chuckled to himself, watching Bulma enjoy her beverage, feeling that his plan was already halfway successful. Goku, too, took a glass from Oolong and exclaimed after a sip. This is so sweet. Sticking out his tongue. Oolong also prepared a glass for Sun Weiqiang. Sun Weiqiang was aware that there was a drug laced in the fruit juice. Yet the specifics of the substance eluded his memory. He did, however, recall that its effects would induce slumber. Ostensibly, Sun Weiqiang pretended to take a sip, but in truth, he discreetly turned his head and expelled the juice into a small plastic bag he had prepared moments before. Taking advantage of the inattention of the 2 companions and the pig present, he had no intention of revealing this matter to Bulma and little Wukong before they consumed the drug juice. Sun Weiqiang pondered deeply. The reason being that once he informed them, aside from the high likelihood of being furiously scolded and perhaps even physically assaulted, it was uncertain what subsequent changes would ensue. After all, tonight's visitors were not limited to Lu Ping and Puyalu, but also included Ash and Xiao Wu. Conversely, could Sun Weiqiang seize this opportunity to engage in some audacious endeavors? That was precisely what he yearned to witness. Sun Weiqiang's gaze fell upon Bulma. Fixated on the alluring contours concealed beneath her towel, and his anticipation had reached a fervent peak. Oolong could gaze upon her, and even now, Bulma's boyfriend, Lepin, could behold her beauty. I, too, could admire her. As Sun Weiqiang's thoughts swirled, Oolong was conversing with little Wukong. Drinking this juice will enhance your strength. Is that true? Little Wukong exclaimed, finishing the drink in one gulp. Oolong, why aren't you drinking? Oolong replied, I already had some earlier. Bulma yawned and said, I suddenly feel sleepy. Where's the bed? She looked towards Oolong. Just climb the stairs, and you'll find it, Oolong responded. Is that so? Bulma said as she ascended the staircase. Reminding the 2 below, you both must sleep downstairs. Oolong, if you misbehave while I'm asleep, I will ensure you suffer from an upset stomach again. I understand, Oolong replied. Also, make sure you wash the clothes I need for tomorrow before morning. Oolong acknowledged again. With that, Bulma proceeded upstairs. With such a perfect physique, how can her temper be so foul? I wonder how her parents raised her, Oolong commented. Before long, Sun Wukong, seated on the long sofa, fell asleep. And so did Sun Weiqiang, who sat beside him. The sleeping pills in the juice had begun to take effect, and once they were sound asleep, Oolong thought to himself, I will take full advantage of this opportunity with Bulma. I shall indulge until I have had my fill. Outside the RV, Xiao Wu and Ashu were in a frantic state. Akin to ants on a hot pan. Xiao Wu asked, is it not ready yet? Ashu replied, no, it can't be stopped. It will explode in a minute. What should we do now? Xiao Wu was nearly paralyzed by the dreadful news. keeping her distance from Ashu and hiding behind a tree. Who should I ask? You ask me. And I ask who? Ashu, his right hand firmly gripping the timer bomb with his left, pressed buttons here and there, facing a life-or-death crisis, improvising desperately. After a series of operations, Ashu finally breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? Are you all right? Shiwu peeked out from behind the tree. I have reset the explosion timer. It won't explode until before 8 tomorrow morning, Ashu assured, glancing at the timer in his hand. Inside the RV, Oolong observed the two sleeping figures on the sofa and thought, it seems the effect has fully taken hold. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he crept towards the staircase, gazing at the entrance above. Oolong stealthily ascended the stairs. Through a transparent window of the RV, Lepin and Puyalu witnessed the scene inside. Puyalu, transform into a key. Alright, transformation. Lepin, wielding the key that Puyalu had become, inserted it into the RV door, turning it to unlock and entering with Puyalu. Upstairs in the RV, Oolong had just lifted the thin blanket covering the side-sleeping Bulma, beauty laid before him, yet he had no time to admire it. Suddenly, he heard a sound. Downstairs in the RV, Lepin stood before the two sleeping figures, observing them. These useless beings have fallen asleep. Is that woman and the pig upstairs? He glanced towards the staircase. It's possible, Puyalu responded. Puyalu, transform into that little rascal's form and lure the woman and the pig outside, Lepin instructed, pointing at Sun Wukong and adapting the plan. As you command, transformation. Puyalu transformed into Sun Wukong's likeness. The developments were still reminiscent of the original Dragon Ball storyline. Sun Weiqiang, eyes closed and feigning sleep, listened to Lepin and Puyalu's conversation, contemplating his next move. Now, he simply needed to await the opportune moment to act. Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but fantasize about Bulma sleeping nude right beneath his eyelids. Hey, Beelzebub, oh Beelzebub. If in the future you still find yourself in bed with Bulma, I shall undoubtedly take credit for a significant part of that achievement. Sun Weiqiang found himself recalling Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. Although he harbored feelings for Bulma, they were merely superficial, lacking any intention for future, deeper interactions. Unbeknownst to Sun Weiqiang, however, he would soon find himself entangled in something far beyond mere observation. While he had not contemplated any profound exchanges, there existed opportunities for actions beyond mere observation. Upon hearing a sound, he wondered if someone had awakened. With this thought, Yulon leaned over the staircase to take a look. To his astonishment, he spotted Sun Wukong ascending the stairs. How could this be? I administered the most potent sleeping medication. Yulon felt incredulous. What should I do? If Wukong reveals my presence here to Bulma, I shall certainly face her wrath. Yulon was in a state of panic. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. He hurriedly covered Bulma with a blanket. Transform. Yulon morphed into Bulma's likeness, a peculiar sight indeed. Not only did he appear significantly shorter, but he also resembled a more matronly version of Bulma. Wukong, you're still awake? He said, gazing at the approaching Sun Wukong. Whereas Yulon, the Sun Wukong, transformed by Puyalu, looked around but could not locate Yulon. He just went out for a stroll, the disguised Bulma replied. Is that so? The faux Sun Wukong responded. By the way, I have something very important to discuss with you. Shall we go outside? Very well, the faux Bulma agreed, feeling a twinge of reluctance as she cast a last longing glance at the enticing sight of the blanket-covered Bulma, who lay there without any attire. Before following Sun Wukong downstairs, what Yulon did not realize was that as he descended, the real Bulma, who had been sleeping on her side beneath the blanket, turned over. Ah, so Yulon has gone out for a stroll. Why make such a commotion? The faux Bulma and faux Wukong walked down the stairs and made their way outside. That pig has gone out for a walk, but something feels amiss. Is that woman truly so short? Never mind, I'll find the Dragon Balls first. Thus, Lepin, who was hiding in the space beneath the stairs with the soundly sleeping Sun Wukong, quietly ascended the stairs. Sun Wukong was carelessly placed on the floor. On the long sofa, Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes, revealing a Dragon King smile. Go on, Leping. Be dazzled. After witnessing the spectacle, he mused. It will soon be my turn. Chapter 21. Matters inside and outside the RV. Leping ascended the stairs, immediately captivated by something on the bed. What could that bulge be? He approached for a closer inspection. Did he think no one would notice? He had taken the Dragon Ball. Leaning down, Leping reached for the protruding Dragon Ball, only to find it yielding to his grasp. Why is it so soft? He wondered, lifting the covers to reveal the sight before him, causing his eyes to sparkle with astonishment. Ah! Leping exclaimed in terror. Outside the RV. What do you want from me? We've been on the road for so long. Speak up, asked fake Bulma. We should be nearly there. All right. I'll tell you that fake Wukong has transformed back into Puyalu. Puyalu? Fake Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief, never expecting that it was Puyalu masquerading as Sun Wukong to lure her out. I'm sorry, you were deceived, Puyalu apologized, transforming back into Oolong. Fake Bulma pointed accusingly at Puyalu. How dare you cause trouble? Oolong? Puyalu's eyes bulged in shock, realizing that the woman he had been tricked by was none other than Oolong in disguise. At that moment, Puyalu suddenly heard a familiar voice from within the RV. Young Master Lu Ping. Puyalu hurriedly flew over to investigate. What had happened? Why did Lu Ping emit such a loud cry? Upon arriving at the RV, he found Lu Ping collapsed on the ground. Puyalu was taken aback by Lu Ping's state. Young Master Lu Ping. Saliva dripped from Lu Ping's mouth, his eyes vacant, murmuring. One big round ball, two big round balls, so soft, so soft. I grabbed a big round ball. Young Master Lu Ping, pull yourself together. Puyalu urged anxiously. Hey, don't run. Oolong chased after them. Turning a corner, he spotted Lu Ping. Puyalu guided Lu Ping along, who continued to chant, one big round ball. Two big round balls, so soft, so soft. I grabbed a big round ball, appearing utterly dazed. What were they up to? Oolong watched them drift away, not daring to intervene. As Lu Ping exited the RV, an excited Sun Weiqiang immediately rushed upstairs. At last, it's my turn. Upon reaching the top, his eyes feasted upon the sight before him. There lay Bulma, reclining on the bed, her upper body completely exposed to the air. Sun Weiqiang stood frozen in place. Although a week prior, he and Xiao Wukong had barged into the bathroom to assist Bulma with her bath, at that time, she had been submerged in the tub, her body almost entirely concealed by bubbles, rendering any temptation beneath the frothy surface completely invisible. In stark contrast, at this very moment, Bulma lay bare before him, her form exposed as she slept. Alas, he had glimpsed her upper body, a sight he had not yet been privy to. Lepin, oh Lepin. You seized the moment and beheld it, yet failed to cover Bulma afterwards. Sun Weiqiang shook his head in disbelief as he approached the slumbering Bulma, scrutinizing her intently. To speak candidly, the visual impact before him was overwhelming, igniting a fervor within him that left him parched and restless. He swallowed hard, attempting to moisten his dry throat. Sun Weiqiang reached out and cast aside the quilt, thereby revealing Bulma in her entirety before his gaze. Although he had glimpsed portions of her figure on several occasions, he found himself yearning for another look. Long legs, a slender waist, ample bosom, fragrant shoulders, exquisite features, and azure hair. Sun Weiqiang glanced from left to right, then from right to left. No wonder even the future Vegeta was captivated by Bulma. She is undeniably alluring. This is Bulma at just 17, and she is already irresistibly enchanting. Just imagine how captivating she will become as she matures further. Sun Weiqiang's thoughts meandered. Little Wukong has taken action, Lepin has captured, and I too can succeed. Sun Weiqiang found a rationale to persuade himself regarding his forthcoming actions. In retrospect, he never anticipated that he would engage in such deeds with Bulma, despite having committed numerous indiscretions prior to this. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, it felt as though the demons within him had been unleashed, and it was indeed a liberating experience. Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes, revealing a set of pearly white teeth as a mischievous smirk graced his youthful face. Oolong returned to the RV, his beady pig eyes scanning the surroundings several times. Yet he failed to spot Weiqiang's figure. Huh? Where's Weiqiang? Where did he go? All he saw was Sun Wukong sprawled motionless on the floor beneath the staircase. Strange? Where exactly is he? Did he wake up? Could it be? Oolong's gaze flicked toward the stairway. Soon. Oolong, you're back, Sun Weiqiang spoke. His back turned to him. Weiqiang, you really woke up? Oolong gasped in shock. Bulma. He made his way upstairs and unexpectedly encountered Weiqiang, along with Bulma lying completely unclothed on the bed, though partially obscured by Weiqiang's slight frame. What do you think? Sun Weiqiang responded to Oolong's question. A pang of guilt struck Oolong. Had Weiqiang discovered his secret of drugging him? Approaching cautiously, Oolong probed. Do you know? Sun Weiqiang glanced at it and nodded with a smile. Since you asked, I shall tell you. Alas, Oolong's heart felt as cold as ice. Could you please refrain from mentioning this to Bulma? Rest assured, I shall not. Oolong scrutinized Weiqiang's face, as if attempting to discern the truth of his words. After a moment, it expressed its gratitude, saying, Thank you. Sun Weiqiang naturally would not disclose this to Bulma. How could he possibly articulate it? I am aware that Oolong has tampered with the juice, yet I choose to remain silent. The consequence is that you, in your slumber, were stirred awake by Lepin's forceful grasp on one of your Dragon Balls. Nevertheless, Sun Weiqiang pondered for a moment. Considering the possibility that if Bulma were aware of the actions Leping had undertaken, she might actually find joy in it. Reflecting on this, he realized that it could indeed be plausible. From Bulma's perspective, the tall and handsome Leping gripping her bosom might evoke a sense of bashfulness within her. Perhaps she would even contemplate how to surreptitiously explore further while he slumbered. If such daring were permissible, why not seize the opportunity for a second embrace? Alternatively, Bulma might declare, "Since you're here, why not stay the night? I possess more than just a single pair of ample bosoms." Moreover, she could exclaim, "Look, look, I shall reveal everything to you." As dawn broke, wrapped in a thin blanket, Bulma murmured to herself, "Strange, I feel quite dazed." She turned to Oolong, inquiring, "Have you washed my clothes yet?" This is hardly the time for trivial matters. Oolong, seated in the driver's seat of the vehicle, turned his head and retorted, "What? You consider that a trivial matter? What do you mean? I have no clothes to wear." Bulma's anger flared. Oolong replied, "Did you not know? Leping and his companions ambushed us last night." Bulma, taken aback, responded, "Leping, the tall and handsome figure? What are you saying? We should be welcoming him." Her expression transformed into one of infatuation. "I was right about my thoughts last night. Absolutely correct." Beside her, Sun Weiqiang felt increasingly affirmed in his own musings from the previous evening. "You are truly immature," Oolong lamented, feeling exasperated. "What do you mean by that?" Bulma glared at Oolong, her expression shifting once more. Meanwhile, the drowsy Sun Wukong, appearing less than lively, remained silent, observing the tense interaction between the two. Outside, Ashu once again secured the timed bomb beneath the vehicle before departing with Xiaowu. "What? We haven't acquired it yet? Wasn't the plan to obtain it by 10 last night?" "Yes, my apologies. We shall secure it by 8 this morning." 8? There must be no further mistakes this time. Understood. Xiaowu and Ashu concealed themselves nearby, surveilling the situation while Xiaowu ended her call with King Pilaf. Chapter 22. Sun Wukong vs. Leping Oolong. "What kind of attire is this?" Bulma exclaimed, donning the bunny outfit Oolong had prepared for her, presenting herself before Sun Weiqiang and the others. "What can I do? It was the only outfit I had left." Oolong replied tersely, adding, "You may complain, but you seem rather pleased in that attire. Honestly, I cannot fathom how you were raised. Only middle-aged men could rival your lasciviousness." Bulma retorted, arms crossed defiantly. "You are no different." Oolong shot back, unyielding. Perhaps emboldened by the events of the previous night, he had grown considerably more assertive. "I'm so full, so very full," Sun Wukong declared contentedly, seated upon the long, purple sofa, savoring his meal. Sun Weiqiang did not indulge as much as Sun Wukong. He merely consumed a small portion. Shortly thereafter, Oolong steered the RV forward. Along the journey, they engaged in a discussion about Leping. As if summoned by the mention of his name, an unexpected sight caught their attention. From the passenger seat, little Wukong suddenly pointed towards the window. "Leping. He is here again." Oolong turned his head to look. In the back seat, Sun Weiqiang gazed out another window and noticed that to their left, Leping and his companions were also driving, with Puyalu at the helm. How is it possible that they have returned? Sun Weiqiang could not recall the events that transpired here, only that the vehicle named Oolong encountered a problem on the road, though the specifics eluded him. Had that handsome fellow returned? Inside the RV, Bulma, upon learning that Leping had arrived, covered her face with her hands, which instantly flushed with color. Leping crouched atop the vehicle, wielding a rocket launcher aimed at his target, ready to fire. Where was he? Bulma, filled with excitement, pressed her face against a window, eager to glimpse Leping. Instead of the person she sought, she was confronted by an object hurtling towards her. It was a projectile. Boom. It struck with precision. Oolong managed to bring the RV to a precarious halt, and he, along with Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong, disembarked from the vehicle. "What on earth are you trying to accomplish?" little Wukong demanded fiercely. Sun Weiqiang first glanced at the discarded vehicles and, facing Lepin and his companions, boldly declared, "Are you feeling a bit too daring?" "Young Master Lepin, it seems that woman just fainted," Puyalu, wearing black-rimmed glasses, remarked to Lepin. Lepin nodded, aiming his rocket launcher at Sun Weiqiang and his group, threatening, "You three better hand over the Dragon Balls." How does he know about the Dragon Balls? Oolong pondered in confusion. "Fool, didn't he come by last night? He must have been eavesdropping on your conversation with Wukong." Sun Weiqiang shot Oolong a sidelong glance. "If you refuse to comply, I shall make you feel the sting of pain." Lepin threatened once more. "I won't give them to you," little Wukong retorted. pulling at the sides of his mouth and sticking out his tongue to make a silly face. In the next moment, little Wukong charged at Lepin. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Wulong exclaimed, attempting to intervene. "Don't worry, Wukong is not so easily defeated," Sun Weiqiang replied calmly. It seemed that the little rascal wanted to test his skills against me again. Observing this, Lepin handed his rocket launcher to Puyalu. "Kid, do you wish to experience the taste of my Wolfang fist?" Lepin exclaimed loudly. "I lost yesterday because I was too hungry. Now it's different. I am well fed." Little Wukong responded, his spirit soaring. With a resounding thud, the two engaged in combat, exchanging blows. Yet within mere exchanges, Lepin was sent tumbling to the ground by a kick from little Wukong. "Victory!" Wulong exclaimed with delight. Sun Weiqiang refrained from voicing his opinion, aware that the well-fed little Wukong was no match for Lepin. "What now? Do we still fight?" Little Wukong inquired. "Damn it!" Lepin exclaimed as he rose from the ground, wiping his mouth where he had been struck, the pain gradually setting in. "Young Master Lepin." Puyalu rushed over, his eyes widening at the sight of Lepin's condition. "Transform," he commanded, morphing into a mirror. Upon gazing into it, Lepin discovered not only a swollen right cheek but also the absence of a white tooth. "My tooth is gone. My handsome face is ruined," Lepin cried out in alarm, pointing an accusatory finger at Sun Wukong. "Remember this," he shouted before hastily boarding his vehicle and speeding away. Little Wukong stood there, bewildered. Is he really leaving like this? "Wukong, you are truly extraordinary. I have come to regard you with newfound respect," Wulong praised as he approached little Wukong. "Oh, it's nothing," little Wukong replied modestly. He then added, "But the vehicle is broken." Wulong sighed helplessly. "I suppose we must proceed on foot then." Sun Weiqiang nodded silently, having nothing to say. Leping, who had fled in a vehicle, found his current plan thwarted, prompting a revision of his strategy. "They must locate the 7 Dragon Balls, mustn't they? We shall wait until they acquire all 7 before seizing them in one fell swoop." "Truly, young Master Leping possesses a brilliant mind." "Ha ha." Leping's triumphant laughter echoed, only to be interrupted by the painful swelling at the corner of his mouth. "Ouch! How it hurts." As Sun Weiqiang and his companions made their way towards the bread mountain, Xiaowu and Axiu stood before the dilapidated RV belonging to Wulong. The recent explosion had undoubtedly been the sound of a timed bomb, Xiaowu remarked. "How peculiar, yet it is not yet 8 o'clock." Axiu retrieved his pocket watch to check the time. Perhaps the timer on the bomb was faulty. "Regardless, we must hasten to find the Dragon Balls." With that, Xiaowu dashed into the RV in search of them, closely followed by Axiu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Weiqiang and Wulong walked together, while little Wukong carried the unconscious Bulma on his back. The sound of vehicles approached from behind them. Sun Weiqiang and his companions turned around to see Lu Ping approaching once more. Wulong pointed at him. Lu Ping drove up to Sun Weiqiang and Puyalu, alighting from his vehicle with a sheepish grin as he rubbed the back of his head. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. I have reflected upon my actions, and it was entirely my fault. Therefore, please accept this as a token of my contrition," he said, producing a and tossing it into the air, which transformed into a small red car. "Farewell, and please be cautious on your journey. I must take my leave now. Goodbye." With a wave of his hand, Lu Ping departed with an air of nonchalance, as if swept away by the wind. Wulong was perplexed by this sudden change of heart. It turned out that he was, after all, a good person. Little Wukong presented Lu Ping with a card signifying his good character. Sun Weiqiang offered a subtle smile, choosing silence. The current Lu Ping was not a benevolent character. He sought to utilize our newfound means of transportation to expedite the collection of the 7 Dragon Balls, thereby facilitating his nefarious intentions. Otherwise, traversing on foot would render the quest a protracted endeavor, extending into the distant future. The situation seemed too fortuitous to be genuine. Wulong harbored doubts regarding Lu Ping's purported altruism, speculating whether he had concealed explosives within the vehicle. "Lu Ping would not do such a thing. You ought to trust him," the innocent little Wukong asserted. Nevertheless, Wulong remained skeptical. Before long, a thunderous explosion reverberated across the wilderness. What led to this calamity? I could not ascertain the reasons. Asu and Xiaowu had fallen victim to the timed explosives they had unwittingly encountered, both appearing quite disheveled. Fortunately, as in the previous incident, they emerged with their limbs intact, albeit bearing a rather unfortunate appearance. Sun Weiqiang and his companions entered the crimson sedan and set off, while Lu Ping and Puyalu followed closely behind. Chapter 23. The Exploding Bread Mountain and the Bull Demon King. 2 days later, a red car came to a halt. "Look, there lies the Exploding Bread Mountain," the driver, Wulong remarked. Before them stood the mountain, ablaze with fierce flames, engulfed in fire. The trio and the pig exited the vehicle. No wonder it feels so hot, Bulma realized. Perhaps it would be best if we refrain from going any further. The Bull Demon King resides there, Wulong suggested. You have mentioned the Bull Demon King several times. Is he truly that formidable? Bulma inquired. You genuinely do not know? In short, the Bull Demon King is exceedingly fearsome, otherwise he would not be referred to as the Emperor of Demons, Wulong vividly described. Do you see that castle atop the mountain? That is the fortress of the Bull Demon King, where he hoards the gold and treasures he has plundered. Many have sought to steal them, yet none have succeeded. Then the sixth Dragon Ball must be within. Bulma gazed at the castle. Is the Bull Demon King also inside that castle? Little Weiqiang wondered. No. The Bull Demon King guards the mountain path leading to the castle. Wulong shook his pig head. It is said that he was taking his children out for a picnic when the mountain erupted in flames. The inferno was so intense that he was unable to return to the castle. How do you know so much? Bulma asked, intrigued. Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong turned their gazes toward it, as did the third person. Naturally, this excerpt is found in high school textbooks. The origin of the misunderstanding is clear, isn't it? Wulong, weren't you expelled from kindergarten for stealing the female teacher's underwear? Sun Weiqiang expressed his skepticism. Let us not discuss that anymore. What does it have to do with my reading high school textbooks? Wulong wished to elaborate further. But remembering how Weiqiang had concealed that incident for him the previous night, he decided to let it go. Nonetheless, he secretly cursed inwardly. How infuriating. He is so lecherous. Having seen Bulma in her entirety, yet I am the only one aware of it. Well, you all know the details by now. I advise you to head home. Wulong proclaimed, hastily retreating into the car. What nonsense. Now that we are here, how can we possibly give up? Bulma exclaimed in anger. Are you seeking death? Wulong retorted. Regardless of how formidable Wukong and Weiqiang might be, they could never contend with the Bull Demon King. Is the Bull Demon King really that powerful? I wish to meet him, little Wukong said casually, sitting on the ground with his head tilted. I certainly won't accompany you. You are simply courting disaster. After uttering these words, Wulong drove away. Hearing the sound, little Wukong stood up and called back. He has run away again. Wait, Wulong. Bulma shouted. Wulong did not return. Bleep. Bleep. Bulma unleashed her ultimate move. Sun Weiqiang chuckled as he shook his head. Oh, what a blunder. Why haven't you learned from your mistakes? Not far off. Wulong dashed out of the car and hastily made his way to the roadside. A voice echoed back. I get it now. I'll just follow you guys. So stop nagging. Ouch. Is there no hope for you? Sun Weiqiang sighed, realizing that Wulong truly had not learned his lesson. Still complaining? Do you think you haven't embarrassed yourself enough? With that, he exclaimed nag. 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 No. Weiqiang, please stop. No more nagging. Wulong cried out in agony. Aha. Little Wukong laughed heartily. Nag. Nag. He joined in the chorus. Can you all just stop yelling? Wulong held in distress. Once he had finished, he took a moment to compose himself, then drove the red sedan with Sun Weiqiang and the others closer to the Bread Mountain. A minute later, they arrived at a village near Bread Mountain. The trio, along with the pig, emerged from the vehicle. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, which indicated that the Dragon Ball was located within a nearby castle. I believe if we can fly in, obtaining the Dragon Ball should be a breeze. Hey, Wukong, can you go into the castle to fetch the Dragon Ball? Bulma inquired. Little Wukong, who was fiddling with a skull he found on the ground, replied. I want to know unless I try. Then please give it a shot. Bulma smiled. Little Wukong nodded, thinking how easy it was to persuade him. Just dive right into the volcano, Sun Weiqiang mused. Setting down the skull, little Wukong shouted towards the sky, Nimbus. You fool. I've told you countless times not to shout. Wulong scolded angrily, fearing the arrival of the Ox King. The Nimbus cloud soared from the horizon, and little Wukong leaped onto it. I'm going to check it out now. Whoosh. The Nimbus shot into the sky. Make sure to find it. Bulma called after him, gazing at the direction in which Sun Wukong had flown. Come back quickly, Wulong urged. And you criticize others? Aren't you the one shouting? Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Bemused. How hot. Little Wukong exclaimed, hovering over the castle. Is this the place? It might just work. He dove downward. So hot. So hot. Ah, so hot. Little Wukong soared out from Bread Mountain and landed in a clear water pool. Honestly, he has no perseverance at all, Bulma lamented. I told you. Why not just go home and sleep? Wulong added with a smirk. Damn it. I truly wish I could toss both of you into the fire. Sun Weiqiang glared at them with mischievous intent. Weiqiang, what kind of look is that? What are you planning? Bulma asked, noticing the unusual glint in his eyes. Weiqiang, what is wrong with you? Wulong felt a twinge of fear. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared behind Bulma and the others, hurling a massive axe. Thud. The axe whizzed past Bulma and struck a wall with tremendous force, creating a gust of wind that sent Bulma's lush green hair swirling. Bulma and Wulong turned in terror. What are you doing here? The formidable Ox King demanded, reclaiming his axe with an imposing glare. Why you are the Ox King? Bulma trembled, her voice quaking with fear. Wulong was equally frightened, quaking in his boots. Sun Weiqiang felt rather indifferent, though he couldn't quite discern the reason behind it. Perhaps it was simply due to the fact that the Bull Demon King was rather unimpressive? Aren't you here to steal my treasures? Answer me. The Bull Demon King demanded. We lack the audacity for such deeds. We merely happened to pass by. Bulma hastily fabricated an excuse. Indeed, Wulong, terrified, could barely resemble a pig. Is that so? The Bull Demon King leaned closer, his massive head nearly touching Bulma's. Ah. Bulma was nearly frightened to tears, her tears cascading down her cheeks. Weiqiang. Goku. Bulma took a few steps back in fear, calling out as she rushed behind Sun Weiqiang. Wulong, mimicking her, also scurried to hide behind him. At that moment, little Goku, who was cooling off in the water, heard Bulma's call. The magic staff extended, one end propped against the water tank while the other pulled little Goku out, arcing gracefully through the air before returning to Sun Weiqiang and the others. Were you calling me? Little Goku inquired as he landed. Casually mentioning the earlier incident, the bread mountain was too hot to enter. Bulma tightened her legs and scolded, You fool! You truly came to steal something, didn't you? The Bull Demon King interrogated. Uncle, who are you? Little Goku innocently asked. Stop pretending. I will kill you all. The Bull Demon King swung his massive axe down. Chapter 24, the first encounter between Goku and Kiki. The process encountered a few twists and turns, yet when the Bull Demon King beheld Sun Wukong's Nimbus cloud, the battle was effectively over. After conversing with little Goku, the Bull Demon King joyfully leaped about, his enormous mouth exclaiming, Wow! Wonderful! I can return to my castle now. By the way, this isn't the time for nostalgia. I would like to ask you for a favor. Could you assist me? The Bull Demon King addressed Goku, who was riding the Nimbus cloud. What is it? Little Goku inquired. Here's the situation, the Bull Demon King began. If I could obtain the banana fan from Master Wu Tian, I could extinguish the great fire on the mountain. Would you be willing to ride the Nimbus cloud to help me fetch it? Sure, but you must give me a Dragon Ball in return. Little Goku replied with a grin. What? A Dragon Ball? The Bull Demon King questioned, perplexed. This kind of thing, there should be some in the castle, little Goku said, pulling out a Dragon Ball he had on him for the Bull Demon King to see. Upon closer inspection, the Bull Demon King recalled, I've seen this orb before. Very well. If you need it, take it without hesitation. Marvelous. Little Goku exclaimed, delighted. Bulma rushed towards little Goku, exclaiming, Hooray! I can finally return alive. Wulong rubbed his piggy eyes, his rapidly beating heart finally relaxing at that moment. Is it really necessary? Sun Weiqiang furrowed his brow and remarked, This pig seems excessively frightened. Wulong looked up at Weiqiang, nodding his pig head with a pitiful expression. Oh dear. Sun Weiqiang blurted. Following them, Lepin and Puyalu hid behind a wall, secretly observing. This is my first time seeing it. The Dragon Ball is so small. It truly is quite petite, yet quite beautiful. Indeed, Master Lepin. I shall set off now. Little Goku declared, preparing to depart. Wait a moment. The Bull Demon King still had more to say, as I need the banana fan and lack suitable candidates. I am left with no choice but to send my only daughter, Kiki, to find Master Wu Tian alone. I believe she has gone far. You should be able to find her and take her along. Kiki. Little Goku pondered aloud. The Bull Demon King spread his hands, stating, Though she can be a bit stingy, she is a good child. By the way, she could even be your bride. Bride? Little Goku was taken aback. Unsure of what that meant, Wulong stifled a laugh, already envisioning what the Bull Demon King's daughter might look like. Wulong, how premature you are in your amusement. Kiki is not what you imagine, Sun Weiqiang discerned his thoughts. The next moment, the Bull Demon King produced a photograph, saying, Look, this is her picture. In short, it is fine for me to take her with me. Wow, how splendid. She looks so adorable. Wulong couldn't help but exclaim. Humph, perverted pig. Bulma crossed her arms, turning her face away to avoid the sight of this lecherous creature. Behind the wall, Puyalu and Lepin were astonished, their hearts racing. realizing that the girl who had been knocked down by Master Lepin earlier was indeed the Bull Demon King's only daughter. Little Goku bid farewell to everyone and took off on the Nimbus cloud. A few minutes later, "Is your name Kiki?" Little Goku asked as he hovered low on the Nimbus cloud. Below him stood Kiki, clad in a bikini and a cloak with a helmet, who replied, "Yes. My name is Kiki. Who are you?" "Today, many people seem to know my name." "I see. You've fallen for me, haven't you?" Kiki boldly declared, pointing at him. "You are the daughter of the Bull Demon King, aren't you?" Little Goku asked foolishly. "How do you know my father?" Kiki inquired. "Uncle Bull Demon King asked me to borrow the banana fan and told me to find you along the way," Little Goku explained. "What? Are you serious?" Kiki clasped her hands in excitement. "I will take you on the Nimbus cloud. Come aboard," Little Goku encouraged, landing before Kiki and pointing to the golden cloud beneath them. "Can this cotton-like thing carry people?" Kiki asked. "Only those with a pure heart can ride it," Little Goku replied thoughtfully. "Then there's no problem. My heart is as pure as a flush toilet," Kiki declared confidently. She attempted to climb onto the Nimbus cloud but struggled slightly. "Hurry up," Little Goku urged. In the end, Kiki grabbed onto Sun Wukong's tail, finally pulling herself up, but Little Goku ended up falling down. "What happened?" Kiki asked, bewildered. "Please don't grab my tail." Little Goku stood up and explained, "When you hold my tail, it drains my strength." "How peculiar. Why do you have a tail on your backside?" Indeed, that was his weakness, the tail on his backside. "Yes, Master Lepin, I heard that too." Lepin and Puyalu arrived here just before Little Goku. Earlier, Lepin had knocked Kiki down, unaware that this little girl was the Bull Demon King's daughter. Upon realizing this, he rushed over to wake the unconscious Kiki, and upon seeing Little Goku arrive, Lepin and Puyalu took cover nearby while Kiki was distracted. In the air, Little Goku rode the Nimbus cloud, carrying Kiki to borrow the banana fan, and at one point, he reverted to his old antics. The difference this time was that he was using his feet. Smack, smack. His feet precisely landed on Kiki's triangular blue underwear, right at the center, with his hair flying. Little Goku glanced back and remarked, "You truly lack that. You are a girl, aren't you?" "Ah!" Chi-Chi cried out loudly, "Get away," as she kicked her legs in a frenzy. In that moment, she pushed Little Wukong off the flying Nimbus. Little Wukong fell freely, landing with a thud. Chi-Chi, unable to control the Nimbus, collided headfirst into a tree with a loud crash. When Little Wukong remounted the Nimbus, he asked, "What is going on? Why are you suddenly so angry?" To which Chi-Chi retorted, "What are you talking about? You shouldn't be so lewd." Her expression was one of fury, yet deep down, she thought, having already crossed paths with him, she might as well marry the young man before her. Little Wukong carried Chi-Chi back to the vast ocean he had seen before, pondering how impossible it was to find Master Roshi in such an expanse. "Perhaps we should ask someone," he suggested. "Yes, dear," Chi-Chi replied joyfully. "What did you say, dear?" Little Wukong turned back in surprise. "Oh, nothing. I'm so sorry," Chi-Chi laughed. Suddenly feeling shy, covering her face with her hands and noticing a warmth creeping over her. Soon, at the surface of the sea, Little Wukong inquired of a dolphin, "Do you know where Master Roshi lives?" "I do. Just swim straight that way. His home is on that small island," the dolphin indicated with a fin. "Thank you." Following the dolphin's direction, Little Wukong and Chi-Chi arrived at a small island. Chapter 25. The Turtle School's Kamehameha. The island beneath Little Wukong and Chi-Chi's feet was none other than Turtle Island, where Master Roshi resided. Upon arrival, Little Wukong explained their situation to him, but since the fan had previously been discarded by Master Roshi, he decided to assist in extinguishing the fire personally. With Chi-Chi riding on the Nimbus, they swiftly returned to Bread Mountain, where Little Wukong reported the situation to everyone. "What? The fan was lost? So Master Roshi must come to put out the fire himself. What did you say? Look, he's coming." Following Little Wukong's gesture towards the sky, Master Roshi descended gracefully from the flying turtle shell, adorned with a purple turtle shell, dark sunglasses, and a summoning staff. With a thud, he landed firmly on the ground. "Master Wu Tian, long time no see," the Bull Demon King exclaimed, rushing forward and kneeling in excitement. Dazed from the whirlwind created by the flying turtle, Master Roshi was knocked backward by the Bull Demon King's immense force. "What happened to you, Master Wu Tian?" the Bull Demon King asked, looking up. "Just a moment," Master Roshi replied, realizing the scale of the blaze at Bread Mountain. He prepared to extinguish the fire, but before doing so, he pulled Little Wukong aside for a private discussion about their earlier agreement. "Oh, I almost forgot." Little Wukong scratched his head and went to summon Bulma. Sun Weiqiang, aware of the situation, followed to join in. Lu Ping and Puyalu returned as well, eavesdropping from behind another wall. Little brother, you speak for me. Master Rashi instructed little Weiqiang. The old man wants to see your figure, little Weiqiang conveyed. What? Are you joking? Why must I provide him with such a private service? Bulma fumed. But if you don't extinguish the fire, you'll never obtain that Dragon Ball, Master Rashi countered, exploiting Bulma's weakness. That insufferable Weiqiang, he talks too much. Bulma glared fiercely at Sun Wukong. A mere glance won't cost you anything, little Weiqiang remarked nonchalantly. Exactly. A quick look wouldn't hurt, Sun Weiqiang chimed in. Bulma, just give in. Look, Weiqiang agrees with me, little Weiqiang added, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. All of you be quiet. Bulma shouted at the two. I think I should just go back, Master Rashi interjected appropriately to achieve his goal. Fine, I get it, Bulma relented. But if you want to see my figure, you must extinguish the fire first. All right, it's a deal. You cannot go back on your word, Master Rashi emphasized. Indeed. He and Bulma made a pinky promise, stating, Pinky swear, 100 years without changing, or else we meet every night. Perverted old man. Who wants to see you every night? Bulma retorted, hands on her hips, glaring at Master Rashi. Truly, Master Rashi, you are our role model. Sun Weiqiang secretly affirmed. Little Weiqiang. With the terms settled, Master Rashi prepared to extinguish the fire. He set aside his large turtle shell and summoning staff, removing his yellow shirt, leaving only his shoes and long pants, along with his cool sunglasses. All right, I'm about to begin, he declared. Here comes the show-off. Sun Weiqiang muttered to himself, adding 3 more words in his heart. With all eyes upon him, except for Sun Weiqiang, everyone awaited Master Rashi's approach to extinguishing the flames. Even the Bull Demon King was eager to see his teacher in action. Yet, at this crucial moment, Master Rashi turned his head and remarked, Am I not sexy? Isn't that right? Yes. Bulma nodded in disbelief. You perverted old man. You're either covered in plasters or have had cupping done. How can you say that? Sun Weiqiang was taken aback. Was there yet another twist? Hey, little one, lend me a hand. The turtle hermit seemed unable to scale the foremost wall. Are you all right? He asked, as Sun Wukong offered assistance. I doubt he can manage that. Oolong voiced his skepticism. Can he truly extinguish the flames in that state? Bulma also expressed her doubts. Everyone, we must have faith in Master Wu Tian, declared the Bull Demon King. Sun Weiqiang harbored doubts that the old turtle was merely setting the stage for subsequent pretentious displays. How could he possibly fail to scale such a modest wall of merely over 1 meter in height? A mere leap would suffice. Oh, Master Rashi, you truly understand the art of pretense. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the previously frail figure of Master Rashi swelled with newfound vigor, transforming instantaneously from a feeble old man into a muscular powerhouse, captivating the gaze of nearly everyone present. But the spectacle was far from over. Before Sun Weiqiang and the others, the burly Master Rashi's muscles surged yet again, growing even more formidable. The moment had arrived. Teacher Wu Tian's Kamehameha wave. The Bull Demon King exclaimed with excitement. A cerulean energy coalesced in Rashi's hands as he unleashed it, exclaiming, Ha! A tremendous force erupted from his being through his hands, surging forward towards the volcano. After a blinding flash of light, Master Rashi sat atop the wall, his form reverting to its original state. The blazing inferno of Bread Mountain was utterly extinguished. Although the flames have been quelled, the Bull Demon King stuttered, pointing. The castle and the entire mountain have been reduced to rubble. Gone, the crowd echoed. I may have overdone it, Master Rashi said sheepishly, scratching his head. The onlookers fainted in disbelief. Grandpa, that move was incredible. Will you teach me? Little Weiqiang implored eagerly. To master the Kamehameha wave requires at least 50 years of training. Master Rashi replied, adjusting his clothing and donning his turtle shell, raising his left hand as if to emphasize the point. 50 years. Little Weiqiang was taken aback. He mimicked Master Rashi's earlier display, channeling the Kamehameha wave. A blue energy gathered in his hands, and he directed it towards the red car, successfully knocking off one of its wheels. I did it, but it pales in comparison to Grandpa Rashi's prowess, Little Weiqiang murmured, gazing down at his hands. Remarkable. No wonder you are Gohan's grandson, the Bull Demon King praised. What? Gohan? Son Gohan? Master Rashi inquired. Teacher, you weren't aware? Just as Master Rashi and the Bull Demon King spoke of Son Gohan, another burst of blue energy manifested. Huh. Sun Weiqiang also attempted the technique. Aiming at the same red car. Boom. The door of the red car was pierced clean through by Sun Wukong's strike, creating a hole the size of an adult's head. Am I truly this formidable? Sun Wukong was astounded by his own prowess. He was aware of his exceptional cultivation talent, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. This body possessed an innate martial arts aptitude, and he could not fathom what transformations had occurred since his arrival in this realm. Indeed, it was even greater than before. Sun Wukong had a profound understanding of his abilities, recognizing that he could effortlessly master any martial arts technique he encountered. The Kamehameha wave was no exception. He could wield it with remarkable proficiency. However, the potency of his execution exceeded even that of little Wukong, a revelation that took him by surprise. In other words, he was acutely aware of his own strength, yet he never anticipated it to be so formidable. Moreover, it is noteworthy that he had not yet unleashed the full force of the Kamehameha wave. Not only was Sun Weiqiang astonished by his own prowess, but everyone present was equally taken aback. Weiqiang, you are truly incredible. You penetrated the car. Little Wukong exclaimed, dumbfounded. Is this what you meant when you said Wukong was stronger than you? Wulong, with a bewildered expression, seemed on the verge of inscribing the words I believe you in bold letters. How astonishing! Bulma gasped, her hand covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Stronger than Wukong? Chi-Chi was equally astonished. Had it not been for her prior encounter with Wukong, she might have considered this short-haired youth, who bore a striking resemblance to him, as a potential partner. Oh dear. Chi-Chi, how could you entertain such thoughts? You are destined for another. She admonished herself. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed crimson as her gaze lingered on little Wukong. My future husband is also quite remarkable. Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong. Like you. I truly admire the verdant and vibrant Gita, but I never intended to overshadow you. The Bull Demon King, Master Rashi, the Flying Turtle, and even the concealed Puyalu and Lepin, all of them gazed in astonishment, their mouths agape. The mere presence of one Sun Wukong is already astounding. The emergence of another Sun Weiqiang is simply extraordinary. Chapter 26, Invitation? Wish? Agreement? Butterfly? Would you care to visit my home? After a period of cultivation, you might even surpass me. Master Rashi extended an invitation to Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang. Really? Once we gather all the Dragon Balls, I will definitely visit you, Grandpa. Little Wukong exclaimed excitedly. I feel the same. I will accompany Wukong, Sun Weiqiang said with a smile. He had just contemplated this. If Master Rashi invited little Wukong for training, it was only logical that he would extend the same courtesy to him. After all, his current cultivation talent appeared to surpass that of little Wukong. It would be unreasonable to overlook him, though Sun Wukong had a late grandfather, Sun Gohan. The thrill of hearing Master Rashi personally invite both of them filled Sun Weiqiang with immense joy. In the quiet of the night, he often pondered his future. What path should he take? What aspirations should he pursue? What is the significance of his arrival in the Dragon Ball world? Initially, Sun Weiqiang envisioned tightly grasping the future represented by Sun Wukong. However, that notion had begun to waver. The reason being, he had previously overlooked one crucial fact. He could make a wish upon the Dragon Balls. By collecting all 7, he could wish to the Eternal Dragon, thereby potentially narrowing the innate gap between himself and little Wukong, elevating his martial arts potential. In the distant future, he might not be unable to contend with Sun Wukong. Rather than merely clinging to Sun Wukong's coattails, how much more splendid would it be if he could become a pillar of strength himself? In recent days, the mere thought of this has left Sun Weiqiang exhilarated, with his yearning for the Dragon Balls soaring. He had concocted a compelling justification for himself. After all, if all went as expected, the last wish granted by the Dragon Balls would merely be a pair of underwear for Oolong. If that were the case, why not allow him the opportunity? As for how to seize the chance to make a wish first, Sun Weiqiang has undoubtedly engaged in profound contemplation multiple times in silence. Notably, he has mastered the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique. If he merely follows the narrative and proceeds methodically, won't success come effortlessly at the crucial moment? Sun Weiqiang had developed new thoughts regarding his plan to wish upon the Eternal Dragon ahead of others. He mused to himself, there's no rush. Let me ponder this further and see if a better approach presents itself. If he were to disregard other considerations, he could indeed seize the opportunity to stealthily acquire the 6 Dragon Balls from Bulma and Goku. All that would remain would be to obtain the final Dragon Ball possessed by Pilaf, and then, in a secluded place, summon the Eternal Dragon and discreetly make his wish. This plan held a certain degree of feasibility. However, Sun Weiqiang was reluctant to jeopardize his relationship with Goku and the others, particularly with Goku himself. Despite his understanding that a heartfelt apology could mend any rift, he still hesitated to act on the scheme. It did not align with his true desires. He longed to cultivate his skills alongside Goku under Master Roshi's tutelage, to grow, to improve, and to become stronger together. This aspiration was not only a tribute to the cherished memories of his idyllic childhood, but also a fitting homage to the myriad experiences of his past. Sun Weiqiang was filled with anticipation regarding the matter at hand. Bulma, utilizing the dragon radar, discovered the Dragon Ball belonging to the Ox King amidst the ruins of the Bread Mountain. Just as she and Sun Wukong were about to depart in the flying car gifted by the Ox King, Master Roshi reminded her that she had yet to fulfill her promise. Bulma forced a smile and replied, "You remember, huh? Just give me a moment." She then pulled Oolong aside behind a nearby wall and explained, "Let me tell you, the situation is as follows. I promised that lecherous old man, Master Roshi, that if he extinguished the flames of Bread Mountain, I would let him see my figure. You need to help me. Transform into my likeness and take my place for a while." "Are you joking? This has nothing to do with me. Letting a man see my figure is utterly repulsive." "I absolutely refuse," Oolong retorted defiantly. "Oh, do you wish to suffer from an upset stomach?" Bulma replied lightly. "You will regret this later," Oolong sighed, feeling resigned, yet ultimately acquiesced. "Transform. How do I look?" Oolong inquired. "What? I am neither that short nor that unattractive," Bulma exclaimed, exasperated, as she observed Oolong transform into her, albeit only half her height, and sporting a round face, an obvious mockery of her appearance. "Stop whining and just transform," Oolong grumbled irritably. "How about now? Is it perfect?" Oolong asked once more. Bulma feigned surprise. "You startled me. For a moment, I almost thought a celebrity was standing before me." "Quit the theatrics," the transformed Oolong, now closely resembling Bulma, scoffed. Meanwhile, the real Bulma hid behind another wall, as the faux Bulma waved her hand to summon Master Roshi, exclaiming, "Hey, Master Roshi," tossing aside his walking stick, promptly rushed over. Sun Wukong realized that the situation had taken a turn when Oolong transformed into Bulma, and it seemed that the turtle sage was not particularly intrigued. Although his interest was waning, out of sheer boredom, Sun Wukong decided to find a good vantage point to observe. To his astonishment, this formidable elder turned out to be even more lecherous than himself. The faux Bulma cast a critical glance at Master Roshi, internally scoffing. "Hurry up and let me see. Come on." The turtle sage, brimming with impatience, gestured eagerly with his hands. Just moments ago, the false Bulma had expressed her disgust, yet now she adopted an entirely different demeanor, covering her face with her hands as if to imply, "Oh, how innocent you are. Is it enough just to take a glance?" She suggested. "I think it would be far more entertaining to bury your head in my bosom." The faux Bulma playfully wiggled her finger, issuing this provocative proposal. "Bury my head in there?" The audacity of such an act left the turtle sage momentarily stunned. "Come, bury your head in there," she beckoned, pointing to her ample chest while performing a suggestive squeezing motion with her hands. The turtle sage, entranced, mimicked her gestures, his gaze ensnared in her alluring depths. Completely unable to extricate himself, for a fleeting moment, his rhythm aligned entirely with that of the faux Bulma. What an imbecile! Why expose himself to such an extent? The real Bulma, observing from a distance, felt an immense surge of irritation. "Let us begin," commanded the faux Bulma, as she provocatively removed the strapless top of her bunny costume. The turtle sage was overwhelmed, blood gushing from his nose. The mere act of burying his head would have already brought him immense pleasure, yet he was unprepared for the ensuing striptease. Oh dear, how can anyone withstand this? Goodness, is it truly this exhilarating? Sun Wukong had a vague understanding that Bulma had asked Oolong to transform into her likeness to showcase her figure to the turtle sage, but the specifics had mostly slipped his mind. He was taken aback by the extent of Oolong's audacity. Indeed, it seemed only men could truly understand the nature of other men. However, he pondered how the turtle sage would react upon discovering the truth. Surely, his expression would be quite a spectacle. Sun Wukong found himself lost in amusing thoughts. Meanwhile, the turtle sage, overwhelmed with excitement, muttered to himself, "How fortunate I am. Being a man is truly delightful." Bulma and the transformed Oolong were gathered together. "You fool, you've gone too far," Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips, delivering a punch to Oolong's pig-like head. "What do you mean? I've put in so much effort, and instead of praise, I get it. Don't bother me next time." Oolong pouted in frustration. "Next time? What kind of girl do you think I am?" Bulma, infuriated, continued to pummel Oolong. "Don't come any closer. Help. Someone's trying to slaughter me." Oolong hurriedly fled, shouting for help as Bulma chased after him. On the other hand, Goku and Chi-Chi shared a much warmer moment. Goku. When I grow up, you must promise to marry me. Marry? What are you talking about? Stop it. You know exactly what I mean. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. All right. If that's what you wish, then I shall marry you. Goku replied from the car. I'm so sorry, Chi-Chi said, shyly covering her face. Sun Wukong approached Wukong. While Chi-Chi listened intently to their conversation. Wukong, this time I shall ensure your victory is more comprehensive. Sun Wukong silently vowed. He had some understanding of why Chi-Chi had transformed into her current state after marrying Sun Wukong in the future. In truth, she could not be entirely blamed. Wukong bore his share of responsibility as well. Under normal circumstances, perhaps things would have unfolded similarly. But now that I have arrived, everything in the future shall be altered by my presence. Yet, I wonder how the alteration of Chi-Chi might affect their son, Sun Wukong. Would he continue his path as a scholar? Or would he follow in Wukong's footsteps? If he were to become such a version of Sun Wukong, it would certainly be something to anticipate. Or perhaps, Sun Weiqiang's thoughts swirled. This matter is still far off, so he decided to take his time. The wings of this butterfly truly possess the potential to alter everything. Farewell. Take care, everyone. Goodbye. He bid farewell to Master Roshi, the Ox King, Chi-Chi, and the Flying Turtle. Sun Weiqiang, Little Wukong, Bulma, and Oolong boarded the flying vehicle gifted by the Ox King and set off towards the final Dragon Ball. This time, Sun Weiqiang dismissed the notion of bringing the flying turtle bestowed upon him by Master Roshi. It was a jest. Even Master Roshi, upon arriving, was left disoriented. And if he were to switch places, it would only exacerbate the situation. Moreover, Master Roshi needed to return to Kame House on his flying turtle. Liping and Puyalu continued to trail behind Sun Weiqiang and the others. Chapter 27. The chatter above the clouds having departed from the ruins of the blasted Bread Mountain, Bulma piloted the light green flying vehicle high into the sky. Only one Dragon Ball remained. I can't wait to see what Shenron looks like. Bulma exclaimed to little Wukong, while Sun Weiqiang mused, you will see him soon, Wukong. His thoughts drifted to the pivotal moment of gathering the 7 Dragon Balls and making a wish to Shenron. So be it. After contemplating, Sun Weiqiang formulated a plan. His gaze fell upon little Wukong's innocent and joyful face as he conversed animatedly with Bulma. If all goes well, Wukong, I may very well become your lifelong rival in the future. The thought truly excites me. As Sun Weiqiang's most cherished character in the Dragon Ball universe. To be his lifelong adversary, to challenge him, to restrain him, even to surpass him. This would be the highest form of reverence for Sun Wukong. I wonder if that day will ever come? Sun Weiqiang yearned for this day, and if it were to come, even if only for a fleeting moment, it would undoubtedly be quite delightful. As his thoughts meandered, a smile graced his lips. What are you laughing at? Inquired little Wukong, curiosity evident in his eyes. Seated beside him, Sun Weiqiang casually replied, Oh, it's nothing. Just recalling something amusing. What is so funny? Little Wukong's large eyes sparkled with intrigue, while Bulma perked up her ears to listen. Meanwhile, Oolong remained in slumber. Sun Weiqiang, with a twinkle in his eye, casually remarked, Wukong, imagine if we made a couple of noises and Oolong heard us. If he got so startled that he felt the urge to jump down to relieve himself. Only to discover that Bulma was driving us so high up, what do you think would happen? Little Wukong tilted his head in contemplation, then shook it. I don't know. But is it funny? Let me try. He leaned over the passenger seat and made a couple of sounds near Oolong's ears. Receiving no response, he raised his volume. Beep, beep, beep. Oolong's large ears twitched, his eyes flew open, and he instantly felt the urgency of nature's call. Bulma, stop the car. I need to relieve myself. Who was making that noise? Can't I even take a nap in peace? He exclaimed, panic evident in his tone. You better hold it in. We're in the sky. If you dare to do it here, I'll kick you out. Bulma warned fiercely, exuding an air of authority that left no doubt she would follow through. Then you need to drive down faster. Hurry. Oolong's face flushed with anxiety. I got it. Just be quiet. Bulma directed as she steered towards the ground. Ha ha ha. Little Wukong erupted in laughter, pointing at Oolong. Wukong, was that you making noise? You always laugh the hardest. How infuriating. Oolong retorted, speaking rapidly. Yes. I made a couple of sounds, and you didn't wake up, but when I shouted, you jolted awake. Little Wukong replied candidly. Oolong's face turned as red as a cooked pig's head. Wukong, are you implying I can't hold it in? His eyes glistened with frustration. Why did I ask such a foolish question? Hurry up, Bulma. Oolong felt he was truly at his limit. Ha 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 ha. Little Wukong continued to laugh uncontrollably, reclining in his seat, clutching his belly, and playfully kicking his short legs. Sun Weiqiang had not been smiling much. But upon witnessing little Wukong's joyful laughter, he too burst into hearty laughter. As they journeyed in search of the final Dragon Ball, Sun Weiqiang and his companions encountered a brigade of rabbits. After a fierce struggle, they emerged victorious, with little Wukong wielding the Rui Bang. They sent the rabbits soaring to the moon before continuing their expedition. Oolong piloted the flying car at a low altitude, and amidst their journey, he suddenly inquired, "Bulma, I have been pondering, what wish do you intend to make upon collecting the 7 Dragon Balls?" Bulma paused for a moment, covering her face as she replied, "Aside from you, I have already informed Wukong and Weiqiang that I wish to find a lover, the finest lover in the world." "What? A lover? I can hardly believe it. You gathered the 7 Dragon Balls merely to seek a lover? Compared to such a grand aspiration, it pales in significance. Such a waste of effort," Oolong exclaimed. "Indeed," Bulma affirmed. "We risked our lives to assist you in your quest for the Dragon Balls. And you intend to make such a trivial wish?" Oolong expressed his discontent. "What do you mean by that?" Bulma retorted angrily. "What constitutes a wish that isn't a wish? Can't you speak sensibly, you lecherous pig? You wouldn't understand. Anyway," she added, "who are you calling a little rascal?" Oolong turned his head, facing Bulma with a piggish glare. "Oolong, pay attention to the road. Look ahead." Little Wukong, who had been enjoying the view alongside Sun Weiqiang, noticed Oolong's distraction as he was about to crash into a cluster of mushroom trees and quickly warned him. Oolong turned back, showcasing his exceptional driving skills as he deftly maneuvered, swerving left and right to narrowly avoid the towering mushroom trees. He let out a sigh of relief. "Drive more carefully," Bulma scolded him. "It's not all your fault," Oolong retorted confidently. "Oolong, ever since that night you took liberties with Bulma, you have become increasingly audacious." Sun Weiqiang recalled. That night, Oolong had taken full advantage of the situation, proving to be even more brazen than he. He had groped Bulma without restraint, exploring every facet of her being, leaving no part untouched. Under his watchful eye, Oolong's chubby hands had flipped Bulma over, indulging in his desires unabashedly. Sun Weiqiang was present, and even in the face of such blunders, one could only shudder at the thought of his absence. Meanwhile, in the direction Sun Weiqiang and his companions were heading, a towering and majestic castle loomed. Could this be the Dragon Ball? Pilaf gazed intently at the golden dot on the display screen. Indeed. "It was time to commence the positional calculations," responded Shiwu. The machine emitted a series of beeping sounds. "Step south 5 paces, then east 7 paces." Shiwu articulated as she precisely pinpointed the location of the Dragon Ball on the screen. Pilaf listened with rapt attention. Following Shiwu's instructions, Ashu began to navigate the room. Step south 3 paces, then west 4 paces, north 6 paces, west 3 paces again, and finally north 5 paces. Xiaowu detailed the movements. "Ah, right here," Ashu exclaimed upon spotting a green box on the table. He reached for it, but had not yet opened it when Pilaf, in a fit of rage, leapt up and struck Ashu on the head. The box slipped from Ashu's grasp, and the Dragon Ball tumbled across the floor, rolling several times before Pilaf retrieved it, berating his 2 subordinates. "This is my 1-star ball. You 2 worthless fools." At that moment, their scout, a mechanical bird, arrived with news of a discovery. Chapter 28. Sun Weiqiang allows the Dragon Ball to be stolen? Following the findings of the mechanical bird, Xiaowu ascended to observe from the canopy of a mushroom tree. She looked down at the vehicles passing below and reported via her walkie-talkie. "Their vehicles have just passed point 10 and are drawing closer." "Good. Proceed as per the battle plan," commanded Pilaf. "Understood," Shiwu replied, ending the call. She dialed another number. "Ashu, do you see the vehicles?" "I see them," came Ashu's voice through the walkie-talkie. "Then act according to the plan," Xiaowu instructed. "Got it, leave it to me." On another mushroom tree's canopy, Ashu, having hung up the walkie-talkie, aimed at the approaching vehicles below and fired a shell. Boom. The shell struck with precision. Sun Wukong, Sun Weiqiang, Oolong, and Bulma were violently propelled away. Boom. Sun Weiqiang and his companion's flying car collided with a mushroom tree, resulting in an explosion. What on earth is happening? Sun Weiqiang couldn't recall such an incident. What exactly transpired? The clumsy pig I was utterly dumbfounded, as was I, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Little Wukong sat on the ground, bewildered. What is happening? Bulma lay prostrate on the ground. A short distance away, Lepin, who had been trailing behind, exclaimed, "Puyalu, go and assess the situation." "Yes, young Master Lepin," Puyalu responded, soaring into the air. "Who is that?" Little Wukong spotted a peculiar figure emerging before them. Oh, it turns out to be them. Is it Xiaowu or Ashu? Sun Weiqiang immediately understood upon seeing the machine. However, he refrained from intervening, allowing the individual inside the machine, who had their back turned to them, to search for the Dragon Balls amidst the wreckage of the flying car. Though Sun Weiqiang had forgotten this particular segment. Remaining unfazed by the theft of the Dragon Balls, he was still ensnared by his prior plans to wish upon the dragon. This exemplifies the remarkable prowess of a time-traveling prophet. Take them if you wish. I allow it, Sun Weiqiang mused. Asu, piloting the machine, utilized its robotic arm to unfasten a bag, revealing 5 exquisite Dragon Balls that captivated its attention. I apologize, but I shall be taking these Dragon Balls with me. Farewell, Asa said, facing Sun Weiqiang and his companions with a courteous farewell. The machine expelled flames from beneath, soaring into the sky like a rocket as Asa departed. My Dragon Balls are gone, all gone. Bulma lamented, her spirits plummeting. What a peculiar individual, little Goku remarked, gazing at the figure that had just ascended into the heavens. That was a robot. Oolong, well-versed in such matters, added. Quick, Goku. Weiqiang, you must retrieve it. It has stolen the Dragon Balls. Bulma urged the two. Snapping back to reality. There's no need to worry, Sun Weiqiang reassured calmly. Little Goku and Oolong turned to him in disbelief. The Dragon Balls have been taken. And you say there's no cause for concern? What are you talking about? Have you grasped the situation? Bulma exclaimed, her voice rising in frustration towards Sun Weiqiang. Sun Weiqiang, with his left hand in his pocket and remaining silent, gently pointed with his right hand to the gray pouch at the waist of little Wukong, which contained a Dragon Ball. Indeed, there was another Dragon Ball with Wukong. Bulma's face instantly lit up with joy. Oolong, with a sudden insight, remarked, in this case, even if that robot originally had the last Dragon Ball, it would only amount to 6 Dragon Balls. Without Wukong's Dragon Ball, it cannot grant any wishes. Precisely, if it indeed possessed a Dragon Ball, we could simply follow the Dragon Ball radar to locate it and gather all 7. If it does not have one, we can retrieve the 5 missing Dragon Balls. Bulma let out a sigh of relief. That's exactly it. Sun Weiqiang nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in their strategy. Weiqiang, you remain remarkably composed, Bulma praised, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed into his. Although Weiqiang was a bit younger, shorter, and less robust, he was not unappealing. If he were to grow taller, he would undoubtedly become quite the handsome young man. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Why am I finding interest in a 12-year-old boy? Bulma shook herself from her reverie, choosing not to dwell any further. Sun Weiqiang, you were correct in your earlier thoughts, but I wouldn't classify myself as malevolent. Bulma, are you serious? Setting aside certain past events, if you were aware of what transpired that night, you wouldn't harbor such thoughts. And do you also fancy the green-haired Vegeta? How amusing. Unfortunately, I possess no interest in engaging with you on a deeper level. Haha. Bulma placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. That fool. He doesn't even know what it means to lose a Dragon Ball. Ha 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 ha. The next moment, Bulma embraced Goku and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Goku, for keeping the Dragon Ball on you and not with the others. Bulma's face pressed against Goku's, and as she lingered, she began to nuzzle closer. Don't do that. Don't do that. Little Goku protested, saying no, no. Oolong pointed to himself, his piggish mouth saying, let me take your place, Goku. That night, he had touched Bulma multiple times, thoroughly indulging. But can the proactive and the reactive be compared? Moreover, the former had to be surreptitious while the latter was entirely above board. There is no comparison. Oolong was envious, nearly drooling. Bang! Bulma kicked Oolong's piggy face. Then, with a spirited gesture, she pointed ahead and declared, let us proceed. The one who ultimately collects all 7 Dragon Balls will surely be me. I will utilize the Dragon Radar to locate their whereabouts and retrieve them. Find? How do we search? Our vehicle is already broken down, Oolong raised a concern. Covering his injured face, Bulma waved her finger, her smile radiant as she replied, have you forgotten? In the town where we encountered the rabbit army, I purchased numerous capsules. But just as Bulma began to recount this, she suddenly remembered. I placed all the capsules in the bag designated for the Dragon Balls. As she spoke of this matter, her mood soured once more, and she began to weep, sobbing uncontrollably. Sun Weiqiang was left speechless. Miss, could you possibly stabilize your emotions? Lepin had already comprehended the situation. Infuriated that his Dragon Ball had been stolen. What should we do? Puyalu inquired. There is nothing we can do. We'll just have to assist them once more. Lepin replied. But with that woman around, aren't you afraid? Puyalu asked. I'm gradually getting accustomed to it, Lepin said, lowering his head in embarrassment before resolutely declaring, I must change my fear of women. I absolutely will. It's so noisy. Can't you just walk? Little Goku remarked. That's easy for you to say. Bulma sobbed. If only Bulma could ride the flying Nimbus, Oolong mused, hands in pockets. Aren't you in the same predicament? Bulma retorted. At that moment, Lepin arrived, carrying Puyalu. Lepin. Bulma immediately turned into a love-struck girl. What are you all doing standing here? Lepin inquired playfully. To his surprise, Bulma jumped onto his flying vehicle, blushing, and exclaimed, Mr. Lepin, you arrived just in time to help us. She unceremoniously tossed Puyalu into the back seat. Let's hitch a ride, please. Bulma winked charmingly at Lepin, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Who could possibly withstand such a lure? Oolong and Sun Weiqiang boarded the vehicle, while Sun Wukong rode on his Nimbus, following closely. After rescuing Bulma, who had been transformed into a carrot by the rabbit army, their relationships had significantly improved, at least on the surface. Soon after, Bulma turned to Lepin and asked, Mr. Lepin, could you please close your eyes? Lepin thought he had misheard, utterly astonished. His thoughts scattered. Bulma wants me to close my eyes. Both eyes closed. Bulma's tone was laced with temptation. Could it be she intends to kiss me? What should I do? Panic surged within Lepin as he covertly scrutinized Bulma. Hurry up. Don't you want to? Bulma pressed, intensifying her charm. This is bad. I might perish. Lepin forced his eyes shut. Seeing this, Bulma instructed Puyalu, you too. Both Lepin and Puyalu complied, while Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma, you're making it easy for misunderstandings. Is it really necessary? Can't you just peek discreetly? Sun Weiqiang subtly criticized, shaking his head. After gathering his courage, Lepin waited with his eyes closed, yet Bulma did not kiss him. Growing anxious, he asked, is it done yet? Yes. Bulma replied, her joy evident. Urban women have such elaborate schemes. Luckily, I hail from the countryside, Oolong remarked. Shut up. Bulma snapped. Do you want to cause trouble? Oolong instantly fell silent. Is it over? Lepin realized belatedly. Mr. Lepin, please proceed westward at your utmost speed for 25 kilometers, Puyalu requested. Bulma repeated her earlier actions with Weiqiang, but now directed at another. Please, just this once? She pleaded, her face brushing against Lepin's. With a face as radiant as a peach blossom, Lepin pressed the accelerator. And with a swift motion, the vehicle soared into the sky. Bulma, how can Lepin handle this? Sun Weiqiang pondered. Strangely, as Lepin zoomed ahead, little Goku murmured, what an odd Bulma, before chasing after him on his Nimbus. Inside the castle, Pilaf gazed at several Dragon Balls before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed, Ha! I have collected 7 Dragon Balls. At last, I have gathered all 7. He embraced a globe, dancing with glee. King Pilaf, Little Wu pointed out. The count seems off. Ashu completed her thought. There are only 6. We're missing one. Pilaf appeared oblivious to his subordinate's words, lost in his own world, at last. I can fulfill my wish. We only have 6. One is still missing. Little Wu and Ashu reiterated. This world is mine. Pilaf continued to revel, joyfully toying with the globe. Your Majesty, we are still short 1 Dragon Ball. Both Little Wu and Ashu exclaimed in unison. Finally, after some effort, Pilaf regained his senses. What? He counted the Dragon Balls one by one and realized the 4-star ball was missing. Little Wu and Ashu rummaged through the stolen bag but found no trace of the missing 4-star ball. You two useless fools. Pilaf roared. Subsequently, the trio gazed at the display screen. Is this Dragon Ball detector truly functioning? Pilaf asked. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Little Wu confidently replied. The screen indicated the positions of the 6 Dragon Balls, and at that moment, a light that was rapidly approaching. Pilaf exclaimed joyfully. The last 4-star ball is coming right to us. Ha! Soon, I will have all the Dragon Balls, and this world will belong to me. Yes, Your Majesty. Little Wu and Ashu affirmed. Sun Weiqiang and his companions arrived before a grand, vintage castle. Is this the castle of Pilaf? A thought stirred within Sun Weiqiang. How immense it is. Little Wukong gazed at the towering structure, remarking, it's even larger than my palace. Who resides here? Wulong said with a hint of imbalance. Who lives here is of little consequence. Anyone bold enough to snatch my Dragon Balls shall face my wrath. Bulma crossed her arms, her eyes glinting with ferocity, her ponytail swaying with determination. Young Master Lepin, are you all right? Puyalu inquired with concern. Lepin, still aboard the flying vehicle, bore a look of overwhelming distress. He raised his fist in resolve. Puyalu, I vow. We must secure the 7 Dragon Balls. Puyalu replied affirmatively. Yes. Inside the castle, in the surveillance room, Shiwu reported. King Pilaf, that group has arrived. They came rather swiftly. It seems they possess Dragon Ball detectors. Pilaf, considering this, issued his command. Let us lure them in as planned. Shiwu and Ashu responded. Understood. Outside the castle, Sun Wukong thought to himself, my plan to make a wish is nearing fruition. He clenched his fists tightly. A surge of exhilaration coursing through him. His heart raced fiercely, pumping with fervor, as the fiery blood surged through his veins. If only I can make my wish to the dragon. The future shall undoubtedly be limitless. I shall shatter the confines of martial arts. I will transcend the power ceiling of earthlings. The strongest earthling? No. Absolutely more than that. The vastness of the stars in the boundless universe is my true path. Even beyond the infinite cosmos. Deep within Sun Wukong's gaze lay a profound yearning, a sentiment driven by desire. Little Wukong pushed open a door of the castle, urging us to proceed. As the group ventured further inside, a multitude of bats surged forth from above the doorway. Bulma, startled, clung to Lepin, who promptly pushed her away. As she tumbled to the ground, Bulma exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Lepin replied, "Stay back, it's terrifying." Once the bats had departed, Sun Weiqiang and the others pressed onward. In the darkened passage, Puyalu, trembling with fear, remarked, "Young Master Lepin, I have a feeling that ghosts will appear." Bulma interjected, "Please do not frighten us." "Puyalu, you coward." Oolong teased, despite harboring his own trepidation. Puyalu retorted, "If you're so brave, Oolong, why don't you go ahead and scout the way?" "Humph, you think I would do that? Not a chance." Oolong scoffed, turning away with a dismissive snort. Sun Weiqiang pondered to himself, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, my plan is bound to succeed. He treaded cautiously, remaining vigilant to the movements around him. Sun Weiqiang pondered whether his presence would bring about any unforeseen changes. This was not the outcome he desired, for according to the original storyline of Dragon Ball, the Pilaf gang had seized the 4-star ball from little Goku and summoned the Eternal Dragon, which was pivotal to Sun Weiqiang's meticulously devised wish plan. He had not anticipated any disruptive variables along the way. Yet, this did not imply that his chances were entirely extinguished. Rather, the advantage of being a time traveler and a prophet was inherently more secure. After all, if Oolong could outmaneuver the Pilaf trio to make his wish, there was no reason he should fare worse than a mere little pig, especially since he was forewarned and well-prepared. The Pilaf gang was consequently more likely to lose their opportunity to make a wish to the dragon. He hoped for the outcome he envisioned. Yet if any changes did occur, he would exert every effort possible. Sun Weiqiang resolved to remain steadfast amidst uncertainty. Chapter 30. The Pillar Crisis. Captured little Goku led the way, with Sun Weiqiang and the others trailing behind. The dark corridor echoed only with their footsteps and intermittent conversations. Through the surveillance footage, Pilaf wore a triumphant smile. The show was about to commence. He pressed a button to activate a mechanism. Instantly, as they continued walking, Sun Weiqiang and his companions felt a sudden tremor. Columns of stone erupted from the walls, intersecting in all directions. "Ah, what is happening?" The group dodged the stone pillars, fearing they might be crushed into a pulp. "Ah." Poir was startled by a column that unexpectedly rose from the ground beside him. That was close. Hiss. Oolong was equally taken aback, his pig face contorting in surprise. Lepin, Sun Weiqiang, and little Goku managed to evade the chaos with relative ease. Bulma had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief when more columns continued to intrude upon their space. Just as they had escaped one peril, another wave surged forth. "Help!" A stone pillar appeared directly beneath Bulma's feet, pushing her towards the ceiling above. Just as she was about to be crushed, Lepin, closest to her, kicked the pillar in half. With a thud, Bulma fell, and Sun Weiqiang caught her in the nick of time. Why is it so soft? Sun Weiqiang focused his gaze and realized he had inadvertently pressed against the left side of Bulma's chest. Lepin landed gracefully, striking a cool pose. Yet the emergence of additional stone pillars around him thwarted his efforts to maintain his suave demeanor, forcing him to take action. A horizontal pillar swept low across his path, and Lepin braced himself, leaning back just enough to narrowly escape. Nyoibo, extend. Little Goku swung his staff, helping Lepin shatter the threatening pillar above him. However, the fractured stone fell upon Lepin. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Little Goku continued to spring into action. Sun Weiqiang inadvertently pressed against Bulma's ample bosom, and as he set her down, he slyly took the opportunity to caress her. This incident diverged from the previous occasions when he had surreptitiously taken advantage. It was distinct from his earlier blatant advances. This time, he feigned ignorance while seizing the moment. "Thank you, Weiqiang," Bulma expressed her gratitude. For had he not caught her, she would have tumbled to the ground. Sun Wukong nodded slightly, his bare hands effortlessly obliterating the surrounding stone pillars. Once the dust settled, apart from him and the little monkey, who remained unscathed, the others appeared rather disheveled, their condition quite pitiable. The little monkey stared at them in a daze. Sun Wukong gazed at them quietly. "Wukong, how dare you?" Leping exclaimed, pushing aside the stone pillar that had pinned him down, rising to glare at little Wukong. Bulma rushed towards Leping. "Mr. Leping, I am so frightened, utterly terrified." Trembling and feeling completely overwhelmed, Leping responded, "I can't take it anymore." He dashed away to the side. Puar flew over. "Young Master Leping, are you all right?" "How peculiar." Little Wukong expressed his confusion. "Bulma, allow me to assist you." "I can embrace you however you wish. I will let you cling to me as much as you desire." Oolong, with a mischievous grin, gestured with his pig-like hands as if to offer her a hug. "Get away, you lecherous pig. What is happening now? Why are you being so inappropriate?" Bulma shot a glare at Oolong. "You speak as though you were any different," Oolong retorted disdainfully. "What did you say? Do you wish to embarrass yourself again?" Bulma threatened. No. Oolong, shaking his head vigorously, waved his hands in front of him. "If I were to embarrass myself here, it would cost me my life. These fellows seem remarkably resilient. None of them can be killed." Pilaf observed the surveillance footage, his lips moving in frustration. "Who created that mechanism?" He pointed at the screen. Visibly annoyed. Without Ashura present, only Shiwu responded, "It was you, King Pilaf." Pilaf turned away, as if admitting the truth. "That mechanism is quite impressive. If it had eliminated them all at once, how would we proceed with the game afterward? I truly am a genius." Pilaf blushed and corrected himself. Shiwu remarked, "I have never encountered someone so shameless." In the surveillance footage, after leaving the shattered pillar area, Sun Weiqiang and the others entered another dark passage, each cautiously adhering to the walls. "Everyone, be careful. The enemy is unusual," Lu Ping cautioned. "Mr. Lu Ping speaks wisely," Bulma added. "Are they really that strong?" Little Wukong inquired. Sun Weiqiang, "It's not bad." Bulma and others? Wulong, Puyalu, shall we discuss a truce for the time being? Puyalu, certainly. After walking for a while, what is this? Little Wukong gazed curiously at an unknown object on the ground. It is an arrow, yet its intended direction remains a mystery. Lepin shared his thoughts. If we follow its direction, what might we encounter? Bulma pondered aloud. Sun Weiqiang could not recall the plot here very clearly. Analyzing solely from the direction indicated by the arrow on the ground, since the enemy has made it visible, it is likely a trap if we proceed along its path. However, it is also possible that it is not, making it difficult to ascertain. Perhaps it is an attempt to divert their attention, aiming to keep them here and gain some time to set up their plans, which is not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, Sun Weiqiang felt that his rational analysis might be overestimating the capabilities of the Pilaf trio, believing it not to be as intricate as he had imagined. The direction of the arrow could very well be an overt trap. If that were the case, viewing it from another perspective, it might be a form of profound wisdom disguised as folly. There is also another arrow here. Wukong dashed to the other side and spotted a second arrow. "Let us go take a look," Lepin suggested. The group proceeded cautiously, remaining vigilant and alert to their surroundings. Sun Weiqiang followed the team, led by Xiao Wukong, who was heading in the direction indicated by the arrow. How reckless this was! Wulong shared the same sentiment as Sun Weiqiang but chose to remain silent, not wanting to interfere and alter his plans. Every so often, they encountered an arrow. As the guide, Xiao Wukong navigated their path with clarity. They remained quiet for the time being, with only the sound of their footsteps breaking the eerie silence. Immersed in the moment, Sun Weiqiang felt an unsettling anticipation that something might occur at any moment. Then, they reached a dead end. Xiao Wukong had led them into a corner, with no path ahead. "Be cautious, the walls might shift," Leping warned, maintaining his vigilance. Suddenly, a wall crashed down from above, enclosing Sun Weiqiang and the others in a confined space surrounded by walls. "This is bad," Leping exclaimed. "We're trapped," Bulma added in a panic. "I told you it was too dangerous, but no one listened to me. What now?" Wulong expressed his frustration. "We can't be left here to starve to death." "Can we?" Puyala spoke pessimistically. Xiao Wukong patted his stomach and said, "Surely not. I have plenty of delicious food yet to enjoy," setting Xiao Wukong aside. The teammates grew increasingly anxious, while Sun Weiqiang remained calm. "This place is quite similar to what I remember. It's rather pleasant." Observing the surveillance footage, Xiao remarked, Lord Pilaf, I have them trapped. They fell for such a foolish trap. Pilaf could hardly believe it. His expression quickly returned to normal as he stated, whatever method it takes, as long as I can obtain the Dragon Ball, it is of no consequence. The world shall be mine. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 31. Pilaf versus Bulma. A narrow defeat is stifling in here, Bulma said, peering around. I told you this was too risky. Wulong reiterated. Wulong, stop repeating that and think about how we can escape, Puyalu urged. How should I know how to get out? Wulong retorted. Wasn't he that what I asked you to ponder? Puyala shot back. Humph. Can a mere thought resolve this? Wulong replied, hands in pockets, dismissively, as Leping was brainstorming. He intervened. Puyalu, don't argue with Wulong. Yes, young Master Leping, Puyala responded, sticking out his tongue at Wulong. You untrustworthy Puyalu. Wulong glared at him disdainfully. Their newly reconciled friendship had already soured. Sun Wukong shook his head in secret, pondering the absurdity of the situation, even when ensnared by the enemy. They continued to bicker, showcasing their remarkable audacity. Bulma, what is happening? Inquired the naive little Goku. Bulma explained, we have fallen into the enemy's trap. A trap? What is a trap? Is it something to eat? Young Goku wondered innocently. Wulong recognized Goku's ignorance, but was taken aback by the sheer extent of it. Truly a rarity. Fool. We have been captured by the enemy. Bulma scolded him. What? So that's how it is. Goku chuckled. This is infuriating. How could I be so unfortunate? Had I known, I would not have followed the direction of the arrow, and thus would not have fallen into the enemy's trap, Bulma lamented. In the control room, Pilaf reveled in the anticipation of his impending dominion over the world. As Ashio and Xiao Wu returned from outside, Xiao Wu reported, King Pilaf. We searched their vehicle thoroughly but found no sign of the last Dragon Ball. What? So the last Dragon Ball must be with one of them, Pilaf mused. His gaze fixed on the surveillance footage. Whose possession could it possibly be? He pondered aloud. Perhaps the Dragon Ball is nestled between that man's legs, speculated Xiao Wu. Ashio and Pilaf turned to her, their expressions mirroring disbelief. How could you think such a thing? You ought to know that I detest tasteless jokes, Pilaf retorted, turning away. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake, Xiao Wu replied, lowering her head in contrition. On the surveillance screen, Wolf Fong Fist. Leping unleashed his signature move against a wall. Ha! Young Goku followed suit, striking another wall with a punch. Ha! Sun Wukong echoed the action. The trio's efforts proved futile, as the walls remained unscathed. Leping, panting from exertion, exclaimed, Damn it. This wall is far too thick. Neither can my fist break through, young Goku lamented. Sun Weiqiang, the same goes for me. Above a wall, a screen displayed the head of Pilaf, who sneered, Foolish creatures. This sturdy wall is impervious to your feeble fists. Who are you? Bulma inquired as she stepped forward. I am the great King Pilaf, he proclaimed. You are the one who stole my Dragon Ball, aren't you? Bulma demanded. Her fists clenched in indignation. Indeed, I did take it, but I am still missing one, Pilaf admitted. Shall we break the window and escape? Little Goku suggested, pointing. You dolt, that is a television, Leping clarified. Do you possess the 4-star Dragon Ball? Hand it over obediently, or you shall regret it. Pilaf threatened as he turned his gaze toward Bulma. I will not give it to you, Bulma retorted defiantly. Fool. Idiot. Dimwit. She pulled the corners of her mouth outward with her fingers and stuck out her tongue, making a silly face. Pilaf, enraged, responded. It seems you are determined not to comply. Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He activated a mechanism, and from the ceiling of the enclosed space, an opening appeared through which a mechanical hand emerged and seized Bulma. Bang! The opening shut. Lu Ping lamented, Oh no, Bulma is doomed. What does he intend to do with Bulma? Little Goku wondered curiously. How thrilling. Oolong imagined the impending events for Bulma. You have no conscience at all. Puyala scoffed at Oolong. This is just as I remembered, Sun Weiqiang thought, feeling no concern for Bulma's fate. What do you want? Let me go. Bulma protested as the mechanical hand dragged her before Pilaf and his associates. Hehehe, Pilaf chuckled wickedly. Now tell me, where is the last Dragon Ball? Quickly. Bulma defiantly raised her middle finger, taunting, You vain creature. I will never tell you. So, you are willing to face the consequences? Very well, I shall grant your wish. Pilaf's malevolent grin widened. What could he possibly want to do to me? The thought of being overpowered and ruthlessly ravaged by him filled Bulma with dread, draining the color from her face. Through the television on the wall, Sun Weiqiang and the others watched. Do not bully her, please do not bully her. Leping prayed fervently. Oolong, with an eager piggish expression, envisioned a scene, Bulma weeping and crying out, with no one to answer her pleas. while Pilaf bound her alluring figure with a tortoise shell and spread her long, fair legs apart. Oolong's eyes were fixed on the screen, unblinking, afraid to miss a moment of beauty. Puyala felt a pang of concern for Bulma. Sun Weiqiang was different from the others. He possessed an uncanny foreknowledge of the unfolding events, his mind devoid of superfluous thoughts, merely observing in silence. Little Wukong, however, was perplexed. Lord Pilaf, do you truly intend for Ashu to cling to Xiaowu in fear? Please, do not do this, Xiaowu pleaded, unable to witness the scene any longer. Pilaf emitted a peculiar cackle, disregarding his two subordinates as he approached Bulma. Filled with trepidation, Bulma shut her eyes. Pilaf bestowed a playful kiss upon her. Xiaowu and Ashu bowed their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Well, do you wish to speak now? Pilaf inquired. What just transpired? Bulma asked, bewildered. I gave you a flying kiss, Pilaf replied, his face reddening with shyness. Pervert. Xiaowu and Ashu covered their faces, unable to endure the spectacle. I am not afraid of your flying kiss. Bulma declared lightly. What? Pilaf exclaimed in shock. I thought I would either be killed or stripped bare, or that your tongue would be licking me all over, or your hands would be all over me, Bulma continued nonchalantly. What a vulgar woman. A total pervert. The Pilaf trio gasped in astonishment. They never expected such lewd thoughts to cross her mind. Taken aback, Pilaf activated a mechanism, sending her back. Chapter 32. The Dragon Balls gathered. The dragon appears. Oolong gazed at Bulma's return, then at the television displaying the so-called Pilaf. Is this it? What a disgrace. Are you even a man? With such a seductive woman in your grasp, you should at least have taken full advantage. After the failure of his first plan, Pilaf quickly resorted to a second. As yellow gas filled the confined space where Sun Weiqiang and the others were trapped, they soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Excellent, just like before, was Sun Weiqiang's last thought before losing consciousness. A wall opened, and Pilaf emerged before them. Ha ha ha. Everyone is sound asleep, he cackled. In his haste to locate the Dragon Balls, he stumbled backward, having forgotten to wear a gas mask, and fell unconscious. Ashu called out from behind him. Lord Pilaf. Lord Pilaf. Ashu, I am here for the Dragon Balls. You assist the Lord back, Xiaowu instructed. Ashu muttered, honestly. He helped Pilaf back while Xiaowu began her search, soon discovering the final Dragon Ball. That night, when Pilaf regained consciousness, Xiaowu, standing beside Ashu, delivered the good news. Lord Pilaf, all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered. Pilaf, lying in bed, hurriedly got up. Look, it is right here. Xiaowu opened a long box on the table before her. The 7 Dragon Balls resonated, emitting a dazzling golden glow. So beautiful, Pilaf exclaimed, moving closer to inspect them. Simultaneously, Sun Weiqiang and the others awoke, realizing that little Wukong's Dragon Ball had been stolen. Ah, my grandfather has been taken. Little Wukong cried out. What shall we do? Those villains may have already made their wish to the dragon. Bulma sobbed. Surely not. Oolong gasped in disbelief. Then what about my wish for the freshest underwear of the cutest girl in the world? Damn it. Lepin gritted his teeth. The wall has opened, Puyalu announced. Thus, Sun Weiqiang and the others dashed through the open wall. Shortly thereafter, they encountered the Pilaf trio around a corner. Your wish has been granted. Has it not? Bulma pointed at Pilaf and asked. Pilaf shook his head. Return my grandfather, quickly. Little Wukong demanded, striking a defiant pose and glaring at Pilaf. The Pilaf trio immediately fled in haste. Sun Weiqiang and his companions were in pursuit, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain and the layout of the internal mechanisms. The Pilaf trio effortlessly eluded them. Subsequently, Pilaf manipulated the contraptions and, after a brief period, employed a large stone ball to once again drive Sun Weiqiang and his companions back to their original confinement. With a resounding crash, the wall that had just been opened descended, creating a cacophony. We are trapped once more, Bulma lamented. Haha. Pilaf appeared on the television screen, exclaiming. You have provided me with such amusement. Everything that has transpired was merely a prelude to summoning the eternal dragon. Now, I shall call forth the dragon and fulfill my long-held desires. Farewell. As the screen turned black, Pilaf vanished, accompanied by Xiaowu and Ash. This world shall soon fall under my dominion, Pilaf declared, arms outstretched, ready to ascend to the pinnacle of his existence. No, we cannot be confined here. What should we do? Bulma pounded her fists against the wall, at a loss for how to escape and thwart Pilaf's wish to the dragon. Goku Weiqiang. Quickly use the Kamehameha. Leping suddenly recalled this crucial detail, addressing the two. Right. Xiaowu exclaimed in realization, but how did you know about that day? Sun Weiqiang also glanced at Leping, fully aware that time was of the essence. You needn't concern yourself with so much. We are running out of time. Hurry up, will you? Lu Ping bellowed. Little Wukong paused momentarily before responding. All right, I understand. I shall go first, Sun Weiqiang declared, eager to make a wish to the dragon god. He aimed not only to outpace Pilaf but also to surpass Oolong, for only then could his desire be fulfilled. Kamehameha. Sun Weiqiang concentrated and unleashed the technique. Blue energy erupting from his hands. Boom. The wall shattered, creating a small hole, yet it was insufficient for him to escape through. Not enough? Let me try again. He realized he had not exerted his full strength in the Kamehameha, mindful that if he made the hole too large, Lu Ping could escape first and disrupt his plan. Ideally, he wanted little Wukong to perform the Kamehameha after him, ensuring everyone's escape. By then, he would no longer need to worry about Lu Ping interfering with his intentions. As the saying goes, one step ahead, every step ahead. Boom. Sun Weiqiang unleashed another Kamehameha, this time sufficient for his escape. Peering outside, he was pleased to see that the wall he had chosen led directly to the castle's exterior, where Pilaf and his companions had yet to summon the dragon. I must intervene and prevent Pilaf from making his wish. With a resolute statement, Sun Weiqiang swiftly crawled through the hole in the wall. Weiqiang, is this hole big enough for us to escape? Bulma exclaimed anxiously. No response came. Lepin peered outside the hole and said, Puyalu, transform into a bat and help Weiqiang snatch the dragon balls from them. Yes, transformation. Puyala sprouted a pair of wings and flew out of the wall opening. Bulma, noticing Oolong lounging with his hands clasped behind his head in utter relaxation, felt her frustration peak. What are you doing standing there? You need to join us, Oolong retorted. Me too? You should contribute occasionally, or do you wish to suffer from stomach issues? Bulma fumed. No. I'll go. Is that satisfactory? Transformation. Oolong panicked and transformed into a flying pig, soaring out into the open air. Goku, hurry and unleash your Kamehameha, Lepin urged. Oh, little Goku replied, momentarily stunned. Kamehameha. Boom. Lepin instructed little Goku to crawl out and assess the situation outside the wall. Discovering there were footholds available, the three of them successively crawled through the hole. Meanwhile, outside the castle, 7 Dragon Balls gleamed brightly on a clearing. Come forth, dragon. Fulfill my wish, Pilaf called out. The brilliance of the 7 Dragon Balls intensified, shooting a golden beam skyward. The dragon appeared. It's too late. The dragon has been summoned. What now? Puyala hovered in the air, joined by Oolong, both witnessing the dragon as the three just emerged from the hole. Lepin exclaimed, Oh no. The dragon has already been summoned. What should we do? We're doomed. Bulma was equally at a loss. Is that the dragon? Little Goku asked, excitement bubbling within him as he realized the moment to have his wish granted had finally arrived. Pilaf gazed at the magnificent dragon, envisioning a world under its dominion, the pinnacle of his life tantalizingly within reach. Chapter 33. 2 individuals and a pig make wishes to the dragon. Were you the one who summoned me? The dragon inquired. Prepared for this moment, Sun Weiqiang had already positioned himself at the scene, unnoticed by Pilaf and his companions, who were captivated by the dragon. In Weiqiang's mind, this was the optimal outcome. Conversely, had he been discovered by Pilaf and his associates, his actions would have been hampered by their premature wishes. At this moment, Weiqiang's heart raced with excitement. Before the dragon could complete its sentence, he dashed toward it. In less than a second since the dragon's words began to resonate, Weiqiang leaped high into the air, presenting himself before the dragon and articulating his wish. Yes, it is I. My wish is to maximize my martial arts talent, he proclaimed with fervor. This wish had been contemplated deeply. Initially, he desired the strongest scion bloodline within the dragon's capabilities. However, maximizing his martial arts talent could yield even greater results. Both wishes resided within the dragon's power. Even if he could not possess the unique combat abilities of a scion, he would surely excel in other aspects. As an earthling. After much contemplation, Weiqiang resolved to pursue the latter. Upon voicing his wish, Weiqiang descended from the air, filled with anticipation as he gazed at the dragon. How did that little brat get out? Pilaf fumed, irate at being preempted during this critical juncture. At a distance behind him, Ashu and Xiaowu stood in bewilderment, questioning how he had arrived there. Not far off, Oolong and Puyala reverted to their original forms, witnessing Weiqiang's successful wish. The dragon responded, I am sorry, but I cannot fulfill your wish. Upon landing, Weiqiang was bewildered. Why? He questioned, incredulous that his wish could not be granted. What is this? It should not be possible. The dragon replied, Your martial arts talent far exceeds that of my creator. I am unable to fulfill your wish. This revelation was entirely unforeseen for Weiqiang. My martial arts talent surpasses old Bic and the heavenly god combined. Pilaf, initially believing his chances were slim, was caught off guard by this twist of fate. He hastily addressed the dragon, "Dragon, I wish for the entire world." Yet, before he could complete his wish, a pig trampled him to the ground, loudly declaring, "I want the freshest underwear of the cutest girl in the world." Oolong, having just witnessed Weiqiang's failed wish, dashed over, determined to make his own wish. The dragon's red eyes sparkled. Suddenly, a pure white pair of triangular underwear with a hint of yellow descended from the sky, landing precisely atop Oolong's head. "Is this the freshest underwear of the cutest girl in the world?" Oolong inhaled deeply, instantly invigorated, displaying a contented pig smile. "How infuriating!" Pilaf spat as he rose, his face contorted with rage. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, the dragon shimmered with golden light, reverting to the 7 dragon balls, which ascended to the heavens, each one shooting off in different directions. Outside the castle, why are the dragon balls scattering? Little Goku inquired, curious. The night was tranquil, and their voices carried far. First, Weiqiang's wish failed, then Pilaf's was interrupted, and ultimately Oolong's wish succeeded, all of which reached the ears of Goku and his companions. "I know the reason. After the dragon grants a wish, the 7 dragon balls scatter across the world," Bulma explained. "So, my grandfather's relic is lost. What should I do?" Little Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Oolong, with the freshest underwear of the cutest girl in the world on his head, had not relished his triumph for long. "Capture that pig-like creature," Pilaf ordered. "Oh." Oolong promptly fled. "Don't run." Xiaowu and Ashu pursued him. Pilaf turned to the first wishmaker and then glanced back at the castle. Realizing that everyone else had escaped, he issued a new command: "Capture them all, seize them all. Puyalu, run." Oolong urged as he dashed past Puyalu, dragging him along. The failure of the wish had taken Weiqiang by surprise. Moreover, another unexpected event unfolded. Little Goku inadvertently caught sight of the full moon hanging in the sky. "Goku, hurry and escape. What are you waiting for?" Lepin urged. "Goku, what's wrong?" Bulma observed a vacant look in his eyes. Lepin attempted to rush over and pull Goku along, but his foot halted mid-step. Little Goku's body began to transform. His clothing ripped as his form expanded, morphing into a massive gorilla. In that moment, Lepin and Bulma were left utterly dumbfounded. Where did this monster come from? How infuriating. I have devoted decades of my life, building a fortress through sweat and tears, only to see it recklessly destroyed, an act utterly unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Upon witnessing this monstrous creature, which appeared from nowhere and was wantonly ravaging his castle, Pilaf, in a fit of rage, hurriedly summoned Xiaowu and Ashurabak. 2 minutes later, in a certain area outside the castle, Leping was panting heavily, exclaiming, "We finally managed to escape." "Yes. You can let me down now, can't you?" Bulma shyly remarked, nestled in Leping's right arm. Realizing the situation, Leping promptly tossed Bulma forward. In the heat of the moment, he had clutched her tightly to escape from the clutches of the giant gorilla transformed by Sun Wukong. However, Bulma was unfazed by the sudden toss. On the contrary, she covered her flushed face with both hands, gazing at Leping with a flirtatious expression. "Did I just hold a girl? I can't believe I didn't faint." Leping thought in disbelief. "Leping, Bulma, what are you doing here?" Sun Wukong inquired from several meters away. He, along with Oolong and Puar, rushed towards them upon spotting the duo. Not long ago, after Oolong had dragged Puar to safety, he suddenly remembered Weiqiang and returned to regroup with him. What? That giant gorilla was transformed by Wukong? Upon hearing this revelation, Sun Wukong, Puar, and Oolong were utterly astonished. Sun Wukong was undoubtedly feigning. To act otherwise would arouse suspicion among Bulma and the others, leading them to ponder whether he might be aware of Sun Wukong's transformation into a formidable gorilla. How could he possibly know? Had Wukong disclosed such information to him? Or perhaps, refraining from deception might unveil too many potential issues. How could this be conceivable? Oolong expressed disbelief. It is indeed challenging to accept. Yet Wukong did transform into that ferocious and violent gorilla right before our eyes, Bulma stated candidly. Furthermore, after Wukong's transformation, he seemed to have forgotten both me and Bulma. If we hadn't fled swiftly, he could have easily slain us in a mere moment, Lepin interjected. Is that true? Puyalu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. It is indeed so, Bulma nodded in affirmation. Fortunately, all is well now. Let us contemplate our next course of action, suggested Sun Weiqiang. Chapter 34. One crisis averted. Another arises after being summoned by Pilaf. Xiaowu and Ashu obeyed his command and bravely returned to the castle, where they boarded a fighter jet, with Pilaf himself taking the helm of the operation. Launch a fierce attack. Pilaf bellowed. Understood. Xiaowu responded from the cockpit. Nothing is happening in here, Ashu remarked. Understood. What are you obeying? You are not the one piloting the aircraft. Useless fool. Pilaf glared at Ashu, unleashing a tirade of insults. You aren't piloting either. You're merely shouting from your corner. I could do that too. Are you trying to provoke me? If I don't say understood, would you start harassing me again? Ashu silently criticized Pilaf within his mind, daring not to meet his gaze for fear of being discovered. Suddenly, a barrage of powerful gunfire rained down upon the gorilla. Witnessing this, Lepin grew anxious for Sun Wukong, shouting, Wukong. Such a fierce onslaught. One cannot help but wonder if he is all right, Yulong remarked with concern. Wukong should be fine. Right? Bulma voiced her uncertainty. Although she had fired at him several times, the most potent weapon had merely been a submachine gun, which Wukong had withstood effortlessly. Yet this aerial assault was of a different caliber. Wukong. Puyalu clasped his hands in prayer for him. Only Sun Weiqiang remained unperturbed, jesting that the true worry should be for Pilaf and his crew. Trust Wukong. He will be unharmed, Sun Weiqiang stated with poise. Attack! 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 Increase firepower. Annihilate this monstrous beast. Destroy it. Pilaf snarled. Yes, Xiao replied. Why aren't you responding to me? Pilaf turned his attention to Ashu. Your Majesty, you previously stated that I am not piloting the aircraft, so I need not respond to your orders, Ashu replied, sensing an ominous foreboding. That was then, this is now. Foolish creature. Pilaf cursed. Ashu felt a bitter realization but dared not show it on his face for fear of retribution. As Xiaowu continued to unleash a relentless barrage upon the gorilla, it finally succumbed to rage. The gorilla clashed with the fighter jet controlled by Xiaowu. Yet under her agile maneuvering, it could not prevail. However, this spectacle terrified Pilaf, who hastily inquired, is this gigantic beast going berserk a problem? No problem. Xiaowu asserted confidently in her skills. But this creature is extraordinarily resilient. Despite our prolonged assault, it appears utterly unfazed. Damn it! To resort to the final measure. Pilaf exclaimed. Launch the Pilaf special missiles. Xiaowu acknowledged. Yes. 3, 2, 1. Launch. Whoosh. Xiaowu fired a Pilaf special missile. Ashu thought, finally, some peace. Wukong. Lepin shouted. Wukong. Bulma screamed. Wukong. Yulong yelled. Wukong. Puyalu whispered in prayer. Sun Weiqiang followed with a spirited shout. Wukong. Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded. It struck true. Ashu and Xiaowu were filled with exhilaration. Ha 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 ha. Pilaf let out a triumphant laugh. Thunderous roar. The colossal gorilla collapsed. Bulma, Lepin, Puar, Oolong, and Sun Weiqiang all exclaimed. Oh, the last one was feigned. Sun Weiqiang was aware of the subsequent developments, yet he had to maintain his facade. Xiaowu piloted the aircraft, soaring above the colossal creature. Ha ha ha. Pilaf laughed heartily, gazing at the immobile behemoth, proclaiming his triumph. Now you understand my terrifying power, don't you? After the shock had subsided, Bulma, with tears streaming down her face, asked, Has Goku really perished? Sun Weiqiang spoke uncertainly. No, it can't be. Lu Ping, Puyalu, and Wulong, like Bulma, were oblivious to Goku's true condition. Was he dead or alive, or perhaps in a state of limbo? However, since Goku had collapsed, he remained utterly motionless, which was rather alarming. Xiaowu piloted the aircraft in leisurely circles above the enormous creature before it descended, bringing the Pilaf trio face to face with the colossal beast. Serves him right. Pilaf spat contemptuously. Your Majesty, where did this monstrous creature come from? Ashu inquired. You ask me? Who should I ask? Pilaf pondered, curious himself. He then declared. One thing is now certain. I am stronger than this beast. Yet soon, a pained expression crossed Pilaf's face as he shed bitter tears, lamenting. It has destroyed the castle I toiled so hard to build. How infuriating. I am filled with resentment. In a fit of anguish, he raised to the monster's fingers, kicking and shouting in frustration. More. I need more. He then leaped onto the creature's tail, continuing his futile assault, exclaiming, I stomp. I stomp. I stomp. Venting my anger. Suddenly, Xiaowu and Ashu screamed in unison, huddling together in terror. Pilaf, look, Xiaowu warned, her gaze fixated on the massive creature, whose eyelids, nostrils, and fingers began to twitch ominously. Curse it. Curse it. Pilaf persisted in his relentless bouncing on the tail, continuing to stomp. Once more, Xiaowu and Ashu shrieked as the giant awakened. Pilaf turned to witness the horror, his expression shifting to one of pure terror. In an instant, the trio of Pilaf fled in panic, shouting for help. The colossal gorilla rose, and Bulma beamed with delight. Lu Ping, Puyalu Wulong, and Sun Weiqiang also appeared more at ease. Back to the aircraft, Pilaf commanded, "Launch all the specially made Pilaf missiles." "At your command," Xiaowu replied. But before they could take flight, disaster struck. Boom. The gorilla hurled a massive portion of the destroyed castle, striking the Pilaf trio's aircraft with pinpoint accuracy. Debris and parts of the aircraft rained down, some perilously heading towards Sun Weiqiang and his group. "Run for your lives." Elsewhere, on the surface, the dust-covered Pilaf, Ashu, and Xiaowu barely escaped with their lives. What just happened? Pilaf was about to voice his thoughts when a piece of metal from the sky crashed down upon him, rendering him unconscious. "I can't breathe." Sun Weiqiang lay on the ground, feigning distress. Bulma was atop him, having swiftly moved to evade the debris, inadvertently pinning him down with great force. Her ample bosom pressed tightly against his face, leaving no room for air. Blushing, Bulma climbed off him. Sun Weiqiang, intentionally allowing this, could have easily shifted away but deemed it unnecessary. Remarkably, Bulma's leap had not only startled him but also prompted him to adjust his position. Sun Weiqiang and Bulma hastened towards Lepin, Puyalu, and Wulong in the distance. The debris that had just fallen caused their group to scatter in a frantic attempt to evade danger. Having narrowly escaped yet again, Lepin exclaimed, "That was close." "Wukong is quite the character," Wulong muttered. At this point, it was futile for Lepin to engage Wukong in conversation. "Indeed, that is what Master Lepin suggests," Puyalu concurred. Moments later, Sun Weiqiang and Bulma rejoined Lepin and the others. "Not good. Wukong is approaching from this direction," Wulong shouted, his eyes wide with fear. The colossal gorilla charged towards Sun Weiqiang and the others, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. "Run!" Lepin cried. The group fled in a panic. But the gorilla relentlessly pursued them, rapidly closing the distance. "We're doomed," Wulong exclaimed, nearly losing his composure at the sight. "What should we do now?" Lepin fretted. "Surely, we are not all going to meet our end at Wukong's hands?" Bulma lamented. "Not necessarily," Sun Weiqiang replied, attempting to sound more optimistic. "At the very least, there is a strong likelihood that 4 of us will survive." At the very least, 4 of us will survive?" Bulma wept, convinced that she would be the one to perish. Wulong and Puyalu could transform and escape, while Lepin and Weiqiang possessed martial prowess. Only she was left vulnerable, overwhelmed by despair. Bulma's tears flowed freely. "Why must I be so unfortunate?" Fortunately, Puyalu's timely words offered her some comfort. "Wait, Master Lepin, isn't Wukong's only weakness his tail?" Puyalu suddenly recalled. Indeed, Lepin's eyes sparkled with realization as he cast a glance at the gorilla's hefty tail. Finally, the thought dawned on him. If it didn't come to mind soon, he might have to take matters into his own hands, given the circumstances. With the original events of the Dragon Ball world having shifted, if necessary, he would have to intervene to prevent any unforeseen calamity. Puyalu, transform into a giant pair of scissors. If you sever Wukong's tail, he may faint or revert to his original form, Lepin instructed. "Yes, Master Lepin, transforming now." Puyalu complied without hesitation. "Look for the right moment to snip Wukong's tail," Lepin urged. "You all need to hurry. Wukong is almost upon us." Bulma shouted in panic. Wulong squealed, "Exactly. If we don't hurry, we're all doomed." "Act now, Puyalu," commanded Lepin. "Understood, Master Lepin," Puyalu affirmed. The giant scissors detached from the group and soared through the air, while the gorilla paid them no mind. Puyalu maneuvered behind Wukong. "Help?" Bulma glanced back and nearly lost her composure. She could see Wukong drawing ever closer, and the situation was dire. Without thinking, she leaped onto Weiqiang's back. "Must you be this terrified?" Weiqiang mused, feeling Bulma's long legs clinging tightly to him, her softness pressing against him. "Weiqiang, put Bulma down. Let me take over." Wulong wished to express his envy. Thankfully, Bulma had leapt onto Wukong's back. Had she chosen him instead, they would both be doomed, Lepin thought to himself with relief. Moments later, with a decisive snap, Puyalu, now transformed into giant scissors, severed Wukong's tail. The gorilla halted abruptly, swiftly shrinking in size. The ground fell silent, devoid of the thundering footsteps that had preceded it. Could it be? Sun Weiqiang and his companions halted, turning to gaze back. "Puyalu, well done," Lu Ping praised with a smile. Puyalu, restored to its original form, held in its grasp the severed tail of Wukong, soaring towards them. Wulong exclaimed. Wukong has returned. Bulma dismounted from Weiqiang and, together, they scrutinized the figure of Sun Wukong sprawled on the ground, completely unclothed. In the distance, the Pilaf gang observed clandestinely. Pilaf, with a fierce expression, remarked, "So it's that little brat who caused this trouble. How infuriating. Had I known, I would have eliminated him during the day." Xiao nodded. Addressing another matter, the castle has been ruined beyond repair. It seems we must construct a new one. What? It cannot be repaired? Pilaf wailed, tears streaming down his face as he stomped in distress. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. It took me years to build this castle. Amidst his sobs, Pilaf noticed 2 handguns nearby and seized them. With these, he declared, distributing one to Xiaowu and the other to Ashu, "You two must listen carefully." "Yes," responded Xiaowu and Ashu in unison. Pilaf, brimming with confidence, chuckled, "He, they believe the matter is resolved and have let their guard down entirely. We cannot miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should we eliminate them?" Ashu inquired. "Let us hope that monstrous being does not return," Xiaowu added. "Go. Eliminate them all," Pilaf commanded. Pointing ahead. "Yes." Xiaowu and Ashu surged forward. However, a single person and a dog, hearing footsteps behind them, paused and turned back. "Pilaf, where are you going?" Ashu called out loudly. Xiaowu questioned, "My lord, are you fleeing?" "Fool. This is not retreating. It is a strategic withdrawal. You will handle them," Pilaf explained while running. Glancing back to clarify his tactics. "I no longer wish to be entangled with that group. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." Without a backward glance, Pilaf dashed away. Xiaowu and Ashu exchanged bewildered looks, momentarily stunned. Then, both sprinted after Pilaf. "Pilaf, wait for us," they called. Sun Weiqiang pondered deeply over 2 unexpected events of the night. Firstly, the dragon's failed wish. His martial arts talent astonishingly surpassed that of old Bic and the celestial being. This must be the significant transformation brought about by his soul's transmigration. What could have caused such a profound change? Sun Weiqiang found himself perplexed, unable to suppress his overactive thoughts. Ultimately, he relinquished his musings, recognizing their futility. Furthermore, the unexpected sight of a full moon outside the castle left little Wukong astounded. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the original Dragon Ball universe. Why did it manifest this particular night? While the presence of little Wukong was an addition, he was not beside him at that moment, nor had he prompted him with the words, "Wukong, look, a full moon," from Lepin and Bulma. It was clear that they too had not mentioned this to little Wukong. This implies that it was little Wukong who beheld the full moon on his own. This revelation held significant importance for Sun Weiqiang. Throughout his journey, adhering to the Dragon Ball narrative, he found that all events unfolded as he remembered them. However, the transformation incident of little Wukong on this night illuminated a different truth. This indicated that the future developments in the Dragon Ball world he was familiar with might diverge, introducing elements unfamiliar to his understanding. This was an unknown, a potentiality that had indeed transpired this very night. Sun Weiqiang pondered for a considerable duration. Consequently, he realized that he must make corresponding changes. At the very least, he could no longer approach every situation and person around him with the perspective of a time-traveling prophet. For instance, if Bulma were to embrace him tightly tonight without his cooperation, and if they were to tumble to the ground, there was a genuine possibility of being crushed under the formidable foot of the pursuing Goku. Yet, how was he to navigate this predicament? It was quite a conundrum. Sun Weiqiang seemed to have come to a realization, yet he was at a loss as to how to proceed. After all, in the original Dragon Ball world, he did not retain all the memories. Now, beyond his influence, there existed uncertainties akin to tonight's transformation of little Goku into a gorilla. How could one navigate such complexities? It was daunting, exceedingly daunting. Unable to fathom it further, Sun Weiqiang chose to set aside the matter. With the dawn of a new day, everyone except little Goku had awakened. They surrounded the peacefully slumbering little Goku. With a mischievous grin, Oolong, sporting the world's cutest girl's fresh undergarment atop his head, remarked, honestly, "We've all been thoroughly tormented by him, while he sleeps so soundly. However, without Goku's transformation, we might not have escaped at all," Leping reflected, recalling the fierce battle aircraft of Pilaf and his crew from the previous night. Indeed, that was a valid point. Bulma concurred, once again pondering. But why is it that Goku can transform into a gorilla? As for the novel, it could be downloaded via the open-source, Freestar string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquired the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the software source code or an open-source link, please seek an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, Xingyu Outlook. Com Authors QQ 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group 149050832 Official TG Group https t me FQ Tool Chapter 36 Parting Ways. Puyalu. Once Goku awakens, we shall inquire and learn the truth. Fool. How could Goku possibly divulge such a terrifying matter? Wulong scoffed at Puyalu. Simpleton. Do you not grasp the art of subtle questioning? Perhaps Goku will reveal it on his own. Puyalu retorted. Sun Wukong observed quietly, saying nothing and doing nothing. After a short while, little Wukong turned over and awoke. He raised his chubby little hands, exhaling with a big yawn. Standing beside him, Wulong had his hands in his pockets and greeted him. Good morning. Hi. Little Wukong replied with a hearty laugh. Perhaps he had slept well, for he seemed quite cheerful. Wulong, with a snort, retorted, What do you mean by hi? You annoying little creature. Little Wukong got up and looked around his body, puzzled. Why am I not wearing any clothes? Do you truly not remember anything? Leping crossed his arms and asked. What? Little Wukong lifted his gaze towards Leping. In the ensuing conversation, Sun Weiqiang, in collaboration with Bulma and the others, subtly probed to discover from little Wukong's own words the reason behind his transformation into a gorilla the previous night. After a while, having donned the suspenders that Wulong had taken off, little Wukong stood and felt his backside, exclaiming, It's gone. It's gone. My tail is missing. Where has my tail gone? He lay back down, continuing to pat his rear, repeating, It's gone. It's gone. My tail is missing. He tried various positions to check for his tail, and finally, resting his hands behind his head, he declared, Oh well. This left everyone utterly astounded. Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but smile. This is little Wukong. Little Wukong rushed to Pilaf's dilapidated castle to seek the Rui Bang, occasionally stumbling as he went, his sense of balance significantly impaired after losing his tail. Sun Weiqiang and the others were discussing a matter. If the Dragon Balls cannot be retrieved within a year, I believe it would be best for us to disband temporarily. It seems we have no other choice. When Goku finds the Rui Jingu Bang and returns, riding on the Nimbus Cloud, Sun Weiqiang will carry the Rui Jingu Bang while cradling Goku on his back. Bulma and the others will be seated in an aircraft conjured from a universal capsule by Leping. Whoosh! The Nimbus Cloud and the airplane soar into the azure sky. Bulma, Leping, Puyalu, and Wulong bid farewell to Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang. Farewell. Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang waved their hands in farewell. Goodbye. Each had their own path to follow. Bulma headed towards the city, while Wukong journeyed to Master Roshi's for training. Some partings are but fleeting, while others span an entire lifetime. How swiftly time slips away, often leaving us with belated realizations. Sun Weiqiang gazed pensively at the distant airplane, lost in thought. Meanwhile, young Wukong soared through the lofty clouds astride his flying Nimbus, bound for Turtle Hermit Island. Their visit to the venerable Master Roshi had been agreed upon before departing from Frypan Mountain. Along the way, passing by Mount Pozu, Wukong briefly stopped to gather his quilt and other necessities. At Turtle Hermit Island, whoosh, the flying Nimbus hovered low above the shore. Old Master, we're here. Cheerfully leaping from his cloud, Wukong clutched his folded quilt and dashed toward the Kame house. Sun Weiqiang followed closely beside him. No one responded, and Xiao Wukong, filled with curiosity, inquired, Is there no one here? Perhaps they are inside and did not hear us, Sun Weiqiang suggested, gesturing towards an open window nearby, from which emanated the sound of a woman's voice. Sun Weiqiang was the first to approach the location. He placed his belongings at the entrance, with little Wukong trailing behind him. As he opened the window, Sun Weiqiang leaned against the sill, and his gaze fell upon a television program showcasing beautiful women engaged in fitness exercises. 1, 2, 3, go. Raise your legs high. 1, 2, 3, go. Lift your hips and press your waist. Accompanying the sounds from the television, Master Roshi chimed in. 1, 2, 3, go. Raise your legs high. 1, 2, 3, go. Lift your hips and press your waist. What was this? It turned out that little Wukong was also peering through the window alongside Sun Weiqiang, having climbed onto the outer sill, seemingly understanding the situation. At that moment, Master Roshi's attention was entirely captivated by the alluring thighs of the women on screen and the prominent curves that drew the eye. He even failed to notice little Wukong's loud declaration of their arrival just moments earlier. Old man, little Wukong called as he entered through the window. 1, 2, 3. Lift your head and tighten your abdomen. 1, 2, 3. Legs apart. Master Roshi continued to recite the exercise instructions. What does it mean to be focused? This is what focus looks like. Sun Weiqiang was amused and also climbed in through the window. Noticing that Master Rashi was utterly unresponsive, little Wukong approached him, clenched his fists, and with all his might, bellowed, "Old man." Ha ha. Little Wukong burst into laughter as he witnessed Master Rashi, startled, leaning awkwardly to one side. Sun Weiqiang also smiled and approached. "What is going on?" asked the turtle hermit, covering his left ear while sitting on the floor. "We have come here to cultivate, Grandpa. If you have something to say, little Wukong, please speak." Sun Weiqiang nodded in agreement. Master Rashi said, "Just wait a moment, just a moment." His attention remained fixed on the television program before him, continuing to call out another set of movements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, one-leg stance for efficiency. Master Rashi swayed rhythmically, embodying the spirit of the exercise. "Grandpa, I'm hungry," little Wukong remarked, patting his belly. "There is food in the fridge. Feel free to find something to eat." Master Rashi gestured with his right hand. Little Wukong walked in the direction indicated, closely followed by Sun Weiqiang. It is undeniable that although Sun Weiqiang also possessed a certain proclivity, his interest in the outdated program before him was virtually non-existent. It is worth noting that before his journey through time, he had encountered far more stimulating and captivating content deemed unsuitable for children. Even so, his enthusiasm waned over time. He felt indifferent, gradually watching less and less, unless something particularly engaging managed to capture his fleeting attention. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Guanyin sitting on a lotus. "Do not move." Master Rashi reveled in his own delightful world, even adding his own flair to the performance. "Don't move. I want to move," he exclaimed. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This time I'll be the driver. While Master Rashi indulged in his joy, Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong were already preparing to take action. The refrigerator door swung open, releasing a rush of cold air. "Weiqiang, it's so cold. It feels like winter inside," little Wukong exclaimed. "Sun Weiqiang, this is what Grandpa referred to as a refrigerator." "Oh, so this is a refrigerator. How astonishing." Little Wukong's eyes widened in wonder as he eagerly dug in. "Wow, this is delicious. Weiqiang, you must try it too." "All right. Wow, this is even more delightful. Weiqiang, have a bite. How does it taste? Isn't it delicious?" It's exquisite." Chapter 37. The punctual girl. As Master Rashi finished watching the program, he strolled into the kitchen, only to be taken aback at the sight before him. Leaning against the refrigerator, little Wukong had a round belly, exposing his stomach, his little hands patting it in utter satisfaction. Beside him, Sun Weiqiang gazed at him, his expression practically inscribed with the words, "Wukong, you truly have an impressive appetite. Why is the refrigerator empty?" Master Rashi was flabbergasted. "Did you two consume all the food?" Little Wukong chuckled mischievously. Although that statement held some truth, Weiqiang thought to himself, "But I hardly ate a fraction." Master Rashi exclaimed, "This is outrageous. That was my food for an entire week." Later on, he continued, "My training is quite rigorous, you know." He sat at the table, discussing this matter with the two boys. "It's all right. I want to become stronger than Grandpa Turtle," little Wukong declared proudly. "I feel the same way." Weiqiang echoed in agreement. Master Rashi chuckled heartily. "Oh ho ho, is that so? You aspire to surpass me." Little Wukong imitated Master Rashi's laughter. "Oh ho 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 ho." Sun Weiqiang was amused by his antics. "However, I shall not allow you to train without conditions. Bring a girl of striking beauty, and I shall agree to teach you martial arts." This was the entrance requirement set forth by Master Rashi, emphasizing the importance of adapting to the new era. Little Wukong, with his chubby hands resting on the table, gazed at Master Rashi in confusion, inquiring, "What does striking beauty mean?" "Wukong, striking beauty refers to a girl with fair skin, stunning looks, long legs, a shapely figure, and an attractive demeanor. Any girl who embodies beauty and possesses 2 or 3 of these characteristics, provided her personality is agreeable, can be considered striking. Naturally, the more traits she possesses, the more perfect she becomes. Bulma embodies all 6 attributes." Sun Weiqiang kept his thoughts to himself, merely pondering them internally. Master Rashi expressed his views. A girl of striking beauty is one who is lively, adorable, and pure. Striking beauty means being charming and vivacious. Little Wukong understood. "So if I bring one, you'll teach us martial arts?" "Indeed." Master Rashi responded with a gesture of approval. "That's easy," little Wukong declared confidently. "Weiqiang, I can bring back a striking girl myself. Just wait for my good news." "Very well." Sun Weiqiang had no strong desire to accompany little Wukong. Whether he went or stayed was inconsequential. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Master Roshi asked Weiqiang to join him on the third try to help vet the candidates. Just as little Wukong and Sun Weiqiang were about to embark on their quest for the girl, Wukong pointed towards the sea and exclaimed, "Old man, what is that coming this way?" Master Roshi squinted and remarked, Doesn't he appear to be an old turtle?" Upon closer inspection, he discerned a small boat with someone aboard. Sun Weiqiang, possessing keen eyesight, recognized the bald young monk on the boat as identical to Krillin from his memories. As Krillin maneuvered the boat closer to Kame House, he picked up a bundle resting on the vessel. With a powerful leap, he soared into the sky, performing several flips before landing on Kame Island, burying himself in the ground. The three approached. Master Roshi regarded the newcomer. "Wukong, pull him out." "All right." Little Wukong used his chubby hands to extract the individual from the earth. Krillin dusted off his bald head and said, "Thank you." He smiled at the elder before asking, "You must be Master Roshi, correct?" "Indeed," replied Master Roshi. Standing tall, Krillin introduced himself. "I am Krillin, having traveled from distant Tokyo. I humbly request that you take me as your disciple and guide me in my training." "Thank you." He bowed deeply in respect. Master Roshi explained, "It is quite a journey to arrive here. Your efforts are commendable. However, I rarely accept disciples, so I advise you to return home." Krillin's eyes gleamed with determination as he gazed at Master Roshi. "I have come prepared." He swiftly retrieved a pink book from his bundle, the cover featuring an alluring image of a woman. "This is a small token of respect. Please accept it, Master." Krillin presented the book with both hands. Master Roshi accepted it eagerly, flipping through the pages. "Ah, this is quite explicit." His gaze swept down the book, intrigued by its unique content. Upon perusing the initial pages, Master Roshi reconsidered his earlier statement, saying, "I will think about it." Whether Master Roshi was genuinely contemplating it, Sun Weiqiang could not ascertain. Yet he observed the elder reading with great intensity, his face buried in the book. Clearly, Krillin had done his homework, delivering precisely what would appeal to Master Roshi, thus opening the door to his training. "By the way, who are you two? Are you also disciples of the Master?" Krillin turned to inquire about the two. "Yes, I am Sun Wukong." Little Wukong pointed to himself. Sun Weiqiang introduced himself, saying, "My name is Sun Weiqiang." Krillin, with his small, squinting eyes, scrutinized the two and remarked, "You certainly do not appear to be martial artists." "I have a great passion for martial arts," replied the little Goku, somewhat missing the point. "What? Do you wish to spar with me?" Sun Weiqiang raised a fist, speaking with irritation. In the realm of Dragon Ball, little Goku was Sun Weiqiang's favorite character, far surpassing Krillin in his esteem. At that moment, observing Krillin's rather infuriating demeanor, Sun Weiqiang felt an overwhelming urge to teach him a lesson. Krillin spread his arms wide, casting a sideways glance at Sun Weiqiang. "Are you joking with me?" Sun Weiqiang casually tucked his left hand into his pocket, while his right hand brushed over the slightly grown black buzz cut on his head. Tilting his neck and smirking, he quipped, "Do I need to joke with you? Who do you think you are? A bald head. Your head resembles a pachinko ball." Little Wukong chimed in. "What are you talking about? I am a person devoted to martial arts, which is why I shaved my head." Krillin, in a state of urgency, raised his eyebrows and exclaimed loudly. He pointed, "Look, Master Wu Tin has shaved his head too." "Are you referring to me?" "I am naturally bald," the turtle hermit interjected while taking a break from his reading. This led to an awkward moment. Before long, the turtle hermit finished the book in his hands and remarked, "Your name is Krillin, is it not?" Krillin responded with delight. "Yes." The turtle hermit continued, "If you wish to train under me, there is one condition. You must bring a beautiful girl for me." "Tell me, do you know my preferences?" Krillin was quite confident in this regard and whispered to him, "You're quite skilled and knowledgeable." The turtle hermit commented, "Thank you for your praise, Master." Krillin bowed in gratitude. "You old lecher, you have no idea of my hidden potential. If I were to show a fraction of my abilities, Sun Weiqiang scoffed at the turtle hermit's assessment. "Very well, you, Wukong, and Weiqiang shall embark on a journey on the Nimbus Cloud." The turtle hermit instructed them to set off immediately. "Nimbus Cloud? What is that?" Krillin pondered. "Come aboard." Krillin, little Wukong appeared behind him, carrying Sun Weiqiang on his back as he rode the Nimbus Cloud. "You can stand on the cloud." Krillin turned to look. "It's quite comfortable," little Wukong replied. Unfortunately, he was unable to sit down. Sun Weiqiang was well aware of this. Soon after, with a resounding thud, Krillin plummeted from the Nimbus Cloud. He stood up, bewildered. "How come I can't ride this Nimbus Cloud?" The turtle hermit approached. "Only those with pure hearts can ride it. I suspect you have impure intentions for training." Faced with the advancing Master Wu Tian, Krillin panicked. "How could I dare?" I merely wish to cultivate formidable martial arts to attract girls. The turtle hermit retorted, that is indeed an impure intention. Please, Master Wu Tian. I implore you to accept me as your disciple. I will offer you all of this. Krillin opened his bundle, presenting his collection of risku literature, hoping to fulfill his desire. The first book, prominently displayed, featured a stunningly voluptuous woman on its cover. The turtle hermit crouched down, perusing it with eyes gleaming behind his sunglasses, murmuring, fantastic. Truly fantastic. Consequently, Krillin rejoined the duo on the Nimbus Cloud, with little Weiqiang carrying one on each side. Upon their return, they brought back a woman named Lan Qi. Chapter 38. Moving Islands. 100-meter came house. Fantastic. You all did splendidly. The turtle hermit exclaimed with exuberance upon seeing the girl they had brought back, declaring them all as disciples. Success. Sun Wukong and Krillin were filled with joy, and the occasionally playful Sun Weiqiang shared in their delight. Welcome to my humble abode, beautiful lady, greeted Master Rashi as he addressed the enchanting newcomer. Hello, esteemed elder. I am Lan Qi, introduced the gentle-haired maiden, her deep blue locks cascading elegantly. After a brief exchange, Master Rashi, along with Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin, donned their turtle school training attire, ready for a collective martial arts session. However, the sudden arrival of a fly prompted Lan Qi to sneeze. In an instant, her appearance transformed. Her once deep blue hair turned a striking golden hue. Where am I? This certainly does not resemble a prison, Lan Qi exclaimed, surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, she produced a submachine gun from seemingly nowhere and aimed it at the group before her, unleashing a barrage of fire. You perverts! She shouted, the rapid gunfire echoing. Tat, 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 tat. Ah, wow, ow, ouch, ouch. The four men scrambled for cover, each struck by the relentless bullets. Sun Weiqiang sought to test his limits. Otherwise, sensing the impending danger, he would have discreetly retreated. After all, he was confident that a mere submachine gun would not spell his demise. Was it merely a curiosity to feel the sting of a bullet? The sound of gunfire erupted as the wild-haired, golden-tressed Lan Qi unleashed a relentless barrage with her weapon. A gust of wind swept across Came House, causing her hair to flutter enticingly. Achoo! In an instant, Lan Qi transformed back into her gentle self with deep blue hair. She ceased fire and, with an apologetic demeanor, exclaimed, I'm so sorry. I really am. Whenever I sneeze, my personality changes. She added playfully, scratching the back of her head. Came Senin, little Wukong. Krillin, Sun Weiqiang, I understand. Subsequently, Master Rashi transformed the Came House back into a universal capsule and retrieved another capsule to conjure a hovercraft. A party of 5 embarked on the vessel and departed from Came Island. To facilitate the future training of his 3 disciples, Master Rashi led them to a more expansive island. Upon this vast expanse, he summoned the Came House from the capsule and remarked, before dinner, let us engage in a brief session of training. Sun Weiqiang spoke casually, all right, Grandpa. Please guide me, Master. Krillin bowed slightly. Where's Goku? Where has he gone? Master Rashi glanced around, noticing the absence of Goku. Lan Qi responded, that little boy just jumped onto a cloud and flew away. Little Goku had ventured off to explore the vast island, while Sun Weiqiang chose not to accompany him, feeling rather disinterested. Before long, little Goku returned, brimming with excitement upon learning that training was about to commence. Krillin crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at Goku, thinking, what a brainless fellow. I aim to use this opportunity to demonstrate just how vast the gap in our abilities truly is. Little Goku took center stage, with Sun Weiqiang positioned to his left. Just then, Lan Qi appeared to be on the verge of sneezing. Alarmed, Master Rashi, Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin swiftly took cover behind a nearby large rock. Sun Weiqiang no longer wished to endure the sting of bullets, but they could not claim his life. The pain was undeniable. It is no wonder that previously, little Wukong cried out in agony after being struck by Bulma. It truly hurt. The 4 of them cautiously peered from behind the large rock, only to discover that it was merely a false alarm. The gentle deep blue Lan Qi had not transformed into the wild, golden Lan Qi. Little Wukong exclaimed. What a surprise. It turns out she was merely yawning. Sun Weiqiang, I thought she was about to transform again. Krillin, you startled me quite a bit. Master Rashi glances at Krillin. Fool, how can you let a woman frighten you like that? How will you ever succeed in your training? Krillin bows an apology. I am sorry. Master Rashi, it seems you have double standards as well. Sun Weiqiang raises an eyebrow in contemplation. Master Rashi inquires, Krillin, have you ever studied martial arts before? Krillin replies, I spent 8 years training at the Shaolin Temple. Master Rashi, what about Weiqiang? Sun Weiqiang candidly stated, I have attended martial arts classes at the orphanage for several years. Master Rashi refrained from questioning Goku, as he was aware that the late Son Gohan had, to some extent, imparted teachings to him during his lifetime. Thus, it appears that the three of you possess a certain foundational skill. Nevertheless, I must first gain a modest understanding of your abilities. Are you prepared? As Master Rashi concluded his statement, he inquired. Always ready. Sun Weiqiang responded inwardly. Master Rashi continued. The distance from this rock to that tree is precisely 100 meters. I would like you three to run there at your utmost speed, so I can gauge how much time it takes. Running swiftly does not necessarily guarantee one will become a martial arts master, but possessing strong core and leg strength is invaluable. Krillin, with his hands on his hips and exuding confidence, remarked, Let me show you what my legs, capable of bringing glory to the Olympics, can do. Master Rashi replied, Oh, you are quite self-assured. A little bit, Krillin responded, casting a proud glance at Weiqiang and Goku. Sun Weiqiang pondered silently. I wonder if I can outrun Krillin and Goku? Master Rashi retrieved a pre-prepared timer and made his way to the other side of the tree. Krillin positioned himself at the rocky edge, ready to start. Little Goku and Sun Weiqiang sat beside the rock, watching intently. Master Rashi's voice rang out, On your marks. Get set, go. Krillin summoned all his strength and dashed forward, swiftly completing the 100 meters. Impressive. A time of 10 seconds and 4/10. You truly are a prodigy. Master Rashi remarked, glancing at the timer in his hand. With hands on his hips, Krillin stood before him, boasting, Master, 10 seconds and 4/10 is nothing. My best record is 10 seconds and 1/10. A time of 10 seconds and 4/10 is quite commendable. Krillin chuckled heartily. Can I start running now? Little Goku, unable to contain his excitement, waved his chubby hand and called out. Master Rashi turned his head to respond. All right, let me announce it. That fool doesn't even understand the starting position. Krillin internally mocked as he observed Goku's stance. Sun Weiqiang, Wukong, give it your all. Little Wukong, Master Rashi, ready, set, go. Little Wukong sprinted forward, the 100 meters passing in a mere blink. He completed the distance in precisely 11 seconds. Master Rashi announced Wukong's time, which was commendable, yet insufficient to surpass Krillin. Comparing myself to Wukong seems rather unfair. He truly excelled, Krillin mused, brimming with pride. Excuse me, old man. May I change my shoes and run again? Little Wukong inquired. What? Do you intend to attribute your failure to your footwear? Krillin retorted, raising his foot. Take a good look. My shoes are not designed for athletics either. Little Wukong protested, but my shoes are already worn out. Look. After changing into a different pair of shoes, Little Wukong took off once more, achieving a time of 8 seconds and 5/10. Is this fast? He innocently questioned. How did you develop such incredible leg strength? Krillin asked, astonished. Little Wukong replied, I used to live in the mountains, and my only mode of transport was these legs. Master Rashi commented, that speed is quite astonishing. Hey, old man, can I start running now? Sun Weiqiang's voice called out. Master Rashi responded, then let's begin. Are you prepared? Sun Weiqiang, ready. Master Rashi, then let's begin. Get set, go. Chapter 39, each in search of different stones? Weiqiang cannot possibly be faster than me. Absolutely impossible. This was Krillin's thought before Sun Weiqiang took off. However, once Weiqiang started, Krillin began to waver, thinking, could he actually be faster than me? Then Krillin was astonished. Although Weiqiang could not match Goku, his 100-meter sprint time was an astonishing 9 seconds 1. Regarding this achievement, Sun Weiqiang expressed that it was satisfactory. Before his journey through time, it could have broken a world record, perhaps sustaining its glory for a century or so. You three are remarkable. Yet you have yet to surpass the limits of human potential. To become a successful martial artist, one must transcend the boundaries of human physicality, which may pose a challenge. As Master Rashi spoke, he removed the maroon turtle shell from his back. At this moment, Sun Weiqiang channeled Master Rashi, step back. I am about to showcase my prowess. He recalled that next, Master Rashi would also attempt a 100-meter sprint. The exact time? Weiqiang had forgotten, but he was determined to put on an impressive display. Krillin, please assist me. Master Rashi handed the timer to Krillin. Teacher, are you going to run as well? Krillin inquired. Yes, I have been somewhat inactive lately, so I may be a bit slower. Master Rashi began to stretch. Sun Weiqiang exclaimed, here it comes. The remarkable sprinting record of Master Rashi was revealed to be a staggering 5 seconds and 6/10. A stunned Krillin uttered this astonishing result. This time, it's quite commendable, Master Roshi remarked, bearing his shell on his back. Indeed, Grandpa is impressive. Little Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is what it means to transcend the limits of human capability, Master Roshi stated. You three are still young, with some rigorous training. You should be able to achieve a time under 5 seconds. You old lecher, I quite fancy this grand vision of yours, Sun Wukong thought to himself, silently applauding. Later, feeling parched, Master Roshi requested a beer, prompting Krillin to rush to the game house. Suddenly, a loud sneeze echoed. What was that sneeze? Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, and Goku turned their gaze towards Kame House. They saw Krillin hastily exiting, with the wild Lan Chi, her golden hair flowing fiercely, brandishing a kitchen knife in hot pursuit. You little bald head. Stop right there. Do you hear me? Are you tired of living? Lan Chi shouted as she chased him down. Sun Wukong and his companions, sensing impending danger, had already taken refuge in the nearby thicket. Intriguingly, Master Roshi was timing them with a stopwatch, recording a stunning 100 meters in 8.8 seconds. This fellow, Krillin, was approaching the very limits of human capability. I shall chop you into pieces and feast upon you. The wild launch continued her relentless pursuit of Krillin. Achoo, what am I doing here? The gentle launch, now with her deep blue hair, mused aloud. At her feet lay a sharp kitchen knife, precariously angled against the ground, having narrowly missed Krillin's vulnerable area. Although he had escaped injury, Krillin's complexion had drained of color. Seated on the ground, he trembled with fear, contemplating the knife's ominous proximity between his legs. He thought, that was close. I almost ceased to be a man. Before dusk, Master Roshi casually selected a stone, inscribed a character for turtle upon it, and hurled it away, instructing Sun Wukong and his companions to seek it out. Only the one who discovered the stone bearing the turtle inscription would be able to dine that evening, implying that at most one among them would enjoy supper while at least 2 would go hungry. What? No dinner allowed? Upon hearing the rules of this stone-finding challenge, both Krillin and Sun Wukong were thrown into a panic. Is it just a meal? Besides, this meal might be poisonous, Sun Wukong pondered, concluding that perhaps losing would be preferable, as abstaining seemed wise. How would he explain his knowledge of this situation? Thus, he chose to remain silent. Moreover, Master Roshi added a stipulation. If none of them found the stone within 30 minutes, all 3 would forfeit their dinner. Immediately, Krillin and Sun Wukong dashed off in search of the stone, with Sun Wukong smirking and following closely behind. The trio raced toward the direction where Master Roshi had thrown the stone, only to find themselves confronted by a steep cliff. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong leaped over the edge. No way. Wukong, are you trying to get yourself killed? Krillin exclaimed, aghast. I live on the mountains and frequently traverse rugged terrain. This little slope is no challenge for me, came Sun Wukong's confident reply. Krillin, you should jump as well. I reckon even if you were to dive headfirst, you would likely emerge unscathed, Sun Wukong encouraged, suddenly intrigued. Don't be absurd, Krillin scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Weiqiang as if to say, do you think I'm foolish? Stone, where are you? Sun Wukong's voice echoed once more. If you're jumping, go ahead. I'll take the long way around, Krillin declared, turning to flee. He was determined to find the stone first, for if Wukong succeeded, dinner would be lost to him. Watching Krillin's rapidly vanishing figure, Sun Wukong felt no urgency at all. Go ahead, seek it out. I choose not to partake. He gazed at the setting sun, seated at the edge of the cliff, idly observing the twilight. The sun was nearing the horizon, where the sky blazed crimson, intermingled with white, and bizarre clouds formed for dragons, each facing the sun from different directions, creating a breathtaking and poetic scene. Sun Weiqiang gazed in contemplation, his pupils involuntarily dilating. At that moment, 2 birds, glimmering in the glow of the setting sun, soared across the distant, shimmering surface of the river. The falling clouds and solitary wild geese flew together, while the autumn waters blended seamlessly with the endless sky. Sun Weiqiang could not help but utter this ancient and renowned saying, known to all before his time. How beautiful it is. Meanwhile, halfway through his journey, Klin had a change of heart. To locate that stone within such a vast jungle in just 30 minutes was utterly impossible. As Klin pondered, a cunning smile spread across his face, and he thought to himself, I have an idea. He then procured a stone of identical size to the one Master Wu Tian had thrown away, borrowed a pin from a nearby resident, and inscribed the character for turtle upon the stone using the same style of black ink. With that, Klin triumphantly returned to Kame House, now tasked with feigning the appearance of someone who had endured great hardship. At Kame House, the gentle Lanchi hummed a tune while preparing dinner. Master Rashi, peering from the kitchen door, had his gaze fixated, hidden behind his sunglasses, on Lanchi's shapely figure swaying beneath her short skirt. "What delicious dish have you prepared tonight?" he inquired, his eyes glued to her form. "I bought a fresh fish at the market for hot pot." Lanchi replied cheerfully. "Is that so? I can hardly wait." Master Rashi said, approaching her from behind, hands poised to grab and squeeze. Chapter 40. Pufferfish poisoning, the beginning of cultivation. However, at that critical moment, Clin burst through the door of Kame House, calling out, "Master Wutian." Noticing the absence of anyone in the living room, Clin quickly dashed to the kitchen door, deliberately panting to feign exhaustion. Upon hearing Clin's voice, Lanchi turned with a kitchen knife in hand, and had Master Rashi not dodged swiftly, the blade would have struck his face. The sudden scare caused Master Rashi to stumble backward, shattering the table. Lanchi glanced at the knife in her hand, muttering, "I'm so sorry, truly my apologies." "It's nothing," Master Rashi chuckled, patting his head as if nothing had happened. "Clin, what's wrong?" he asked, stepping outside the kitchen with Clin. Feigning fatigue, Clin stuck out his tongue, panting heavily as he presented the stone. "Master, I finally found it." "Oh, let me see," Master Rashi said, taking the stone into his hands. A second later, he smashed the stone against Clin's bald head, exclaiming, "You little rascal. How dare you take advantage of the situation? This is clearly not my writing." "I'm sorry," Clin exclaimed, hastily fleeing Kame House, determined to return to his search. I found it. I found it," Clin exclaimed as he ventured back into the jungle, following the voice of Wukong. Upon Clin's arrival, Sun Wukong joyfully held up the stone for him to see, grinning widely. "Now I can have dinner." "You truly have a knack for this," Clin said, taken aback. Little Wukong pointed at the stone, explaining, "Because it bears the scent of the old man." "But even so, how can you be certain this is the one?" Clin queried. Sun Wukong, "There are inscriptions from the old gentleman on the stone." "Look," Clin replied, "the characters could also be forged. I was just exposed in such a manner moments ago." Innocently, Sun Wukong inquired, "Is that true? Bring it here for me to see." Krillin took the stone from Wukong's hand and peered at it, bursting into laughter. "Ha! Fool!" As he continued to gaze, he suddenly dashed away. "You scoundrel! Give it back to me!" Little Wukong pursued him relentlessly. Krillin shouted back, "The world of winning and losing is exceedingly cruel." "Stop right there!" Little Wukong yelled, his voice echoing to the precipice above. It seemed I should descend soon. Sun Weiqiang stole a final glance at the breathtaking sunset before leaping down. The cliff was dotted with protruding rocks, which served as footholds for Sun Weiqiang, instilling him with the confidence to make the jump. Meanwhile, Krillin sprinted across the suspended wooden bridge. With a swift motion, he severed the ropes anchoring the bridge. "Stop!" Little Wukong plummeted from the sky. Krillin beamed with delight, anticipating a bountiful dinner. However, upon regaining his footing, Little Wukong continued his relentless chase. After a brief skirmish, unable to prevail, Krillin resorted to a final ruse, tossing his fake stone far away to deceive Wukong into searching for it, thus allowing him to escape. That night, at Kame House, Master Rashi, Launch, and Krillin sat happily at the dining table. Little Wukong and Sun Weiqiang stood nearby, the former drooling with hunger. "Wukong, are you hungry?" Sun Weiqiang feigned ignorance of Little Wukong's hunger, deliberately rubbing salt into his wounds. "Yes, I'm so hungry," Little Wukong lamented, patting his empty stomach with a lack of energy. "Then let's go hunt for some wild game to eat," Sun Weiqiang suggested. "Yay!" Little Wukong instantly perked up. "By the way, what is this fish called?" Master Rashi inquired as they feasted. Launch replied honestly, "The fishmonger told me it's called pufferfish." Krillin stood frozen in shock. Master Rashi's eyes, concealed behind his sunglasses, widened in disbelief. For a brief moment, the room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the bubbling of the hot pot. Then Krillin groaned. "I think my stomach hurts a bit," clutching his abdomen as he collapsed. "I feel the same," Master Rashi slumped to the ground. "I think I do too," Launch echoed, showing no exception. "Weiqiang, what is wrong with Grandpa and the others?" Little Wukong inquired, puzzled. Sun Weiqiang informed, "I have been poisoned." After several days of recuperation, Master Rashi, Launch, and Krillin finally regained their health. At 4:30 in the morning, Master Rashi awakened Krillin and Sun Weiqiang, who were sleeping beside him. After rousing the two, he proceeded to awaken Sun Wukong, who was sleeping with Launch, outside Master Rashi's abode. The time had come to commence the rigorous training in the art of turtle school martial arts. However, before that, I wish to impart to you a fundamental understanding of what martial arts truly embodies. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Master Roshi began to elucidate. In front of him, Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin listened attentively. Master Roshi continued, "The pursuit of martial arts is not for the sake of triumph in combat, nor is it to elicit admiration from fair maidens who might exclaim, 'Hero, you are so formidable. I shall bestow upon you a kiss and wish to bear your offspring.' Such notions are utterly misguided. The essence of martial arts lies in fostering both physical and mental well-being, enabling one to lead a life of significance. This is the true meaning of martial arts. Do you understand?" Krillin nodded in agreement. Little Wukong appeared somewhat bewildered, uncertain if he could grasp even a fraction of the lesson. "Old pervert, enough with the chatter. Let us begin." Sun Weiqiang felt a surge of impatience. He had awaited this day for a long time. What Master Roshi had in store for their training was known to him, yet being immersed in the experience, Sun Weiqiang felt a sense of anticipation. The prospect of training alongside little Wukong, progressing together, and striving in unison filled him with joy. These would be cherished memories for years to come. Krillin interjected, "Shall I leave then?" Master Roshi replied, "I shall depart as well. However, heed this. If you encounter any practitioners of martial arts who bully the common folk, such individuals are your adversaries. You must ensure they are dealt with appropriately." Master Roshi, caught up in his fervor for imparting wisdom, struck the air with his fists. "I shall conclude my discourse here. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Krillin exclaimed loudly, "Understood." Sun Weiqiang nodded. "I understand." Little Wukong still appeared perplexed, saying, "I still don't get it." Master Roshi replied, in summary, "You simply need to diligently cultivate your skills and lead a joyful life. Do you understand?" Wukong. Little Wukong suddenly comprehended, placing his hands on his hips and joyfully exclaiming, "Oh, so that's how it is. Now I get it." Krillin cast a disdainful glance at Wukong, asking, "Are you an idiot?" Sun Weiqiang secretly shook his head. This is indeed the little Wukong. While he is undoubtedly the character Sun Weiqiang cherishes most in the Dragon Ball universe, one cannot help but acknowledge that there is, without a doubt, a certain something about him. Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin followed Master Roshi as they ran. 121, 121. Chapter 41. The three delivering milk before reaching the summit. 121, 121. Sun Weiqiang and his companions followed Master Roshi as they jogged. What a surprise. I heard that Master Wu Tian's training is exceedingly rigorous. I never imagined it to be so trivial. Krillin remarked, a light-hearted expression on his face, pondering the inaccuracies of the rumors. Is this really it? Just this? A piece of cake. Little Goku, devoid of any thoughts, ran with a pure focus, completely absorbed in the act of running itself. "We must be heading to deliver milk soon," Sun Weiqiang mused. The task of delivering milk as a form of training seemed simple, yet he felt a sense of anticipation, eager to discover just how exhausting it could be. He yearned to experience the essence of the turtle school's training, envisioning the sensation of his body drenched in sweat. Sun Weiqiang observed the small Wukong sprinting ahead, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, Master Roshi had taken the three of them to deliver milk. Leading the way was Master Roshi, followed by Krillin, then the small Wukong, with Sun Weiqiang bringing up the rear. "Jump! Run!" Master Roshi called out, holding his summoning stick in one hand as he ran, humming merrily. "Jump! Run!" Krillin, Wukong, and Sun Weiqiang echoed in unison, each cradling a small box of milk. Initially, Sun Weiqiang felt a bit out of place, but as he joined in, he found it rather enjoyable. The atmosphere was delightful, and he seamlessly integrated into the group. The four chanted, "Jump! Run!" However, as they continued, Krillin fell from second place to the last. "Jump! Run!" Wukong radiated joy. Sun Weiqiang ran behind little Wukong, unable to see his face, yet could easily imagine his joyful demeanor from his cheerful tone. Unlike Krillin, who, while speaking of jumping and running, began to feel a slight disconnect in his energy. Time flowed naturally, with families delivering milk one after another. Eventually, Master Roshi waved his summoning staff and announced a new training task. They were to run around the 2 rows of sacred trees while shouting, "Round and round." What? Upon hearing this, Krillin felt a shiver run down his spine, wondering how many kilometers they would have to run. Little Wukong, somewhat confused, murmured, "Round and round? Let's go?" Sun Weiqiang reveled in the experience, embracing the joy of training under Master Roshi. "Go!" With Master Roshi's command, they took off running. Round, 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 round. As Sun Weiqiang circled around, He cast a glance over his shoulder and discovered that, reminiscent of the original Dragon Ball world, Krillin was shirking his duties. Round and round, Krillin exclaimed, yet he found himself running straight along the path rather than weaving around the trees. He ran with unbridled joy, but such bliss was fleeting. If you willingly concede, I shall not hinder you, the turtle hermit remarked, having been surpassed by Krillin at some point unbeknownst to him. I dare not do so again. Krillin's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly returned to meticulously follow the course. He, chuckled the turtle hermit. Subsequently, Sun Weiqiang and the others were tasked with delivering milk to the mountaintop. This stretch of the mountain path required neither haste nor shouting. A leisurely stroll would suffice. However, Krillin still lagged behind. By this point, the aspirations he held at the beginning of his training had long dissipated. The training under Master Roshi was indeed extraordinary, living up to its reputation. Clutching the milk crate, Krillin panted heavily, completely overwhelmed both physically and mentally. My current stamina pales in comparison to little Goku's. In a fight, as long as Goku isn't famished and the battle drags on, it is likely I would be the one to falter. Yet, I shall not concede so easily. Sun Weiqiang gasped for breath, his sweat-drenched eyes fixated on the diminutive figure of little Wukong ahead. The failure to make a wish to the dragon revealed to him the extraordinary martial arts talent of this body. In a distant future, he believed there was a possibility to rival Wukong. Initially, even though Sun Weiqiang considered his martial prowess formidable among the inhabitants of Earth, capable of contending for the title of the strongest, he never relinquished his determination. He had contemplated clinging to little Wukong's future potential. Yet he remained resolute in his struggles. At the very least, before Wukong departed Earth, Sun Weiqiang felt he had a chance to challenge him. Moreover, now, Sun Weiqiang's aspirations transcended merely testing his strength against Wukong. He desired not only to conquer Wukong, but to surpass him. This was a daunting challenge indeed. Yet it was a pursuit Sun Weiqiang yearned to embark upon. As one of the most cherished characters in the Dragon Ball universe, if he could truly defeat Wukong and transcend him, it would be the utmost expression of his admiration. A fervent resolve surged within his mind, and Sun Weiqiang felt his fatigued body igniting with newfound vigor, propelling him to quicken his pace and overtake the small silhouette ahead. Tap, 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 tap. Little Wukong, clutching a milk crate, hurried along, noticing that without realizing it, Weiqiang was closing in, just a few paces behind him on his right. Weiqiang is impressive. He can accelerate. I can do it too, little Wukong thought, gritting his teeth and charging forward. Once again, he managed to leave Sun Weiqiang behind. Sun Weiqiang yearned to chase after him, yet his weary body could not muster the strength. His heavy footsteps, in an attempt to quicken their pace, only faltered further. There was no alternative. This was my utmost limit. Wukong, there will be ample opportunities for our competition in the days to come. Sun Weiqiang gazed at the ever-distant figure of the little Wukong, a smile gracing his lips, vowing to return next time. At the mountainside, Master Roshi squatted by the stone steps, indulging in a smoke. Before long, he witnessed Wukong arriving first. Even Wukong was beginning to struggle. Old man, can't you use the flying nimbus to deliver the milk? The weary little Wukong inquired, his spirit slightly diminished. Is this still considered training if it comes so easily? Master Roshi retorted, puffing on his cigarette. That is a valid point, little Wukong agreed, though his voice lacked vigor. Nostalgia washed over him as he recalled the last time he had traversed this path, delivering milk alongside Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King. Master Roshi reminisced, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, lost in memories. Did my grandfather ever experience this? Little Wukong pondered, a newfound determination igniting within him as he glanced at the open milk crate, noticing 2 bottles yet to be delivered. Old man, I must be off, he declared, continuing his ascent up the mountain with the milk. Sun Weiqiang followed closely behind. Having just arrived and feeling utterly fatigued, he decided to pause for a moment. Grandpa, I shall take my leave now, he said, before greeting Master Roshi and making his way up the mountain. Weiqiang is doing quite well. He is merely a tad slower than Wukong, Master Roshi remarked, observing Weiqiang's silhouette. And where is Krillin? Why has he not yet ascended? After a brief wait, without catching sight of Krillin, Master Roshi pondered whether that lazy boy had once again shirked his duties. If I discover that this troublesome lad, unbeknownst to Master Roshi, had it not been for Sun Weiqiang's recent pursuit, causing Wukong to hasten his pace, Krillin would have already reached the summit. Finally, after a pause of 7 or 8 seconds, Krillin arrived, panting heavily as he climbed. Krillin, why are you so slow? Wukong and Weiqiang have been up for quite a while now. Hurry up. We still have half the distance left to cover. Master Roshi urged. Half left? Upon hearing this disheartening news, Krillin nearly succumbed to faintness. He looked up, his face darkened as if smeared with ink, an undeniably grim sight. Yet, he had no choice but to continue his ascent, step by arduous step. Chapter 42. The goal after 8 months? At the summit, Wukong, Sun Wukong, and Krillin sequentially delivered the milk, with Master Roshi arriving last. You all have worked hard. A stout monk appeared before the four. Good morning. Wukong waved cheerfully at the monk, only to receive a light tap on the head from Master Roshi's summoning staff. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his head in confusion. One does not simply say morning. It should be good morning instead, Master Roshi corrected. What kind of reasoning is that? Weiqiang questioned, while Krillin stifled a laugh. Good morning. Wukong obediently replied. Master Wutian, it has been quite a while, the kind monk said. Indeed, it has been a long time, Master Roshi replied. Hands clasped behind his back, staff upright. You appear to be in good spirits. The stout monk continued. How is your disciple faring in their training? We have only just commenced training today, so I cannot say for certain. However, I believe these three possess great potential, Master Roshi stated. Master Wutian believes we are promising. Krillin exclaimed, looking at Weiqiang and Wukong, sharing this delightful news. Wukong was overjoyed. Sun Weiqiang was in quite a good mood. Who wouldn't he relish in the praise of others? His companion was none other than Master Roshi. The three of them clasped hands, brimming with exuberance and radiant smiles. Master Roshi remarked to the plump monk, if we train diligently, we should be able to compete in about 8 months. Are you referring to the World Martial Arts Tournament? The plump monk inquired. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. What is that? Little Goku asked, genuinely perplexed. You truly don't know about the World Martial Arts Tournament? Krillin leaned in closer to Goku, his small eyes glinting with disdain. Little Goku nodded. The World Martial Arts Tournament gathers the finest martial artists from across the nation to determine who is the greatest of them all. How could you not know about it? Krillin enthusiastically elaborated. The greatest in the world? Little Goku's interest was piqued. Krillin tightened his fists in excitement, stating, the World Martial Arts Tournament is held only once every 5 years in the southern region, and only 8 individuals are allowed to compete in front of the audience. Yet, each time, numerous participants from all corners of the globe vie for a chance to compete, and merely making it to the top 8 is a remarkable achievement. Sun Weiqiang remained silent, knowing that Krillin would speak when necessary. He pondered whether he could defeat Goku at the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, or even triumph over the Master Roshi disguised as Jackie Chan. In his recollection of the original Dragon Ball universe, the Master Roshi, while impersonating Jackie Chan, had to exert considerable effort to overcome Goku. If he could indeed vanquish Goku, perhaps he would stand a chance against Master Roshi as well. Well then, let us give it a shot. He would strive toward this goal. If he failed, so be it. But what if he succeeded? One must dare to dream and take action. Fear of failure should not deter him. If it does not work out, there is always the next opportunity. Sun Weiqiang set a new goal for himself and encouraged his spirit. After listening to Krillin's account, little Goku exclaimed, I really want to compete. Can we truly participate, Master? Krillin's eyes widened in excitement. Master Roshi replied, if you all remain diligent in your training, I shall permit you to compete. How thrilling, the chubby monk remarked. Well, that is fantastic. Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, and Goku were overjoyed. Master Roshi added, however, let me clarify one point. My allowing you to compete does not imply that I expect you to win the championship. The world is not as easy as you imagine. My agreement to let you participate stems from the belief that having a goal can motivate you more in your training. Do you understand? Master, it's not entirely up to you. You better be cautious, or you might find yourself in a predicament. I am not jesting. Sun Weiqiang gazed intently at Master Roshi. Deep in thought, Krillin remarked, as long as we can make it to the semifinals at the World Martial Arts Tournament, that would be sufficient. Little Goku was eager to participate. We must continue delivering milk, monk. Farewell. Master Roshi bid farewell to the chubby monk and descended the mountain with Sun Weiqiang and Krillin. After completing their milk deliveries, the four finally returned to the outside of Master Roshi's abode. Little Goku, Sun Weiqiang, and Krillin lay on the grass, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. What a strenuous day. At that moment, Sun Weiqiang longed for a good rest. He wanted to recuperate thoroughly. What enjoyment in training. Whose nonsense was that? Within the next 8 months, you are to deliver milk daily. That is your early morning training, Master Roshi declared, following which he continued, now, Let us resume our morning training. Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Klin were all astonished. Moreover, Sun Weiqiang had thought that after delivering the milk, he would at least be able to enjoy a brief respite. However, he was taken aback to discover that the next phase of training was to commence almost immediately. He could not help but ponder, is such intensity truly bearable for a human? The Turtle Sage's subsequent training arrangement after the milk delivery was to assist farmers in plowing the fields, pointing his summoning staff in a certain direction. The Turtle Sage indicated a nearby scene where farmers were diligently at work. Little Wukong, with a mix of understanding and confusion, exclaimed, "Plow the fields? Good heavens! We are to plow the fields already?" Sun Weiqiang secretly gasped, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed towards the direction indicated by the Turtle Sage. Krillin hung his head, appearing quite reluctant to engage in the task. The Turtle Sage hurried over to negotiate with a farmer, then turned back to call out to Sun Weiqiang and the others, saying loudly, "Come over quickly, or you will miss breakfast." Whether it was delivering milk or farming, this form of training was something they had never encountered at the Shaolin Temple. Krillin muttered to himself as he followed Wukong and Weiqiang towards Master Wu Tian. Little Wukong spat into his hands twice, and along with Krillin, picked up a hoe to begin working. Sun Weiqiang, feigning enthusiasm, also grasped a hoe and joined in. However, before they could accomplish much, the voice of the Turtle Sage rang out, "You cannot use a hoe. You must plow the fields with your hands. Do you understand? With your hands." This training is not solely about strengthening the waist and wrists, but also about developing hand strength. "Are we expected to work this entire field with our bare hands?" Krillin exclaimed in shock. Sun Weiqiang, who had already anticipated this, remained unfazed. After all, he was not being asked to plow the fields as he did before his travels. Such a task would be perilous. At present, however, it seemed manageable. Though he had not yet attempted it, he believed it to be within his capabilities. After all, if little Wukong and Krillin could do it, there was no reason he could not as well. Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Klin engaged in a fierce battle with bare hands. Before long, Klin gazed despondently at his own hands, lamenting that his nails were nearly worn away. Master Roshi, taking a puff from his cigarette, remarked, "Klin, you are falling behind." Indeed, Klin, disregarding everything else, plunged into the arduous labor of tilling the field. His fingers were beginning to ache. Sun Weiqiang felt the strain. Yet he did not cease for even a moment. He persevered relentlessly. Little Wukong, too, pressed on without pause. How could he afford to stop? With the World Martial Arts Tournament looming 8 months ahead, he was determined to defeat little Wukong. He not only could not afford to slow down, but he also needed to exert himself even more vigorously. Sun Weiqiang envisioned this fertile land as a ripe woman in need of his conquest. The moment he finished plowing would signify his complete domination over her. An overwhelming thought surged through his mind. "I shall overpower you." Consequently, he became swifter, stronger, and more vigorous. If the land he tilled truly resembled a ripe woman, who could withstand such fervor? Who could endure it? To confront it head-on? Surely, one would be overwhelmed. Chapter 43. Practicing, studying, dining, napping. These 3 children were akin to a relentless plow. The farmer assisting in the tilling was utterly astonished. Beside him, Master Roshi calmly puffed on his cigarette. "Old man, we are done tilling," little Wukong said weakly, as he, Krillin, and Sun Weiqiang approached Master Roshi. "My hands." Krillin looked down at his hands. "Ouch, that hurts." Sun Weiqiang gently clenched his fists. Master Roshi glanced at the field and remarked, after spending so much time, "We haven't even had breakfast yet. Tomorrow, the land you will till will be even larger than today's. You must find a way to expedite your efforts, understand? I'm so hungry." Little Wukong rubbed his belly, appearing lethargic. "I feel like I'm about to starve to death," Krillin lamented, his condition no better. Sun Weiqiang was not faring much better either. The 3 of them were covered in dirt, a rather pitiable sight. Having completed their work in the fields, the 4 returned to Master Roshi's abode for breakfast. During the meal, Master Roshi noticed Krillin excessively sprinkling pepper into his bowl and quickly admonished him, "Krillin, don't add too much pepper." Sensing trouble, Sun Weiqiang hastily made his escape. Achoo! Lanky, with her deep blue hair, sneezed upon catching the scent of the pepper, transforming into her wild golden-haired persona. She glared at the remaining trio, exclaiming, "You lot." Lanky drew her submachine gun and began firing indiscriminately. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. My heavens! It hurts. It hurts. Master Roshi and the others fled from the house. "Stop right there," Lanky shouted as she burst outside, continuing her barrage. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Sun Weiqiang ran alongside the 3 companions, and and under the guidance of Master Rashi, they ventured to a nearby restaurant for a meal. In the midst of their dining experience, a sudden sneeze escaped from little Wukong, startling Krillin and Master Rashi, who promptly scurried to the corner of the establishment. Little Wukong stood there, bewildered, utterly perplexed by the unexpected turn of events, his mind swirling with profound questions. Sun Weiqiang felt a surge of amusement as Master Rashi and Krillin were evidently frightened by Lan Qi, casting an unusual atmosphere over the scene. Patrons in the restaurant turned their gazes towards the peculiar duo of an elderly man and a young boy, perplexed by their antics. After finishing their meal, the quartet returned. And from this moment until lunchtime, it was designated as study time for Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin. Outside the turtle hermitess abode, a small blackboard hung from a tree, and Master Rashi addressed his students before it. One who cultivates their physique without exercising their intellect cannot be considered a true martial artist. A martial artist must be well versed in both the arts of combat and knowledge. As he concluded his remarks, he pointed to his own head. Before him, Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin sat upon a log. Understanding that while one may forego formal education, the pursuit of knowledge remains imperative, Sun Weiqiang displayed a keen interest, holding a pen in one hand and a textbook in the other. Young Wukong, however, echoed his disdain. I abhor studying. Krillin, brimming with confidence, retorted, Wukong, I shall undoubtedly outperform you in this regard. Very well, let us commence with our Mandarin lesson, Master Rashi declared, signaling the beginning of class. Wukong turned to page 12 and read aloud. Young Wukong began. Howitchi. No. My mother is about to return. Margaret, while verbally rebuffing Paul. He stubbornly intends to make several more attempts, having yet to showcase many of his tricks. Krillin, listening intently, began to feel that something was amiss and glanced down at his own textbook for clarification. When Sun Weiqiang opened the page at the request of Master Rashi, he was taken aback by the provocative nature of the book, astonished by the vividly realistic illustrations. Which publisher released this? Has the review board completely relaxed their standards? How could this even be published? His eyes widened in disbelief as he cast a glance at the elderly figure seated in the wooden chair. Master Rashi, your choice of reading material is truly remarkable, I mean it. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 12:30. This time period, from 12:30 to 1:30, was designated for the afternoon nap of Master Rashi, Sun Weiqiang, Little Wukong, and Krillin. Beneath the trees outside the cane house, the four of them had set up sleeping nets between the trunks, resting upon them with matching pink pillows under their heads. Master Rashi spoke, diligence in practice, quality in reading, eating until 80% full, and taking an afternoon nap. This is our path of cultivation. Grandpa, Little Wukong called out. What is it? Master Rashi turned his head to look at him. Little Wukong inquired, you mentioned the World Martial Arts Tournament. Will truly strong individuals be participating? Krillin and Sun Weiqiang turned their gazes towards him. Master Rashi affirmed, certainly. Masters from all corners of the world, including ourselves, will gather together. For many martial artists, breaking into the top 8 of the World Martial Arts Tournament is the pinnacle of their aspirations. Little Wukong remarked, while we are resting here, there must be a plethora of individuals engaging in rigorous training elsewhere. That seems likely, Sun Weiqiang responded before closing his eyes. He contemplated how to defeat Little Wukong. And even Master Rashi, at the tournament in 8 months' time. Merely training at the same intensity as Little Wukong would not suffice. He needed to push himself further. Nonetheless, a balance between work and rest was essential. Without sufficient recuperation, one could not thrive. He resolved to manage this balance wisely while also contemplating how to incorporate additional training into his schedule. Only through such dedication could he hope to triumph over Little Wukong and Master Rashi at the World Martial Arts Tournament in 8 months. Sun Weiqiang was not merely pondering this goal. He was determined to strive toward it. Unity of knowledge and action. He would endeavor to achieve it. After their afternoon nap, Sun Weiqiang, Xiao Wukong, and Klin accompanied Master Rashi to a construction site on the island. Their subsequent training would consist of laboring in this very place. Master Rashi euphemistically proclaimed that it would allow them to sweat and strengthen their bodies, all while earning a handsome wage. The foreman, a portly man, approached and remarked, are these 3 youngsters not a bit too small for this? This is no easy task. Foreman, I would like to discuss a matter with you. Master Rashi whispered discreetly in his ear. What are you joking about? Giving them a wage each is already too generous, the foreman exclaimed, bewildered at the thought of increasing their pay. Let us not rush to conclusions, Master Rashi replied to the foreman before turning to his 3 disciples. You all should commence your work at once. Master, must we dig with empty hands again this time? Klin lamented, his brow furrowed in concern. Sun Weiqiang may not recall, but he is not in a position to speak. Master Rashi replied, "This time, I shall permit you to use your tools." "Wonderful!" exclaimed little Wukong with excitement. Immediately, Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Krillin donned bright orange hard hats and took up their tools, diving into their tasks. The other workers on the site watched in awe as the trio moved back and forth, diligently toiling away. In no time, their remarkable efficiency left everyone astounded. How impressive! The foreman, Fat, was left speechless. Master Rashi stoked the flames further. "Hey, if you don't step up your efforts, I shall revoke your participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament." Upon hearing this, Sun Weiqiang and his companions exerted themselves with fervor, driven by an unwavering determination. Each of them, already formidable, now intensified their efforts. Regardless of the hardships they faced, they were resolute in their desire to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Weiqiang was determined to grow stronger and to showcase his prowess. Reflecting on his regrettable past at Shaolin Temple, Krillin gritted his teeth and immersed himself in training. He vowed to defeat Goku and Master Rashi at the tournament. With this fierce resolve, Sun Weiqiang became increasingly focused on the task at hand. Little Goku's performance was commendable as well. Observing this, the foreman, Fatty, agreed to raise their pay, offering salaries for 9 individuals instead. Master Rashi smiled in approval. Chapter 44. Sun Weiqiang's Advantage. The key to overcoming little Goku? That afternoon, after leaving the construction site, Sun Weiqiang and his companions continued their training, which now included swimming by the lakeside. "Is there more?" Krillin asked in astonishment upon hearing from Master Rashi that the day's training was not yet complete. "Of course," Master Rashi replied. Little Goku earnestly interjected, "Grandpa, please don't make us do menial tasks any longer. Teach us the martial arts." Master Rashi retorted loudly at Goku. "What do children know? Speaking such thoughtless words. If you haven't built your basic strength, learning martial arts will be futile. If you want me to teach you, you must first demonstrate the strength to move this massive rock." He pointed his staff at a boulder towering over him. "Master, how is that even possible? That boulder is far too large for mere human strength," Krillin exclaimed, pointing at it. "Who says so?" Master Rashi set down his staff, placing both hands on the enormous rock, and with a grunt, he pushed it about half a meter, panting heavily afterward. "Did you see that? If you follow the training regimen I assigned diligently, there will come a day when you too can move this stone as I have." Master Rashi exemplified his teaching. Krillin stood at attention, responding, "Understood." Sun Weiqiang nodded. Little Wukong ran to the side, using both hands to push a stone of similar size to the one being moved by Master Rashi, exerting all his strength in an attempt to shift the massive boulder. "Wukong, this feat cannot be accomplished without diligent training," Master Rashi remarked just as little Wukong began to sprint while pushing the large stone, exemplifying the adage that great strength can yield miraculous results. "I did it, Grandpa," little Wukong exclaimed, turning back with a smile that penetrated Master Rashi's heart. Both Master Rashi and Krillin were astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Sun Weiqiang appeared considerably more composed, for he understood that this was a trivial matter for the little Wukong. He decided to give it a try himself. To his surprise, he too was able to push the large boulder that Wukong had moved, even managing to set it rolling. However, he did not do so with the same effortless grace as Wukong. A disparity in their physical strength remained evident. "Wukong and Weiqiang have moved it further than Master Wutian," Krillin exclaimed, wide-eyed. Master Rashi scratched his head and erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What a grand failure! What a colossal blunder! How could I have misjudged the size of the rock? Such a small stone can easily be moved by an ordinary person, can't it?" With that, Master Rashi glanced around, seeking out the largest stone nearby, which resembled a small mountain. "This ought to be the proper size," he declared, racing to the base of the miniature mountain and pointing at it. "If you can push this boulder, then your strength training will be deemed complete." "Such a massive stone!" Wukong gasped, rushing over to give it a try. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he could not budge it even slightly. There was simply no way. It remained utterly immovable, and Wukong appeared utterly helpless against it. Sun Weiqiang decided to give it a try, despite the realization that if little Wukong was incapable, his own chances were even slimmer. As anticipated, the small hill remained unmoved. Klin refrained from attempting, knowing he could scarcely budge the small stone from earlier, let alone this larger rock. "This is due to your inadequate training," Master Rashi replied to little Wukong's remarks. "Can you do it, old man?" little Wukong inquired. "Of course." Master Rashi responded with a gesture of confidence, declaring it a trivial matter. How impressive. Please perform a demonstration for us. Master, Clint eagerly suggested. Yes, yes. I too wish to see. Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly, expressing his own curiosity. He understood that Master Rashi might not be able to move the hill either. But this did not deter him from his enthusiasm. Master Rashi glanced at the hill but merely observed without further action. Such matters are inconsequential. Your training is of utmost importance. Suddenly, Master Rashi pivoted, employing a deft tactic to shift the topic. Now, let us commence. This is not the time for idle chatter. Sun Wukong silently acknowledged this sentiment. Clint squinted at Master Rashi, appearing to harbor disdain in the eyes of onlookers. Little Wukong stood in bewilderment. Soon after, the three of them stripped off their garments and plunged into the lake, swimming as they were pursued by sharks. Run for your lives. Help! Clint exclaimed in utter panic. Damn, this is exhilarating. Sun Wukong mused inwardly. Wow, wow. Little Wukong shouted in excitement. Once their harrowing swim concluded, the trio emerged from the water, donned their clothes, and prepared for the next phase of training. They were bound by 3 ropes to a tree, each tied around the waist of Sun Wukong, Clint, and Little Wukong. Oh no, I'm in for it, Sun Wukong thought, apprehensive of the fate awaiting him. Yet, with no turning back, he steeled himself. Listen carefully. This exercise is to train your reflexes, Master Rashi stated with a hint of amusement. What is the purpose of tying us up? Little Wukong asked, confused. To effectively evade an enemy's barrage of attacks within the rope's range. Do you understand? I will now commence my attack. After his explanation, Master Rashi approached the tree and, wielding his summoning staff, struck a wasp nest, causing the insects to scatter and retreat into the nearby thicket. Quickly, you must take cover, or you will be stung. Master Rashi warned kindly. However, dozens of bees had already emerged from the nest, launching an assault on the 3 below. Help! Help! This hurts. How can we evade? We're tied up. They cried in despair. Hey, you should run. Master Rashi encouraged. Run? Where can we go? We're all tied up. If you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? Sun Wukong felt a surge of frustration. Training was one thing, but who desired such torment? Before his journey to this realm, this would have been tantamount to courting disaster. As expected, all 3 were left with painful welts from the bee stings. Fortunately, today's training concluded with these swollen red bumps. Sun Wukong, along with his companions, returned to the Kame house after enduring a painful encounter with a formidable foe. Outside the house, Krillin lamented, Master, will our training always be like today? What nonsense are you babbling? The Kame sage retorted. Today's training was relatively easy. From tomorrow onward, for several consecutive months, you will not only repeat today's exercises, but also bear this turtle shell on your backs. Only then will you comprehend why they call me the Kame sage. With a flick of his wrist, the Kame sage produced a small, reddish-brown turtle shell to enlighten the 3. That night, after dinner, Sun Wukong stepped out of the Kame house for a stroll. Although he referred to it as a walk, he was actually deep in thought. Initially, he intended to squeeze in some extra practice to enhance his skills in preparation for the World Martial Arts Tournament in 8 months, with the aim of defeating both Goku and the Kame sage. However, after enduring the Kame sage's grueling training that day, he felt his body could not withstand further exertion without jeopardizing his performance in the next day's training. Thus, he reluctantly set aside his plans for additional physical conditioning. Of course, this did not imply that he was rendered entirely inactive. In certain aspects, he possessed a distinct advantage over Goku. As the saying goes, one should leverage their strengths to exploit the weaknesses of others. Understanding this principle, Sun Wukong was determined to capitalize on his advantages. In fact, this very advantage could potentially be the key to his triumph over Goku in the upcoming tournament, should they happen to face each other. Chapter 45, Cultivating Serenity, Absorbing Energy, Mastering Energy, Amplifying Energy. Sun Wukong wandered until he arrived at the lakeside, where he had been pursued during his swimming training in the daylight. What is the matter? He murmured. Sun Wukong's advantage over Little Wukong lies in the Kamehameha technique. When they both unleash their powers during the Bread Mountain explosion, it is apparent that while both can perform it, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha possesses greater might than that of Little Wukong. The Kamehameha is a manifestation of the energy that coalesces within one's body. But what exactly is this energy? Sun Wukong pondered this question. He could only recall a phrase from the original Dragon Ball world describing Chi as tranquil as the sky, as swift as lightning. Yet, from these 2 statements alone, it is rather challenging to comprehend the true essence of Chi. Sun Wukong sought to comprehend the essence of Chi. He believed that since the Kamehameha technique is derived from the energy condensed within one's chi, augmenting this internal energy would amplify the potency of his Kamehameha, enabling him to vanquish little Wukong. This was no mere fantasy. In order to enhance his internal chi, he first needed to grasp what chi truly is, what it consists of, and its inherent characteristics. Only then could he gain mastery over it, wielding it with the finesse of an expert. With this understanding, he could then contemplate the methods to amplify it further. Sun Weiqiang's approach is as follows. First, to comprehend it, then to master it, and finally, to amplify it. Take, for instance, examples like him and little Wukong, who, without a foundational understanding of energy, merely observed Master Roshi employing the Kamehameha technique and managed to learn it solely through innate talent, devoid of any semblance of skill. Sun Weiqiang believes that despite their utmost efforts in unleashing the Turtle School's energy wave, they were unable to fully harness the energy within their bodies, not even achieving half of its potential. It is essential to return to the fundamental question: what is energy? To comprehend and master it is the key to maximizing the energy within oneself and unleashing the greatest potential that resides within. Sun Weiqiang gazed at the shimmering waters of the winding moon lake before him. He contemplated seeking guidance from his master, the turtle sage, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. He surmised that the turtle sage would likely admonish him for his lofty aspirations, advising him instead to focus on honing his physical prowess. Sun Weiqiang was not particularly concerned about being criticized. His hesitation to consult Master Roshi stemmed from the belief that the Master's understanding of Qi was likely limited. After all, how could one not even master the art of physical flight, which seemed to be a relatively uncomplicated manipulation of Qi? It appeared he had to rely on himself. Seated cross-legged on the verdant grass by the lakeside, Sun Weiqiang placed his hands on his knees, closed his eyes, and endeavored to empty his mind to sense the so-called Qi within him. However, tranquility eluded him. Thoughts flitted about uncontrollably, as if they were beyond his grasp. He sought to quiet his mind, to think of nothing, yet the more he tried to suppress his thoughts, the more they surged forth. This was quite vexing. If he could not even achieve a state of calm, how could he hope to perceive the existence of Qi? This was Sun Weiqiang's understanding. Thus, he resolved to first attain stillness, then to sense the Qi, taking it step by step, refraining from impatience. Meanwhile, within the confines of Kame House, Krillin inquired, "Where has Weiqiang gone?" Little Goku lounged on the sofa, patting his round belly. "Oh, he mentioned he was going for a stroll," Krillin replied. "A stroll?" Little Goku murmured. Then exclaimed, "I'm so full." Like Sun Weiqiang, the two had consumed a special concoction prepared by Master Roshi, which had effectively reduced the swelling from the numerous bee stings they had endured during the day. In the kitchen, the gentle Lan Shi, with her deep blue hair, tidied up the dishes while humming a tune. Master Roshi stealthily approached her from behind, his gaze fixated on Lan Shi's swaying form. The alluring curves accentuated by her form-fitting yellow dress captivated him, and he was on the brink of reaching out. Almost there, he thought, feeling a surge of joy at the prospect of finally achieving success after all these days. However, Lan Shi suddenly felt an itch beneath her nose. She rubbed it with the back of her hand, only to find the sensation intensified, prompting an unexpected sneeze. Hachu! In an instant, she transformed into the wild, golden-haired version of herself. How could this happen? Master Roshi exclaimed in bewilderment. Lan Shi spun around, swiftly drawing a submachine gun. "You old pervert!" she shouted. Rat-a-tat-tat. "Ow! Ouch! Ah!" Master Roshi cried out, hastily retreating from the kitchen. "Help! Run for your lives!" Amidst the chaos, little Goku and Krillin were also caught in Lan Shi's relentless barrage. Fleeing outside, suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated, the sound of a grenade hurled by Lan Shi. She charged through the smoke, continuing her pursuit, but was soon choked by the haze. Hachu! Lan Shi reverted to her original form, staring blankly. What just happened? Not far off, Master Roshi, little Goku, and Krillin collectively exhaled in relief. At the very moment the grenade detonated, Sun Weiqiang, by the lakeside, opened his eyes. What is happening? He wondered. The familiar gunfire was from golden-haired Lan Shi wielding her submachine gun, but what was the cause of that explosion? Sun Weiqiang rose to glance back, wondering if any changes had occurred unbeknownst to him, much like when little Wukong transformed into a gorilla outside the Pilaf Castle. From that day forth, every evening after dinner, Sun Weiqiang would visit the lakeside to sense the existence of Qi, engaging in his own form of meditation. Within a few days, Master Roshi, Krillin, and little Wukong became aware of his activities. As Sun Weiqiang had not concealed his intentions, he had never intended to hide them. His goal was to defeat little Wukong in a fair confrontation. On a night by the lake, Master Roshi learned from Weiqiang about his recent endeavors to perceive and understand Qi. He did not dissuade him, allowing him the freedom to explore. For martial arts requires such exploration. A martial genius like Weiqiang, who had demonstrated incredible prowess after merely executing the Kamehameha once, could not be measured by ordinary standards. Although Master Roshi believed that Weiqiang's aspiration to make breakthroughs in Qi would demand considerable time and effort, perhaps yielding only a sliver of possibility, he refrained from discouraging him. If it were an ordinary person, it might be different. However, for a talent like Weiqiang, he should boldly pursue his attempts, as long as he remained cautious to avoid missteps. Regarding Qi, my understanding is rather limited, but let me share my insights with you, Master Roshi began, acknowledging that his rival, Crane Hermit, possessed greater expertise in this domain. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Weiqiang expressed his gratitude, feeling a renewed respect for Master Roshi, who not only refrained from discouraging him but also offered advice. Explore on your own. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out, though I cannot guarantee answers. Farewell. With that, Master Roshi, wielding his summoning staff and bearing his purple turtle shell, strode away from the lakeside. Thank you, Master. Sun Weiqiang stood at attention, bowing in respect. Chapter 46, as serene as the sky, as swift as lightning. Wukong. Let us go. Even Master knows little about Qi. Weiqiang is merely groping in the dark, Krillin remarked. Little Wukong looked at Weiqiang and Krillin, pondering. All right then. Weiqiang. Are you staying here? Yeah, you all head back. I'll remain here for a while, Sun Weiqiang replied with a smile. He was uncertain whether he could make significant progress in the realm of Qi within these 8 months. After all, in the original Dragon Ball universe, Sun Wukong had spent 3 years in the Sacred Land to truly master Qi, aided by Mr. Popo's guidance and the assistance of a certain artifact from a past moment. What was its name again? Sun Weiqiang had forgotten. Can I achieve something in 8 months? He pondered quietly, standing alone by the lakeside, gazing at the brilliant starry sky after Krillin and little Wukong had departed. Regardless of the outcome, I must try. I shall not be paralyzed by the fear of failure. Moreover, it is evident that my innate talent for Qi surpasses that of Wukong, who required 3 years to fully master the Qi within him. In 8 months, while I do not seek to attain the same results as Wukong's 3 years of training in the Sacred Land, surely I can uncover some insights. In Sun Weiqiang's eyes, a brilliant light of confidence radiated. Then, he unleashed the Kamehameha, with both hands poised at his waist. He gathered his inner energy and directed it towards the surface of the lake. A pale blue beam of energy surged forth, creating arcs of water that splashed up on either side. When he executed the Kamehameha, he could distinctly feel the energy coalescing within his hands. Yet, in the absence of this technique, he was unable to perceive the presence of his inner energy. What could be the reason for this phenomenon? Sun Weiqiang lowered his gaze to his hands, unable to fathom their significance. Over the past few nights, he not only endeavored to calm his mind and sense his own energy, but also frequently employed the Turtle School's energy technique, directly perceiving the flow of energy within him. What does it mean to be as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning? Sun Weiqiang pondered. Once more, he invoked the Turtle School's technique again, feeling the energy coalesce in his hands. The lake surged and ebbed under the impact of the Turtle School's power. Sun Weiqiang sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, seeking to calm his mind and discern the answers he sought. However, several days had passed, and he still found it challenging to achieve tranquility. Various thoughts danced within his mind, accompanied by vivid images, that day at the home of little Wukong on Baozi Mountain, when Bulma, in her quest for the 4-star ball, had playfully lifted her pink skirt, revealing her delicate white floral panties. That night, Bulma had bathed both him and little Wukong for the first time. Subsequently, he and little Wukong had taken it upon themselves to return the favor and bathe Bulma. In the early hours, he and little Wukong had both nestled against Bulma's intimate areas, while little Wukong had even removed Bulma's pristine white underwear. The multitude of images and distractions made it exceedingly difficult for Sun Weiqiang to find peace. Had he perhaps employed the wrong method? Sun Weiqiang conceived this idea. No, it is perhaps premature to declare it erroneous at this moment. Sun Weiqiang closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, sensing the restlessness within his heart. Do not rush. Take your time, he reminded himself. While he understood the principle, applying it was often a different matter. Knowing is one thing, executing is another. As 3 months swiftly passed, the night air by the lake resonated with the serenade of cicadas. Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes while seated on the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. It had not been easy. After 3 months, he could finally enter a state of tranquility at will. It turned out that achieving stillness was this simple. Having mastered the ability to attain calmness, he realized that it was not difficult at all. It was straightforward. When he wished to enter tranquility, he needed to ensure that even the thought of this desire did not linger in his mind, allowing him to naturally slip into a state of serenity. If numerous attachments stirred within his heart, he simply disregarded them. Disregarding meant that he managed to banish even the thought of them. Otherwise, the more he pondered, the more difficult it became to achieve stillness. Conversely, by remaining unaffected and undisturbed, with a clear and tranquil mind, he found it exceedingly simple to attain calmness. Nevertheless, it was surprising that such simplicity took him 3 months to master. He wondered if he would witness any progress in his energy cultivation over the next 5 months. Sun Wukong pondered. Notably, during these 3 months, the rigorous training imposed by Master Turtle Hermit had hindered his initial physical conditioning, leaving his plans unrealized. He lacked the time and energy to pursue additional physical training. Forcing himself to adhere to this would lead to insufficient rest at night, ultimately affecting his daytime practices, which would be counterproductive. Thus, he dedicated his surplus time at night solely to focusing on cultivating tranquility and energy awareness. During this period, he recognized several misconceptions he had previously held. Initially, his understanding of energy was structured as follows: tranquility, energy awareness, energy control, energy enhancement. He discovered that tranquility and energy awareness could occur simultaneously. Rather than requiring tranquility as a precursor to awareness, he could directly perceive energy through his turtle-style technique. Energy control, or mastering energy, became more proficient with each successive application of the turtle-style technique. As for energy enhancement, with the strength gained from diligent practice during the day over the past 3 months, the energy within him naturally grew stronger. This was most evident when he executed the turtle-style technique, as its power had increased by at least 2 or 3 times compared to before. Armed with these newfound insights, Sun Wukong's comprehension of energy surged. He believed he was on the brink of understanding its essence. Feeling that soon he would grasp the concept of being as serene as the sky and as swift as lightning. However, days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. For months elapsed, yet he remained stuck at the final step, sensing that he was tantalizingly close to energy, just a hair's breadth away from touching its existence, yet perpetually trapped in this limbo. It was akin to lying in bed beside a stunningly alluring woman who beckons you to indulge, yet despite having done everything right, you find yourself unable to take that final step due to lack of experience, unable to find the entry point. Surely, one cannot substitute with an alternative, can one? Sun Weiqiang finds himself in such a predicament. The only difference is that he longs for a chrysanthemum to replace what he has lost, yet he cannot find one. Where could it possibly be? Where indeed? Why is it so elusive? Is it truly that difficult? Sun Weiqiang continues his search. In the course of this quest, unconsciously, another fortnight has slipped away. Night falls by the lakeside. Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes and gazed up at the starry sky, murmuring to himself, as tranquil as the heavens, as swift as lightning. Could it be that I have misremembered? Is this not a description of anger? Surely not. Yet, if my memory serves me correctly, why can I not comprehend it? He closed his eyes once more, plunging into a state of tranquility once again. This time, his immersion was the deepest he had ever experienced. Sun Weiqiang's perception of everything around him was remarkably vivid. It seemed as though he could even see the ripples on the lake's surface, despite his eyes remaining closed. This detail, however, is of little consequence. What truly matters is that, without employing the Kamehameha technique, Sun Weiqiang finally became aware of the existence of qi within his body. It was as serene as the sky and as swift as lightning. This revelation referred to the static and dynamic aspects of qi. The static qi, akin to the tranquil sky, explained why it took me such an extensive period to become aware of its presence. Conversely, the dynamic qi was easily perceptible, ready to be unleashed with the force of a lightning strike. Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with vitality. Rising to his feet, he lifted his right hand, condensing azure energy in his palm before releasing it. Ha ha ha, I comprehend now. I truly comprehend. He beamed with joy. With a mere thought, Sun Weiqiang commanded the energy within him, and his form gradually ascended into the air. This was well within his expectations. After just over 7 months, merely 7 months. I am indeed a prodigy. Hovering low, Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but praise himself, his spirits soaring with excitement. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the Kame house. Eagerly anticipating the moment, he could confront little Wukong and Master Roshi at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. In the remaining days, I shall diligently familiarize myself with my abilities, striving to surprise them all when the time comes. Chapter 47. The similarities and differences between Sun Weiqiang and Master Roshi time flowed quietly. On this day, within the Kame house, Sun Weiqiang and the others were enjoying their dinner. Master Roshi's chopsticks slipped, sending a meatball tumbling to the floor, rolling beneath the table. As he bent down to retrieve it, his gaze fell upon the delicate legs of the gentle Lan Qi, snugly pressed together beneath her short skirt. What a sight! The master felt a stir of mischief. He lifted his chopsticks, intent on peeking beneath Lan Qi's short skirt. He chuckled inwardly as his chopsticks grasped the fabric. Just as Lan Qi stood up to serve rice to little Wukong and the others. How frustrating. Those little rascals. Master Roshi silently cursed the trio for thwarting his plans. Where's the teacher? Krillin inquired, noticing Master Roshi's absence. Little Wukong replied, he must be using the restroom. Sun Weiqiang felt a surge of amusement. Were you all merely preoccupied with eating? Master Turtle Sage was lurking beneath the table. And what about the bathroom? Little Wukong, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Unlike the others, who devoured their food like famished ghosts, he remained fixated on his meal. Just moments ago. Sun Weiqiang witnessed the Master Turtle Sage drop a meatball from his chopsticks, disappearing beneath the table. Was he merely retrieving the meatball? Or was he seizing the opportunity to engage in some unspeakable act with Lan Qi? That remained uncertain. However, given the Master Turtle Sage's penchant for mischief, Sun Weiqiang believed his intention to recover the meatball was genuine, yet the likelihood of him taking advantage of the situation with Lan Qi was equally plausible. Apologies for the wait. Lan Qi approached, carrying a large basin of rice. She had returned. The Turtle Sage remained hidden beneath the table, patiently awaiting Lan Qi's return to continue his unfinished business. Unable to resist the allure of her short skirt, Lan Qi placed the basin of rice on the table and took her seat, her long, slender legs pressed tightly together. Hee. The Turtle Sage once again raised his right hand, chopsticks in hand, attempting to lift the hem of Lan Qi's skirt for a second time. Just as he was about to unveil it, crash. The table, unable to bear the weight of the enormous basin of rice, collapsed, crashing down upon the Turtle Sage. Clint, what happened to you, teacher? Little Wukong, Grandpa, the restroom is over there. Sun Weiqiang observed in silence as Master Roshi raised his head to scrutinize the situation. For at that moment, Lan Qi's legs were apart. The time until the world's foremost martial arts tournament was drawing near, one afternoon. Master Roshi followed little Wukong to a massive rock face. This enormous boulder was the very one he had mentioned over 7 months ago, stating that if they could move it, their strength training would be deemed complete. Master, we can move this rock now. Krillin eagerly announced this delightful news to Master Roshi. You must pay close attention. Little Wukong pressed both hands against the colossal rock, resembling a small mountain, just as he had done on that day 7 months prior. Sun Weiqiang stood with his hands buried in his pockets, as the three of them had just demonstrated their prowess. Little Wukong had gone to summon Master Turtle. How could this be possible? Master Turtle found it hard to believe. Little Wukong gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to push. Master Turtle was astonished. After little Wukong completed his feat, he stood to the side, panting heavily. Next was my turn. Although I couldn't move as much as Wukong, Krillin stepped forward, pointing to himself, and placed both hands on the massive rock, exerting every ounce of strength he had, and to his surprise, he managed to shift it. Master Turtle was once again left in awe. Finally, it was Sun Weiqiang's turn. He too moved the colossal rock, achieving a distance slightly greater than Krillin's yet less than Wukong's. Sun Weiqiang was perspiring profusely, panting heavily, his gaze fixed upon little Wukong. It was undeniable that, much like before, there remained a palpable disparity between his strength and that of little Wukong, a gap that seemed insurmountable, let alone the aspiration to surpass it. Master Roshi was still in a state of astonishment. Grandpa, you can teach us martial arts now, can't you? Little Wukong exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. Krillin and Sun Weiqiang turned their attention to their master, Master Roshi. Sun Weiqiang understood that Master Kame had not imparted any specific martial arts techniques to them. It should be fine. Master Kame responded. He reflected, over 7 months ago, when we first began our training, I mentioned moving this large rock as a jest. Yet to my astonishment, all three of them took it seriously and succeeded. Truly remarkable. At last, they could learn martial arts. How wonderful. Krillin was equally eager. I will surely master the martial arts. Little Wukong declared with a smile, full of determination. There are no martial arts to speak of. In truth, I have little left to teach you, Master Kame announced. How can this be? Surely not. Both little Wukong and Krillin were taken aback. Having anticipated the revelation of formidable martial arts techniques from Master Kame, Sun Weiqiang feigned astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. Was it not evident that there was an issue at hand? He found it challenging to articulate his predicament. As Master Roshi strolled along, he expounded, the essence of Turtle School martial arts has been distilled over the past 7 months, embedded in the daily practice of the three of you. You may not have realized it, but your eyes, hands, feet, and even your entire being, indeed, your very mind, have undergone rigorous training. The art of boxing is merely a matter of its applicability. Upon hearing this, little Wukong inquired, Grandfather, how can one triumph without even a signature move? Master Roshi replied, the essence of martial arts lies not in defeating others, but in surpassing oneself. You must learn to apply your knowledge creatively and develop a unique style of your own. That is the true path. The key is to transcend oneself. This sentiment resonated with Sun Weiqiang and Master Roshi alike. Yet, is the focus of martial arts not on overcoming others? Sun Weiqiang firmly believes that a strong desire to conquer is of paramount importance. Just as he aspires to defeat little Wukong and Master Roshi at the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, it is this fervent desire that has sustained him through the challenges. Without such an intense longing, it is likely he would have struggled to persevere through the countless nights spent in meditation, enduring the relentless trials and failures that brought no immediate rewards. Alone in his pursuit, the hope of success often felt elusive and the struggle was profoundly arduous. If not for this profound desire, how could he have devoted himself tirelessly over these past 7 months, exerting every effort, unafraid of failure, and resolutely pushing forward despite repeated setbacks? Ultimately, it was through these trials that he achieved a remarkable understanding and application of energy. Thus, Sun Weiqiang emphasizes that the desire to overcome is indeed vital. It propels individuals to surmount numerous obstacles, resolve various issues, and even transcend their own limitations. This, however, is contingent upon one's personal interpretation. Chapter 48, Registering for the Martial Arts Tournament. Encounters with acquaintances. After listening to Master Roshi's words, Krillin inquired, but isn't the purpose of training to secure first place at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Master Roshi replied, no. I do not expect any of you to win the championship at the World Martial Arts Tournament, as it is simply unattainable. My intention in encouraging your participation is for you to recognize your own limitations and to inspire you to rise to greater heights. Unattainable? I am not so sure. Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, yearning to voice this sentiment to his master. Yet, he was uncertain of his ability to triumph over Master Roshi. Even when it came to little Wukong, he hesitated to claim absolute certainty of victory. He could only assert the possibility of defeating him. But true knowledge of strength would only be revealed through actual combat. Sun Weiqiang grew increasingly eager, hoping that in the forthcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, he could engage in a direct encounter with little Wukong and his master, Master Roshi. Master Roshi continued, in the month leading up to the tournament, I do not intend to teach you any new martial techniques. Instead, you shall persist in your previous training, but with the added burden of a heavier turtle shell. He removed the large, maroon turtle shell from his back and held it in front of him. Master Roshi then declared, you must don this shell, which weighs 40 kilograms. With a thud, he let the large shell fall to the ground, producing a resonant sound that echoed across the grass. As night fell, the chirping of crickets filled the air, while the gentle evening breeze caressed the rippling surface of the lake. Sun Weiqiang sat cross-legged in a low position. Having concluded his evening meditation, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was set to commence the day after tomorrow. With my current overall strength, I should surpass little Wukong by a slight margin. This conviction stems from my comprehension and application of Qi, as well as my ability to unleash a more formidable Qi than that of little Wukong. Presently, my mastery of Qi may still lag behind that of Wukong after 3 years of training in the temple, as I recall. However, defeating the current little Wukong is no simple task, yet I possess a degree of assurance. I hope that at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, I will have the opportunity to spar with little Wukong and Master Kame Sennin. I have awaited this day for a long time. If I emerge victorious, it would be splendid. But if defeat befalls me, it is of little concern. Sun Weiqiang yearned to triumph over little Wukong and Master Kame Sennin. Yet he longed even more for a fierce battle with them. On the eve of their departure, a gentle figure with deep blue hair, Lanchi, unveiled a large box. Inside lay 3 exquisite outfits. Wow, new clothes, exclaimed Krillin with a grin. Did you make these by hand, Lanchi? Yes, Lanchi replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Thank you, Lanchi. Sun Weiqiang expressed his gratitude. Lanchi smiled softly. Go ahead and try them on. This is my first time wearing such attire, little Wukong declared, grasping the outfit gifted by Lanchi, as Krillin urged him to step inside the house to change. Otherwise, given little Wukong's impulsive nature, he would have stripped and donned the outfit right there. Once Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Krillin had adorned themselves in the garments gifted by Lanchi, they dashed out of the Kame house. They fit perfectly. Lanchi clapped her hands together, beaming with delight. You all look quite peculiar, she observed. You too, came the playful retort. You are peculiar as well. Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, and little Wukong were each teasing the other two in a light-hearted manner. Clad in matching blue outfits, adorned with blue ties and white dress shirts, they topped off their attire with oversized blue hats, thankfully not green ones. A thought struck Sun Weiqiang. If you do not hurry, you will miss the flight. Come aboard swiftly, Master Roshi urged. Make sure to put in your best effort. Lanchi exchanged a handshake with Krillin. All right. Krillin dashed over to Master Roshi. Do your best. Lanchi and little Wukong shook hands. Little Wukong also sprinted toward Master Roshi. Make sure to give it your all. Lanchi and Sun Weiqiang shook hands. We will. Sun Weiqiang was the third to join Master Roshi. Lanchi, I leave the house in your capable hands. Inside the car, Master Roshi waved goodbye to Lanchi as they set off with the three of them. Goodbye. Lanchi waved back. Inside the aircraft that Sun Weiqiang and his companions were aboard, a voice inquired whether anyone desired fruit juice or plain water. A strikingly attractive flight attendant, possessing an alluring figure, gracefully passed by the turtle sage, unable to restrain himself. The turtle sage inappropriately reached out to touch the flight attendant's curvaceous form. Ah, she exclaimed, startled, as the tray in her hand slipped from her grasp, inadvertently crashing onto the turtle sage's face. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. She hastily apologized, still oblivious to the fact that it was this lascivious old man who had just groped her. Master, you truly dare to act this way. Taking advantage without regard for the situation impressive. Sun Weiqiang mused quietly. Klin cast a disdainful glance at Master Wu Tian, his small eyes reflecting scorn. Meanwhile, little Wukong peacefully slumbered. Once the plane landed, the quartet exited the airport and hailed a taxi, heading towards the renowned venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, as night had already descended. Sun Weiqiang and his companions alighted from the taxi and entered the venue of the world's greatest martial arts competition. A staff member, brandishing a megaphone, announced, Is there anyone else wishing to register? Registration will close at midnight. The venue was bustling with a multitude of people, clad in a variety of attire. Master Roshi guided Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Krillin to the registration desk. Shortly thereafter, Leping approached them, exclaiming, Wukong, Weiqiang, it has been a long time. Little Wukong blinked and stared blankly at the individual, asking, Who are you? Sun Weiqiang chuckled and said, Wukong, this is Lepin. You are Lepin. Upon Weiqiang's reminder, little Wukong recognized him and joyfully exclaimed, How have you changed so much? I hardly recognize you with that hairstyle. It was said that having long hair in the city was rather unfashionable. Lepin touched his head, seemingly acknowledging the remark. Weiqiang, Wukong, who is he? Krillin inquired. He's our friend, named Lepin, little Wukong replied, gesturing towards Krillin to introduce him to Lepin. This guy is Krillin, who trained alongside us at Grandpa's place. Lepin greeted. Hello. Krillin responded, Hello. Aren't you three going to sign up soon? Master Roshi turned around to say, only to unexpectedly spot a familiar face. Bulma. Oolong. Poir. Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. Wukong, it's been a while, Bulma said as she and Oolong clasped hands. Little Wukong laughed heartily, indeed. How are you all? Sun Weiqiang waved at Bulma and the others to greet them. Wukong, Weiqiang, what brings you here? Bulma's face lit up with surprise upon encountering familiar faces. Hello. Master Roshi suddenly approached Bulma. Master Roshi. Bulma appeared somewhat apprehensive upon seeing him, perhaps reminded of that day. Look. Look. Just look. Chapter 49. Plans after the martial arts tournament? Before the preliminaries, Bulma, with her fists clenched at her sides, questioned Master Roshi, Where exactly do you live now? I went to Kame House looking for Wukong and Weiqiang, but I couldn't even find Kame House. The matter of Kame Island and Kame House had been previously discussed between little Wukong and her. Master Roshi explained, The island we originally inhabited was too small for training. So we moved. It had been quite a while since they last met. Would you like to play some games with me again? As he spoke, Master Roshi raised his hands in front of him, spacing them about 20 centimeters apart, gesturing as if to grab something in the middle, his intentions unmistakable. Particularly, the sunglasses perched on Master Roshi's nose were pointed directly at Bulma's prominent figure. Did you forget? It was during the Bread Mountain incident that we had that sort of fun. Master Roshi continued, but before he could finish, Bulma pulled out a wooden mallet from seemingly nowhere and angrily struck the old pervert with a heavy blow. Master, are you trying to help Bulma recall those memories? Sun Wukong silently shook his head. In front of her boyfriend Lepin, such blatant behavior was questionable. Those unaware might think he harbored lascivious thoughts, while those who knew would realize he was simply foolishly inappropriate. That old man hasn't changed at all, Wulong remarked, sharing his evaluation of Master Roshi. Indeed, Puar, hovering at a low altitude, expressed agreement. Wukong, Weiqiang, are you both here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Lepin asked. Though he believed that was indeed the case, it was unlikely they came merely to spectate. How could that be? Little Wukong grinned widely. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded, feeling a headache wash over him. Despite the presence of others, he found it difficult to feel joy. Lu Ping calmly expressed his thoughts, reflecting on how, in the past, Wukong had been a formidable opponent. However, after training under Master Wu Tian, it was evident that he had made significant progress. The same could be said for Weiqiang. Although Lu Ping had never sparred with him, he had witnessed Weiqiang's prowess firsthand during the explosive Bread Mountain incident, where his Kamehameha surpassed even Wukong's might. Coupled with insights from Bulma regarding Weiqiang's past battles, Lu Ping realized that at the World Martial Arts Tournament, encountering either Weiqiang or Wukong would pose a challenge. Yet, despite the difficulties ahead, Lu Ping was unafraid. Starting tomorrow, we may very well find ourselves as rivals in the arena. Let us strive to win the preliminary rounds and advance to the semifinals. Tomorrow? Aren't we competing today? Little Wukong queried, perplexed. Bulma crossed her arms and replied. What are you talking about? Today is merely the last day for registration. The competition begins tomorrow morning. Really? How disappointing. Little Wukong pouted, clearly displeased. Don't worry. It will come quickly, Sun Wukong reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Krillin cast a sidelong glance at Wukong, as if to say, what is there to be disappointed about? That night, in the bedroom, Master Roshi, Krillin, Little Wukong, and Sun Wukong shared a large bed. While the others drifted into slumber, Sun Wukong remained awake, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. He pondered what transformations his presence would bring to the World Martial Arts Tournament. In the original Dragon Ball universe, who would falter in the preliminary rounds? Would he have the opportunity to face Little Wukong in battle once he advanced to the semifinals? Would the champion still be the disguised Master Roshi posing as Jackie Chan? Furthermore, what path awaited him after the tournament concluded? This was not the first time Sun Weiqiang had wrestled with these questions. One thing was certain, he would not embark on any risky training adventures alongside Little Wukong. Such a joint venture would be detrimental to both of them. For there were few on this earth who could match their strength. To claim that their combined might rendered them nearly invincible was not arrogance, but rather a simple truth. For the sake of their mutual growth, parting ways to pursue individual training was undoubtedly the wisest choice. If all goes according to plan. Once the World Martial Arts Tournament concludes, my first destination shall be there for training. Sun Weiqiang pondered for a moment and arrived at a decision. He recalled that after the conclusion of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, little Goku would clash with the Red Ribbon Army in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Sun Weiqiang harbors no intention of intercepting. He is reluctant to do so. This is one of the paths for the young Wukong's ascendance, a part of his journey of growth and experience. Without transformation, the Red Ribbon Army would ultimately be vanquished by the solitary Wukong. At that critical juncture, it would be prudent for him to join the likes of Master Roshi as it pertains to a significant plan for his future. Truly, there is much to attend to. Those capable must bear the burden. At the conclusion, Sun Weiqiang quietly praised himself, dismissing any further thoughts. The most pressing matter at hand was to enjoy a restful night in preparation for the upcoming preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament. At the break of dawn, Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, Master Roshi, Little Goku, Lu Ping, Bulma, Puyalu, and Oolong once again arrived at the venue of the prestigious tournament. Despite the early hour, the place was already teeming with people. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, "It's already a sea of faces at this hour. Are there really that many contestants inside?" Little Goku gazed toward the tournament hall as he spoke. Krillin replied, "I imagine there must be quite a few." Indeed, Sun Weiqiang concurred. Master Roshi interjected, "All right, let us proceed to the preliminary venue." Outside the preliminaries venue, a staff member repeatedly announced through a loudspeaker, all participants in the martial arts tournament must pass the preliminaries. Please proceed to the competition hall. Outside the competition hall, Master Roshi addressed Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, and little Goku, saying, I can only accompany you this far. The rest is up to your own efforts. The three responded in unison, yes. Suddenly, Master Roshi recalled something. As he opened the box in his hands, he remarked, the outfits you are wearing are not suitable for combat. Here, take these. Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, and little Wukong donned the identical orange-red martial arts uniforms gifted to them by Master Roshi. Wow, they look so cool, exclaimed little Wukong, filled with delight. Indeed, Sun Weiqiang concurred. Krillin added, it would be quite embarrassing to lose. Among the 8 contenders who advanced through the preliminaries, a duel would take place before the audience, and I shall be present in the stands, hoping for an opportunity to witness your performance, Master Roshi remarked to his 3 disciples. Little Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. I will remember. Sun Weiqiang replied, all right, Master. Krillin smiled and said, we will do our best. Nearby, Bulma cheered for her boyfriend. You must win, Lu Ping. Lu Ping nodded, declaring, for this day, I have trained tirelessly. I will not easily concede. Young Master Lu Ping, you are sure to triumph in the preliminaries, encouraged Puyalu, who hovered beside him. Not necessarily. If Lu Ping encounters Weiqiang or Wukong in the preliminaries, he will undoubtedly lose. Oolong interjected, shaking his head and wagging his finger. Oolong. Puyalu glared at him. I am merely stating the truth, Oolong retorted, spreading his hands. To Puyalu, he appeared as an infuriating pig. Chapter 50. The top 8 of the World Martial Arts Tournament revealed before the preliminaries of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Bulma gazed up at the high window of the competition hall, exasperated. Why are the windows so high? She turned to the little white pig behind her, saying, Oolong, squatting down for me would be helpful. You could just ask that old man for a favor. Oolong protested. But Master Wu Tian said he went to the restroom and ISNT here. Puyalu chimed in. Bulma pointed at the ground. Hurry up and obey. Quickly. Why must it be me? Oolong's face darkened as he attempted to resist. No more whining. Just do it. Bulma glared fiercely at him. It's always like this. Such cruelty towards animals. Oolong grumbled internally but complied reluctantly. He obediently crouched down. Please. Bulma smiled. That is more like it. Oolong, irritated, lifted his piggy head, only for his frustration to dissipate when Bulma raised her leg to step on him, revealing the allure of her white panties beneath her ultra-short skirt. Excellent. There are perks to this kind of thing. Oolong rejoiced. Higher, quicker, Bulma commanded. While her white panties were indeed appealing, Bulma was heavy. Oolong's mood soured again. I see you. Don't move, Bulma ordered. So heavy. Oolong grunted as he supported Bulma with his shoulder. Darn it. I can't see anything now. Puyalu flew to the window, peering inside alongside Bulma. Soon, they spotted Wukong preparing to enter the arena. How infuriating. So close. Just a little more, Oolong thought. Desperate to catch a glimpse under Bulma's skirt, but finding it difficult. Stop shaking, Bulma shouted down at him. Just 1 more centimeter and I would have seen. Oolong was determined to try again. At last, I did it. Bulma's skirt fell entirely within Oolong's sight, and he was overjoyed. I won. I succeeded. Bulma felt elated as Wukong effortlessly defeated his opponent. So heavy. Can you please stay still? Oolong reminded her. Bulma, sensing something was amiss, looked down and asked, how do you know Wukong won? Oolong remained silent. Just then, Puyalu exclaimed, I've spotted the young master. Where? Bulma inquired. At arena number 2. Puyalu pointed. Indeed. It's Lu Ping. Lu Ping. Bulma waved her hands in excitement. However, a giant wild man suddenly appeared before Bulma in the competition hall, startling her and causing her to lose her balance and fall backward. I can't see. I can't see, Bulma yelled, sitting on the grass, her face being held by Puyalu. Oolong felt ecstatic, lying in front of Bulma, boldly gazing at her parted legs. I see it. I can see it clearly. Unbeknownst to him, he was not the only one watching Bulma. When Oolong turned around, he noticed a large crowd had gathered. Help! I can't see, Bulma cried, still in shock. Don't look. Oolong stood up, attempting to shield her white underwear. Puyalu, what are you doing? Bulma finally regained her composure and pushed Puyalu away from her face. I'm sorry, I was startled, Puyalu replied. At that moment, Bulma realized Oolong and the crowd were staring at her pure white panties, and she bashfully tossed Puyalu aside, quickly covering her exposed ultra-short skirt. Earlier, within the competition hall, after winning the first match, young Wukong was conversing with Sun Weiqiang and Krillin when 2 monks intruded. Oh, isn't that Krillin? A fat monk and a thin monk approached. Senior brother, Clin looked at them fearfully. The thin monk remarked, "It's been a while since we last saw you. Ever since you left Shaolin in tears. What brings you to this place?" The fat monk asked with his hands on his hips, chuckling. "Surely, you're not here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" The thin monk patted Clin on the bald head. "Yes, I'm participating," Clin stammered. "Don't joke around. There is absolutely no way you'll win. Take my advice." The thin monk laughed heartily. "This is arena number 3. What is your number?" "I'm number 93, Clin mumbled, looking down. "That is quite unfortunate," the thin monk guffawed. "Shall I tell you who your opponent is?" Clin lifted his head to gaze at his former senior brother. "It's me." The thin monk pointed his thumb at himself, mocking. "Ah." Clin turned pale. "I can hardly wait. Let us see if you've improved," the fat monk said, sneering at Clin. With a slap, the thin monk smacked Clin on the head. "Clin, please go easy on me." They departed, laughing heartily. "Their attitude is truly despicable," young Wukong commented. "Indeed," Sun Wukong concurred, understanding the situation. To Clin, "These two former brothers were merely buffoons. Soon, Clin would teach them a lesson. They often bullied me at Shaolin. I'm doomed. They're incredibly strong. I think I'll forfeit," Clin lamented, completely devoid of confidence. "What did you say? Just use your full strength against those guys," young Wukong urged, balling his fists defiantly. "Exactly. Clin, after Master Turtle Hermit's rigorous training, they are not as formidable as you imagine," Sun Wukong added. Less than half an hour later, within the competition hall. "Next, we invite contestant 93 and contestant 94 to the arena," a referee announced publicly. "It's my turn." Clin appeared quite fearful at arena 3. "Clin, you can do it," young Wukong encouraged. "Sun Wukong, defeat him. You can do it." Clin. Opponent. Encountering the foremost master of Shaolin Temple as an adversary, Clin is doomed. The stout monk, floating in his demeanor, seemed as if he were the one fighting Clin. The slender monk beside him stepped onto the stage and remarked, "I shall take good care of him. That fellow isn't formidable at all. Clin, just knock him out with one punch." Little Wukong, imitating Weiqiang's frequent posture of hands in pockets, encouraged, "You mustn't speak nonsense." Clin, trembling with fear, stammered as he spoke. Sun Wukong said little, asserting that the outcome would speak for itself. On the arena, Clin and the slender monk stood face to face. No attempt to flee? That courage is indeed commendable. "You have awakened to your potential, I see," remarked the slender monk, arms crossed, confidence radiating from him. Clin was filled with trepidation, his heart racing furiously. "Let the match commence," declared the referee. "Then I shan't hold back." The slender monk assumed his stance, a smile gracing his face as he launched a punch. Clin deftly evaded, leaping into the air, and upon descending, delivered a kick that sent the slender monk flying. He soared off the stage, crashing through the walls of the competition hall, still airborne. Clin was astonished by his own prowess. Contestant 93 emerges victorious. The referee echoed in disbelief. In the preliminary rounds of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, for arenas at the competition hall operated simultaneously, each match concluding within the 1-minute rule. Determining the top 8 contenders today. Chapter 51, The Battle for the Top 8, Sun Weiqiang vs. Lan Fang within the competition hall. Sun Weiqiang ascended the stage in Zone 4. He had effortlessly triumphed over one opponent after another, and now, only one adversary remained before he could secure his place among the top 8 in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. "Weiqiang, give it your all. Little Wukong and I are waiting for you in the top 8. Cheered the already qualified Little Wukong and Clin from below the stage. Of course, Sun Weiqiang replied confidently. In this iteration of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, aside from Little Wukong and Master Rashi, who might impede his progress into the top 8, no other challengers could obstruct his path. Moreover, Little Wukong and Master Rashi had yet to face him in the preliminaries. Sun Weiqiang watched as his opponent ascended the arena. She was a woman named Lan Fang. Had it not been for his appearance, she would have undoubtedly secured a place among the top 8. Sun Weiqiang recalled this fact. Indeed, this charming and adorable young lad had captured her attention. Sun Weiqiang achieved a series of effortless victories, drawing the notice of Lan Fang, who had observed his previous matches and determined that he was a formidable adversary she could not defeat through sheer strength alone. To triumph over this young boy, she would need to employ unconventional tactics. Lan Fang scrutinized Sun Weiqiang, her mind racing with strategies. Beneath the 4th District Arena, a gathering of spectators had assembled. Initially, during the preliminary rounds, some had underestimated the young prodigy, but now, none dared to belittle him. Who would emerge victorious, Miss Lan Fang or Sun Weiqiang? Both were exceptionally skilled, and only through their clash would the answer become clear. Indeed, many engage in lively discussions, dressed in black and disguised as Master Roshi. The legendary Jackie Chan had just concluded his final preliminary match and hastened to this location, drawn by the presence of someone of great interest to him. His disciple Sun Wukong was not the focus of Master Roshi's attention. It was Miss Lan Fong who captivated him. That rascal. At this moment, Master Roshi longed to take his disciple's place and engage in battle with Miss Lan Fong. Envisioning a delightful shift of the arena from the stage to a more intimate setting, the match commenced. The referee of the 4th District announced the start. Be gentle. Little brother, I'm afraid of pain, Lan Fong cooed sweetly, her alluring red lips forming a playful kiss directed at her opponent. Sun Weiqiang remained unmoved. Woman, if you wish to engage with me in the bedroom, then perhaps that is acceptable. On stage? You must be dreaming. Just as Lan Fong blew him a kiss, she swiftly approached Sun Weiqiang and unleashed a powerful kick. Humph. Sun Weiqiang's gaze sharpened, and he stood still, grasping Lan Fong's right leg with his left hand, forcefully flinging her off the stage. Ah! Lan Fong let out a shriek, attempting to alter her position midair to avoid falling off the platform. But she was thwarted by an overwhelming force. Bang! Lan Fong tumbled to the ground below the stage. The contestant Sun Weiqiang emerges victorious, announced the referee from Zone 4. Oh, it hurts so much. It's unbearable. Lan Fong sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face in a display of feigned distress, yet her tears flowed as if genuine. While there were indeed places on her body that ached, for someone who had practiced martial arts since childhood, how significant could it be? Lan Fong's ploy of pretending to cry was intended to elicit sympathy from the younger opponent who had bested her. When he approached, she planned to launch a surprise attack. Dear boy, you truly lack understanding of the fragility of a lady. You've caused me pain, and I am but 16, not much older than you, merely more developed. Prior to her match against Sun Weiqiang, Lan Fong had observed him and deduced that he was likely to be her most formidable opponent in securing a spot among the top 8. Thus, through her inquiries, she discovered that this boy named Sun Weiqiang was only 13 years old. Returning to the matter at hand, Lan Fong continued to weep, exclaiming, "It genuinely hurts. How could you treat a girl so roughly? Woe is me." Sun Weiqiang cast her a glance before descending from the arena. Is this the tactic you think will work on me? He vividly recalled the original Dragon Ball world, where Lan Fong had reached the top 8, and during the semifinals, she had employed theatrics to bewilder her opponent, Nam. In the end, she even shed her clothing, leaving her adorned only in a pink bra and matching panties. Sun Weiqiang cast a fleeting glance at Lan Fong, just a single glance. If he so desired, he could prolong the battle, potentially coaxing Lan Fong into unleashing her revealing technique against him, thus reaping the benefits of a delightful spectacle. However, for Sun Weiqiang, standing upon the arena meant that only the distinction of victory and defeat mattered. All else, there was nothing more. If a single strike could determine the outcome, then let it be resolved with one blow. Any additional strikes would be superfluous. Sun Weiqiang admits that he is indeed a lecher. He also acknowledges that Lan Fong possesses exquisite features and an exceptional figure. But what of it? Sun Weiqiang was not swayed by Lan Fong, yet others were influenced. Sun Weiqiang, how could you, you rascal, bring tears to the eyes of such a lovely girl? The turtle sage, disguised as Jackie Chan, could not bear to witness this. However, he quickly regained his composure and hastily covered his mouth. Sun Weiqiang glanced at his master, the turtle hermit, who was disguised as Jackie Chan, and a thought crossed his mind. Master, alas, due to my presence, you can no longer indulge in your desires to touch Lan Fong. In his recollections of the original Dragon Ball universe, Lan Fong, after shedding her outer garments, was ultimately defeated by Nam, collapsing onto the arena floor. Amidst the gaze of countless spectators, Master Turtle Hermit seized the opportunity to take advantage, reaching out to fondle Lan Fong as per Derry Ree, clad in pink triangular panties. Little Goku glanced towards Jackie Chan, a few meters away, murmuring, "It sounds remarkably like Grandpa." Krillin nodded in agreement. Ahem, the Turtle Hermit feigned a cough or two, pretending as though nothing was amiss. He chose not to depart, for leaving now would only draw further attention to himself. Sun Weiqiang stepped down from the arena. Congratulations. Weiqiang, you have made it to the top 8, just like us. Little Wukong's attention shifted to him, beaming with joy as if he had won himself. Thank you. Sun Weiqiang replied with a smile, shaking hands with little Wukong, albeit somewhat passively. Little Wukong, overflowing with excitement, held his hands and bounced around gleefully. Seeing that her tears had not elicited the desired response, Lan Fang ceased her weeping. Rising from the ground, she strode towards Sun Wukong, glaring at him with fury. "I will remember you, little brother," she declared, emphasizing each word distinctly, as if to underscore her indignation. Throughout her life, she had never been treated so rudely by a man. Never. Her beauty had always commanded respect, and she could comprehend that this young boy was simply too immature to appreciate the allure of a strikingly beautiful and curvaceous girl. What was particularly galling was how effortlessly he had defeated her, as if discarding refuse. This was a bitter pill for Lan Fang to swallow. It was her first time participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, and at the final hurdle of the preliminaries, she faced Sun Wukong. Aware of her own limitations and strength, she had resorted to her beauty for the first time, only to find it had no effect on him. Most significantly, this boy, 3 years her junior, had so easily bested her. It was inconceivable. She had never lost to peers her own age, let alone someone younger. She felt utterly powerless in the face of such a defeat. "This is not over between us," Lan Fang declared fiercely before turning on her heel and departing. Sun Weiqiang chuckled. "Is that all? What more do you desire? Do you intend to entangle yourself with me? Be cautious, for I might just toss you onto the bed and administer justice right there. Allow me to show you the myriad forms of intimacy." Over the past 8 months, Sun Weiqiang's physical development has inexplicably accelerated. At 13, he has grown half a head taller than before. Although he remains quite short, the changes extend beyond mere appearances. He is now barely capable, yet perhaps the other party might not be entirely pleased. Sun Weiqiang was oblivious, having never experienced it himself, let alone inquiring about another's feelings. Moreover, it cannot be dismissed that some women might indeed prefer his current dimensions. As the saying goes, the world is vast and full of wonders. There are those who enjoy mere contact, entering yet unable to delve deeper. Chapter 52, Wulong and Puyalu. Is this Bulma? Apart from Jackie Chan, Sun Wukong, Sun Weiqiang, and Krillin, the other 4 who secured spots in the top 8 of the World Martial Arts Tournament through the preliminaries were Lepin, Nam, Kirin, and the Barbarian. Following the draw, the list for the semifinal matches was determined. First match, Krillin vs. Barbarian. Second match, Jackie Chan vs. Lepin. Third match, Sun Weiqiang vs. Nam. Fourth match, Sun Wukong vs. Kirin. Within the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament, reactions to the match schedule varied. Some were elated while others were disheartened. Sun Weiqiang was filled with excitement. Should he triumph over Nam, he would face off against little Wukong. This was indeed his heart's desire. If he could conquer little Wukong, he would then vie for the championship against his master, the Turtle Hermit, disguised as Jackie Chan. Such wonderful prospects thrilled Sun Weiqiang, while Krillin wore a frown. Casting a worried glance at the imposing Barbarian nearby, the chief judge overseeing the matches among the top 8 was, as Sun Weiqiang recalled, clad in a black suit and sunglasses, with striking blonde hair, announcing the new competition rules. The matches were unrestricted, continuing until a victor emerged. In simple terms, being knocked off the stage or conceding meant defeat. However, one crucial rule was established. Attacks targeting the eyes and genitalia were considered fouls. "What are genitalia?" little Wukong inquired. Stepping forward. "The place where you usually urinate," the chief judge explained, bending down to speak to Sun Wukong. As the competition was about to commence, the chief judge instructed everyone to wait and prepare for their matches. "Wait, what about lunch?" Little Wukong tugged at the judge's attire. "My dear boy, the match is about to begin. Do you still wish to eat? Can it wait until after?" The chief judge replied, turning to him with a gentle demeanor. "I want to eat now," little Wukong insisted, raising his hand. "Then, please prepare a lunch for him," the chief judge instructed an attendant nearby. "I understand, follow me," the monk said, gesturing in a certain direction. Little Wukong inquired if Krillin, Weiqiang, or Lepin would join him for a meal, when all 3 declined. He followed the monk alone. Sun Weiqiang wasn't hungry, and with the tournament about to commence, he wished to witness Krillin's match against the savage. Though the outcome was already known to him, experiencing the spectacle firsthand would undoubtedly offer a vastly different sensory experience. The chief referee emerged from the World Martial Arts Tournament Hall, the grand entrance of which opened directly to the public arena. Stepping forward with a prepared microphone and match roster in hand, he began officiating the event. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament begins now. The lineup for today's matches is as follows. First match, Mr. Savage versus Mr. Krillin. Second match, Mr. Jackie Chun versus Mr. Yamcha. Third match, Mr. Sun Weiqiang versus Mr. Namu. Fourth match, Mr. Sun Goku versus Mr. Jiren. Shortly, the first bout between the Savage and Krillin shall commence. Additionally, the champion of this tournament shall be awarded a grand prize of 500,000 zeni. Before the first match begins, allow me to invite the director of the World Martial Arts Tournament to address you all. Director, if you please. With that, the chief referee stepped aside, gesturing courteously to the approaching director, a Shar-Pei dog with an inscrutable expression. Taking the microphone, the canine advanced a few paces. Before him, to his left and right, the spectator stands were packed with an eager crowd. The audience roared with fervor, their excitement palpable as they anticipated the imminent clashes. Gradually, the clamor subsided into near silence, many likely curious about what the director might say. The Shar-Pei director surveyed the crowd and uttered a single, succinct bark. Woof. Some spectators were dumbfounded. Was that it? Others froze in confusion. Just a woof? A few wondered if that was truly all. Thank you, director. The chief referee reclaimed the microphone. Now, I declare the first match officially underway. Both competitors, please prepare to enter the arena. The crowd erupted once more in thunderous cheers. Inside the tournament hall, the chief referee's voice carried clearly. Krillin, you've got this. Go for it. Goku cheered, fists clenched in encouragement. You can do it. Sun Weiqiang raised a determined fist. Jackie Chun, Yamcha, and the others stood nearby. Krillin stepped out of the hall, visibly nervous as he faced the audience. The Savage emerged as well. The chief referee positioned himself between the two, a handkerchief pressed to his nose with one hand, the microphone in the other, swiftly introducing the fighters. On the left, we have Krillin, a mere 13 years of age this year. On the right, exuding an unbearable stench, we have the Savage, a man who has never bathed since birth. At the frontmost spectator seats, who would have thought Krillin would be up first? Oolong remarked, pinching his snout. How can anyone smell this foul? Bulma grimaced, holding her nose. Pu'er nodded in agreement. It's absolutely revolting. To their right, two spectators muttered, even a brat can compete now? This tournament's hopeless. Right? 13 years old? Still on mother's milk? How'd he even pass the preliminaries and make the top 8? Must be rigged. Yeah, if the director weren't a Shar-Pei, I'd swear this Krillin was his son. What did you just say? Bulma whipped around, glaring furiously. Though she'd only met Krillin the previous night, as a friend of Weiqiang and Goku, he was now her friend as well. Insulting him was unacceptable. Oolong's piggish eyes flicked toward the two men, muttering under his breath, still on mother's milk? Sounds like you're describing your own sons. Pu'er watched silently, offering no comment. Oh? Got a problem? One of the men sneered, crossing his arms arrogantly. Are we wrong? The other planted a hand on his hip. Are you? Bulma drew a pistol, leveling it at them. No. No. Put that down. Let's talk this out. We were wrong, all right? Bulma shifted her aim to the second man. And you? The previously haughty man threw up his hands in terror. We were wrong. Please. Put it away. Watch where you're pointing that thing. That's more like it. Listen closely. If I hear another word out of you, I'll put a bullet in both of you. We won't. We swear. Never again. The two bowed frantically, pleading for mercy. Only then did Bulma holster her weapon and turn back to the arena. Oolong gaped. Since when was Bulma this fiercely loyal? Pu'er was equally stunned. This wasn't the Bulma they knew. What had changed? Chapter 53. The Savage defeats Krillin? On the public stage, the chief referee concluded the introductions and laid out the rules. Listen carefully. A fighter loses if they are knocked off the platform, if they are down for a 10 count, or if they surrender. There is no time limit for the matches. First match, begin. Clang. A tournament official struck a massive gong, its resonant boom signaling the start. The audience roared with renewed fervor. Crush that brat, Savage. Kid, take down that filthy stingbag. Both fighters had their share of supporters among the crowd. Sun Weiqiang stood outside the venue of the first martial arts tournament, observing the arena from the left wall. Little Wukong was perched against a wall. Ha ha ha, the barbarian laughed heartily as he launched an attack at Krillin. With ease, Krillin evaded the strike. To evade so effortlessly was quite surprising. The barbarian turned around, somewhat astonished. Well, if that is the case, prepare for my foul breath-spinning cyclone. The barbarian intended to unleash this technique. He opened his mouth wide, clenched his fist at his sides, and with all his might, directed a gust of foul odor toward Krillin. How repulsive. What is that stench? Lacking experience, Krillin was caught off guard, his legs unsteady, his mind swirling in confusion. Moreover, the barbarian launched another attack, gripping the only piece of clothing he wore, a pair of black underpants, with his left hand, while his right hand delved inside to rub and scrub. What on earth? Is this really happening? In the original Dragon Ball world, Sun Wukong recalled that Krillin had triumphed over the barbarian. Yet the specific details had faded from memory over the years. Krillin was in for a world of trouble. Sun Wukong's gaze shifted to the dazed Krillin. Wondering if the barbarian intended to concoct a muddy sphere to feed him, Sun Wukong quickly discerned the barbarian's intentions towards Krillin. "Krillin! Krillin!" little Wukong exclaimed, filled with concern for his friend. The barbarian, having prepared his foul-smelling concoction, extended his right hand from his underwear. With a deft maneuver, he concentrated the noxious odor into a ball at his fingertip, forcefully directing it towards Krillin. Caught off guard, Krillin was unable to evade the assault and was struck once more. The stench was unbearable. Krillin felt as though he were nearing his limit. He collapsed backward with a thud onto the arena floor. "Krillin, what's wrong? Krillin!" little Wukong shouted anxiously. Who could withstand such an assault? Sun Wukong observed a moment of silence for Krillin. Unbeknownst to anyone, the chief referee, now donned in a gas mask, took to the microphone to commentate. Krillin has barely entered the fray before succumbing, following the foul breath. The added stench from the barbarian's privates has led to consecutive offensive assaults. No one could endure such an onslaught. As the referee's assistant counted down from 3, he too wore a gas mask. Most spectators were oblivious to his presence until the countdown drew their attention. What a perverse tactic, Bulma remarked disdainfully while pinching her nose. Oolong, holding his pig's nose with one hand, waved the other, urging, "Krillin, get up." Poir, also pinching his nose, was awestruck by the barbarian's bizarre fighting style. "Hey, come on, shorty. Get up, Krillin." Strangely, the two men who had previously criticized Krillin were now cheering for him. "Get up. Defeat this barbarian." Others in the audience joined in, encouraging Krillin, "You can do it, little guy. Stand up." Among the crowd were martial arts enthusiasts and practitioners who had witnessed Krillin's agility in evading the barbarian's initial attacks, showcasing his extraordinary skills. It was no wonder he had reached the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament at such a young age. Only true talent could achieve such feats. As the referee's assistant counted down to 7, Krillin finally stood up. Yet, he still felt somewhat unwell. At that moment, however, the barbarian seized him with his large hands, lifting him high and choking him. Soon, Krillin's face turned red. "I will choke you to death," the barbarian threatened, looking down at the small fighter in his grasp. The referee commented, "It seems the barbarian's prowess extends beyond mere foul odor. His massive hands are gripping Krillin's neck, and he appears to be in considerable pain. Of course, who would suffer being choked?" Krillin thought to himself as he heard the commentary. Little Wukong shouted, "Quick, pry his hands open. Krillin, hurry," from the sidelines. Sun Wukong noted that little Wukong appeared even more anxious than Krillin himself. Krillin, unwilling to be choked out and lose the match, summoned all his strength. In a moment of explosive energy, he broke free from the barbarian's grasp and launched a counterattack. The barbarian was utterly unprepared. With a resounding crash, Krillin kicked the barbarian to the ground. "Well done, Krillin. That's it. Good job, little guy." Many spectators erupted in cheers. As the referee counted down to 3, the barbarian managed to rise again. "You insufferable brat," he snarled, striding towards Krillin. Soon, Krillin found himself cornered against the edge of the arena, with nowhere to retreat. I'll see how you escape now." The barbarian laughed triumphantly, feeling the embrace of victory drawing near. Observing the arena's layout, Krillin spotted an opening beneath the barbarian. With clear intent, he dashed towards it. Anticipating his move, the barbarian sat down heavily, inadvertently trapping Krillin beneath him. "Ah!" Krillin screamed in agony. "How foolish," Sun Wukong lamented. Face-palming, he practically walked right into that trap. Announcing his intentions to the opponent, what an opportunity to seize. "Krillin!" little Wukong cried out, his voice echoing with urgency. Sun Wukong shook his head, glancing at little Wukong, then turning his gaze towards Krillin. "Oh Krillin, how many times has little Wukong worried about you during this match? Mustering some effort would be appreciated." The barbarian was utterly delighted, jumping up only to plop down once more. "Ah!" Krillin cried out in distress. The barbarian's excitement surged, as he leaped repeatedly, his ample backside crashing down. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The sound of Krillin's agonized cries seemed relentless. A thought crossed Krillin's mind. This cannot continue. Enduring the pain, he executed a swift maneuver, pressing his hands against the barbarian's substantial behind. Remarkably, Krillin managed to hold the barbarian's formidable weight at bay. The chief referee's voice resonated through the microphone. "You're done for." The barbarian turned back with a grin that could sour milk, clenching his fists and summoning all his might. With a resounding sound, he released a foul-smelling fart. The barbarian has unleashed a stench that reigns supreme. Sun Wukong inhaled sharply, staring in disbelief as the barbarian's ample backside rubbed against Krillin's face, akin to an intimate massage. The scene was too surreal to bear. Who can withstand this? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Little Wukong glanced down at Weiqiang, noting the barbarian's torment of Krillin, then turning around to stomp on him. Ha 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 ha. The barbarian laughed heartily. Alas, Krillin was subjected to the barbarian's relentless stomping, seemingly with no chance to retaliate, appearing as though he might perish at any moment. The chief referee passionately narrated the unfolding drama. The barbarian continued his assault, his right foot grinding down on Krillin, rubbing and pressing into the ground with each deliberate step. Reminiscent of a devil's march, Krillin, overwhelmed, began to foam at the mouth. I have triumphed. The barbarian raised his fist to the heavens, exclaiming triumphantly. Chapter 54. Lan Fang's transformation due to Sun Wukong 1, 2, 3. The referee's assistant rushed over to count down. Bulma, Puar, Oolong, and several spectators cheered for Krillin. Come on, Krillin. Stand up. You can do it. You cannot lose to this foul creature. Get up and continue fighting. Little Wukong shouted. Krillin, stand up. You absolutely cannot succumb to that fiend. Think rationally. The odor you perceive is merely an illusion, virtually undetectable. After all, you lack a nose. Indeed. With that enlightening remark, Krillin awoke from his stupor, rising just as the count reached 9. Thank you, Wukong. He expressed his gratitude, refocusing on the barbarian. I shall strike back. Krillin assumed a battle stance. The barbarian, taken aback by Krillin's resurgence, seethed. You wretched little brat. I will end you. The barbarian opened his mouth wide, gathering strength for a devastating attack. It was said that even elephants would flee in terror upon witnessing his spitting prowess. Could Krillin evade this onslaught? The chief referee's microphone crackled with excitement. Many spectators held their breath, sensing the suspense in the air. In the midst of everyone's gaze, the barbarian launched a massive glob of yellow phlegm. The projectile flew forth with astonishing speed. However, Krillin deftly dodged, leaping into action while delivering a swift kick that struck the barbarian squarely in the face. Bang! For the second time in this match, the barbarian fell to the ground. Krillin landed and rushed to the barbarian's chest, glaring down at him. Following this, Krillin turned his back, bent down to remove his trousers, revealing a small white backside, and released a tiny yellow fart directed at the barbarian's face. The stench is unbearable, was all that remained in the barbarian's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. The assistant referee's countdown echoed. It was a miraculous comeback. The barbarian lay incapacitated for 10 seconds, likely unconscious. In the first match, I declare the victor to be Krillin, the chief referee announced, and the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers for Krillin's victory, their faces alight with excitement. Little Wukong and Krillin joined hands, bouncing with elation. We won. We won. Hooray. Hooray. Congratulations, Krillin. Thank you, Wukong. Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat out of place, refrained from joining in the celebration. After all, he was no longer a youthful lad. He merely approached Krillin to offer his congratulations, internally reflecting, without little Wukong's timely encouragement, Krillin might have faced defeat. The chief referee continued speaking into the microphone. It appears the barbarian, like any ordinary person, cannot withstand the foulness of another's flatulence. Staff members began to clear the arena, preparing for the next match. I wonder if Master Roshi is watching? Little Wukong pondered aloud. Where is Teacher Wu Tian? Krillin asked, noticing only Bulma, Oolong, and Puar in the audience. Perhaps he went to the restroom again? Sun Wukong quipped, deliberately withholding the fact that Master Roshi had disguised himself as a competitor. It was more significant not to disclose this. After all, what if Master Roshi were to be defeated? How embarrassing that would be. Sun Wukong and his companions arrived at the arena, standing before Bulma and the others. Where has Master Roshi gone? Little Goku inquired, gazing at her. Bulma replied, I have no idea. He probably wandered off again. Puar added, he disappeared right when the match began. Oolong chimed in. Perhaps he went to the restroom and got distracted by some beautiful lady. Little Goku turned to Krillin. What? The old man didn't even watch your match. Krillin shrugged, shaking his head. But I can still smell him. Little Goku remarked. Your nose is quite remarkable. Sun Wukong thought, silently praising him. Meanwhile, disguised as Jackie Chan, Master Roshi searched high and low until he finally spotted the figure he sought, Miss Lan Fang. To his surprise, she was right at the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament Hall. It's your turn now, little brother. I can't wait to see how you lose. Lan Fong fixated her gaze on Sun Weiqiang in the arena, wishing she could personally defeat him. Unfortunately, that was beyond her capability, having been eliminated by him long ago. Is this woman unhinged? Why has she been staring at me? Sun Weiqiang mused, glancing at Lan Fong. Could it be that she harbors some ill intentions? When she mentioned unfinished business, could it have been a threat? Is she truly seeking an opportunity to trouble me? If so, she should not blame me for tossing her onto the bed. I sincerely hope it's not the case. Otherwise, even if I have to force it, I'll ensure she cannot rise from bed for 3 days. Excuse me, miss. What is your name? Master Rashi approached Lan Fong, feigning ignorance. Leave me alone. Lan Fong snapped, her mood sour, unwilling to converse with an old man. Her feelings about making it to the top 8 were entirely different from those in the original Dragon Ball world. Unbeknownst to Master Rashi, Lan Fong had changed due to Sun Weiqiang's presence. Previously, she would have greeted him with a smile, saying, I am Lan Fong, pleased to meet you. Now, however, it had transformed into, get lost. Before long, the arena was cleaned, completely erasing the unpleasant odor left by the barbarian, who had already been carried away by medical personnel. On the public stage, the chief referee announced, Ladies and gentlemen, the second match is about to commence. Please welcome the 2 contestants. The audience erupted with enthusiastic cheers, many engaging in discussions. The first match was truly spectacular. I wonder how the second one will unfold. We'll find out soon. Duh, I know that too. Chapter 55. Sun Weiqiang faces Nanwa's Sky Cross Punch. The second match proceeded swiftly, with Master Rashi merely making a slight move, sending Lepin flying off the stage and resulting in his defeat. Now, we invite the contestants for the third match, Mr. Nanwu and Mr. Sun Weiqiang. The chief referee proclaimed to the audience. Weiqiang, give it your all. Little Goku exclaimed, clenching his fist. Go for it, Weiqiang. Krillin echoed. Lepin cautioned. Weiqiang, don't lose like I did. Don't worry, I will definitely win this match. Sun Weiqiang replied confidently as he stepped onto the stage from outside the hall. His opponent, Nanwu, also entered the arena. Mom, little brother, and everyone in the village. I must win this match and claim the championship. With the prize money, I'll bring back water for you all. Nanwu gazed at his opponent, his heart brimming with determination to triumph in this contest. Nanwu, I understand your eagerness to win, but I too am intent on victory. By besting you, I can face little Goku in the semifinals. As for your water concerns, Master Rashi will address that for you. Sun Weiqiang thought as he regarded Nanwu from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Weiqiang, you must win. Oolong squealed from the audience. Weiqiang, you must win. I want to see your match with Goku. Bulma shouted excitedly. Go, go. Poor cheered. Those who were unaware might not realize who the cheers were directed towards. Beyond Bulma and her companions, other spectators were also rallying support for both him and Nanwu, eagerly anticipating their impending clash. Nanwu looks like a skilled fighter. Little brother, let us see how you fare when you get beaten. Will you be crying for your mother? Mama, I want to go home. Lan Fong stood outside the hall, near the arena wall, watching intently. She was eager to witness Sun Weiqiang getting thrashed, finding amusement in the unfolding matches. The chief referee declared, who will emerge victorious, Mr. Nanwu or Mr. Sun Weiqiang? Stay tuned. The third match commenced. With a resounding clang, the gong echoed throughout the venue. In the ring, Nanwu assumed his fighting stance. Sun Weiqiang clenched his fists, one thrust forward and the other drawn back, his legs slightly bent. He believed he could vanquish Nanwu, yet he remained cautious. In his memory, the process of little Wukong defeating Nanwu had been quite arduous, not at all effortless. Let the battle commence. Sun Weiqiang swiftly dashed towards Nanwu, closing the distance, and unleashed a punch. Nanwu countered with a punch of his own, and the two collided head-on. Bang! A mighty fist met a smaller one. The clash of strength erupted in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It resembled the howling of the wind. In truth, it was Nanwu, retracting his fist, delivering several rapid punches, the force of his blows roaring like thunder. Sun Weiqiang chose to confront head-on. His strength was not inferior to Nameless, making retreat unnecessary. They clashed. As their fists collided, they were mere inches apart. Sun Weiqiang planted his left foot firmly on the ground and forcefully thrust out his right leg. It was too close. Nameless could not react in time and was struck by Sun Weiqiang's kick. However, before being hit, he also aimed a kick at his opponent. With a swift motion, Sun Weiqiang brought his forearms together to block the blow, though this diminished the power of his own kick, preventing him from delivering a full-force strike to Nameless' abdomen. They separated, with Sun Weiqiang standing firm while Nameless, despite being struck, remained on his feet. Truly remarkable. No wonder little Wukong struggled to defeat him. If Krillin faced him, it would likely be a toss-up. As thoughts raced through Sun Weiqiang's mind, he launched another attack, encountering an adversary capable of matching him in combat. He aimed to conceal his true abilities, reserving surprises for little Wukong. Without a doubt, he intended to secure victory through pure hand-to-hand combat. Impressive, Nameless thought to himself. Clutching his abdomen where he had been kicked, he massaged it gently in a clockwise motion, quickly regaining his composure. Seeing his opponent charging at him, he did not retreat. He would meet him head-on. He had to win this match. If he couldn't even triumph in the quarterfinals, how could he hope to claim the championship? No 50,000 in prize money? How would he buy water? His heart raced furiously, blood coursing through his veins. Nameless, you must win. You must. With unwavering determination, Nameless engaged fiercely with Sun Weiqiang. The intensity was astounding. As the two fighters clashed, they unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks. The sheer force of their punches sent a wind that stung my face. I couldn't bear it. I had to step back. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The chief referee provided timely commentary on the match. Lan Fang was astonished to discover that her younger brother, Sun Weiqiang, was capable of such strength, perhaps even comparable to her father. Remarkable. Losing to him would be no disgrace at all, she unconsciously mused. Yet, how frustrating. How infuriating. Lan Fang exclaimed, her irritation evident as she struck the wall beside her with a punch, producing a resounding thud. Jackie Chan, Krillin, Lu Ping, and little Wukong were observing from a few meters to Lan Fang's right. Jackie glanced over at her. Having attempted to engage her in conversation several times only to be rebuffed, and thus he refrained from approaching her again. Sun Weiqiang, master, no need to thank me. The credit belongs to me. Wow, what an exhilarating match. I never anticipated that this little rascal would be so formidable. Indeed, the power, the speed, the impact. Hiss. Which woman could withstand such force? Quite so. Even a simple move applied to a woman would surely elicit cries of surrender. Are you two discussing the match? It sounds rather peculiar. The audience below engaged in various conversations. Weiqiang, bring him down. Bring him down. Bulma shouted excitedly, raising her right fist to the sky and swinging her left elbow, delivering a blow to Oolong's left side. That hurts. Bulma, be careful. Oolong glared angrily at Bulma. Poir let out a chuckle. Hee hee. Poir. Oolong shot a glare at Poir. However, Poir soon ceased to smile, not out of fear of Oolong, but because it had also fallen victim to Bulma's antics. Oolong was in a worse predicament, having received another hit. Bulma seemed oblivious to Oolong's grunts of pain. She continued to rally for Weiqiang. Bring him down. Weiqiang, did you hear me? As she shouted, she struck a pose, lowering her right fist while raising her left hand, shaking her fists in a rhythmic motion. Consequently, Poir and Oolong's faces collided head-on. On the stage, after a fierce battle, Sun Weiqiang and Nan was separated once more, locking eyes. How strong? Where did this little kid come from? I am unable to defeat him and find myself at a slight disadvantage. Nanwa was intensely focused. With only his opponent Sun Weiqiang in his thoughts, it seemed he would have to resort to that move. It appears that relying solely on brute strength to overcome Nanwu would require more time. If this were a life-and-death battle, it might conclude more swiftly. Targeting his eyes and groin, he thought, I will strike with all my might at his weaknesses. He cannot withstand such an onslaught. Sun Weiqiang contemplated. In his clash with Nanwu, he had endured some of Nanwu's strikes, yet he remained largely unscathed. His physical resilience could not compare to that of little Wukong, but he could still take a beating. At this juncture, Nanwu, it is time for you to unleash that move. Sun Weiqiang recalled Nanwu's ultimate technique. The next moment, as if responding to his inner thoughts, Nanwu leaped high into the air. The Nanwu competitor is remarkable. He soared upwards with tremendous force, flying high into the sky. The chief judge gazed up at him, narrating the match. Everyone in attendance looked skyward. What does Nanwu intend to do? This was the prevailing thought among the spectators. Super Sky Cross Punch. Nanwu expended every ounce of strength as he ascended to the highest point, crossing his arms and dove toward the ground, launching his most powerful strike against his opponent. Chapter 56, The Transformation of Lan Fang, Bulma's Distressing Past? Sun Weiqiang looked up at Namo, a smile gracing his lips. Let us see. I suppose I shall be akin to the little Monkey King. With this thought, he grounded himself and, relying solely on his physical strength, propelled himself into the sky. Namo descended, while Sun Weiqiang ascended, yet their paths did not collide. As Sun Weiqiang soared higher, He passed by the astonished Namo and deftly struck the back of his neck with a swift chop. Too late. Namo realized the peril, but by the time he sought to react, he was already struck and began to plummet downwards. In the blink of an eye, the chief referee exclaimed, the Namo contestant never anticipated that Sun Weiqiang would also take to the skies. Sun Weiqiang executed a precise chop, and alas, Namo is falling from the heavens. Bang! Namo crashed onto the arena, creating a deep crater upon impact. As Sun Weiqiang naturally descended from the air, he returned triumphantly to the arena. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. I declare, the victor of the third match is contestant Sun Weiqiang. The chief judge counted down and proclaimed the outcome of the match. He has won. He has triumphed. Weiqiang has emerged victorious. Bulma, in a fit of excitement, lifted Oolong and buried him against her chest, lost in the moment. What bliss! Such happiness! Oolong's pig-like face contorted under Bulma's ample bosom. Again. However, upon regaining her senses, Bulma quickly tossed him back. Oolong wiped his face with his right hand, pressed it against his piggy nose, took a deep breath, and savored the delightful scent of milk. Remarkable! Truly remarkable! This little rascal is incredibly strong. Indeed, Namo was also skilled, but unfortunately, he faced an even stronger opponent. The audience buzzed with excitement, creating a lively atmosphere. He has won. He has triumphed. Little Wukong, Lepin, and Krillin rejoiced for Weiqiang, rushing towards him. As for Lan Fang, she found herself at a loss for words, her beautiful eyes dazed as she gazed at Sun Weiqiang's petite figure. She was utterly captivated. How could such a powerful Sun Weiqiang, whom she had previously confronted with the words, "We are not done yet," leave her pondering what she could possibly do against him? When the disparity in strength between them reached such heights, Lan Fang harbored no thoughts of resistance. All that remained was admiration. This little man surpassed the father she had idolized since childhood. At that moment, Sun Weiqiang's image was indelibly etched in Lan Fang's heart. Yet, she couldn't help but feel he was a bit small. As she looked at Sun Weiqiang, a thought involuntarily crossed her mind. What am I thinking? Why such thoughts? Regaining her composure, she felt a flush of embarrassment, her face burning slightly. However, when she glanced at Sun Weiqiang once more, her eyes sparkled, and she began to ponder. He may be a bit shorter, but he is only 3 years younger than I am. Once he matures, with his current charming and adorable demeanor, coupled with such strength, it is not unthinkable. Lan Fang admitted that she had developed a slight fondness for the previously insistent little man, just a tiny bit. As Sun Weiqiang passed by her, Lan Fang instinctively stepped aside, despite the fact that she was not obstructing his path. Little brother, Lan Fang called out to him. What is it? Do you need something? Sun Weiqiang glanced at her, pondering what this woman was up to. No, nothing. Lan Fang shook her head, yearning to express something to him, yet at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts. Sun Weiqiang gazed quizzically at Lan Fang, who was accompanied by the trio of Sun Wukong, Klin, and Leping, as they strolled into the venue, chattering merrily. Jackie Chan observed his 3 disciples, feeling the pressure of Sun Weiqiang's formidable display of strength. He thought to himself, he is exceptionally strong. Should I face this young lad, there exists a possibility of defeat. The audience was informed by the chief referee that the 4th match was about to commence, introducing the contenders, Mr. Sun Wukong and Mr. Kirin. Who exactly is Kirin? Bulma pondered aloud, but received no response. Wukong is about to enter. I am eager to see the extent of his prowess. Could he possibly surpass Weiqiang? Puyala remarked. That remains uncertain, Bulma concluded, shaking her head. Wonderful. At last, it is Wukong's turn. Oolong exclaimed, eager to witness Wukong's bout. He mused about the possibility of Bulma, in a fit of excitement if Wukong emerged victorious, squeezing him against her chest once more. Oh, the joy of it. Oolong's gaze drifted toward Bulma's ample bosom, reminiscing about their previous encounters, contemplating the difference between passive and active touch, and wishing for a repeat of that night. However, he was aware that such thoughts were mere fantasies, an impossibility unless he wished upon the dragon. Kirin was the first to stride confidently out of the hall, each step reverberating against the arena floor. The moment Bulma laid eyes on him, a haunting memory surfaced, her first encounter with Wukong and Weiqiang on Baozi Mountain, when she had dashed behind a large rock to relieve herself, only to be startled by a winged dinosaur that caused her to soil her skirt. Kirin's gaping maw on the arena floor brought a grimace to Bulma's face, prompting her to shake her head and dismiss the thought. Sun Wukong approached the stage, greeting the audience with a cheerful smile and introducing himself. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sun Wukong. Wukong. Defeat him. Crush him. Bulma shouted furiously. The two contestants prepared themselves, and the chief referee glanced at Kirin and Sun Wukong before declaring, "The fourth match begins." The audience rallied behind Wukong, with Bulma fervently cheering, "Go, Wukong!" Oolong and Puyala echoed her enthusiasm. "Have you noticed? This child is dressed similarly to that Sun Weiqiang and Klin." A spectator remarked nearby. "Who are they exactly? Klin is impressive, and Sun Weiqiang is formidable. Surely, this Sun Wukong must also possess great strength." On the stage, Kirin taunted, "Come and take a look at this," as he brandished his dinosaur-like hand at Sun Wukong. "What is it?" the curious young fighter inquired, stepping closer. Suddenly, Kirin struck him with a surprise attack. Bang! Xiao Wukong was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a stone wall outside the venue. The impact rendered him motionless on the stage. Limbs sprawled out as debris scattered, with a stone striking his head. The match had scarcely begun when Kirin executed a deceptive maneuver, catching Sun Wukong off guard. The chief referee passionately narrated the unfolding drama. "I have won." Kirin laughed triumphantly. Outside the venue, Leping expressed concern for Wukong. "That was a powerful blow. I hope he can get back up." Klin perched atop the wall, anxiously watching the small figure on the ground. Jackie Chan remained silent, though he believed, "Wukong will be fine. His body is as tough as iron." Sun Weiqiang, however, was preoccupied with another thought. "Why does that woman keep glancing at me? What is that gaze implying?" As he contemplated, his eyes fixed upon Lan Fang, who had turned to walk back into the hall. Her emotions were in turmoil. In just a day, no, within mere hours, she found herself viewing a young boy with newfound interest. This was a first for her, particularly with such thoughts crossing her mind. As she walked, she touched her face, feeling warmth spread across her cheeks. She retrieved a small mirror from her pocket, only to find her face flushed again. "I never imagined I would find myself in this predicament," she mused, contemplating the boy's youthful stature. "What am I even thinking about him?" Realizing the absurdity of her thoughts, she scolded herself internally and began to feel anxious. "Even if I have a slight interest in him, he may not feel the same about me. What should I do? He is such a charming and promising young man, especially when he is serious. How can I win his heart?" Deep within her, a voice urged her, "Lan Fang, if you let him slip away, you may never find another like him. You must seize this opportunity." Seize him? With that slender frame of his, he hardly poses a challenge, she thought, shaking her head to dispel the notion as she exited through a side door of the hall for a brief walk, hoping to clear her mind of these distracting thoughts. Back in the arena, Xiao Wukong had been knocked down by Kirin. The audience, including Bulma, was stunned, her lips moving in disbelief. How could he be so weak? Oolong, Puyalu, and other spectators shared her incredulity. But to their astonishment, Xiao Wukong pushed himself off the ground and stood once more. It was indeed unbelievable. Despite the crumbling wall, he managed to rise, though he appeared dazed and incapable of retaliating. The chief referee expressed his astonishment. The commentary from the chief referee left little Wukong displeased. "I am not dazed. I merely feel a bit of pain." Kirin was also astonished by his opponent's nonchalance. Klin remarked, "Weiqiang is correct. Wukong would not falter from a mere slight attack." Jackie Chan and Leping looked at the vigorous Wukong in the arena, nodding in agreement. How strange. Why has it not rained yet? Sun Weiqiang recalled that a heavy downpour had occurred before the match between little Wukong and Kirin commenced. Even considering his involvement, the torrential rain should have arrived earlier, rather than leaving them waiting without a single drop thus far. His thoughts were influenced by the notion that had he not participated, the match between Namo and Lan Fang would have concluded much sooner. Without the prolonged contest he had with Namo, Sun Weiqiang did not dwell on the weather. Whether it rained or not was of little significance. In the arena, little Wukong launched an assault on Kirin. The clash between the human and the beast unfolded, with powerful fists colliding. After a few exchanges, little Wukong landed a punch squarely on Kirin's ample belly. A pain cry escaped Kirin, its beastly visage contorting in agony. As it clutched its stomach in distress, little Wukong seized its tail and hurled it skyward. The spectators collectively gazed upwards. The chief referee exclaimed, "What formidable strength! Little Wukong, with such a diminutive frame, has cast the vastly larger Kirin out of the ring. This is a remarkable counterattack by little Wukong. Will Kirin concede defeat?" Kirin, with its actions, conveyed to the chief referee that it would not. Regaining composure, Kirin soared into the air. "I shall not be cast out of the ring. Rest assured," Kirin declared, speaking in human tongue as it flew back toward the arena. "Listen closely, there is no mistake, according to the rules. One who falls outside the ring is deemed the loser, but since Kirin has not touched the ground, It cannot be counted as a loss, the chief referee explained. Lest some spectators remain unaware of this stipulation. Little Wukong, bewildered, had thought that throwing his opponent out of the ring constituted victory. With a thud, Weiqiang descended to the arena, facing Little Wukong, mere meters apart. Little Wukong assumed an attacking stance. Seriousness etched across his face as he proclaimed his method of victory. It seems I must beat you into submission. Weiqiang, however, suddenly smiled. Unleashing a ball of purple substance that ensnared the unsuspecting Little Wukong. Lowering his gaze, he pondered the strange material enveloping him. What is this? He queried. You have been ensnared by my rubber band. Weiqiang retorted. Little Wukong struggled in vain against the binding rubber. There is no need to waste your energy in struggle. No one can escape my rubber band. Weiqiang asserted confidently. At this moment, you are akin to a mere puppet, at my mercy. It advanced toward Little Wukong, lifting him high. What do you intend to do? Little Wukong inquired. What else? I shall repay you in kind. Weiqiang replied candidly. Please, let us engage in fair combat. Little Wukong pleaded. The chief referee narrated the unfolding situation. This is dire. Little Wukong is immobilized, and should he be thrown out of the ring, he shall be declared the loser. After all, he possesses no wings, leaving him with no hope of victory. You are destined to lose, Weiqiang proclaimed, casting Little Wukong into the air beyond the ring. Krillin, observing the trajectory of Wukong's flight, uttered, It's over. This is the end, launching into a worried exclamation. Luping called out, Wukong. Jackie Chan and Sun Wukong remained silent. A gasp of disbelief erupted from the audience, including Bulma, Oolong, and Poir. Chapter 58. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. Nimbus, I implore you, come swiftly. Little Wukong shouted as he plummeted, just as he was about to crash to the ground and lose the match. Nimbus appeared precisely beneath him. Saved. Thank you, Nimbus. I thought you would not come after all this time. And thus, a familiar scene unfolded once more. Previously, Weiqiang had returned to the arena using its wings. This time, Little Wukong relied on Nimbus to return. What? How can he possess such a flying cloud? Weiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. Most spectators mirrored its astonishment, unable to fathom Little Wukong's unexpected return via this peculiar means. He is back. He is back. Krillin and Luping exclaimed with joy. But the crisis is not yet averted, Jackie Chan cautioned. Little Wukong had returned to the arena, bound by Weiqiang's rubber band, just as he had before. Sun Wukong contemplated. Nimbus hovered at a low altitude near the arena, allowing Little Wukong to leap down to face Weiqiang a few meters away. Hey, this is outrageous. Using props is against the rules of the match, Weiqiang protested, pointing at its opponent and glancing toward the chief referee below the arena. Little Wukong countered, yet you flew back from above. And this ridiculous band around me? I flew back on my own wings. Your rubber band is something you spat out. It is not the same as using an external device. Weiqiang argued vehemently. Moments later, the chief referee announced, after thorough discussion among the judges and the director, it has been decided that Little Wukong's use of the golden cloud is not deemed a violation of the rules. What? Is that even possible? Weiqiang exclaimed in disbelief. However, this exception is granted only once. Should Little Wukong use the cloud again, he will be declared the loser outright. Do you understand, Little Wukong? The chief referee stated. Little Wukong's earlier elation at riding Nimbus dissipated. He could no longer find joy in the situation. You are finished. Even if you delay your expulsion from the ring, you will still lose, Weiqiang declared. Krillin remarked, if he is thrown out again, it will truly be over. Luping exclaimed, this is bad. Do not fret. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Little Wukong's tail should return, and when he is thrown out, he will utilize it to fly back, Sun Wukong mused, recalling that in the original Dragon Ball world, this was the case. Yet, he acknowledged that certain events had diverged in this current Dragon Ball realm due to his influence. If Wukong is thrown out again, will he not lose? Bulma queried. Indeed, Oolong concurred, sharing little optimism for Wukong's chances. Poir was left speechless. Their gaze turned to Weiqiang, who approached Little Wukong. Gritting his teeth, Little Wukong exerted all his strength to break free from the confounding band. You absolutely have a second chance. Weiqiang swung its fist, aiming to strike down its opponent. However, after Weiqiang's punch, where is he? Where has he vanished to? Weiqiang looked left and right, bewildered by Little Wukong's sudden disappearance. The spectators, however, could see everything. Sun Wukong was hanging from the left forearm of Jiren. It's my tail. My tail has returned. Little Wukong was filled with immense joy. The return of Wukong's tail reminded him of that fateful night at Pilaf's castle, where his transformation had taken place. Krillin was bewildered. A tail? Wukong has a tail? This was quite the surprising revelation. Jackie Chan pondered quietly to himself. Sun Wukong pondered within his heart. It has grown back. Thus this match must conclude. Yet, was it not the case that little Wukong was once again hurled outside the ring by Kirin, only to return spinning like a helicopter on his tail? Have I misremembered? Or has something changed? Wukong's tail. That night, Wukong's transformation was terrifying. A vivid memory of Oolong still lingers. It has indeed grown back. Bulma too finds it hard to forget that evening. Poor feels the same. Salvation has arrived. Little Wukong landed on the platform, but to secure victory, he must free himself from this entanglement. Once more, he exerted all his strength to break free from the rubber band-esque grasp. Are you not human? Kirin still stood in shock. Quack, quack, quack. With every ounce of strength, little Wukong emitted a quacking sound. At last, he broke free from the rubber band. Impossible. This cannot be. Kirin stood frozen, astonished that someone could break free from his rubber band. This has never happened before. Finally liberated, little Wukong felt elated, propping himself up with his tail. Swaying as he declared, "It is my tail that holds the greatest power." With a swift kick, he struck the wall outside the arena, causing a ruckus. Now in peak condition, I shall begin my counterattack, he thought, clenching his fists and gazing at his opponent. However, Kirin unexpectedly produced a small white flag, proclaiming, "I concede." The audience erupted in cheers. The chief referee announced, "Kirin has conceded, thus the splendid match is won by contestant Sun Wukong." Yet, the fact that he possesses a tail remains astonishing. Just as the match concluded, a medical staff approached Jackie Chan, mentioning a matter he had instructed them about. Chapter 59. Matters inside and outside the arena. Jackie Chan had instructed this male nurse regarding Nanwu, who had been knocked unconscious by Sun Weiqiang. After a thorough examination, the doctors deemed him to be in good health. Jackie informed the nurse that once Nanwu regained consciousness, he should relay that Jackie had something to discuss with him. In a hospital room within the venue of the World Martial Arts Championship, Jackie entered to find that Nanwu had already tidied his belongings. "Nanwu, are you returning home?" Jackie inquired. Nanwu turned his head, nodding in affirmation. "Yes." With hands clasped behind his back, Jackie added, "Will you not watch the end of the match?" "I have no time to watch," Nanwu replied, lowering his head as he reflected on his defeat, lamenting the loss of the championship and the 50,000 prize money. Unable to even afford water. "I am sorry, dear villagers, I have let your hopes down." Nanwu felt a deep sense of shame within. "By the way, old sir, I heard from a nurse that you were looking for me." In a fleeting moment, Nanwu recalled this, raising his head to inquire. "This is for you." Jackie tossed him a universal capsule. Nanwu caught it, exclaiming, "Isn't this a universal capsule? Why are you giving it to me? Inside, there is nothing. But it can hold a great deal of water, easy to carry back," Jackie explained. "How did you know about the water?" Nanwu was taken aback. He had never mentioned it to anyone. "I am Master Wu Tin. I can perceive matters concerning your village through your thoughts," Jackie replied candidly. Earlier, he had intended to communicate with the lovely Miss Lan Fong, but upon noticing Nanwu's uniqueness, he sought to understand his thoughts, leading him to discover Nanwu's participation in the World Martial Arts Championship, striving for the championship to procure water for his severely water-scarce hometown. "You truly are Master Wu Tian?" Nanwu exclaimed in shock. "Shoo!" Jackie raised his index finger to his lips, reprimanding, "Fool, do not let others hear." He glanced around before they exited the hospital room and walked to a secluded area, conversing as they went. "Why did you change your name to participate in the tournament?" Nanwu curiously asked. "My 3 disciples are also competing in this martial arts tournament." Jackie held up 3 fingers, Wukong, Weiqiang, and Krillin. He continued, "Under my training, their growth has surpassed my expectations, especially Sun Wukong, whose strength is astonishing." "What? I must have misheard. Sun Wukong? Not Sun Weiqiang?" Nanwu questioned. "Indeed, Mr. Nanwu. You heard correctly. The Sun Weiqiang who defeated you is still no match for Sun Wukong's strength," Jackie affirmed. "So formidable," Nanwu marveled. "Hence, I encouraged my 3 disciples to participate in the martial arts tournament to test their abilities. However, they have proven to be exceedingly strong, including myself. The top 4 positions in the World Martial Arts Championship are occupied by the 4 of us. Without my participation, the championship would be contested between Weiqiang and Wukong, with Wukong having a slightly higher chance of victory. You see, they are still immature children," Should either of them win the championship now, they would undoubtedly become conceited. How would they then face the trials and challenges of life ahead? I wish for them to grow into accomplished martial artists. After much contemplation, I resolved to enter myself, disguised as another, and defeat them, imparting the lesson that there are always greater heights to strive for and others beyond oneself. It is an honor to converse with you, Master Wu Tian. However, I wish to return the universal capsule you gifted me, Nanwu said. Jackie responded, puzzled. Nanwu explained, I truly apologize. I have no money to buy water, thus I have no use for this capsule. Come with me, Mr. Nanwu, Jackie beckoned, leading the way. Having contemplated this matter long before. However, he assumed Nanwu was aware, only to discover he was not. Following Jackie, they soon arrived at their destination. Jackie pointed out, look at that well, the water source here is exceedingly abundant, and no matter how much you use, it is free. To purchase water would be a jest. Is that so? Nanwu felt a wave of realization. Why had he only now learned this? Just then, the announcement rang out. The semifinals are about to commence. Contestants Jackie Chan and Krillin, please take the stage. Jackie made his way towards a small door leading in and out of the arena. Nanwu clasped his palms together and knelt, watching Jackie's retreating figure, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Master Wu Tian, your immense kindness shall be etched in my memory for eternity. I thank you on behalf of the entire village. It is of no consequence. Farewell. Jackie waved his hand. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned back. I apologize. But may I ask you for a favor? Jackie stood before Nanwu once more. Nanwu was taken aback and replied, Master Wu Tian, please go ahead. Jackie helped him to his feet. Time rewound to the moment when little Wukong triumphed over Kirin, and Jackie entered the arena upon being notified by a male nurse. Sun Weiqiang gazed at the silhouette of Jackie Chan. Although his presence had ushered in a few changes, the trajectory of certain events ultimately led to the same conclusion. When Nanwu was rendered unconscious and carried away by the nurses, Sun Weiqiang was present at the scene and overheard the conversation between Jackie Chan and the male nurse. In the arena, the chief judge proclaimed, the contestant Sun Wukong, despite his diminutive stature, possesses astonishing strength that has compelled Kirin to concede defeat. The audience witnessed the formidable trio of Sun Wukong, Klin, and Sun Weiqiang, all clad in identical Turtle School martial arts uniforms. These three individuals not only advanced into the top 8 of the tournament, but also secured a place among the final 4. So, where did they emerge from? Before the semifinals commence, let us conduct a brief interview with these three. What on earth is this nonsensical host doing? Bulma exclaimed anxiously from the audience. If the moon rises and Wukong sees it, he will transform into a gigantic gorilla, and the martial arts competition will descend into chaos. Puyala said with trepidation. Wulong added, we can only pray that the moon does not rise too soon. Sun Weiqiang and Klin stepped onto the stage, aligning themselves alongside the still-present Sun Wukong. Klin glanced at Wukong's tail and remarked, Wukong, I never knew you had a tail. Young Wukong nodded, yes. It was once pulled off, but it just grew back suddenly. Klin continued, you don't know. When Wukong has a tail and sees the moon, he transforms into a great ape. Sun Weiqiang observed the two, contemplating. The chief referee, microphone in hand, addressed the trio, congratulations to the 3 contestants for defeating formidable foes and advancing to the semifinals. It is truly remarkable to see such strength at your young age. He added, I have heard that both Klin and Sun Weiqiang are 13 years old this year. May I ask, Sun Wukong, how old are you? Having parted ways with Bulma and the others outside Pilaf's castle over 9 months ago, Sun Weiqiang was aware of the birthday of the soul inhabiting this body. He too had turned 13. The chief referee presented the microphone to Sun Wukong, who pointed and inquired, what is this? Is it something for me to eat? Laughter erupted from Sun Weiqiang. Is there such a scene in the Dragon Ball world? Klin corrected him, you fool. That is a microphone. Young Wukong responded, wheat? Klin, exasperated, clarified, microphone. It amplifies sound. The audience burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Does he really not know? Or is he just pretending? Who knows? But regardless, it's exceedingly funny. They exclaimed, so adorable. I just want to give him a kiss, pinch his chubby cheeks, and rub his round little belly. He's utterly delightful. In Chapter 60, Weiqiang and Bulma had become intimate. The chief referee turned the microphone toward himself, stating, it seems the joke you shared, Sun Wukong, is quite popular with the audience. He then presented the microphone to Sun Wukong once more. Klin, hands on his hips, implored Wukong, please don't embarrass me any further. Just answer the questions properly. What questions? Young Wukong asked, bewildered. Sun Wukong refrained from voicing his thoughts. I can hardly bear to laugh, my family. In the next moment, little Wukong experienced an epiphany. Ah? My age. His chubby little hands rose, and he began to count. 1, 2, 3, 30, 11, 12. I see now. I am 12 years old. Clint interjected. But you previously claimed to be 14? Ha ha. Little Wukong chuckled heartily, resting his hands behind his head, and remarked, did not the old man teach us arithmetic? Clearly, 11 is followed by 12. For the longest time, I mistakenly believed that 11 was succeeded by 14. Though little Wukong asserted this, Sun Wukong contemplated that he might indeed be 12, or perhaps even 13. Kakarot, sent from planet Vegeta to Earth, left the inhabitants of Earth unaware of little Wukong's exact date of birth. Given the current technological limitations of this parallel Earth society, without knowledge of an individual's birth date, even the most advanced methods of assessment could only yield a rough estimate of one's true age, without pinpointing the exact month or day of birth. Thus, it was entirely possible that little Wukong was 12, or perhaps had already turned 13. Bulma, with her arms crossed and a furrowed brow, remarked, 12 years old? No wonder he appears so childlike. He, like Weiqiang, has yet to grow hair. What a foolish child. Oolong, lifting his pig's head, pondered aloud, such a wealth of information. Just like Weiqiang, no hair? What could Bulma mean? Lowering his gaze, Oolong glanced beneath himself and thought, wait a moment. How does she know that Weiqiang and Wukong lack hair? Let's see. Outside Pilaf's castle, after Wukong transformed into a gorilla and had his tail severed, he reverted to his original form, revealing his smooth skin. There was indeed no hair to be seen. But what about Weiqiang? Since their last encounter over 9 months ago, until the commencement of this tournament, Bulma had not been with Weiqiang. This implied that prior to meeting me, Bulma must have experienced something with Weiqiang. Hence, she knew he was hairless. What could have transpired between Bulma and Weiqiang that would lead her to this knowledge? It must have involved undressing. For only then could she discern such a detail. Clearly, there was something significant between them, truly significant. If Weiqiang had disrobed, what of Bulma? Had she done the same? If so, had they already crossed certain boundaries? In that moment, Oolong transformed into a logical pig. Clint remarked, Wukong, it turns out you are younger than I am. Little Wukong, smiling as he patted Clint's bald head, replied, yet in terms of height, Clint, you are shorter than I. Clint's mood plummeted instantly, his entire countenance falling. Sun Wukong playfully patted Clint's bald head, chuckling, haha, Clint is much shorter than I am. You two fellows. At that moment, Clint, who had become the center of attention, felt far from pleased. He was utterly exasperated. The chief referee then declared, so it turns out, the youngest competitor in this tournament is none other than contestant Sun Wukong. Contestant Sun Wukong, may I inquire whether your tail is genuine? I find it rather perplexing how it suddenly appeared. Most peculiar indeed, remarked Krillin. Moreover, I've never encountered a human with a tail growing from their posterior. With earnest sincerity, young Goku replied, this is indeed my real tail. Allow me to demonstrate. As Sun Wukong pondered the authenticity, Goku promptly lowered his trousers, presenting his small posterior to the audience in the front rows. He then proceeded to wag his tail with deliberate movements. Left, right, left again, much to the spectators' amusement, who erupted in laughter at this unconventional display. How utterly disgraceful! Krillin admonished from the sidelines. Turning to face the audience while still addressing Krillin, Goku inquired with comical innocence, is it truly so terrible? In his distraction, he neglected to adjust his attire, inadvertently revealing his unadorned fledgling bird to the entire assembly before finally securing his garments properly. Surely you're not intentionally performing comedy routines on this platform? The chief referee stood dumbfounded, muttering to himself, what manner of contestant have I interviewed here? Sun Wukong replied, no. At least, I am not. Oolong expressed his view, that little Wukong is strong, but his shameless personality remains unchanged. Exactly. Bulma concurred. Puyalu nodded. The chief referee redirected the conversation, returning to the main topic. You three are wearing the same martial arts uniform. Which dojo did you train at together? He handed the microphone to Sun Wukong, who replied earnestly, no, our master who taught us is Master Wu Tian. What did you say? Master Wu Tian? The chief referee was astonished, his eyes nearly popping out from behind his sunglasses. Many audience members were equally taken aback. Master Wu Tian? The one who trained these three is actually Master Wu Tian. No wonder they are so formidable. So that's it. Truly, as disciples of Master Wu Tian, it's no surprise they all made it to the top 4. Remarkable. Are you saying that your instructor is the one referred to as the god of martial arts, Master Wutian? The chief referee sought confirmation. Clin responded, yes. The master originally did not wish to take on disciples, but he made an exception for us. The chief referee exclaimed. So these three are indeed youths who have trained under Master Wutian's guidance. No wonder they are extraordinarily strong. Who would have thought Master Wutian is still alive like an ancient spirit? With that, the interview concluded. The chief referee announced the first semi-final match, Clin versus Jackie Chan. Chapter 61. Am I capable? Do you dare to try? Jackie Chan returned to the venue of the World Martial Arts Championship, walking towards the public arena. Lepin approached Jackie, arms crossed, commenting, it would be quite embarrassing to lose to your disciple. After careful observation, he concluded that Jackie Chan resembled the turtle hermit. Jackie paused, turning to him. I told you, I am not Master Wutian. You really do not understand. No amount of pretense would help. He was already quite clear. Lepin smiled confidently. Just in time, Jackie thought, as he took a few steps forward to the entrance of the venue, glancing at the audience seated before the arena. He turned back to Lepin, saying, just take a look over there. Isn't that Master Wutian? Hearing this, Lepin stepped forward to verify the claim. After the interview concluded, Sun Weiqiang and little Wukong, who were preparing to watch the match, turned to look in the direction Jackie indicated. I'm ready to play my part in your performance, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. How could this be? It really is Master Wutian. Lepin was stunned. Having spotted Master Wutian among the audience, he remarked to Jackie, so, you really are not Master Wutian. I never claimed to be Master Wutian, Jackie replied coolly. He had just tasked Namu with impersonating him to attend the front row of the audience. As Jackie and Lepin conversed, little Wukong exclaimed, wow, it really is the old grandpa. Yes, it's the master. It turned out Jackie Chan was indeed not the old man. Sun Weiqiang was deeply immersed in the act. Master, I'm putting in so much effort to support your performance. How will you thank me? Shouldn't you send me a few editions of rare, full-frontal photo magazines? Sun Weiqiang mused. Indeed, I previously caught a whiff of the old grandpa scent on Jackie. I must have confused him, little Wukong reiterated. Meanwhile, on stage, the chief referee noticed Jackie had yet to join and turned to Clin. Clin, how do you feel about your opponent, Jackie Chan? He bent down, placing the microphone before Clin's mouth. Clin replied, I see him as a formidable adversary. The chief referee remarked, but you are a top disciple of Master Wutian. You shouldn't be afraid of him, right? The microphone exchanged hands between the two. Clin stated, yes, that is true, and besides, he is an elder. As Jackie stepped onto the stage, the chief referee promptly announced, Jackie Chan has entered the arena. Let the match begin. Jackie approached the chief referee, saying, wait, why wasn't he I interviewed? The chief referee acknowledged, you have a point. Hand it over. Jackie snatched the microphone from his hand and, facing the audience, began an extravagant self-introduction. Hi, I'm Jackie Chan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Jackie held the microphone and began to dance. What a lovely girl. Hee. Hey. Look over here. Look over here. Although you have a big chest, you don't have a little chicken. No little chicken. Jackie entertained himself, dancing on stage. Master, this is what they call social prowess. Also, I can only say your lyrics have some flair, Sun Weiqiang thought, utterly baffled. Does such a thing exist in the Dragon Ball world? I don't recall it. Almost everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment. To Sun Weiqiang's surprise, little Wukong joined in, dancing alongside his master. Jackie sang and danced. Lovely girl, come over, hop in my car, sit on my lap. Wrap your arms around my neck and kiss my lips. Kiss my lips. Oh, kiss my lips. The ride is starting. Beep, beep, beep. Your hands can touch. But don't touch recklessly. For the sake of safety, rely on you, me, and him. Oh, I said don't touch recklessly. Don't touch recklessly. Listen up. Next time remember, don't mistake good words for nonsense. Or beware of me spanking your bottom. Your bottom. I tend to be a bit reckless. And your bottom might turn red. Little Wukong danced joyfully, remarkably keeping up with Jackie's rhythm and movements. How could Wukong be so proficient? Sun Weiqiang wondered. Lepin responded. If you don't know, then I certainly don't. After all, it's been over 9 months since he last gathered with Wukong outside Pilaf's castle. Finally, the two concluded their singing and dancing. Here you go. Jackie returned the microphone to the chief referee. Little Wukong exited the stage, but the atmosphere grew eerily silent. It wasn't until the chief referee regained his composure that he announced loudly, the first semi-final match begins. Ding. The audience erupted into cheers once more. On stage, Jackie and Clin faced each other from a few meters apart. Clin stared intently at his opponent, charging forward to attack. With swift punches, Jackie effortlessly dodged. Clin unleashed a series of kicks, but none landed on Jackie. He came perilously close, yet failed to make contact. Clin threw another punch, and Jackie blocked with his left hand, the force of their strikes clashing. Jackie remarked, "To be able to force me to act, quite impressive." Clin silently thought, "This old man is indeed no simple foe." As their momentary confrontation concluded, they each retreated. Jackie assumed a stance and launched a rapid strike. Clin was hit squarely, sent flying backwards to the ground. In the audience, Bulma concluded that old man is definitely no ordinary person. Puya Lu agreed. Of course, anyone who makes it to the top 4 of the World Martial Arts Championship cannot be ordinary. The Yulong pigs, I looked disdainfully at the two individuals. His words yet to escape his lips. What an impressive old man. He swiftly defeated Master Wu Tian's disciple. Indeed, this old fellow may seem somewhat unorthodox, yet his martial prowess is undeniably formidable. The audience engaged in fervent discussions. Within mere seconds, Krillin sat up from the arena, muttering to himself, "I couldn't discern his punching technique at all. Such astonishing speed." Little Wukong, perched on the wall, reminded him, "Krillin, why are you dawdling? Pay close attention. I could perceive his punches, and you've trained as well." Krillin rose, casting a skeptical glance at Wukong. "Really?" Little Wukong clenched his fist, absolutely visible. Wukong's assertion held merit. By the wall, Sun Wukong remarked. No sooner had he spoken than Lan Fong approached him, their proximity palpable. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Lan Fong." With a charming smile that could captivate, she bent slightly, raising her right hand. Upon her return, she had already made a decision. It was clear that a man like Sun Wukong would not be overly abundant. Since fate had brought them together, how could she not explore the possibility? Though he may be young, there are advantages in youth. If it suits, why not? The alluring valley between her two pristine curves captured Sun Wukong's attention. What intentions does this woman harbor? His focus initially drawn to Lan Fong's impressive allure, Sun Wukong remained steadfast and did not succumb easily. He met her gaze. Close enough to engage. Sun Wukong. He too introduced himself, their right hands clasped together. Regardless of her intentions, what was there to fear? As long as he exercised caution, he would be fine. Excellent. Sun Wukong did not resist her, which brought a flicker of joy to Lan Fong. She had successfully taken her first step, nay, her second. "What do you wish to do?" Sun Wukong inquired directly. Their hands remained intertwined, the captivating allure still within Sun Wukong's view. "Is it not permissible to get acquainted?" Lan Fong winked, leaning in closer, whispering into Sun Wukong's left ear, a gentle breath escaping her lips. "Woman, you are playing with fire," Sun Wukong murmured. Their clasped hands loosened. Lan Fong, bending slightly, once again locked eyes with Sun Wukong from her elevated position, smiling as she leaned in closer. Whispering once more into his left ear, "Are you capable?" Sun Wukong slightly tilted his head, and Lan Fong nearly brushed her lips against his left cheek. With a smirk, Sun Wukong cast a sidelong glance at Lan Fong, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. "Am I capable? Would you dare to find out? Do you dare?" Chapter 62. The matters between Weiqiang and Lan Fong on the bed? What is there to fear? Lan Fong assumed that Weiqiang was jesting with her. After all, at such a young age, how could it be possible? Yet, she overlooked a crucial fact. While the majority of ordinary individuals may be incapable, Sun Weiqiang was far from ordinary. Sun Weiqiang, the Dragon King, grinned wryly and said, "Come, follow me." After uttering these words, he strode towards the guild hall. He took a few steps before considering glancing back, but upon hearing the footsteps of Lan Fong approaching, he decided against it. Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, "Dare to follow? Very well, soon you shall witness my prowess." "Humph, do you think you can intimidate me, little brother? You are still quite inexperienced. I am eager to see how you will handle the situation. You may put on a convincing faade, but I shall not be easily frightened." Lan Fong, brimming with confidence, felt assured of her advantage. She was certain that Sun Weiqiang was incapable of succeeding. "Where are you taking me?" Lan Fong inquired with curiosity. Sun Weiqiang informed her of the hotel. He paused, not turning his head, and asked, "What? Are you afraid? Dare you not go?" "Who said I am afraid? Why would I not dare to go? Lead the way," Lan Fong asserted defiantly. In her heart, she thought, "Have I revealed my weakness? No means no. Do you think you can intimidate me? Not a chance." She hoped he could maintain this bravado. Sun Weiqiang, with a relaxed tone, raised his right hand and extended his index finger, saying, "Let me clarify one thing. Once we arrive at the hotel, if you wish to change your mind, it will be in vain. Do you understand? I, son, am not someone you can manipulate at will. Moreover, even if you decide to retract your choice now, it is too late. Comprehend? Humph. Still attempting to frighten me? I won't be deceived. Lan Fang firmly believed this. Thus, she crossed her arms defiantly and asserted, "Lead the way. Enough of the nonsense. Let us see what else you have up your sleeve. Surely, this cannot be your only tactic, little brother." Her heart brimmed with the visible joy of impending victory. Sun Weiqiang led her out through a small door from the grand hall of the esteemed World Martial Arts Conference. As they exited the expansive venue, they encountered several hotels in the vicinity, which Sun Weiqiang had noticed upon his arrival the previous night. Following closely behind him, Lan Fang found herself intrigued. It seemed her younger companion was at a loss, yet he stubbornly refused to admit his inadequacy. What harm would there be in acknowledging it? She would not hold it against him. Such feelings were entirely normal at his age. The name he had chosen was rather amusing. Sun Weiqiang guided Lan Fang into one of the hotels, requesting the finest room available. It was Lan Fang who paid for the accommodation, not because Sun Weiqiang was unwilling, but rather because he was entirely devoid of funds. Sister will pay, she thought, but I am curious to see what tricks you will employ. With a sense of curiosity burgeoning within her, she paid without hesitation. This sum was trivial to her. You'd better not cry later, Sun Weiqiang nearly uttered, suppressing the words. The two entered the elevator, its doors closing behind them, ascending to their designated floor. Aren't you the least bit nervous? Sun Weiqiang inquired, feigning nonchalance. Nervous? Why would I be? Lan Fang replied with a smile, adding, rather, what are your plans for the conclusion? Oh, how will it conclude? Sun Weiqiang shrugged, speaking casually. Is that so? And what might that entail? Lan Fang raised her eyebrows playfully, giving a flirtatious blink. As the elevator doors opened, he replied with a subtle smile. You will soon find out. Is that so? I am quite looking forward to it, she responded. They stepped out of the elevator together. Soon find out? Still pretending. Are we? Humph. You will soon run out of tricks, little brother. Lan Fang's mind raced with excitement. Upon reaching the newly opened room, they entered. And with a firm click, the door closed behind them, and she casually locked it. Sun Weiqiang took action. Now, I wonder how you will continue to pretend. Just as Lan Fang scrutinized Sun Weiqiang's face, pondering his next move, he abruptly tossed her onto a bed. Lan Fang was taken aback by such suddenness. Her mind in a daze. Undress. Sun Weiqiang commanded Lan Fang with a terse expression. In a swift motion, his martial arts attire lay discarded on the floor. Is this for real? Lan Fang's thoughts froze. Sun Weiqiang smiled and inquired, what? Do you wish for my assistance in undressing? Lan Fang, her lips trembling with anxiety, struggled to articulate her response. If it were merely a matter of removing her deep blue vest and trousers, she would not be troubled, even in a public setting. After all, it would only reveal a hint of her figure. However, it was abundantly clear that Sun Weiqiang sought more than just the removal of her outer garments. His intentions were all too obvious. Sun Weiqiang affirmed, of course, what do you think? As the saying goes, good girls should not be taken for granted, while bad girls should not be wasted. With his limited understanding of Lan Fang, it was clear she was not a good girl. Whether she could be classified as a bad girl remained uncertain, yet she certainly leaned towards that category. Can I refuse? Lan Fang murmured softly. She harbored certain feelings for Sun Weiqiang, yet she had no intention of surrendering herself at this moment. Moreover, would he truly cherish her body if he were to possess it so easily? Would he take responsibility for her in the future? Did he even understand? Sun Weiqiang flashed a wicked smile and reminded her, have you forgotten what I said before coming here? You should hurry and undress, or shall I do it for you? It's not that I wish to rush you. I have another match to return to, and my time is rather limited. Lan Fang gazed at Sun Weiqiang, acutely aware that resistance was futile unless she seized an opportune moment to strike decisively, potentially allowing her an escape. Yet, would such an act jeopardize any future between them? Conversely, to comply so readily felt utterly disheartening. As Lan Fang's thoughts swirled chaotically, she found herself at a crossroads. Sun Weiqiang urged once more, hurry up, or I shall truly take action. Lan Fang exhaled deeply. Never mind, let us just give in to him, she resolved, thinking that whatever happens in the future could be addressed later. Thus, Lan Fang made her decision. Chapter 63, Lan Fang pondered, is this a blessing or a curse? After the incident, Sun Weiqiang was taken aback, for there was a trace of blood on the bed. He gazed at Lan Fang and asked, are you still a virgin? Lan Fang's face flushed as she nodded, then shook her head, saying, not anymore. She quickly gathered her thoughts, furrowing her brows and inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" "It's nothing," Sun Weiqiang replied, rubbing his brow. "Damn. To think that Lan Fang was a virgin until now is utterly unexpected. How could a woman like her still be untouched?" It wasn't that Sun Weiqiang had an aversion to virgins, rather. He had assumed his affair with Lan Fang was merely a fleeting encounter. Now that he realized she was still a virgin, it appeared that Lan Fang was not the bad girl he had imagined. This complicated matters. Initially, he had thought to leave without a second thought, but now, doing so seemed rather inappropriate. "Really?" Lan Fang asked, half in disbelief. Sun Weiqiang nodded, unable to candidly express his prior assumption that she had already amassed considerable experience. It was no wonder she seemed so unfamiliar with foreplay, requiring his guidance for everything. "By the way, how old are you?" he inquired. 16. Lan Fang replied with a radiant smile, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Following their light exchange, her sense of intimacy with Sun Weiqiang had progressed remarkably. "You're only 16? You're not deceiving me, are you? At 16, you've developed so impressively?" Sun Weiqiang exclaimed, observing that her physique rivaled even that of a mature woman, perhaps even possessing a more alluring quality. "What purpose would I have to lie?" "You are already my little man," Lan Fang shyly declared. Her demeanor was captivating, compelling Sun Weiqiang to gaze at her several times. With a flirtatious glance, they exchanged looks, each captivated by the other. When her little man complimented her impressive development, it was akin to praising her figure. A wave of happiness washed over Lan Fang, though she could not quite comprehend why. Despite her awareness of her alluring physique, hearing such words from her little man felt entirely different. Could it be that I am falling in love? Surely not. I must return for the competition, Sun Weiqiang said reluctantly as he extricated himself from Lan Fang's embrace, leaping off the bed to don his martial arts uniform. So soon? Lan Fang sat up, pouting slightly, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Sun Weiqiang had long noticed the changes in Lan Fang. He replied, "Hurry up. If we take too long, I might miss the match. And they won't be able to find me, resulting in a loss." With that, he turned and left. "Humph. Heartless little man," Lan Fang muttered, though her irritation was not truly directed at Sun Weiqiang. Lan Fang. Now she had entangled herself in this situation. Losing her innocence at the tender age of 16 seemed rather premature. She recalled how she had actively courted Sun Weiqiang outside the venue of the World Martial Arts Championship, which had led to this outcome. But I truly did not anticipate his prowess. Aside from his size, he was remarkably vigorous. Reflecting on their recent encounter, she mused that her little man was indeed formidable, exhibiting the same fierce strength as in the competition. Was this a blessing or a curse? Lan Fang pondered softly. Outside the venue of the World Martial Arts Championship, as Sun Weiqiang and Lan Fang departed together, little Weiqiang's attention was focused on Clin, while only Lepin noticed the pair by the wall. Where might Weiqiang and Lan Fang be heading? Lepin contemplated briefly before his gaze returned to the arena. At that moment, Clin was knocked down for the second time by Jackie Chan, his face pressed against the mat. With Clin down, the countdown began. 1, 2, 3. The voice of the chief referee echoed throughout the arena. He could not rise. Wulong remarked. Bulma was skeptical as well. It seems Clin is going to lose. Puyalu agreed. It appears so. Will the disciple of Master Weiqiang really be defeated by this old man? Who is he? So formidable. Indeed, he was impressive. This was the second time Clin had been floored without a single effective counterattack. This old man was no ordinary adversary. Yes, indeed. Some spectators shared Bulma's doubt about Clin. Is this how Clin is going to lose? Lepin murmured. Get up, Clin. If you don't stand up now, you will lose. Hurry. Little Wukong exclaimed as he jumped down from the wall and rushed to the edge of the arena, shouting at the fallen Clin. Yes, that's right. Get up quickly. Little Wukong noticed Clin's finger twitching. Could he rise? Jackie Chan stood back, speaking to himself. The chief referee continued the countdown. 7, 8, 9. In the final second, Clin finally stood up. He has risen. Clin has stood up, the chief referee announced. It hurts. Clin groaned, clutching the back of his head. Little Wukong cheered, overjoyed. To withstand such an assault and still rise was a testament to the efficacy of his training. Jackie Chan thought to himself. The chief referee brought the microphone to Jackie's lips. What occurred just now? The audience couldn't see clearly. Could you explain it to us? What? Truly, it is beyond my control. I shall demonstrate in slow motion. Please pay close attention, Jackie Chan replied. The chief referee expressed gratitude. All right, thank you. Jackie Chan began his demonstration. First, this is how I attacked Clin. He mimicked his previous attack in slow motion, and Clint cooperatively mimicked his approach. Jackie Chan continued. I kicked towards him. Clint responded. I dodged his kick and swung a punch at his face. Jackie Chan exclaimed, "Pooh, pooh, pooh." Clint continued to explain. He spat at me, and finding it too filthy, I stepped back. Jackie Chan interjected. Seizing this opportunity, I extended my left hand to deliver a punch to Clint. Clint added, "Pooh, pooh, pooh." Jackie Chan elaborated. This fellow spat back at me, forcing me to retreat. Thus I decided to alter my battle plan. As he reached the conclusion, Jackie Chan stroked his beard, displaying a contemplative demeanor. Clint mirrored this expression of thoughtfulness. I too reconfigured my strategy, and approximately 0.2 seconds passed during this exchange. Sun Weiqiang, you really put on a good show, Clint. Jackie Chan remarked. In that fleeting moment, I swiftly made my decision. He assumed a stance and said to Clint, let us play rock, paper, scissors. What? All right, let us do it. Clint explained. At that moment, I could not help but admit, this was my greatest failure. Both Clint and Jackie Chan shouted simultaneously, scissors, stone, cloth. Clint chose cloth. While Jackie Chan revealed scissors, Jackie Chan said, look over there. Clint clarified. At that moment, I followed his instructions and looked over there. I truly felt like a fool. Jackie Chan chuckled heartily. Fool. There's a flaw, isn't there? Then I quickly leapt up. Jackie Chan turned to the chief referee. Hey, why aren't you lifting me up yet? The chief referee complied, lifting Jackie Chan with great effort. I leapt in a similar manner, aiming to kick him. Jackie Chan turned to the referee supporting him. My apologies, please maintain the same height and slowly move this way. After carrying Jackie Chan for a while, the chief referee said, remember, you landed here, right? As he descended from the ring, with his legs half squatted and arms spread wide. Jackie Chan nodded. This is how I settled down. Hey, you come help me on this side. Clint shouted to the chief referee. Maintaining a stance resembling that of a golden rooster standing on one leg, still demonstrating the position of being kicked by Jackie Chan. The chief referee hurried over to assist. I was kicked in the back of my head by Jackie Chan, and I flew out. Clint recounted the situation at that moment. The chief referee held him up. Maintaining a particular pose. Is this correct? Clint nodded affirmatively. Yes, yes, you should move forward. The chief referee walked a short distance. Clint, I flew here. Spinning around completely. Spinning around, you say? The chief referee remarked as he attempted to lift Clint upside down but faltered, fortunately catching one of his legs. Otherwise, Clint would have crashed headfirst onto the ring. You must be cautious. Clint, feeling slightly alarmed, flailed both arms. My apologies. The chief referee spun Clint around before setting him down on the ring. Once both feet touched the ground, I struggled to maintain my landing posture. But the damage was too severe, and I collapsed. Clint pointed out the surface of the ring. The chief referee, holding a microphone, expressed his astonishment. Did such a complicated process occur in that instant? Jackie Chan and Clint stood together, nodding. Remarkable. I must admit, I have never seen such swift athletes before. The chief referee continued. I apologize for interrupting your match. Now, please continue, both contestants. The audience erupted in passionate cheers. Incredible! So much transpired in such a short span. Jackie Chan and Clint are indeed extraordinary masters among masters. Amazing. Incredible. Aside from exclaiming wow, I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 64, the second semifinal, Weiqiang vs. Weiqiang. When Sun Wukong returned to the venue of the World Martial Arts Championship from the hotel, the chief referee's voice rang out. The first semifinal has concluded, with Jackie Chan emerging victorious. Now, for the second semifinal, we invite contestants Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong to the stage. Perfect timing. I'm glad I didn't linger too long at Lanfang's place. Sun Weiqiang made his way toward the ring. Shortly after, he stood on the stage alongside little Wukong, facing each other a few meters apart. Wukong, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Sun Weiqiang gazed intently at little Wukong, expressing his true feelings. I feel the same way. Little Wukong eagerly anticipated battling Sun Weiqiang, fully aware of his strength, yet uncertain if he could prevail against him. The chief referee announced loudly, the second semifinal begins. Ding. The audience turned their attention to the ring, their enthusiasm soaring. As disciples of the martial arts master Weiqiang, who is stronger, Sun Weiqiang or Sun Wukong? This clash is certainly a spectacle. Go. Sun Wukong. Defeat Sun Weiqiang. Defeat Sun Weiqiang. Bring down Sun Wukong. Bring down Sun Wukong. Sun Weiqiang. I believe you can do it. You certainly can. Both sides garnered considerable support from the audience. Bulma cheered loudly, "Go! Wukong! Weiqiang! You too! Yulong! Huialu! Who is stronger, Wukong or Weiqiang? I too wish to know." Lepin observed from the wall outside the venue. Jackie Chan stood beside him, pondering who might be stronger, Wukong or Weiqiang. He felt Wukong had the upper hand, but acknowledged that Weiqiang also had a chance of victory. Kulin, still unconscious from Jackie Chan's earlier match, was absent from the audience. "Let us fight." Sun Weiqiang sprinted towards little Wukong, throwing a punch. Bang! Little Wukong met the punch head-on, and the two collided. Sun Weiqiang unleashed a strike with his other hand. Little Wukong retaliated with a punch from his remaining hand. Bang! The two fists clashed with formidable force. In an instant, little Wukong gathered his strength and launched himself, executing a powerful dual kick. Sun Weiqiang leaned backward, supporting his body with his legs, and saw little Wukong leaping above him. A perfect opportunity. Sun Weiqiang positioned himself on all fours, launching his legs with force. Bang! He struck, sending little Wukong soaring even higher into the sky. As his feet returned to the ground, Sun Weiqiang propelled himself with all his might, causing the arena to fracture beneath him, and ascended triumphantly. Little Wukong's body continued its ascent from the impact, but Sun Weiqiang, having gained momentum, caught up with him. "Wukong, unleash your full potential. For any lapse on your part will result in my merciless assault," he declared swiftly. With both hands clasped together, he delivered a powerful blow to little Wukong's abdomen. Bang! Little Wukong plummeted towards the arena. What a surprise! From the very onset of battle, contestant Sun Wukong was sent soaring by contestant Sun Weiqiang. "And now he is being struck down from the sky," exclaimed the chief judge, visibly exhilarated. "Ouch!" cried little Wukong as he rapidly descended. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, one hand clutching his stomach and the other his back. However, he swiftly regained his composure, landing firmly on his feet. "Now, it's my turn to strike," little Wukong declared, gazing at Weiqiang as he descended from the heavens. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself upward towards the sky. Sun Weiqiang possessed superior methods to counter the assaults of little Wukong, yet he was reluctant to reveal them at this moment. He sought to ascertain the disparity between his physical prowess and that of little Wukong, without relying on his energy. In no time, little Wukong dashed before Sun Weiqiang, unleashing a powerful strike with his right fist. Sun Weiqiang managed to catch it, albeit not entirely. As it fell from the air, without harnessing the power of qi, he was unable to exert his own strength. Consequently, he could not withstand the force of little Wukong's gravity-infused punch, ultimately receiving the blow to his side. Bang! Oh! That hurt so much. Sun Weiqiang felt as though his body was on the verge of disintegration. He yearned to regain his composure, to adjust his stance, and to descend onto the arena with the same steadiness as the recently airborne Sun Wukong. The contestant Sun Wukong soared into the sky, delivering a powerful strike to Sun Weiqiang. Now, it was Sun Weiqiang's turn to plummet from the heavens. Would he be able to land as gracefully as Sun Wukong had moments before? The chief referee narrated the unfolding contest with fervor, and indeed, he accomplished it. Sun Weiqiang managed to land successfully. Sun Wukong also descended onto the stage. What fierce battle would ensue between the two competitors? Stay tuned for the excitement ahead. Chapter 65, Kamehameha versus Kamehameha. On the arena, as Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong locked eyes for a brief moment, they simultaneously launched their assaults on one another. Bang! 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 Their fists and feet collided, executing a series of fluid and powerful strikes. It was a confrontation brimming with raw strength and explosive speed, each blow landing with palpable force. In this fleeting exchange, Sun Weiqiang and little Wukong found their palms pressed against each other, locked in a fierce struggle. Sun Weiqiang gritted his teeth, internally urging himself to exert every ounce of strength against little Wukong. "Yeah," little Wukong shouted in response. The chief referee passionately remarked, "The competitors, Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong, are engaged in a contest of strength. Their bodies tremble with exertion. Who do you believe possesses greater power?" Wukong's strength appears more formidable. Jackie Chan observed the duel of might unfolding in the arena, believing that the smaller figure exuded greater force. Lepin, unable to discern the truth, felt an insatiable curiosity. Outside the venue, beneath the wall opposite Jackie Chan and Lepin, Lan Fong returned to witness the scene on the stage. With her hands cupped around her mouth, she fervently exclaimed, "Weiqiang, go for it! Weiqiang, go for it!" Instantly, both Jackie Chan and Lepin were drawn to her fervent encouragement. What is happening? Lan Fong is cheering for Weiqiang? Lepin pondered further. What did Lan Fong and Weiqiang go off to do? What transpired? Why is she now cheering for him? How peculiar. In that moment, Lepin found himself in a quandary. Who is she? In the audience, Bulma was equally captivated by Lan Fang's presence. Oolong, his eyes gleaming with interest, remarked, I have no idea. What a delightful girl. Poor scoffed, perverted pig. I'm asking who she is, not whether she's cute. Bulma retaliated with a punch to Oolong's piggy head. Bang. How infuriating. I already said I don't know. Oolong protested, unwilling to accept the blow. Bulma retorted fiercely, I aimed that punch squarely at you. Sun Weiqiang, of course, heard Lan Fang's cheers for him, but his mind was entirely focused on the little Wukong, leaving no room for other thoughts. Suddenly, with a powerful shout from the little Wukong, Sun Weiqiang was hurled away. After performing several somersaults, he landed back on the stage, gasping for breath, his chest rising and falling erratically. Indeed, his strength was inferior to that of the little Wukong. Without utilizing his energy, as time progressed, it was likely he would face defeat. The chief referee announced, the result is clear. Contestant Sun Wukong possesses greater strength than contestant Sun Weiqiang. What remarkable performances will they deliver next? Like everyone else, I eagerly await the outcome. Weiqiang, go for it. You can definitely win. Lan Fang waved her hand, loudly encouraging her little man. Sun Weiqiang cast a glance at Lan Fang, pondering how to approach this woman. He had yet to reach a conclusion. Initially, he had taken her to the hotel simply because she had asked, can you handle it? Otherwise, the events that transpired in the bedroom would not have occurred. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lan Fang was a virgin before their encounter. This revelation caused him to reconsider his initial intention of a casual liaison, leading to a sense of hesitation. For now, he decided to set aside these thoughts and focus on completing the current endeavor before contemplating further. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Sun Weiqiang focused his attention on little Wukong. He proclaimed, Wukong, it is true that my strength pales in comparison to yours. However, I am confident that my Kamehameha will surpass yours. Having fought until now, Sun Weiqiang recognized the disparity between himself and little Wukong. Continuing with mere hand-to-hand combat would render him incapable of securing victory in this match, only depleting his energy further. His aspirations extended beyond merely overcoming little Wukong. He desired to ultimately triumph over his master, Master Roshi. Therefore, he resolved to unleash his true power. Harnessing the energy of Ki would reveal his strongest self. Let us see how this unfolds. Little Wukong responded earnestly. The two assumed the stances for the Kamehameha, primed to unleash their waves. Kamehameha. Kamehameha. Brilliant blue energy coalesced in the hands of Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong. Ha! The two launched their attacks. Boom. The two streams of blue energy collided, creating a standoff between them, forming a swirling energy sphere. Sun Weiqiang exerted himself once more, and the azure energy on his side surged forward with overwhelming force. Bang! Little Wukong fell to the arena floor. Sun Weiqiang stood still, retracting his stance, gazing at the fallen little Wukong, and proclaimed, Wukong, I have told you. My Kamehameha is undoubtedly superior to yours. The countless nights of training and exploration were not in vain. Lan Fang was astonished. This was her little man. Her little man was this formidable. It was beyond belief, utterly terrifying. Lu Ping was equally shocked. Krillin, who had awakened and joined Lu Ping to observe the match, was taken aback as well. What an awe-inspiring display of energy. The two trembled in fear. Even Jackie Chan felt a wave of astonishment, his heart swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Wukong's powerful Kamehameha was defeated by Weiqiang. If I were to engage Weiqiang in a Kamehameha duel without entering a muscle explosion state, I would have no chance of victory. How could this be? How could Weiqiang's Kamehameha be so potent? Could it be that he has truly discovered something remarkable? Surely not. Jackie recalled Weiqiang's relentless training by the riverside night after night. Thus, the outcome of their match remained uncertain. Although Sun Weiqiang triumphed over Xiao Wukong in their match, the latter swiftly regained his footing as if nothing had happened. The chief referee, astonished, remarked, incredible. The legendary Kamehameha, a technique said to be mastered only by Master Wu Tian, has been executed by his disciple, Sun Weiqiang, as well as by the competitor, Sun Wukong. Truly remarkable. Such formidable power. Can everyone feel it? Although the formidable Sun Wukong's Kamehameha was bested by Sun Weiqiang's own, he appeared utterly unfazed, which was truly astonishing. Wukong, keep pushing forward. Weiqiang, give it your all. Bulma placed her hands on either side of her mouth, cheering for both competitors. Unlike at the onset of this contest, Puyalu and Oolong, seated beside her, joined in the fervor, simultaneously rallying for Weiqiang and Wukong. Stand tall, Wukong. Excellent. I knew you wouldn't concede so easily. Weiqiang, persevere. You can claim victory. Charge forth. The other spectators fervently waved flags and shouted in support. Well done. I have faith in you, Sun Weiqiang. Deliver another strike. Wukong, fear not. Just go for it. Unleash another Kamehameha against Weiqiang this time. Trust me, you shall not falter. Sun Wukong, go. 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 Sun Weiqiang, go. 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 The atmosphere ignited with enthusiasm as the audience, brimming with excitement, waved their arms and shouted in a cacophony of cheers. This exhilarating and breathless clash has seen both sides exchanging blows, with neither gaining a definitive upper hand thus far. Let us witness what further confrontations will unfold between competitors Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong. The chief judge, brimming with exuberance, narrated the unfolding drama of the match within the arena. Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong gazed intently at one another. How formidable! What strategy would Weiqiang employ next? Little Wukong brimmed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He assumed a stance, ready to engage in battle alongside Weiqiang at any moment. Wukong, I shall triumph over you in a fair and honorable manner. With this thought, in the next instant, Sun Weiqiang executed a breathtaking maneuver. He realized he could have chosen to subtly inform little Wukong of his intentions without any action, for an unexpected strike would be far more effective. However, that was not Sun Weiqiang's desire. He yearned for a direct and honorable victory over little Wukong. No cunning tactics, no unexpected moves. Chapter 66. Sun Weiqiang defeats little Wukong? When Sun Weiqiang made that decisive move, the entire audience gasped in awe. Every single spectator was left astounded. Contestant Sun Weiqiang soared into the air. He truly ascended. The chief judge, taken aback, stumbled over his words, his eyes behind the sunglasses wide with astonishment, as if witnessing something utterly extraordinary. The flight he spoke of was not merely a dash into the sky, but a genuine act of soaring. Sun Weiqiang lifted himself off the ground, hovering in midair. Wukong, prepare for battle. He soared towards little Wukong. Bewildered, little Wukong thought, wait, Weiqiang can fly. When did he learn to fly? I had no idea. As Sun Weiqiang approached, little Wukong remained lost in thought. Bang! Sun Weiqiang exerted no restraint, delivering a powerful kick that struck little Wukong squarely in the abdomen, propelling him once again into the sky. Sun Weiqiang soared through the air, pursuing with relentless vigor, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks. Bang! 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 He delivered a series of rapid kicks to little Wukong. Ah! 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 Little Wukong cried out in agony, propelled higher and higher by each powerful strike from Sun Weiqiang, ascending into the heavens with increasing momentum. Sun Weiqiang gazed up at the airborne little Wukong, who hovered in the air with his right hand raised, fingers splayed wide, channeling a surge of azure energy aimed directly at him. With a resounding boom, the energy struck true. A piercing cry echoed from little Wukong, reverberating around the globe as he plummeted downward. Were this a battle for survival? Sun Weiqiang would seize the opportunity without hesitation, determined to vanquish his opponent. However, in the arena, facing little Wukong, he refrained from such mercilessness. He understood that this level of assault would not suffice to ensure little Wukong's defeat in the match. Instead, he intended to allow little Wukong a moment to recover before engaging him in a spirited contest. This was merely a lesson, a reminder to little Wukong that in the throes of battle, one must never lose focus, lest they encounter dire consequences. Meanwhile, the chief referee narrated the unfolding drama. The competitor Sun Wukong has once again been sent soaring by competitor Sun Weiqiang. Can he muster a counterattack? The appearance of the contestant Sun Wukong in agony is palpable. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. It is difficult to discern precisely how many times contestant Sun Weiqiang has struck Sun Wukong with his feet, yet each kick finds its mark. The audience can clearly hear Sun Wukong's cries, which unmistakably convey his profound suffering. The attack from contestant Sun Weiqiang has not ceased. Is this the single-handed Kamehameha? He has struck. Sun Wukong has been hit. Plummeting from the sky, will he lose the match? Wukong! Bulma exclaimed anxiously. How could Weiqiang be so ruthless? Is Wukong all right? I don't know, Oolong replied, fearfully observing Sun Weiqiang suspended in the air, questioning the severity of his attack on his own teammate. Puyalu too was not in a better state. The audience gazed at the rapidly descending Sun Wukong, murmuring among themselves. Is Wukong about to lose? After sustaining so many injuries, can he still fight? I wonder. They speculated. It seems impossible for Wukong to land safely this time. Perhaps Weiqiang is just too formidable. Wukong lacks any strength to retaliate. How could he possibly fly? This is astonishing. Indeed. A flying individual. Never seen such a thing before. Weiqiang's ability to fly has surpassed Jackie Chan's expectations. Prior to this moment, he had no inkling that Weiqiang possessed such a skill. Remarkable. It appears his research on energy has yielded impressive results. Truly extraordinary. Could it be that he has chosen this moment to surprise us? As Weiqiang took to the air, Jackie Chan couldn't help but express his admiration, while simultaneously feeling an increasing sense of pressure. At this juncture, it seemed the odds of Weiqiang winning the match had eclipsed those of Wukong. Jackie Chan thought to himself, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Weiqiang was highly likely to emerge victorious. Consequently, in the final showdown, he would face Weiqiang. Jackie Chan felt uncertain about claiming he could decisively win against this disciple. In just over 8 months of exploring energy techniques, Weiqiang's displayed prowess left Jackie Chan genuinely astonished. Wukong, Liping and Krillin, while concerned for Wukong, were equally intimidated by Weiqiang's strength. When did he learn to fly? How did he become so powerful? Liping inquired of Krillin. I have no idea when he learned to fly. Krillin shook his head and continued, as far as I know, he must have taught himself. Self-taught? Liping was taken aback. Is that even possible? How does one self-teach such a skill? Nearby, Lan Fong was left speechless, captivated by her little man's astonishing abilities. Her eyes fixed upon him. Not only is he immensely powerful, but he can also fly. Where could she find such a remarkable man? No, he is not just my little man. I aspire to be his big woman. Lan Fong understood that between her and Weiqiang, there was merely a fleeting romance. Had she not inadvertently teased him with the question, "Can you do it?" they would not have ended up in a hotel room, engaging in intimacy. They shared no emotional foundation. In fact, prior to his elimination of her from the top 8, she had often wished to see him lose for her amusement. Who would have thought? Their relationship escalated so rapidly. How could she become Weiqiang's big woman? She harbored feelings for him, but he might not feel the same. Gazing at Weiqiang suspended in the air, she pondered her next move. With a thunderous crash, little Wukong landed on the arena, creating a deep crater. The chief judge approached the stage, peering down to find Sun Wukong face down, utterly motionless. Sun Weiqiang descended from the sky, standing beside the cracked tiles of a deep pit. The chief referee counted down with a microphone in hand. Could it be that Sun Wukong was truly on the verge of defeat? Would he be able to rise again? Had Sun Weiqiang triumphed? These were the two foremost concerns of the audience. Wukong, get up quickly! Krillin shouted from atop the left wall of the arena's entrance, his voice resonating loudly. He could not see the situation within the pit, but the countdown from the chief referee indicated that Wukong had fallen and had yet to rise. 4, 5, 6. The countdown continued. Inside the pit, little Wukong remained motionless, showing no signs of awakening. Had he truly won by default? Had little Wukong fainted? Sun Weiqiang pondered silently. Chapter 67. Never admit defeat. Fight until you lose. Hurry up and get up. Wukong, Oolong cried out. Suddenly, Bulma had a brilliant idea and shouted at the top of her lungs. Wukong, it's time to eat. As soon as her words echoed, Sun Weiqiang noticed a slight movement in little Wukong's left ear. Time to eat? Little Wukong pushed himself up and lifted his head. He then quickly leaped out of the pit, looking left and right, exclaiming, Where is the food? Where is it? Where is it? Little Wukong, unable to find the food, dashed around the arena, leaving many spectators utterly astonished. Sun Wukong had risen just in the final second. The match was not over yet, and the audience eagerly awaited this thrilling showdown. The chief referee's astonished voice echoed through the arena. Incredible! Wukong has gotten up. Oolong cheered for Wukong, but then remarked, What a pity! Weiqiang was about to win. His piggy eyes glanced at Bulma. What kind of look is that? Bulma, pleased with her cleverness, noticed Oolong's expression and promptly delivered a punch to his snout. Bang! Oolong rubbed his head and cheekily remarked, You hit me again. I wasn't he wrong? Weiqiang was about to win. If not for your meddling, Wukong would have lost. Puar shook his head. Oolong, you were just cheering for Wukong too. Puar. Oolong glared at him. That was a close one. If Wukong had taken even a second longer, he would have lost to Weiqiang, Krillin exclaimed, leaping down from the wall, relieved for Wukong. Beside him, Yamcha smiled and said, Bulma is truly clever. She came up with a way to wake Wukong. Jackie Chun secretly thought, with Wukong awake, this match still had life. Even if Weiqiang ultimately won, it would not be an easy victory. In the gaze of the audience, on the arena stage, little Wukong stood before Weiqiang, asking, Where's the food? This amused Weiqiang. There's no food. You've been tricked by Bulma. We are still in the midst of a match. Right. We are still in a match. Little Wukong, reminded by his opponent, finally regained his senses and assumed an attacking stance. Weiqiang, you hit me so hard. My head is still spinning from that earlier blow. Who told you to be distracted? Sun Weiqiang replied lightly. The two exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, the battle recommenced. Little Wukong leaped forward, launching his attack. Sun Weiqiang chose to retaliate head-on, yet he could only see a fleeting shadow, murmuring, Phantom Fist. The contestant Sun Wukong employed the Phantom Fist technique that Jackie Chan had used against Krillin. How would Sun Weiqiang respond? The chief referee elucidated. Here. Sun Weiqiang pivoted and delivered a kick, only to strike another shadow of Little Wukong. Double Phantom Fist, Jackie Chan's gaze sharpened. Haha, I'm right here. Little Wukong descended from the sky, his fists clasped together, delivering a powerful blow to Weiqiang. However, he struck nothing but a mere shadow Phantom Fist. As Little Wukong landed outside the ring, he evaded by sidestepping, leaving behind yet another shadow of Sun Weiqiang. Sun Weiqiang shifted his position, and Little Wukong deftly evaded once more. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be merely an afterimage. Jackie Chan's eyes widened as he unleashed the triple Phantom Fist. Here I am, Sun Weiqiang exclaimed, already behind Little Wukong, delivering a swift kick to his rear. While Sun Weiqiang was absent during Jackie's battle with Krillin, Little Wukong was present, observing closely, and he subsequently executed the double Phantom Fist with finesse. Upon encountering Sun Weiqiang, one would swiftly grasp the essence. In terms of innate talent for learning, even Wukong would humbly concede defeat to Weiqiang. Have you not witnessed the Master Roshi unleashing the Kamehameha while extinguishing the flames on Bread Mountain? Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong swiftly mastered and showcased their skills, with the former exhibiting a power that notably surpassed the latter. With a swift kick to Wukong's rear, Sun Weiqiang pressed his advantage. In a matter of moments, Wukong regained control of his body, dissipating the force of Weiqiang's strike and turning to face him. The two clashed, exchanging punches and kicks, igniting a fierce battle. Bang, 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 bang. Fueled by his mastery of energy manipulation, Weiqiang's agility provided him a slight edge in the combat. Yet he struggled to bring Wukong down. After all, Wukong's strength, or rather, his physical prowess, was undeniably superior in nearly every aspect. The chief referee passionately commented on the match's unfolding drama. What an exhilarating final. The duel between competitors Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong has been nothing short of spectacular. They are trading blows with such intensity, seemingly growing fiercer with each exchange, truly remarkable. I find myself at a loss for words, except to say that they are indeed disciples of the martial arts deity, who will emerge victorious in this contest. Wukong, go for it. Wukong, you can do it. Weiqiang, keep pushing. Weiqiang, you're amazing. Defeat Sun Wukong. Weiqiang, you are the best. Overcome Sun Weiqiang. Wukong, you are the strongest. The audience erupted with fervent cheers. With the ferocity they are displaying, I hope they don't injure each other. Bulma expressed her concern. It seems as if they are fighting like sworn enemies, Poor remarked. Oolong, stunned, exclaimed, Wukong and Weiqiang are holding nothing back. If this continues, one of them might be seriously hurt. Nonsense, Bulma retorted, delivering a swift elbow to Oolong's head. Bang! Ouch! That hurt. Oolong gingerly touched his head, muttering, I'm not entirely without reason. Bulma glared at him. What are you saying? Nothing at all. Oolong quickly waved his little piggy hands in denial. Is Weiqiang all right? Lan Fang worried for her petite fighter. It's all that woman's fault. If it weren't for her, Weiqiang would have won long ago. Lan Fang glared angrily. Just then, sensing a connection, Bulma and Lan Fang locked eyes. Who is she? Does she have a grudge against me? Why is she staring at me? Bulma shot back defiantly. Who would prevail between Wukong and Weiqiang? Neither Leping nor Krillin could ascertain. Even if Weiqiang were to win, how much stamina would he have left to contend with me? Jackie Chan observed the fierce battle, feeling a sense of relief. Wukong, this match is mine to win. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Sun Weiqiang unleashed a powerful elbow strike to Wukong's neck. Bang! Wukong fell to the ground, struggling to lift his upper body in an effort to rise. Yield, Wukong. You have already lost this match. Weiqiang looked down upon him. Gritting his teeth, Wukong replied, I will not concede. Bang! His attempt to rise was thwarted once more. The chief referee announced, Sun Wukong wishes to stand, but has fallen again. Can he rise? Sun Weiqiang refrained from urging the chief referee to count down, for he was well aware that little Wukong could still rise again. His tenacity was remarkable. Since you refuse to concede defeat, I shall strike until you yield. As soon as Sun Weiqiang's words fell, he launched his assault. Chapter 68. The excited Lan Fong. The envious and resentful Chung Long's Sun Weiqiang leapt into the air, his feet leaving the ground as he soared above little Wukong. His body tilting forward to hover just 3 meters above the arena. Had little Wukong been his mortal enemy, he would have flashed a wicked smile at that moment. However, though Sun Weiqiang did not grin, he concentrated the energy within his body into a formidable attack, unleashing a relentless barrage. Boom, 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 boom. Like a flurry of rotten eggs, waves of blue energy rained down upon little Wukong in a chaotic onslaught. Sun Weiqiang chose not to ascend to greater heights. For the greater the distance, the more space and time little Wukong had to evade and recuperate. Conversely, the closer he drew, the more precarious the situation became. Were it not to preclude the possibility of a counterattack from little Wukong, should the distance be too diminutive for him to react, Sun Weiqiang would have relished the opportunity to unleash further assaults. The anguished cries of little Wukong reverberated across the cosmos. To defeat you is my utmost reverence for you. Sun Weiqiang mused, intensifying his offensive. The pavement surrounding little Wukong suffered significant damage as a result, especially when Sun Weiqiang's barrage of gas projectiles went awry on the arena. It caused stones to erupt and clouds of dust to billow forth. Under the relentless onslaught of Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong's cries of despair persisted. Was the outcome of this contest nearing its conclusion? The chief referee narrated the unfolding events. Will Wukong be all right? Bulma gazed in disbelief. I don't know, Puyala replied. Wukong is still howling. Oolong remarked, dazed. Is Sun Weiqiang poised to win? It seems so. Little Wukong may not rise again, the spectators speculated. If Weiqiang continues this way, will Wukong be unharmed? Lu Ping inquired of Krillin. Wukong is quite robust. He should be fine. Krillin's tone, however, lacked certainty. Sun Weiqiang's mastery over his energy manipulation was truly remarkable. It appeared that this contest was finally drawing to a close, as Jackie Chan quietly noted, his gaze unwavering from the arena. As the cries of little Wukong gradually diminished, Sun Weiqiang ceased his assault. Should he continue? There was a genuine risk of causing little Wukong grievous harm. Sun Weiqiang emerged from the billowing gray smoke, landing upon the nearby, relatively intact arena. Breathless and gasping for air, the atmosphere grew hushed as the audience turned their gazes toward the spot that had just been ravaged by Sun Weiqiang's onslaught. Now enveloped in swirling clouds of ash, the smoke dissipated swiftly, revealing the shattered arena in its entirety. At the center, Xiao Wukong lay supine, his turtle-patterned martial arts uniform in tatters. The chief judge hurried forward, assessing the situation, and remarked, the competitor's Sun Wukong appears to be in dire straits. Yet he may still rise. His vitality is remarkable. I will not concede. Despite his disheveled appearance, Xiao Wukong's eyes radiated unwavering determination, his fingers twitching as he endeavored to rise. Such tenacity of spirit. Sun Weiqiang could not help but silently admire this resolve. For after unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, he himself was nearly exhausted. Observing Xiao Wukong's potential to rise and challenge him once more was both a surprise and a concern. His own stamina was waning, and truth be told, Sun Weiqiang doubted his ability to triumph over Xiao Wukong should the battle continue. Just then, a sense of unease washed over him as he noticed a sudden shift in Xiao Wukong's expression. Instinctively, he turned his head, and indeed, it was a full moon. Sun Weiqiang acted swiftly, rushing towards Wukong. With his left hand, he seized Wukong's tail, and with his right hand transformed into a blade, severing the tail of the young Wukong. The transformation was interrupted, and young Wukong closed his eyes, falling into unconsciousness. A few seconds passed, and Sun Weiqiang casually informed the chief referee that he had won this match, albeit somewhat fortuitously and with a hint of cunning. He had aspired to triumph over young Wukong in a fair manner, yet he believed that should Wukong complete his transformation into a formidable gorilla, he would not stand a chance in a fair fight. Thus, he deemed it necessary to sever Wukong's tail, or perhaps extinguish the moon itself. He contemplated that with all his might, utilizing the Kamehameha wave, he could indeed achieve this. However, such exertion would deplete his energy significantly, leaving him at a disadvantage in the subsequent match against Master Kame Sennin. Therefore, Sun Weiqiang promptly opted to sever Wukong's tail, with no time for further contemplation. His heart resolute, the chief referee nodded in acknowledgement and began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Curiously, Why did Sun Weiqiang suddenly cut off Wukong's tail? Could it be a vulnerability? It seemed so, as Wukong had intended to rise again, yet upon severing the tail, he collapsed. But if that were the case, why hadn't Sun Weiqiang sought to sever Wukong's tail from the very beginning of the match to secure victory? The oblivious audience began to murmur among themselves. The full moon emerged. Bulma exclaimed as she gazed at the sky. Oolong, appearing frightened, remarked, "No wonder Weiqiang cut off Wukong's tail. It all makes sense now. If Wukong transforms into a gorilla, it would spell disaster." Pu Yalu recalled the destructive power Wukong exhibited on that fateful night when he transformed. Outside the venue, by the wall, Krillin pondered how Weiqiang had managed to sever Wukong's tail. Lepin glanced at the full moon that had already begun to reveal itself. Ready to explain to him, Jackie Chan listened intently. 8, 9, 10. As the chief referee's countdown concluded, he raised his arm and declared, "I announce that the winner of the second semifinal is contestant Sun Weiqiang." The audience, fervently supporting Sun Weiqiang, erupted in joyous cheers. "Victory! Victory!" Lan Fang, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed to the ring, scooping up Sun Weiqiang and burying his head in her ample bosom, holding him tightly, their bodies pressed together. Sun Weiqiang did not avoid Lan Fang. He recognized that it was not a negative occurrence. However, he was utterly astonished that, in broad daylight, Lan Fang would behave in such a manner towards him. It was indeed intoxicating. With each breath, Sun Weiqiang inhaled a fragrant aroma. A wave of relaxation and comfort enveloped him. Indeed, Lan Fang is a woman who understands me. Meanwhile, Cheng Long watched with envy and resentment. This insufferable brat. When did his relationship with Miss Lan Fang become so intimate? Cheng Long felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he gazed at Lan Fang's alluring figure. Wishing he could experience the same closeness with his disciple, Weiqiang, he yearned to be embraced by her. Soon after, the chief judge announced the most significant matter. "Ladies and gentlemen, listen closely. After a 10-minute break, the finals for the championship will commence. Who will emerge as the ultimate champion of this grand martial arts tournament? Sun Weiqiang or Cheng Long? Let us await the outcome." Chapter 69, The Final Match. Ready to ignite. The chief judge informed the audience that the decisive battle would take place in 10 minutes, determining who would be crowned the champion of this prestigious martial arts event. His voice resonated throughout the arena, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. The champion would undoubtedly be Sun Weiqiang. He is formidable. Cheng Long would have to fight him head-on. Yet, Sun Weiqiang had exhausted himself in the previous match. How much stamina could he regain in 10 minutes? Could he truly triumph over Cheng Long? Your point is well taken. The anticipation is palpable. This year's martial arts tournament is exceptionally thrilling. Many spectators engaged in animated discussions. On the stage, Sun Weiqiang remarked softly, "Lady, you may set me down now." After savoring the delightful fragrance, he spoke gently. "Oh, certainly," Lan Fang replied, momentarily taken aback. She had become so exhilarated that she had audaciously embraced her little man in front of the audience, finding the experience undeniably shy-inducing. Sun Weiqiang raised his gaze to Lan Fang, causing her face to flush instantly. Has she come to realize something? Feeling embarrassed to face others? This open-minded woman still possesses a youthful heart? Yet, it is understandable, for she is merely 16 years of age. After releasing Sun Weiqiang as he made his way towards the hall, his words reached her ears. "Let us discuss our matters after the competition. For now, I must quickly regain some strength in hopes of winning the final match." Lan Fang nodded, a smile gracing her face. This could be considered good news, wouldn't it? Given the nature of her relationship with Weiqiang. At least his current attitude towards her is somewhat favorable. After the match, how does he intend to address this situation? What will he do? Is there a possibility for us? Lan Fang could not help but ponder, her heart yearning for hope. Meanwhile, the unconscious little Wukong was swiftly carried away by the medical team that had arrived as soon as the match concluded, and he regained consciousness on the way to treatment. Lu Ping, Klin, Bulma, Oolong, and Puar were all by his side. Simultaneously, in the players' lounge of the hall, Sun Weiqiang sat quietly, regulating his breath and calming his mind, striving to achieve an optimal state within himself, hoping to restore as much stamina as possible. To speak candidly, he felt a twinge of envy towards little Wukong. If the roles were reversed, little Wukong would likely only need a hearty meal to nearly fully recuperate his energy in a short span of time, perhaps even his vigor as well. Such innate physical prowess was truly remarkable. Sun Weiqiang yearned for that too. "Greetings, everyone. 10 minutes have elapsed. Let us invite competitors Jackie Chan and Sun Weiqiang to take the stage." The chief referee returned to the ring, announcing that the final match was about to commence. In the waiting room, upon hearing the referee's voice, Sun Wukong opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Could he prevail? Master Turtle Sage, would you falter? Truth be told, after an all-out battle with Little Wukong, Sun Wukong felt that if he were in peak condition, his chances of overcoming Master Turtle Sage would be quite substantial. As for now, perhaps a 50-50 chance, with him at 4 and Master Turtle Sage at 6. Exiting the waiting room. As Sun Wukong passed by Lan Fong at the entrance of the venue, she encouraged him with a clenched fist. Go for it. Weiqiang, you can definitely seize the championship. Sun Wukong glanced at her and replied softly, I will do my best. Lan Fong crouched down and whispered in his ear, there will be rewards for winning. Sun Wukong gazed at her flushed face and inquired, what reward? Is there none if you lose? Well, it depends on your performance, Lan Fong replied softly, her voice tinged with shyness. Sun Wukong gazed at her alluring figure, filled with an overwhelming desire to cast her upon the bed once more. The first encounter had been fleeting, leaving him unsatisfied. As for the second, with mischief in his heart, he slipped one hand into his pocket while the other playfully smacked Lan Fong as per Derry. The sound echoed, and as her flesh quivered with the impact, Sun Wukong turned and strode towards the arena. In the distance, Cheng Long watched with a mix of envy and resentment. What extraordinary fortune had this scoundrel stumbled upon? Miss Lan Fong allowed him such liberties? The playful bounce of her backside ignited his own yearning to partake in the same delight. Frustrated, Cheng Long made his way to the arena as well. Weiqiang, give it your all, he called out, his attire reminiscent of the outfits crafted by Lan Qi herself. Presented as a matching ensemble for the three of them, he laughed heartily, seemingly unaffected by the impending match. Weiqiang, conquer Cheng Long and seize the championship. Klein waved enthusiastically. Leping, Weiqiang, I have faith in your victory. The trio stood outside the venue, anticipation palpable in the air. Upon the stage, Sun Wukong declared, I shall exert every ounce of effort to secure this match. That impudent brat, I shall not easily concede to you, even in a less than optimal condition. Cheng Long held no absolute confidence in defeating him. The crowd surged with fervor, a sea of spectators eagerly anticipating the impending clash. In the end, Sun Wukong triumphed over Cheng Long, claiming the championship title. However, his journey in the martial arts realm was only just beginning. Synopsis. The story commences with my encounter alongside Sun Wukong and Bulma on Baozi Mountain. At this juncture, Sun Wukong appeared short and robust, exuding a charming innocence. Meanwhile, Bulma radiated the vibrant energy of youthful exuberance. As for me, Sun Wukong, I unexpectedly found myself transported to the world of Dragon Ball. Lacking any system, my initial intent was to cling to Sun Wukong's coattails, yet fate had woven a tale where I too became a formidable force.